Chapter 1. What a catastrophic start. Pain. A searing agony enveloped her entire being. Yu was in such intense pain that she struggled to breathe, her eyelids too heavy to lift. Reflecting on the preceding events, she thought to herself, "Let the pain be. At least I am alive." The explosion had been so powerful that surely the entire laboratory was obliterated. Merely surviving was a stroke of fortune. What more could she ask for? She had no idea who had swapped the experimental solution that had been used on her, but if she ever found that person, she would ensure they experienced her current suffering in full measure. The agony was unbearable. Why would the hospital deny her even a modicum of pain relief? Where is she? She clearly rolled down the hillside, yet there's no sign of her. A voice echoed from not far away, leaving Yu utterly astonished. Hillside? Had she not been transported to a hospital? With great effort, she managed to open her eyes, only to discover herself amidst a pile of jagged stones. The pain she felt was not from the explosion, but rather from the jarring impacts of her tumble. Peering through her lashes, she noticed a gentle slope ahead, beyond which loomed towering mountains. Had the explosion flung her into the wilderness? Before she could fully comprehend her situation, another voice rang out. "We must eliminate Yu today, otherwise we shall incur the lattice wrath, and we cannot bear that consequence." A chill ran down Yu's spine. Were these men here to kill her? Why? A wave of dizziness washed over her, prompting her to shut her eyes tightly. Gradually, the chaotic thoughts in her mind began to coalesce, and she grasped fragments of her new memories. Ancient attire, historical figures, the Yu family, and the tale of a young lady deemed inferior to mere servants. As she struggled to digest this information, it dawned on her that she had traversed time, and her circumstances were dire, as she was being pursued by two henchmen from the Yu family. In her flight, she had stumbled and tumbled down the hillside, bruised and battered. Now, those two henchmen were hot on her trail. Observing their fierce determination to end her life, coupled with her own underdeveloped physique, she feared her days were numbered. Fortunately, she lay concealed amidst the chaotic pile of stones, their disarray providing some cover from her pursuers, granting her a moment to recuperate from her injuries. In truth, during the explosion, she had felt only an instant of shock, devoid of any significant pain. Now, however, every part of her ached. Fortunately, aside from a gaping wound on her head, there were no broken bones. After a brief respite, the pain subsided somewhat, and she regained a measure of strength. Leaning against a rock, she sat up and examined her frail arms and legs. She was merely a 14-year-old girl, yet her body appeared more akin to that of an 11 or 12-year-old. How had she aged in such a manner? Found her. Brother, look, there's a bit of her clothing over there. A shout from behind startled Yu. Discovered. With the realization that the two men bore weapons and were robustly built, she understood that even at her strongest, she would not stand a chance against them, let alone in her current state. What to do? Hearing their swift approach, she knew she could not linger. Being caught would leave her with no options. She scrambled to her feet and began to navigate the treacherous terrain of stones, but the chaotic arrangement made it difficult to move swiftly. Stop! Why are you running? Today is your last day. You might as well surrender, and let us send you to the afterlife. How absurd! Yu felt a surge of indignation. Who would willingly wait for their demise? Did they truly believe she would be so easily cornered? Frustration boiled within her. What a catastrophic beginning! The path through the stones was treacherous. As she leaped from one stone to another, dizziness overtook her, and she lost her balance, tumbling onto the rocks and twisting her ankle. Though she hadn't broken anything, the pain hindered her mobility. Death itself seemed to beckon her. In the midst of her despair, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from afar, followed by a wave of energy that sent the three of them sprawling. Lying on her back, Yu beheld two figures, one black and one white, soaring through the air, as though engaged in combat. Brother! Brother! Are those immortals? One man exclaimed excitedly, scrambling to his feet and gesturing wildly at the figures above. Indeed, they are celestial beings. The other man responded, equally thrilled yet more restrained. Who would have thought we would witness immortals in our lifetime? As the two men gazed at the vanishing figures in the sky, their excitement soon morphed into panic as they recalled their original mission. Turning around, they found Yu's presence had inexplicably vanished. She's gone. Startled, they began searching frantically until, behind a pile of stones, they spied her struggling to lift a large rock. They were baffled by her choice to exert effort on the stone rather than flee. But her inaction suited them just fine. It provided the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. They dashed up the slope, and as they neared her, they witnessed her finally displacing the massive stone. It wobbled precariously before crashing down onto the stones below. The angle of the stones was just right. Upon being struck, they began to shift and tumble down the slope in rapid succession. Caught too close, the two men had no time to react and were crushed by the falling debris. The second man was struck on the head, instantly meeting his demise, while the first narrowly dodged but still sustained injuries to his leg and abdomen, leaving only his head exposed. "You wretched girl! How could you move such a large stone?" The first man screamed, blood spilling from his mouth as he spoke. "The power of knowledge, something you clearly fail to comprehend," Yu retorted, her legs still shaky as she descended the slope. Hesitating for a moment, she picked up a smaller stone and hurled it at his head. Thus, the first man succumbed as well. Gazing at the pool of blood, Yu collapsed onto the ground, breathless. Thank goodness for that pile of stones, otherwise she would have truly met her end today. Her first act of killing left her, a once upstanding citizen, grappling with disbelief, a visceral urge to vomit rising within her. After a moment of struggle, she expelled the remnants of her meager meals from the past few days. The contents of her backpack lay scattered, but her water pouch and a medicinal herb remained intact. She took a sip of water and chewed the hemostatic herb, applying it to the wound on her forehead. After completing this task, exhaustion overcame her, and she collapsed onto the gentle slope. Chapter 2. Do or Die. Staring up at the azure sky, Yu attempted to calm her tumultuous emotions while sifting through the memories in her mind. After countless sighs, she finally accepted the reality of her situation, unable to suppress a curse directed at her fate. Here she was, a model citizen, an unremarkable academic prodigy, freshly in possession of her doctoral diploma, merely assisting her mentor with an experiment when the laboratory exploded, catapulting her into this world. Reflecting on her life as an orphan, she had worked tirelessly to fund her education, and now, just as she was on the brink of securing a lucrative job and enjoying a prosperous life, she found herself ensnared in this wretched tale of cultivation, destined to become a sacrificial pawn for the female protagonist. Indeed, upon seeing the names Yu and Yu Shuer, she realized she had been thrust into the pages of a novel. This was a book she had purchased at a flea market to unwind after receiving her diploma, and she had mocked the character who bore her name, who appeared only briefly. Despite possessing exceptional talents, she was seized by the female protagonist's deranged admirer, who drained her essence to alter the protagonist's innate abilities through dark sorcery. That female protagonist, Yu Shuer, was hardly virtuous herself, feigning reluctance while eagerly absorbing the very essence she claimed to reject, all the while attracting male suitors, insisting they were merely friends while relishing their affections. Ah, what a delightful lotus flower of a protagonist! Contemplating her former self, she scoffed. What a pitiable fate, destined to perish within a single chapter. After resting for nearly an hour, her emotions steadied, and she rose to survey her surroundings. The area was a dense forest, lacking any distinguishing features, so she chose a path leading downhill and began her slow descent. Based on the memories that had surfaced over the past few days, combined with the contents of the book and the previous dialogue she had overheard, she realized today was the day of the 5-year examination for the spiritual roots of the common folk conducted by various sections. If she missed this opportunity, she would have to wait another 5 years for the next test. The criteria for the spiritual root examination mandated candidates to be between 10 and 16 years of age. Thus, should she fail to seize this chance today, she would forever forfeit her opportunity to participate in the test. The old witch at home, who happened to be the biological mother of the female protagonist, had orchestrated her removal to the mountains out of fear that the original Yu might be discovered to possess spiritual roots. Under the guise of concern, she had claimed, "Your father's health is poor. You must venture into the mountains to find a rare herb for him. You are my most cherished daughter. The herbs you gather will yield superior results." Huh! Such a blatant lie could only emanate from that old crone. Everyone in the Yu family is acutely aware that her father harbors a disdain for his ex-wife's daughter, while he dotes on his current wife's daughter, the one-year younger Yu Shuer. Only the original body, that fool, would be gullible enough to believe otherwise. 2 servants were tasked with escorting her, Yet it took less than half a day in the mountains for them to attempt her murder. No, they have already killed her. Had she not traversed into this realm, the original Boda's corpse would be cold by now. The book states that Yushware has been identified today as possessing a mutated wind spiritual root and has been taken under the wing of the esteemed Xinhua sect's Wuinjinren as a closed-door disciple. At no point does it mention the original Boda's presence at the testing grounds. Thus, even if she were to exert every ounce of effort to arrive, it would be impossible to reach the testing venue in time. She recalls that Yushware's transformation occurred a year later, which implies she has a year left to live. No, the novel reveals that a nefarious cultivator delivered a message to Yushware's home, encountered the original body, discovered her unique constitution, and secretly abducted her to extract her bones and blood, crafting a secret potion for Yushware's use. She shifted her gaze to another direction. If she traverses through this mountain range, she could reach the distant metropolis of Imo City. The book mentions that the testing there will occur in 10 days. As long as she can cross this mountain range within that time frame, she might just make it in time for the examination. Yu resolved to change her course immediately after resting, no longer ascending the mountain, but venturing deeper into the wilderness. For an ordinary girl, traversing this mountain range would be an impossible feat. Not only are there ferocious beasts lurking within, but the sprawling forest would easily ensnare any common person in a labyrinth of confusion. But who is Yu? Having excelled academically from a young age, she obtained dual doctoral degrees by the age of 24 and is renowned as a genius in the academic realm, possessing knowledge that extends beyond mere theories. Determining her direction using the unique characteristics of the forest is but a trivial task for her. The only aspect that instills a modicum of trepidation is the wild beasts of the mountains. With her petite limbs, should she encounter a beast, she would be left with no choice but to be devoured. Reflecting on this world of cultivation, her unique constitution means that even if she evades the impending calamity a year from now, she may not escape the clutches of other malevolent cultivators. Cultivation is her sole path to survival. Either she cultivates or faces death if she does not perish. She shall cultivate with relentless fervor. With no alternatives at hand, she shall forge ahead with unwavering determination. Moreover, her unique constitution assures her that she will have no issues in cultivation. With this thought, her anxious heart settled considerably. After a day of travel, she finally discovered a suitable spot to rest before nightfall. While traversing the adjacent mountain, she had noticed a water pool beneath a cliff, flanked by stones and a clearing. Upon her arrival, she confirmed that this location was indeed quite favorable, particularly the stones that seemed to form a cozy enclave. She could sleep within while maintaining a fire outside, a perfect arrangement. Earlier in the afternoon, she had spotted some fruits and picked a few to eat, so she was not particularly hungry now. She approached the water pool to drink and intended to fill her water pouch to wash her feet, alleviating the aches from her day's journey. Just as she was filling her water, a white object plummeted from the sky, crashing into the water and drenching her with a refreshing splash. She wiped the water from her face and beheld a white figure rising from the depths. Could this be one of the celestial beings she had seen soaring through the sky today? Oh, it's a handsome man! As an admirer of beauty, she did not hesitate for a second, leaping into the pool to swim towards him, pulling him towards the shore as he began to sink once more. Ultimately, her strength waned, and once they reached the bank, she could not hoist him up. She clung to the edge, gasping for breath before taking in his appearance. His features were even more striking than those of the youthful heartthrobs of the modern entertainment industry. With skin so flawless it seemed almost ethereal, and his furrowed brows evoked an irresistible urge to reach out and touch. Truly magnificent. But why does he seem so familiar? The first image that flashed in her mind was of today's chase in the sky, where a pair of figures, one dark and one light, had vanished in the blink of an eye. The second memory, astonishingly, was from a few days prior. Chapter 3. Those eyes do not belong to the same person. The second scene depicts the original owner 5 days prior, scavenging for food outside the city. Beneath a grand tree, she beheld a man in white, meditating, and was instantly captivated by his appearance, momentarily entranced as if he were a celestial being. Unable to help herself, she stared at him for an extended period. Disturbed by her gaze, the man opened his eyes, cast a cold glance in her direction, and soared away. Oh, it is you. How is it that after all these days, you have yet to leave this place, Tiske, and you are injured too? Surely it was that man in black who harmed you. Wasn't it? I wonder if he will pursue you. If he does, I shall not intervene. Although he possesses striking looks and indirectly saved my life today, my own survival takes precedence. Does it not? After all, beauty is indeed precious. But life is far more invaluable to as she rambled on. She exerted considerable effort to drag him to an open space, finally managing to pull him up, noticing he was still bleeding. She grinned somewhat lewdly. Handsome, you are injured. Let me take a look at your wound, and I assure you, I have no intention of taking advantage of you. With that, she began to loosen her clothing. Lo and behold, he has an impressive 8-pack. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and before her mind could fully register what was happening, her small hands were already exploring those well-defined abs. The sensation was delightful. However, that wound of yours is rather unsightly. After a brief exploration, she examined the injury more closely. It was quite deep. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, you might have perished either from drowning or excessive blood loss. She rummaged through her satchel and retrieved some hemostatic herbs, chewing them before applying the mixture to his wound. These herbs were gathered by the original owner, who had anticipated potential dangers that could lead to bleeding, and thus had collected some for her own safety. The efficacy of the herbs was commendable. After applying them earlier that morning, her own bleeding had ceased. However, his wound was different, even with the herbs. The bleeding persisted, albeit at a slower rate. The Yu's gaze fell upon an ancient ring on his finger, recognizing it as a space ring, likely filled with valuable items, though only its owner could access them. When Huang Fuyuan regained consciousness, the first thing he sensed was a strong aroma. Am I still alive? Your vitality is so ethereal, almost imperceptible. Whether one can encounter it depends entirely on fortune. The person had said that if one could not encounter it, they would perish. Yet even that individual could not ascertain his vitality. Had he survived his calamity? Oh, you're awake. I thought you would never regain consciousness. That a petite girl, resembling a sprout, held a freshly roasted wild chicken, her eyes shimmering with the reflection of the fire, gazing at him with a blend of awe and purity. However, the gaping wound on her head was somewhat unsettling. That is she the little girl I saw beneath the tree that day? No, those eyes are not the same. That he sat up, his voice faint. Did you save me? If by pulling you out of the water and providing some hemostatic herbs you mean me, then yes. That was indeed my doing, Yu replied. However, the herbs have not been particularly effective. Your bleeding has not ceased. Huang Fuyuan felt the wound on his abdomen. Glancing down at the crushed herbs, his brow furrowed deeply. Looking at the dirt smeared on his white clothing, he retrieved a bottle of pills from his space ring, swallowed one, and then moved behind a large tree. When he emerged, the disheveled state was replaced by his usual cool and aloof demeanor. Yu could not help but murmur in admiration. Wow, quite the sight for sore eyes. Her eyes sparkled even brighter. You are a cultivator, aren't you? Indeed. Then how about giving me 10,000 spirit stones? Yu inquired, observing the quality of his attire, presuming he must be affluent. Huang Fuyuan tossed her a storage bag. She caught it and attempted to open it to see what the spirit stones looked like, only to find it utterly unyielding. You cannot open the storage bag without cultivation, Huang Fuyuan explained. The Yu shot him a glare. Then why give it to me? Her incredulous expression was difficult to overlook, prompting him to elaborate. 10,000 spirit stones would not even fit 1% of your satchel. How do you intend to carry them? That was a fair point. That I shall wait until I can cultivate, and then see. She conceded, stowing the storage bag away. She then offered him the roasted chicken. Would you like some? Huang Fuyuan glanced at the charred skin of the chicken, his brow slightly furrowing. No, I've already begun fasting. Oh, Yu shrugged, deciding to enjoy it herself. Despite the lack of seasoning, her culinary skills were commendable. She had discovered the chicken while gathering firewood. It had flown into a tree and met its demise. How could she resist such an offering? To hesitate for even a second would be a disservice to the chicken's sacrifice. Having only eaten some fruits earlier, she was ravenous and finished half the chicken before stopping. Huang Fuyuan observed her with concealed curiosity. I am Huang Fuyuan. What is your name? I am Yu. Like the squid? The edible kind? No, it's Yu, as in the Yu from Chi-Yu and the Yu from Rainy Days. Yu sighed, acknowledging the unfortunate coincidence of her orphanage director sharing the same aesthetic as this author. Huang Fuyuan lowered his gaze. That was inconsequential. What brings you to the deep mountains, as an ordinary person? Are you not afraid of the wild beasts? I am heading to Mo City for the spirit route assessment conducted by several major sections. I recall the assessment is taking place in Jingzhou today. This place is quite near. Have I missed it then? I can only attend the next batch that I heard there will be another in Mo City in 10 days. Indeed, but for an ordinary person, traveling from here to Mo City would take at least half a month. That if you plan to traverse the mountain range, you may not even arrive in time for the assessment. That Yu was taken aback. Is it really that far? Yes. Then I truly cannot make it in time. Yu lamented, feeling the roasted chicken in her hand lose its appeal. That I can take you there as a repayment for saving my life. Really? Thank you so much. Do not mention it. Huangfu Yuan was gravely injured. After saying this, he closed his eyes and fell silent. The Yu decided not to disturb him, instead opting to soak her feet in the waters of the pond. After all, he had tainted the water, making it undrinkable. The coolness of the water felt refreshing against her skin. Fortunately, she was not injured. Otherwise, such a beautiful face would be wasted. Moreover, since his name had not appeared in the text, he likely did not belong to any major sect, but was instead a rogue cultivator. It was said that rogue cultivators often had lower cultivation levels due to scarce resources and difficulty in advancement. Such a handsome rogue cultivator seemed quite unfortunate. Chapter, for an invitation from a handsome stranger. How could one hesitate? She carried Huangfu Yuan on her back, unaware that he was watching her with his eyes wide open. He felt a peculiar pull towards her, unlike the sensation he had experienced when he first saw her beneath the tree days ago. This struck him as curious. That Yu, oblivious to his gaze, thought to herself that with an invitation from such a handsome man, how could she possibly hesitate? She approached him, and Huangfu Yuan grasped her hand. That Yu was taken aback, contemplating whether to feign resistance or to surrender entirely. Just as she was lost in this internal conflict, Huangfu Yuan released her. What is it? Yu inquired. Do you wish to cultivate? Huangfu Yuan asked her. That Yu blinked in surprise. Don't I need to take a test? I have already checked for you. You possess dual fire and with spirit roots, making you eligible to cultivate Dao, so that was a test for me. She mused. But I haven't joined a sect yet. Can I still cultivate? Only in the mortal cities is the assessment conducted before one can begin cultivating. Many in the cultivation world start their practice well before entering a sect. Huangfu Yuan flipped his hand and produced an old book. If you wish, you may cultivate this. Upon seeing the title of the book, Yu Yu's pupils constricted in astonishment. 5 Element Star Method. This pivotal text had appeared in the narrative and was of great importance. It was a method devoid of grade classification. In the story, cultivation methods were typically categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. However, this method was so powerful that it transcended even the heavenly grade. Hence, it had no assigned rank. Yu Shuer had not fully grasped its significance, as she had already reached the peak of the qi refining stage and was on the verge of foundation establishment at that time. Nevertheless, she complied, relinquishing her previous cultivation efforts to adopt this method. Once she began practicing it, she truly realized its might. Her dantian could store significantly more spiritual energy, and her meridians were broader and more resilient than before. As her cultivation advanced, these advantages became even more pronounced. Remarkably, within a year, she attained the peak of the qi refining stage, her speed far surpassing that of ordinary methods, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Her dantian brimmed with even more energy, and the higher her level, the more pronounced her advantages became, allowing her to easily overwhelm peers of the same rank in future battles, earning her an excellent reputation. Now, this method lay before her, igniting doubt about Huangfu Yuan's identity as a rogue cultivator. Surely, a rogue cultivator would not possess such an exceptional method. Yu was astounded, while Huangfu Yuan, noticing her surprise, mistakenly assumed she was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the method. You are offering me this cultivation method? Yu asked uncertainly, feeling a bit embarrassed as she scratched her head. Uve already compensated me with spirit stones. This method can only be cultivated by women. It is of no use to me that it is better to offer it as gratitude for saving my life. Huangfu Yuan stated. Then I shall not be polite about it. Yu, with a cheerful smile, accepted the heart method and gazed at the star character on the cover. Her mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies prompted her to remark, "Isn't this a typo?" The author seems rather careless that it was no wonder she thought so, as everyone else's cultivation techniques were named in the format of certain heart method, and this 5-spirit star method was no exception. Huang Fuyuan had not anticipated that her focus would be on the name itself. He responded, "This was something I acquired in a secret realm many years ago. I'm not certain if it's indeed a typo. However, I have examined the heart method within and found no issues. Yu was not inclined to doubt this point. If there were problems, Yu Shuer would not have succeeded in her cultivation." A thought crossed her mind. Had she not encountered him today, he would have perished, leaving his spatial ring unclaimed, which would eventually be discovered by Yu Shuer's master, the imperceptible Jinren, 2 years later. This raised a question. How would Jinren find this place and delve into the water to search? Could it be that the protagonist's halo is that formidable? How impressive. Huang Fu Gongzi, thank you. Please rest well. I will study this, she said, shaking the book before her and moving closer to the fire, hoping to utilize its light to decipher the characters. Although the handsome man under the moonlight was captivating, she believed that life itself held greater significance. To survive in this world of cultivation, it was best to possess strength. The heart method was not lengthy. However, during the qi refining and foundation building stages, only the first layer needed to be learned, making it manageable. Yu, the academic prodigy, memorized it after reading it twice. She chose a large stone to sit cross-legged upon, closed her eyes, and began to silently recite the heart method, attempting to sense the luminous points described within. Soon, she felt an array of colors: red, yellow, blue, green, gray, white, purple, and more, a dazzling spectacle. However, each color was rather scarce. It was said that the wood spirit root corresponded to the green light, while the fire spirit root corresponded to the red light. She endeavored to communicate with these two colors. The two hues appeared to enjoy her presence, dancing around her joyfully. After playing with those luminous points for a while, they voluntarily entered her body, accompanied by some white light as well. Yu was astounded. What was this white light? It seemed to be unmentioned in the book. Would absorbing this light lead to her demise? When Yu Shuer cultivated, the book had not described any white light. She attempted to reject the white light from entering her body, but it appeared that as long as she began to absorb the luminous points, the white one would follow suit, unless she refrained from absorbing any points altogether. After hesitating briefly, she noted that the white light did not cause discomfort upon entry, so she pondered whether to continue. When the 3 colors of luminous points had vanished, she observed the other floating colors remaining unresponsive, surmising that her lack of corresponding spirit roots was the reason for their inaction, and thus she opened her eyes. At this moment, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the warm sunlight bathed her. She had unknowingly meditated throughout the night. She glanced at Huang Fuyuan's previous position. He was no longer there. "How do you feel?" A voice called from the edge of the pool, and Yu turned to see Huang Fuyuan standing by the water's edge, but he had changed into a new set of clothes. Still white, and if not for the different sleeve patterns, she might not have recognized him. That he did not turn to look at her, but instead stared at the water's surface, lost in thought. The sunlight illuminated him, casting a golden glow that rendered Yu momentarily spellbound. How extraordinarily captivating. If he were in the modern world, he would surely be a top-tier celebrity. Her gaze was so intense that Huang Fuyuan turned to find her propping her chin on her hands, her sparkling eyes fixed on him. He had encountered such gazes before, yet the complexity of her smile was unprecedented. "You wouldn't understand this," Annie smiled. Yu quipped. Chapter 5. This fellow must have a cleanliness obsession. Fortunately, she was aware of the limits of propriety and refrained from staring so blatantly when he turned to her. "Having drawn qi into your body, how does it feel?" Huang Fuyuan inquired. "Did I feel refreshed? Although I haven't slept all night, I do not feel fatigued," she replied, standing up and jumping down from the stone, approaching him with her head tilted. "Huang Fuyuan, may I ask you 2 questions?" "What is it?" "I can absorb the green and red luminous points, but I also absorbed a white luminous point. What is this white light? Will I explode?" "White luminous point." Huang Fuyuan's expression was perplexed. "Let me examine your body. Give me your hand." Yu extended her hand, and he furrowed his brow, probing her condition without actually holding her hand, using a layer of spiritual energy. After a moment, he released her hand. "There is nothing amiss in your body. There are no signs of impending explosion." Yu breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Which spirit root corresponds to the white luminous point? She felt no disappointment. After all, as a loose cultivator, limited experience was to be expected that I saw many colors of luminous points, and the others showed no reaction. Only the white luminous point enters whenever I absorb the red and green ones. Huang Fuyuan's eyes widened in surprise. You can see many colors of luminous points. Yu noticed his frown, her heart sinking slightly, and uncertainly replied, I saw red, yellow, brown, green, purple, white, and so forth, a riot of colors. Is this abnormal? It is indeed unusual, Huang Fuyuan stated. Typically, during cultivation, one can only perceive the spiritual energy corresponding to their spirit roots, which means you should only see red and green. That's so. She recalled the text she had read, thinking she might have misremembered. But why can I see so many colors? Yu questioned. They are around me, yet they show no inclination to enter my body. Huang Fuyuan paused in contemplation before replying, there have been similar occurrences in the past, though they remain merely rumors. No one has witnessed it firsthand. What situation? She inquired, intrigued. It is said that in ancient times, some individuals possessed hidden spirit roots in addition to their manifest ones. Hidden spirit roots? These are spirit roots within the body that have yet to be awakened. Can hidden spirit roots cultivate? They cannot. Only when awakened can they become manifest spirit roots and allow for cultivation, akin to recessive and dominant genes. She understood. How can one awaken them? Will it affect cultivation? She asked. It is said that it won't. There has never been mention of hidden spirit roots having any effect, Huang Fuyuan replied. However, knowledge of hidden spirit roots is quite scarce, and such roots are rare in the world. For what happens with someone like you, who possesses so many spirit roots, I cannot ascertain. Long as it doesn't affect cultivation, I suppose it's fine. Yu finally felt reassured, though her stomach grumbled in agreement. She patted her belly and said, Huang Fuyuan, when shall we depart for Mo City? If you're in a hurry, we can set off now. No rush. I'll have breakfast first, Yu replied, recalling that she still had half a chicken from yesterday that could be reheated. Huang Fuyuan, unhurried, simply said, as you wish, and then sat down to meditate. Yu was quick in her actions, finishing her meal within a quarter of an hour. After devouring the roasted chicken, she rummaged through her backpack to find some fruit she had picked the day before. Once she was done tidying up, Huang Fuyuan opened his eyes. Noticing the mud on her backpack, he frowned again. Get rid of the backpack, but it still contains some herbs I dug up, she protested. What about the storage bag I gave you yesterday? Huang Fuyuan asked. Why you retrieved the storage bag, which had some soil from the herbs on it. Huang Fuyuan performed a cleaning spell on it, then took it, lightly waved his hand, and transferred everything from her backpack into the storage bag before handing it back to her. Yu accepted it joyfully, gazing at the clean storage bag and thinking to herself, this fellow must surely have a cleanliness obsession. Huang Fuyuan drew out a sword, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing it to elongate and widen. With a flick of his sleeve, Yu was lifted onto the sword. While he positioned himself in front, Yu was startled as she suddenly flew into the air, instinctively grabbing Huang Fuyuan's sleeve. Upon noticing her small hand gripping his sleeve, Huang Fuyuan's brow furrowed once more. I wash my hands, Yu explained, though she was unable to see his expression, understanding the tendencies of cleanliness-obsessed individuals. Huang Fuyuan ultimately said nothing and took off with her. Half a day later, they arrived at Mo City. Yu was overjoyed. This was far superior to walking on her own. Huang Fuyuan led her to an inn, where he took out a silver coin and reserved 2 rooms, one for each of them. Huang Fuyuan, you have common currency, Yu exclaimed, surprised. Aren't cultivators supposed to use spirit stones? I exchanged some before coming out. Huang Fuyuan explained that I'll need to enter seclusion for a few days. Feel free to do as you wish afterward. All right, Yu replied with a beaming smile. Not only had he brought her to Mo City, but he also covered the accommodation expenses, which was incredibly generous. Given his severe injuries, he would undoubtedly require time to heal, so she dared not disturb him during his recovery. This bottle contained some fasting pills. One can sustain a person for 3 days without food. Yu, having read about fasting pills, recognized their value. However, having already accepted his gratitude, she felt it inappropriate to accept another gift. Thus, she picked up the storage bag at her waist and inquired, how much does this cost? Just a bottle of fasting pills. Huang Fuyuan tossed the bottle directly to her before retreating to his room. Yu, holding the bottle, waved her hand at his departing figure. "Thank you." Initially, she had regained some strength last night. But as she grasped his sleeve, he was compelled to hasten his pace, leading to an overexertion of his spiritual energy and further damage to his meridians. Yu returned to her own room, opened the window to gaze at the street outside for a moment. But devoid of any desire to go shopping, she slammed the window shut with a decisive thud. She swallowed a pill to suppress her appetite and settled onto her bed, crossing her legs to commence her meditation. The world of cultivation was merciless. Without sufficient prowess, she was merely a sheep led to slaughter. What use was shopping when she could devote her time to cultivation? Immersed once more in her practice, she perceived vibrant points of light, while the other points remained aloof, floating in the air with little fluctuation. Indifferent, she absorbed the more active red and green light points, as well as an enigmatic white point. Chapter 6. Your constitution to is somewhat troubling. Huangfu Yuan's retreat lasted for 9 days, during which he managed to recover most of his injuries, though the residual demonic energy within him still required another opportunity for eradication. However, his meditation was interrupted by the commotion next door, which more specifically roused the activity of the ring on his chest. Removing the ring, the once ancient piece gleamed with a faint light. "Did I ask you the master you have been seeking all along?" he uttered softly. After a while, the noise of the adjacent advancement ceased. Yu opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with joy. She had reached the first level of the Qi refinement stage. She had officially embarked on the path of cultivation. From this moment on, she was no longer the defenseless lamb she once was. Knock, knock. Knocked at a knock resounded at the door, and she opened it to find Huangfu Yuan standing outside. Upon seeing him, she couldn't help but wish to share her elation. Exclaiming, "Huangfu Yuan, I have leveled up. I am now at the first level of Qi refinement." "Yes, I felt it," Huangfu Yuan replied. "Congratulations on officially stepping into the path of cultivation." "Thank you that I have something to discuss with you." "Come in," he said, as Yu stepped aside to let him in, then closed the door and sat beside him. "Did you absorb the white light point?" Huangfu Yuan inquired. "Yes, let me check your condition." "All right." Yu extended her hand, and after Huangfu Yuan examined her, he remarked, "The spirit pool appears normal, and your meridians are also fine. For now, there seems to be no adverse effects on your body." "Thank you." Huangfu Yuan produced a bracelet and a ring. "This is a congratulatory gift for you. Congratulations on your advancement." Yu stared in astonishment at the two items on the table. "You're giving me a congratulatory gift?" "As my lifesaver, it is only fitting to present you with a token of my appreciation now that you have officially entered the realm of cultivation, perhaps for the first time expressing such sentiments." Huangfu Yuan appeared slightly uncomfortable. "This is too generous." Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Huangfu Yuan pointed to the ring, saying, "This is a spatial ring. If you can earn its recognition, it will acknowledge you as its master. I obtained it from an ancient relic, but I cannot ascertain its internal size." Yu understood that in novels, spatial rings were quite precious, explaining his generosity. However, it required personal recognition that it seemed he had been unable to establish a bond with it, thus offering it as a favor. Nevertheless, such a spatial ring must be a treasure of some sort. Huangfu Yuan glanced at her and continued, "Your constitution poses some complications." Yu's breath hitched. She was aware of her unique constitution, but she had not anticipated he would notice. Her flesh and blood could aid others in evolving their constitution and altering their innate talents. Did he not have any intentions regarding this? Huangfu Yuan conveyed his meaning through action. "This bracelet is an illusionary artifact that can conceal your constitution. Anyone below the transformation stage will not discern your true nature. Furthermore, it can also mask your cultivation level. If you do not actively reveal it, ordinary individuals will be unable to perceive your true prowess." Yu's mouth fell open. She recalled that the ranks here included Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation. The tribulation stage was a legendary existence. From what she had seen in novels, it had never appeared. The integration and great ascension stages were typically reserved for the elder protectors of a sect, who were often in seclusion and seldom emerged unless matters of vital importance arose. Transformation stage cultivators also rarely wandered outside, preferring to meditate within their sects, occasionally representing their sect when needed. Most sect leaders were at the nascent soul stage, and even then, few sects had many of them. Those above the transformation stage would hardly notice a small insect like her. Thus, with this bracelet, she would have little to fear regarding her constitution being uncovered. Moreover, it could disguise her cultivation level, allowing her to display her abilities at will. Truly a divine artifact for playing the part of a sheep to deceive the tiger. She greatly desired it, but her reason compelled her to hesitate. This stuff must be quite valuable, right? How can I accept such a precious gift from you? This is merely an illusionary artifact, not particularly rare, and I have no use for it. Huang Fuyuan replied nonchalantly, "Did I in comparison? You are the one who needs it more." Recalling the fate of her original self, being skinned, stripped of flesh, and drained of blood from medicinal baths, any lingering embarrassment dissipated. Swiftly, she took the bracelet and slipped it on her left wrist. It was a bit large and could easily fall off with too much movement. Prick your finger to recognize it as your own. Huang Fuyuan reminded her. Searching for a sharp object to draw blood, a flash of white light suddenly appeared, and she felt a sharp pain at her fingertip, followed by blood oozing forth. All right, impressive, she thought, quickly dripping her blood onto the bracelet, which absorbed it before adjusting its size, fitting snugly around her wrist. This is truly extraordinary. This was Yu Yu's first encounter with such a divine artifact in this world. Her eyes widened with curiosity that I might as well give the spatial ring a try as well. Huang Fuyuan, noticing her dazed expression, spoke up, "Oh right." Yu Yu picked up the spatial ring and pressed her fingertip against it. Initially, she thought the remaining blood would suffice, but the ring seemed to come alive, clinging to her wound and continuously drawing her blood. Startled, she instinctively attempted to pull it away, only to find it utterly unyielding. Having never experienced such a phenomenon, she instinctively sought help from Huang Fuyuan. "Huang Fuyuan, it's sucking my blood." Huang Fuyuan remained calm, stating, "Some spiritual artifacts do require a substantial amount of blood. Just endure a little longer." Hearing this, Yu Yu felt somewhat reassured, enduring the pain as the spatial ring continued to draw her blood, just as she wondered if it intended to drain her dry. It finally ceased, resting in her palm as if sated. It's merely a spatial ring, yet I feel as though it possesses emotions." Huang Fuyuan observed the obedient ring and asked, "Can you sense the space within?" Yu Yu attempted to perceive it but shook her head. "I don't feel anything." "Does that mean I haven't successfully recognized it?" "It hasn't responded to the blood of others." "So it likely hasn't absorbed enough yet," Huang Fuyuan explained. "Try again later." "Very well." Yu donned the ring on her left middle finger, and to her astonishment, the previously dormant ring adjusted its size automatically, slowly vanishing before their eyes. Yu could sense the ring on her finger, yet it appeared to have disappeared. What is this? Chapter 7. Huang Fuyuan is truly a wonderful person if I am not mistaken. This is its invisibility function, Huang Fuyuan remarked. Some spiritual artifacts possess additional capabilities, such as defense or attack. This one seems to specialize in invisibility. The fact that I cannot detect it indicates its effectiveness. Hearing this, Yu Yu felt elated. Now, others would be oblivious to her possession of a spatial ring. However, it appeared this artifact still craved more of her blood, as its spatial function had not yet activated, rendering her storage pouch inaccessible. Huang Fuyuan, observing her wide grin, stated, "The gift has been delivered. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Yu Yu was taken aback. "You are leaving?" Huang Fuyuan nodded, producing a token of indiscernible material. "Tomorrow is the testing day. You can go directly in the morning. Take this token. It allows you to choose which sect you wish to join." Yu Yu accepted the token, and he turned to leave. Watching him depart, she closed the door and flung herself on her bed, joyfully rolling about. She had officially stepped into the realm of cultivation. Equipped with an artifact to conceal her constitution, and now possessed a spatial ring. Huang Fuyuan was truly a wonderful person. Reflecting on her good fortune, she remembered she could utilize her storage pouch now. She hurried to retrieve it from her backpack and, upon channeling a thread of spiritual energy into it, the pouch unlocked, revealing its contents that 1,000 spirit stones were neatly arranged, a sight that filled her with delight. She took one out. The pure white stone appeared unremarkable, yet in her hand, she could feel the rich spiritual energy contained within. This was unlike the inferior spirit stones described in books, which were typically transparent. It resembled a mid-grade spirit stone instead. Yu Yu's excitement surged. She had only expected 1,000 inferior spirit stones, but Huang Fuyuan had instead gifted her 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 100 inferior grade spirit stones are equivalent to a single middle grade spirit stone, which means I possess the worth of 1 million inferior grade spirit stones. Yu Yu's face was positively radiant with joy. Huangfu Yuan is truly a remarkably generous person. After reveling in her excitement for a while, she finally calmed herself and resumed her meditation and cultivation. Although her fire spirit root had already reached the first level of the qi refining stage, her wood spirit root had yet to catch up. Moreover, she recalled from her readings that it was essential to consolidate one's cultivation after advancing in rank. The following morning, upon awakening, she resolved to participate in the test. Suddenly, she felt an insatiable thirst from her spatial ring for her blood, which compelled her to press it against the wound from yesterday. This time, the reaction was even more intense. Yu could only utter a stunned exclamation before collapsing onto the floor. When Yu regained consciousness, she was greeted by the bright sunlight. The orange rays filled her with a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, after inquiring, she discovered that it was already afternoon, and the sun was nearly setting. She felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly made her way to the testing square. By the time she arrived, the sky had turned dark, revealing an empty square and a few young individuals preparing to leave. She noticed that these individuals were descending from a high platform, indicating they, too, were here to recruit disciples for their sects. As she approached them, before she could utter a word, a young man clad in a sky-blue robe spoke up. "Are you here for the test?" Today's testing has already concluded. Yu clearly understood that the test was over, but she yearned to join a sect to learn and cultivate. Thus, she gazed pleadingly at the only woman in the group. "I was delayed by some matters and arrived late. I traveled for many days just to be here for today's test. Could you perhaps make an exception for me?" The woman looked at her frail figure with a twinge of sympathy. Yet she shook her head. "It is not that we wish to deny you, but the spirit stones used for testing have already been taken away, and we are powerless to assist." "That's all right, I can already cultivate. I possess a spirit root. May I join your sect?" Yu inquired. She remembered reading about the sects recruiting disciples during this event and had intended to choose one at random. Now, however, her options were limited to this very sect. "You have a spirit root." "Indeed, I possess both fire and wood spirit roots, though I am uncertain of my aptitude. However, it is certainly not lacking. I have advanced in just a few days." The woman glanced at the other young men. "True, although you are late, it is not entirely impossible to make an exception. Yes, senior sister, I would also like a little junior sister. That Ji Wu has a little junior sister and is flaunting it. I also want a little junior sister." "Very well." The woman nodded and addressed Yu. "What is your name?" The woman continued, "I am Ji Qing, the senior sister of Taiyi Sect, from this day forth. You shall be our little junior sister. This is your third senior brother Liao Xing, fifth senior brother Yi Fan, and sixth senior brother Rong Xian." Yu felt a twinge of concern. Was this recruitment not a bit hasty? Furthermore, these names seemed vaguely familiar. After being escorted onto the flying ship, she suddenly called out, drawing the attention of the others engaged in conversation. "Little junior sister, what is it?" The youthful face, identified as fifth senior brother Yi Fan, inquired that Yu was momentarily at a loss. Unsure of how to express that she had recalled the novel's depiction of Taiyi Sect, the sect both impoverished and diminutive, ultimately meeting its demise. Was not one she had expected to be participating in the recruitment. The novel had not mentioned Taiyi Sect taking part in this recruitment event. No wonder they were so hasty in accepting disciples. It seemed they would take anyone willing to join. Was it too late to withdraw now? Well, since they were not facing immediate extinction, she thought it best to take things one step at a time. "Senior sister, did you directly accept me as your disciple? Will the master agree?" Yu queried. After all, even the least prestigious sects would not accept disciples so directly, would they? Ji Qing's expression faltered momentarily. But she spoke the truth. "The master said that during our descent from the mountain, if anyone wishes to become a disciple, we should accept them." Chapter 8. A tragic conclusion: we have not accepted new disciples in 30 years. Why not? The master initially claimed it was not the right time. But later, the disciples heard about our sect's circumstances and chose not to come, opting instead for other sections. Ji Qing cast a glance at Yu. Feeling somewhat fortunate that if Yu had not arrived late, it was likely that none from the other sects would have chosen Taiyi Sect. Yu still felt they were being rather hasty. "Senior sister, are you not worried I might be lying? What if I lack a spirit root?" Yu blinked, realizing that Ji Qing was indeed the naive senior sister from Taiyi Sect, who ultimately fell victim to the protagonist's deceptions, losing countless elixirs and sacrificing herself while searching for herbs to concoct elixirs for the protagonist to know. With her presence, she would ensure that senior sister would not be deceived by Yu Shuai. The ship traveled at a decent speed, but took 5 days to reach the realm of cultivation. Upon entering, Yu felt the abundant spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the mortal world. She sensed that if she cultivated here, her fire spirit root would not require 9 days to advance. She had thought that entering this place would bring her close to Taiyi Sect. But the ship continued for another 2 months before finally arriving. This was still due to Taiyi Sect's relatively close proximity to the mortal realm. Fortunately, during these 2 months, she did not waste her time. She diligently cultivated in her room, elevating her fire spirit root to the 2nd level of the Qi refining stage, and her wood spirit root was nearing the same level that Tio balanced both spirit roots. She focused primarily on her wood spirit root, and by the time they reached the sect's entrance, she successfully advanced her wood spirit root to the 2nd level of the Qi refining stage. As she opened the door to exit, she spotted Ji Qing lingering outside. "Senior sister, you've emerged from seclusion? We are just about to reach the mountain gate. I was contemplating whether to call for you," Ji Qing remarked. "Thank you, senior sister. I am ready," Yu replied with a smile. Noticing Ji Qing's lack of reaction, she understood that her advancement to the 2nd level of the Qi refining stage had gone unnoticed. Seeing Yu's smile, Ji Qing's lips curved upwards slightly. "Then follow me down on the deck. 3rd senior brother, 5th senior brother, and 6th senior brother were present. The wind tousled their long hair and garments, lending them an air of spirited confidence. Unfortunately, their ultimate fates were dire. 3rd senior brother Liao Xing was a sword cultivator, typically cold and aloof, yet surprisingly innocent after being saved by Yu Shuai once. He became enamored with her, repeatedly protecting the protagonist. Later, during a confrontation with demonic cultivators, he was abandoned by Yu Shuai and the male lead to draw fire, meeting a tragic end at the hands of the demons. 5th senior brother He Fan was the most sentimental among them, having done numerous favors for the protagonist. Ultimately, in an ancient tomb, he willingly became the focal point of a formation to save her, only to be mercilessly killed by the formation after the male and female leads escaped. 6th senior brother Rong Xian was an array master who had not fallen for the protagonist's charms. Upon learning of 3rd senior brother's demise at the hands of the male and female leads, he sought vengeance, but was wounded by the male lead and ultimately transformed into a demonic cultivator, only to be slain by the protagonist, earning her great renown. In summary, the disciples of Taiyi Sect became stepping stones for the male and female lead's ascension. In 2 words, utterly tragic. Yu saluted the 3rd senior brother, 5th senior brother, 6th senior brother. Previously, when she mentioned entering seclusion, they had remarked that without a cultivation method, she could not cultivate, prompting her to mention having acquired a method. Now, seeing her having made no progress in 2 months, they speculated her method must be quite inferior. Yu chose not to clarify and merely smiled at them. He Fan found Yu's smile utterly charming, far more so than senior sister's. He wished to offer further words of comfort, but Liao Xing coldly interjected, "We have arrived." Yu gazed ahead, where a cluster of majestic peaks towered between heaven and earth. Scattered across the mountainside of the foremost peak were several courtyards. "You mean to say there isn't even a grand entrance? How could such a dilapidated sect manage to recruit alongside the major sects?" Seemingly perceiving her confusion, He Fan took the initiative to explain, "Our master is at the core formation stage." Yu understood. Generally, sect leaders from other sects were at the nascent soul stage, but a sect like Taiyi, led by a core formation master, was truly rare, regardless of the number of disciples in Taiyi Sect. Having a master at the core formation stage allowed them to rank alongside other sections. However, they consistently placed last in these rankings. As she reflected on Taiyi Sect's demise, she recalled that the sect leader had gone missing at the time. Otherwise, the disciples would not have faced total annihilation. As she anticipated meeting a master at the core formation stage, Yu felt a flutter of apprehension. "Senior sister, will the master agree to take me as a disciple?" Descriptions of the Taiyi Sect's leader in the novel were scarce. He was most often mentioned through others' dialogues. She had expected to encounter a transcendent figure, yet what she found was an old man dressed in simple garments. Digging in the soil, Yu followed suit and bowed, though she refrained from calling him master. When her name was called, she stepped forward. Disciple Yu, Jiang Wenji nodded. Fire and with spirit roots. Quite impressive. Henceforth, you shall be my key disciple. Yu stepped forward and knelt, bowing her head. Disciple pays respects to master. During my time in the sect, should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out. In my absence, consult a few senior brothers or sisters or elder Qing. Jiang Wenji produced a slightly worn storage bag, presenting it to her. This is a gift from your master. The cultivation method within is well suited for you. So there is no need to learn a new one. He has already reached the stage of transformation. So he can certainly discern the illusionary artifact on her and is aware of her true circumstances. Yu accepted it with both hands. Thank you, master. Let your senior sister take you to select a courtyard, and then you may have a good rest, he replied. Yes, master. After leaving the medicinal garden, Yu curiously asked senior sister, why did master personally go to remove the weeds? Couldn't he have just sent a disciple to do it? Because in our sect, there are only a few of us. Chapter 9. Choosing a sacred artifact as a courtyard, Yu's eyes widened in astonishment at the current state of Taiyi Sect. Is it truly the case that there are only a handful of them in the entire sect? She had previously thought that novels exaggerated such descriptions, but it turned out to be true. Even the esteemed sect master had to toil in the fields. The sect was in dire straits. Ji Qing took out a paper crane, infused it with spiritual energy, and it expanded. She led Yu to stand on it as they began to soar slowly towards other peaks. This is my peak. And this is your second senior brothers. Ji Qing flew past 8 mountain peaks and then hovered in midair, asking her, which peak do you wish to choose? Yu had assumed that the earlier courtyards were where everyone lived. But to her surprise, it turned out that each person had their own mountain peak. Reflecting on the descriptions of other sects and novels, which house hundreds or even thousands of people on a single peak. Taiyi Sect was indeed quite lavish. She casually selected the closest one, for the sake of convenience in visiting later, for consultations. That Ji Qing took her down and then sent out a communication talisman. Before long, the 3rd senior brother, 5th senior brother, and 6th senior brother all arrived. This place is nice. I wanted this peak before, but master wouldn't allow it, remarked the 5th senior brother. He fanned enviously. Yu was curious. Why not? Master said I am not suited for a central position. Did you not notice that this is the most central peak? Moreover, its location is quite symmetrical. North, south, east, and west, all perfectly aligned. If master did not allow you to choose this peak, does that mean I cannot reside here either? Master did not say, so it must be permissible, Ji Qing stated. Now, look for where you want to set up your courtyard. Ji Qing assured her it was not a problem. And she proceeded to delineate a plot of land halfway up the mountain, featuring a cliff, a pond, and a bamboo grove. Did I ask this all right? Ji Qing inquired. Yes, although the grass is a bit tall. Before you could finish her sentence, Ji Qing conjured a fire, and suddenly, the area became barren, devoid of any vegetation. Not even ash remained. Yu, that I apologize. Reading and experiencing it firsthand are two very different sensations. Then she felt exhilarated. This world was truly wondrous. After Ji Qing cleared the weeds, she looked at the wide-eyed little one and smiled. There should be a courtyard in the storage bag master gave you. Just take it out, recognize it as yours, and place it here. Is it really that convenient? Yu delved her consciousness into the storage bag and indeed found a model of a courtyard. She took it out, pricked her finger to recognize it as hers, felt the connection with the model, and controlled it to enlarge before placing it on the vacant land. Did I ask this a sacred artifact? Yu inquired. Spirit artifacts do not possess such a resizing function. Yes, every newly admitted disciple receives 2 sets of courtyards, one for the sect and one for travel. Yu glanced again at the storage bag and discovered another identical courtyard within. Senior sister, didn't you say our sect is impoverished? Can we really casually use sacred artifacts? Indeed, other sects consider sacred artifacts as treasures. Yet in Taiyi Sect, they are merely used as courtyards. This was given by Master. It seems he can only refine such courtyards. This is a sore point for Master. Do not mention it in front of him. Sore point? It appears Master can only refine this type and cannot produce other sacred artifacts. Defan explained that, oh, I see. Yu understood. If she were capable of refining sacred artifacts but could only make courtyards, she too would dislike others mentioning it in her presence. The courtyards are embedded with formations. If you do not wish to be disturbed, simply activate the formation. Alright. This is a welcoming gift from your senior sister. Ji-Ching handed her a storage bag. Senior sister does not dabble in other crafts. Only alchemy, so do not disdain it. Yu received the storage bag with both hands. I do not disdain it. Thank you, senior sister. This is mine. Liao Xing tossed over a storage bag, sword cultivator. He carried little, but he gifted a bag filled with spirit stones. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones already constituted half of his wealth. This is mine. He Fan, being relatively affluent among them, presented a set of defensive jewelry, including a hairpin, earrings, bracelets, and a necklace. Each piece could withstand 3 attacks from cultivators below the Golden Core stage. This is equivalent to resisting 15 attacks from early Golden Core cultivators. Such items are truly life-saving treasures. Rong Xian gifted her 2 formation plates, one focused on defense and the other on offense. 6 senior brothers is a bit lacking. It can only deal with those at the foundation establishment completion stage and below. That is still quite good. Thank you, 6 senior brother. Yu cherished all the gifts, finding them delightful. Seeing her genuine appreciation, Rong Xian smiled subtly. All right, after 2 or 3 months of travel, you should rest well. If you need anything, just contact us directly. Yes, senior sister, 3rd senior brother, 5th senior brother, 6th senior brother, take care. Yu watched them leave before entering her own courtyard. The courtyard was modest, merely a surrounding wall. A bare courtyard and several rooms that included a living room, a bedroom, a cultivation room, a cleansing room, and also a kitchen. Upon seeing the kitchen, she felt a surge of happiness that in the past, when the pressures of studying weighed heavily on her. Cooking had been her means of relieving stress. After exploring the courtyard, she proceeded to the bedroom. The bedroom was simple, containing only a bed, a table, and 2 stools. However, the bed was adorned with new bedding, allowing her to rest immediately. After some exploration, Yu activated the courtyard's formation, then boiled water for a bath, before collapsing onto her new bed. Instant sleep. Although cultivation can alleviate fatigue, as someone from a modern world, she still craved a brief slumber. Ever since arriving in this world and learning of her original self's fate, she had been too anxious to rest, fearing she might inadvertently follow in her predecessor's footsteps. Now, at Taiyi Sect, though it was small and impoverished with low overall strength, she at least had a master at the transformation stage, and her senior brothers and sisters seemed amiable enough. The tension she had been holding on finally loosened a bit, allowing her to desire a short nap. She slept for 3 hours, or rather, 1.5 time units, and upon waking, she found herself hungry. She rummaged through her storage bag, only to discover there was not a single pill of food inside. Neither did she find any edible provisions. Exiting the courtyard, she took a brief stroll, but found nothing to eat. Only then did she decide to contact Ji-Ching. The Ji-Ching flew over and, upon seeing Yu squatting at the entrance, drawing circles with a stick, her small frame looked lonely and pitiable in the dim evening light. Chapter 10. Supporting master is quite expensive. Ji-Ching's heart softened immediately. Yu caught a glimpse of someone approaching and promptly looked up, her big eyes sparkling. Senior sister. Her radiant smile pierced through Ji-Ching's heart. Even years later, when the little junior sister had grown to heights unattainable by the world, she would still remain in Ji-Ching's heart as that little girl squatting on the ground, drawing circles. That I apologize, little junior sister. We have all been subsisting on spirit energy and thus overlooked the fact that you still need food. We did not prepare any for you, Ji-Ching apologized. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, cultivators could convert spiritual energy into bodily nourishment, and generally, individuals would no longer consume food, as it would add impurities to the body. The members of Taiyi Sect had all entered the foundation establishment stage, so the sect had ceased food preparations and lacked any fasting pills. Previously, on the spaceship, she had been consuming fasting pills herself and had not requested food from them. They had subconsciously forgotten her need for sustenance. Senior sister, is there food available in the sect? No, is there food sold at the foot of the mountain? She remembered that in the novels, there were markets at the foot of the sect's mountain where food was sold. No, there is no market at the foot of our mountain. That makes sense. With so few people in Taiyi Sect, how could they afford to maintain a market? So what should we do? I'm so hungry. Yu had not anticipated that her first challenge upon arriving in this world would be hunger. The Ji-Ching pondered for a moment. I know where we might find food. Come, I will take you. She pulled out a paper crane enlarged it, and carried Yu atop it, flying directly towards the back mountain. Before they landed, they heard the sounds of battle. Once the commotion below subsided, she allowed the paper crane to descend. Third junior brother. Third senior brother. Liao Xing spotted the two of them. What brings you here? I guessed you would be here training, so I brought little junior sister along. She is hungry, and there is no food in the sect. We came to see if there are any beast carcasses you have slain that can be eaten without purification, Ji Qing explained. Liao Xing went to cut off a piece of meat. Glancing at Yu, she gazed at the enormous snake lying on the ground, thick as a thigh and about 10 meters long. Such a large snake has been taken down by third senior brother. He is truly formidable. Little junior sister, can you eat this? Yes, it can be grilled, fried, or stewed. What flavor do you prefer? A quarter of an hour later, a fire blazed, and skewers of snake meat sizzled above the flames. Unfortunately, lacking any seasonings, the taste was bland and a bit fishy. Tomorrow I shall journey to the city, for I must procure an ample supply of seasonings. She can no longer endure tasteless grilled meat. I will accompany you tomorrow. Ji Qing felt a pang of remorse. As the senior sister, she had failed to consider her junior sister's need for sustenance, and thus wished to make amends. Are you not supposed to enter seclusion to refine fourth-grade elixirs tomorrow? I, too, plan to sell demon beast carcasses, so I shall take the junior sister with me, Liao Xing suggested. Yu was taken aback. Senior sister is a fourth-grade alchemist. I am merely a third-grade one. Tomorrow I merely wish to see if I can attempt to concoct a fourth-grade elixir. Yu was somewhat familiar with Ji Qing's character. Steady, not rash, and not eager for quick success. If she expressed a desire to try refining a fourth-grade elixir, then she should be capable of it. Senior sister, with whom did you study alchemy? My master. Your master also practices alchemy. Is he not a weapon refiner? He may not be adept, but my alchemical skills are all taught by him. Besides myself, your second senior brother's talismans, your fourth senior brother's weapon refining, your sixth senior brother's formations, your seventh senior brother's beast taming, and your eighth senior brother's spirit seeking, all were taught by our master. Yu was astounded. Is master so versatile? It turned out she had overestimated him. Apart from weapon refining, they had never witnessed Jiang Wenji engage in any other practice. The instruction had merely been verbal guidance. However, Yu believed that even if he lacked practical experience, his theoretical knowledge must be substantial. Otherwise, he could not guide these disciples. Senior sister, since our sect has alchemists and weapon refiners, why is Taiyi Sect still so impoverished? I have heard that these pursuits are quite lucrative, because our expenditures are high and our income is low. Ji Qing sighed. Supporting our master, who is at the transformation stage, is already quite costly. Yu, isn't that the opposite? Shouldn't the master support the disciples? How has it become the disciples supporting the master in Taiyi Sect? Where does master spend all his money? Ji Qing shrugged. We do not know. The sect spends a considerable sum each year, yet our master never discloses where it all goes, if it were not for the need for everyone to support the sect. How could there be so few people in Taiyi Sect? Yu took a bite of snake meat, internally lamenting whether she had fallen into a deep pit. Now that she regretted it. Was it still too late? As usual, she absorbed the green and red light spots, while the white light spots continued to enter on their own. What she did not know was that after she began her cultivation, a faint silver light began to shimmer on a secluded mountain behind the sect, attracting Jiang Wenji's attention. After so many years, was there finally a sign of movement at the future done on the following day? Liao Xing arrived at Yu's mountain peak early in the morning. Yu had already exited her cultivation and was waiting. As soon as he arrived, she stepped out. Third senior brother. Liao Xing nodded, produced his sword and tossed it into the air, causing it to enlarge. He took her and stood upon it. Yu was exhilarated. Flying on a sword was something she had only seen on television, and she never expected to experience it herself one day. However, the wind was rather strong, distorting her face. Liao Xing, while controlling the flying sword, only noticed her situation as they neared the city, and apologetically cast a protective shield around her. I apologize. This is my first time bringing a novice, and I forgot you haven't learned the protective shield yet. Yu rubbed her numbed face and forced a smile. It's all right. Seeing that Yu was not angry and was smiling at him, Liao Xing thought that this junior sister was not difficult to manage. After flying for half an hour, they finally reached the city. After landing outside the city and paying 2 low-grade spirit stones, Liao Xing directly took her to a shop that typically sold demon beast carcasses. The transaction was completed quickly, and he noticed Yu curiously staring at the shop. "Is there anything you fancy? I will buy it for you, senior sister." Yu shook her head. "I am just browsing. I do not need anything at the moment." She had just begun her training and did not require much, and her focus was entirely on cultivation. Thus, she was not particularly interested in these items. Besides, what her master and senior brothers and sisters had given her was sufficient, so she had no desire to purchase anything. Liao Xing looked at her in surprise that he had never had a junior sister before, but he had seen others with junior sisters who usually wanted to buy this or that in shops. Why was his junior sister different? He would later understand that his junior sister was unlike others. While other junior sisters would call for their senior brothers to play with them, his junior sister would always pull them into her training sessions. As long as they could keep up, she would push them to their limits. Chapter 11. The senior sister once said that the third senior brother is the poorest, after selling Liao Xing's goods. They moved to a nearby shop. Seasonings such as these were not available in shops that catered specifically to cultivators. Fortunately, Liao Xing frequented this area and was somewhat familiar with it, after walking through a few streets. They entered an inconspicuous shop. The majority of the patrons here were ordinary people without cultivation, selling items that commoners needed. But Yu found it delightful, quickly purchasing a bundle of items and spending 10 low-grade spirit stones. Liao Xing readily covered her expenses, feeling a bit peculiar. Finally, he had treated his junior sister to something. However, compared to other junior sisters, this amount was hardly anything. Having cleared out almost all of the shop's inventory, Yu felt considerably relieved. After Liao Xing paid, he asked her, "Is there anything else you wish to buy?" Yu nodded. "I have acquired the seasonings, but I still need to purchase some ingredients. Otherwise, I won't have anything to cook." The shopkeeper wanted to recommend other items in the shop, but Liao Xing directly led her away. "The items here are not suitable for you." "Why?" "The ingredients sold here are meant for ordinary people. If cultivators consume them, they will increase the impurities in their bodies, which can affect their cultivation." "Then what should cultivators eat?" "Spirit food." "Spirit stones? You can eat those?" The books did not mention this. Liao Xing twitched his mouth. "No. It is spirit food, food imbued with spiritual energy, such as spirit rice, spirit vegetables, and demon beast meat." You recall that the book did indeed mention this. "Where can I purchase these?" "Only in establishments that specialize in selling spirit food can you find them." Liao Xing replied, "There is a restaurant in Hua City that offers such food. I will take you there. Sounds good. I'm getting hungry." Liao Xing took her to Wanghua Tower, and upon seeing the name of the restaurant, Yu was somewhat astonished that it was actually the largest chain restaurant in the entire eastern region. Though Wanghua Tower appeared to be merely a restaurant, it was backed by Wanghua Pavilion, which had various shops, auction houses, and more beneath it, making it the largest commercial establishment in the eastern region. She remembered that the young master of Wanghua Tower had also entered Yu Shui's circle, deeply infatuated with her, silently bestowing upon her many fine gifts. Yu Shui, while declining, always accepted, seeming as if he was insisting on giving them, that in any case, she benefited while pretending to be modest, reflecting on that infatuated male supporting character, who after giving many gifts eventually lost his position as the young master for bestowing a family treasure upon Yu Shui. She felt a twinge of pity for him. This male supporting character was one of the few she actually liked, as he was deeply emotional but did not lose his rationality. However, in the end, he could not bear to see Yu Shui become crippled due to a shattered dantian, which led him to reveal the family treasure. Liao Xing had no idea what had astonished her. Perhaps it was her first time seeing such a restaurant. "Let us go. We will eat first, and then buy the spirit food you desire." "Sure." Upon entering, a waiter approached them. Upon learning there were only 2 of them, he said, "Our private rooms upstairs are all full. We only have 2 tables left in the main hall downstairs." Liao Xing noticed a remaining spot in the corner and glanced at Yu. Yu was not picky and directly went over. "Here is our menu. What would you like to order?" Yu looked at the unfamiliar dishes on the menu and pushed it back to Liao Xing. This was Liao Xing's first time dining here as well, but he could roughly guess what the dishes were based on their names. Considering the money he had earned today, he ordered 5 signature dishes. Although the restaurant was busy, it did not affect the speed at which the food was served. Yu speculated that the dishes had likely been prepared in advance and stored in a preservation space. Ordinary storage bags did not have such capabilities, but storage rings did. What went in remained unchanged when taken out. The colors and aromas of the dishes looked quite appealing, and hungry you could not resist reaching for the nearest meat dish. Unfortunately, the taste was slightly lacking. After sampling each dish, Yu's hunger diminished and her discerning palate began to surface. Noticing her slowing pace, Liao Xing asked, "Are these dishes not to your liking?" Liao Xing thought back to the unremarkable grilled snake meat from the previous night and refrained from dampening his junior sister's enthusiasm. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, they finished all the dishes and called the waiter to settle the bill, then expressed their intention to purchase spirit food. "You wish to buy spirit food?" "Certainly, we sell that here as well." The waiter smiled and asked what they wished to purchase. "Please pack me 10.20 portions of all the ingredients you have in stock, and I would like 200 pounds of spirit rice," Yu stated. Both Liao Xing and the waiter were left stunned. "That's see customer. We have many ingredients here. Combined, the demon beast meat and spirit vegetables exceed 100 varieties, and spirit rice is quite expensive," the waiter cautioned her. Upon hearing this, Yu grew worried that her spirit stones might not suffice and uncertainly asked, "How much will all of this cost?" "This that I need to calculate." "Then I shall trouble you." "So much?" Yu was utterly astonished. "Indeed, the prices of the ingredients we sell remain consistent. Regardless of location, the esteemed guest has opted for a variety of ingredients. The cost is consequently elevated. However, this quantity can sustain you for an entire year." "An entire year, you say?" "That indeed offers a considerable variety." Yu glanced at Liao Xing and inquired, "Senior brother, is this price reasonable?" Upon hearing the price, Liao Xing felt a tightness in his chest, mentally calculating how the earnings from today fell short, pondering which spirit tool he could sell to compensate. "That I often come by, and can purchase some for you," he offered. "Very well then. I shall take a month's worth." Yu replied, "Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely." The waiter responded amiably, "Which ingredients would you like, esteemed guest?" Yu selected a few, considering her master and fellow disciples on the mountain, ultimately opting for more, leading to a total of nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Junior sister, allow me to cover this." Liao Xing insisted. "No need, senior brother. I can manage on my own," Yu replied. Patting her storage bag, "I have the funds." The eldest sister had mentioned that senior brother was the most financially constrained, having given her 5,000 low-grade spirit stones yesterday. He surely had little left. Although he had sold a beast today, it was only for a little over 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and she was reluctant to spend his money. Chapter 12. The Purification Master and the Planting Master. Yu held Liao Xing back. Yet he remained steadfast in his resolve to pay. While he may have been short on funds, that merely indicated he had spent excessively, not that he lacked the means to earn. However, this situation made him realize that with a younger sister now, he needed to refrain from spending every coin he acquired. It would be wise to save some, in case she needed to purchase something again. Previously, he thought she was frugal, but now he understood that her expenditures were substantial. Buying ingredients once could be more costly than others purchasing numerous pills and spirit tools. It was indeed a challenge to maintain. Primarily, such lavish consumption was unheard of. Spirit food is precious. Most only indulge occasionally. While her intention to consume such delicacies daily was unprecedented, at least in the literature. Reviewing the list, Yu discovered that the expense for beast meat constituted the majority and curiously asked, "Senior brother, aren't beasts abundant? Why is beast meat so expensive?" Beasts differ from spirit beasts. Their inner spiritual energy is quite volatile. Consuming them directly can lead to a violent reaction within, necessitating special treatment before consumption. Hence the high price, Liao Xing explained. Yu smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten the concept of purification masters mentioned in the text. "Then how did we eat that snake last night without incident?" "We were familiar with that snake. The small portion we took was from the most docile part of its spiritual energy, and consuming a small amount poses no risk," he replied. "No wonder you all stopped me from eating more." Yu mused, glancing at her list with concern. "The prices were simply unaffordable, that if only I could cultivate spirit vegetables myself," she lamented. "Senior brother, can my wood spiritual root cultivate?" "The conditions for planting spirit vegetables are quite stringent. Merely possessing a wood spiritual root is insufficient," Liao Xing clarified. "Only mutated wood spiritual roots are capable, but such roots cannot utilize spiritual techniques for cultivation. They are exclusively for planting and are thus termed planting masters." "Is there truly no alternative to mutated wood spiritual roots?" "Not entirely. A spirit gathering array could also be used, but it would slow the growth of the spirit vegetables and incur additional expenses." Yu sighed. Thus, spirit food remains costly. Indeed, it is expensive, Liao Xing confirmed. However, its high price carries benefits. Spirit food contains spiritual energy. Consuming it allows one to absorb a small portion, akin to the effects of a spirit-enhancing pill, without the risk of pill toxicity. Yu understood that if not for such benefits, how could cultivators justify spending exorbitant amounts on research? Since it's difficult to cultivate, why didn't you stop me when I purchased seeds earlier? She inquired with curiosity. Liao Xing appeared puzzled. Did you not buy ordinary seeds? Those cannot produce spirit vegetables. Yu's mouth fell agape. But seeing her reaction, Liao Xing recognized her ignorance and continued to explain. Spirit vegetable seeds are generally hard to come by. Firstly, they're quite rare, and secondly, those who cultivate spirit vegetables prefer to keep their business to themselves, making them even scarcer, although ordinary vegetables may leave impurities in the body. If one does not practice fasting, there is little recourse. Eventually, one can consume some pills to expel them, is at the Lioli pill. But I've heard that such pills are currently scarce and vanish as soon as they appear. Regardless of the reason, the human body can never be entirely devoid of impurities. Those who overindulge in pills will also accumulate pill toxicity, which can hinder cultivation, in such cases, the Lioli pill assumes great importance. The Lioli pill, as the name suggests, is a type of pill that purges the body of toxins and impurities. Of course, this is a metaphor. Its actual function is to eliminate pill toxicity and impurities. Having toxins and impurities trapped within the body obstructs meridians, hindering the absorption of spiritual energy and the utilization of spiritual techniques. Once cleared, the cultivation speed will increase. Unfortunately, such pills are challenging to concoct, primarily due to the scarcity of one of their main ingredients, Huangxin grass. Thus, once the Lioli pill is available, it is unlikely to remain on the market until the following day. Currently, finding a single Lioli pill is akin to a Herculean task. You need not worry. Our sect possesses Huangxin grass that I shall have the eldest sister concoct it for you, Liao Xing reassured. The sect is Huangxin grass. Then why isn't there any Lioli pill for sale? Considering the exorbitant price of the Lioli pill, selling just a few each month would not render Taiyi Sect impoverished, Liao Xing replied nonchalantly. The master forbids it. Yu was taken aback. A sect that requires sustenance, yet forbids the sale of Lioli pills? What is the rationale? The master does not permit sales. However, our sect members are allowed to consume them, Liao Xing clarified, so you need not fret over impurities within your body. Between Huyue City and Taiyi Sect lies a range of mountains, a place Liao Xing mentioned they often traverse for training, and Yu curiously surveyed the area below. Suddenly, she spotted a few individuals in her line of sight and tugged at Liao Xing's sleeve. Senior brother. It seems someone down there is being pursued. Liao Xing glanced down, hesitated briefly, then descended on his flying sword. The man clad in fine garments was cornered by several others, turning defiantly to confront his pursuers. He Tong, I have always regarded you as my closest ally, yet you seek to take my life. You clearly treated me like a servant, your kindness merely a fade. When have you ever regarded me as an equal? One of the men scoffed. Lord Lu has promised me that once you are dealt with, he shall recognize me as his adopted son, truly becoming a member of the Jin family. Uncle Lu has always held my father in high regard. How dare he? If you do not perish, how shall young master you have the opportunity to rise? He Tong sneered. Out of respect for our years of friendship, I shall enlighten you. Now you may die in peace. With that, the man in fine garments drew his last weapon from his spatial ring and engaged in battle with his assailants. But it was clear he was outmatched, sustaining numerous injuries from their spiritual techniques. Liao Xing and Yu observed the unfolding scene from a low altitude, whispering, It's him. Senior brother, do you know him? He is Jin Haochen, the young master of Wangyue Pavilion, Liao Xing replied. Yu, speaking without thinking, urged, Senior brother, save him. Without hesitation, Liao Xing set her down, instructing her to stay put while he approached the fray with his sword drawn. The adversaries included one at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, while the others were at the Foundation establishment stage. Liao Xing, at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, could hold his own against the mid-stage opponent due to his prowess as a sword cultivator. Yu watched as he swiftly knocked down each attacker, then turned his attention to Jin Haochen. This was indeed a prize catch for Yu Shuer. Chapter 13. administering eye drops to Yu Shui's surely. What transpired today was not mere coincidence. Liao Xing had initially intended to subdue the assailants, but to his surprise, they all met their end. Yu approached, observing the black blood trickling from their mouths. "Senior brother, it seems they died from poisoning." Liao Xing nodded, and both turned their gaze towards Jin Haochen, who uttered a brief word of thanks before dramatically fainting. "What shall we do, senior brother?" Ji Qing, having successfully advanced to the 4th rank today, had yet to inform the junior disciples when she spotted Liao Xing and Yu bringing in an injured individual. "Eldest sister, help!" Ji Qing quickly assessed the grievous state of the newcomer. Taken to a guest room, Liao Xing carried Jin Haochen inside, while Ji Qing followed closely, remarking, "This individual is remarkably fortunate." "Why is that?" "I just concocted a 4th rank healing pill today, perfectly suitable for his injuries." Ji Qing produced a pill and administered it to him, then proceeded to tend to his wounds that as she worked. Jin Haochen opened his eyes briefly, gazing at her in a daze before slipping back into unconsciousness. Once she finished treating his injuries, she turned to Liao Xing and inquired about the events that had transpired, expressing her astonishment at his betrayal by someone he trusted. After Yu departed, Ji Qing questioned Liao Xing about their activities in Huyue City, her surprise evident upon learning that she had purchased nearly 10,000 spirit stones worth of ingredients. Our junior sister shows no interest in pills or spirit tools. Yet she acquired such an abundance of ingredients. Her character is truly pure, Ji Qing finally praised. Our junior sister is still young. She will need to spend more in the future, so it would be wise to save more spirit stones to support her. Today marked the first time Liao Xing felt his meager funds were insufficient, that indeed to support our junior sister. "My current income is inadequate," the Ji Qing sighed. "No, I must refine some more elixirs that I shall go hunt a few more demon beasts." Liao Xing concurred. The bedridden patient, Jin Haochen, interjected, "Have you forgotten about me, your patient? The first step must involve turning the soil." Observing the surroundings filled with grasslands and forests, she found the initial task rather challenging. She took out the sickle she had purchased earlier that day and began to vigorously cut the grass on the left side of the courtyard. "Little junior sister, what are you doing?" He Fan and Rongxian approached, their faces filled with confusion at the sight of her cutting the grass. "I intend to cultivate some land to plant vegetables, rice, and wheat," Yu replied. "Why not plant over at the sect's spirit field?" "I am growing ordinary food. It would be a waste to use the spirit field. Those are reserved for master and senior sister's medicinal herbs," Yu explained, adding, "Besides, it's south conveniently close for me to tend to." "All right then, we shall assist you." "Thank you, 5th brother, 6th brother." The 3 of them worked together and soon cleared 2 acres of land. "Little junior sister, may I burn this grass for you?" "No need. I still have use for it." "What use could wild grass possibly have?" "Once dried, it can be burned, and the remaining ash is excellent fertilizer for the soil." Yu said, "6th brother, you possess an earth spirit root. Could you help me till the land and remove the stones?" Of course. Although Rongxian's earth spirit root was not particularly pure, his control over the soil sufficed, and he quickly turned over the compacted earth, clearing out stones of various sizes. Now, the soil was somewhat barren, but otherwise satisfactory. Night had fallen. "5th brother, 6th brother, since you've helped me till the land, I shall treat you to dinner. I bought quite a bit of spirit food today." "You can cook?" He Fan asked curiously. "Of course. I used to cook often." "You frequently cooked? Aren't you a young lady of the Yu family?" Yu hesitated for a moment, realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much. "Though I am indeed a young lady of the Yu family. My stepmother is the head of the household, and I have a sister just a year younger than me. You can imagine the dynamics of my family." A hint of melancholy crossed Yu's face as she added, "In my family, Yu Shui is the true young lady, while I doubt am merely someone of lesser status." "Did you have a difficult upbringing?" "Indeed. During my childhood, I often went hungry, competing with the servants for food. Eventually, fearing starvation, I began to venture out to gather ingredients and cook for myself. My clothing was also altered from old garments, given to me by a kind neighbor. Every time I saw Yu Shui flaunting the new clothes father had bought for her or the delicious treats she received, I would wonder why, as his daughter, our treatment was so vastly different." Yu subtly tarnished Yu Shui's image in their minds, hoping that in the future, should they encounter her, they would not fall for her charms as described in books. Seeing the spirited little junior sister suddenly become downcast, Fan felt a pang of sympathy. That it was no wonder she appeared so frail at 14. She had never been adequately fed. Your sister is deliberately flaunting her privileges. Such a young age, yet her heart is already twisted, Fan said with concern. Yu spoke with a tinge of bitterness, recounting experiences of the original owner of this body, and she did not deceive them. After expressing these sentiments, she paused, recognizing that sometimes moderation has the most profound effect. She rinsed the rice for kanji, took out spirit vegetables, and expertly began to pick and chop them. She then retrieved a piece of demon beast meat, slicing it thinly and preparing various seasonings for grilling, while also planning to make some braised meat. Observing her nimble movements, Fan and Rongxian believed her words that if she were not accustomed to such tasks from a young age, it would be impossible for her to possess such skill in knife work and fluidity of motion. That a thought began to form in both of their minds. Having learned of little junior sister's past hardships, they resolved to cherish her more in the future. Chapter 14. Upgrading to spirit seeds. Once all the dishes were prepared and set on the table, she shyly remarked, "This is my first time handling spirit food. The flavor may be a bit off. Fifth brother, sixth brother, please bear with me." Fan and Rongxian, however, did not share this sentiment. As she grilled the meat, they were enveloped by a rich aroma. It smelled so delightful that the taste could not possibly disappoint. Sure enough, upon tasting the meat, they found it utterly exquisite. Yu had prepared a generous amount, expecting some leftovers, yet the two brothers devoured every last morsel. Feeling slightly embarrassed after their first indulgence, Fan said, "Little junior sister, we will help you plant the seeds the day after tomorrow." After Yu washed the dishes and tidied the kitchen, she felt a bit fatigued. This body was still too easily exhausted. She thought to herself that she needed to exercise diligently going forward. Wanting to sleep, yet unable to, she took out the seeds she would use in 2 days. These seeds appeared quite similar to those from her past life. Considering her wood spirit root, she attempted to channel her internal wood spirit energy into the seeds to discern any differences from those of her previous life. To her astonishment, she discovered a remarkable phenomenon. Her wood spirit energy remained within the seeds, nourishing the embryos inside. Could my wood spirit energy upgrade the seeds? She retrieved another batch of seeds and found that regardless of the variety, as long as she infused them with her wood spirit energy, it would linger within. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Could she possibly possess one of the rare wood spirit roots that could only cultivate spirit vegetables? She didn't want that. Yet if that were not the case, her wood spirit energy shouldn't be able to nourish the seeds, right? Remembering the wood attribute spirit technique her master had gifted her, she took it out for study. As a Qi refining stage 2 practitioner, she was now able to employ the simplest of spirit techniques. The booklet was rather straightforward, lacking a title or introduction. It simply opened to the cultivation methods. She studied it throughout the night, and as the sun rose, she felt a delicate wood vine sprouting from her palm. Although this vine was finer than a bean sprout, it filled Yu with elation. She could sense that the vine possessed offensive capabilities, and as her cultivation improved, it would undoubtedly grow thicker. Her wood spirit root was not merely for farming. She exhaled a sigh of relief. It was good to know she did not possess that type of wood spirit root. Yet, another question arose in her mind. Since she did not have a farming wood spirit root, why was she able to nourish the seeds? Could it be that her wood spirit root was also a mutation? She retracted the spirit technique and examined the seeds. After a night of nurturing, they had absorbed her wood spirit energy and now emanated a faint aura of spirit energy. Could it be that they were upgrading into spirit vegetable seeds? Puzzled, she planned to ask her brothers about it later. Noticing the time was still early, she first prepared a kanji made with spirit mushrooms and lean meat, then kneaded the dough made from spirit wheat flour. While the dough rested, she chopped some demon beast meat, added some vegetable scraps, and wrapped up a dozen small buns for steaming. After stir-frying several light and delectable dishes, she had everything ready. She set aside the small buns meant for today's meal, storing the rest for future meals to save time. "Little junior sister, we have arrived." Fan called from outside the door. "Fifth brother, sixth brother, you're here. Let us have breakfast together." Yu greeted, "And no need, we have already begun fasting." Fan paused, staring at the peculiar small buns, salivating at their fragrant aroma. "That I've gained some understanding of spirit food. Today should be tastier than last night's. Let us try it together." "Then did I one tea hold back?" Rongxian approached and sat down. Just as they were about to eat, Ji Qing and Liao Xing arrived, followed by the noticeably improved Jin Haochen. and no need for pleasantries. Let us eat together. Thankfully, she had prepared enough, and there was sufficient food for everyone. Yu regarded the meal as quite ordinary, while the others had varied reactions. That Fan and Rongxian found the meal even more delicious than the previous night, while Ji Qing and Liao Xing were astonished to taste something so exquisite for the first time, feeling a pang of sympathy for Yu. The two brothers had already heard about her mistreatment by the Yu family and Yu Shuer the night prior. And now, witnessing her ability to create such delightful dishes, they pondered how many times she must have practiced to achieve such skill, that in contrast to the simple awe of the four, Jin Haochen, as thoughts ran deeper. I heard these ingredients were purchased from Wangyue Tower. With this culinary skill, she outshines our household chef by an insurmountable margin. That if these dishes were sold at Wangyue Tower, their business would surely prosper even further. He refrained from speaking to Yu just yet. It felt too abrupt, and he still needed time to recover. While Yu had her breakfast, she also scrutinized Jin Haochen. In the book, he was portrayed as a deeply obsessive character, with a cold gaze, as if everyone owed him millions of spirit stones. That he was certainly not a likable character. Yet, the Jin Haochen before her, though bearing the pain of betrayal in his eyes, lacked that chilling obsession, appearing instead warm and sunny. Could this be considered a change in Jin Haochen's fate? After the meal, Yu intended to inquire with her seniors about the seeds. But as the words hovered on her lips, she hesitated upon seeing Jin Haochen present. Little junior sister, did you have something you wanted to ask? Fan was the first to take the seeds. Smiling as he said, are these the seeds you plan to plant today? These seeds that wait. These seeds that possess spirit energy. The others also took turns examining the seeds, each immediately sensing the spirit energy within. Ji Qing looked towards Liao Xing. Did you purchase spirit seeds yesterday? No. Liao Xing shook his head. Spirit seeds and ordinary seeds were easily distinguishable, and if they were spirit seeds, he would have certainly known. Little junior sister, where did you acquire this spiritual seed? Asked you that it's from the seeds I purchased yesterday, she replied. They were indeed ordinary seeds when I bought them, but after nourishing them with my spiritual energy last night, they transformed by this morning. Ah, little junior sister, you have awakened your spiritual power? Fan and the others were astonished. Just 2 days prior, when she entered the sect, she had no spiritual energy. Could it be that she had reached the first layer of the Qi refinement stage in just 2 nights? Yu, feeling a bit bashful, explained, I concealed my cultivation level. My fire and with spiritual roots have both reached the second layer of the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 15. The mutated with spiritual root. No wonder Master said your cultivation technique is commendable. We need not seek a new one for you. Ji Qing remarked that if little junior sisters with spiritual root can nourish seeds, does that mean she possesses a mutated planting with spiritual root? Rongxian furrowed his brows. What a pity, Ji Qing sighed. By the way, we haven't tested little junior sister's spiritual root, yet I inquired with Master yesterday, and he mentioned that the sect's spiritual stone for testing is missing. Ji Qing continued. Regardless of little junior sister's spiritual value, since she has already attained the second layer of the Qi refinement stage, she is capable of cultivating. Fan stated, it's just a shame about the wood's spiritual root. Senior sister, third senior brother, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother, my wood's spiritual root is not a planting with spiritual root. What? Without elaborating further, Yu summoned her bean sprout vine. Master provided me with a storage bag containing spiritual techniques, and I have successfully cultivated it. Upon seeing the slender vine, the others were momentarily speechless. So small, can it even attack? However, regardless of its size, the mere fact that she could cultivate a vine proved that her wood spiritual root was indeed not a planting with spiritual root. This raises questions. If little junior sister's with spiritual root is not a planting with spiritual root, how did she transform ordinary seeds into spiritual seeds? Fan pondered, scratching the back of his head. Identifying the crux of the matter. Senior sister, is it possible that your wood's spiritual energy cannot remain in the seeds? Not at all. That if you don't believe me, allow me to demonstrate. Hand me a handful of seeds. Yu took a similar handful of seeds. Ji Qing accepted them, channeling her internal with spiritual energy to envelop the seeds in her palm. After a while, she retracted her energy and presented the seeds to Yu. Yu examined them and confirmed that there was indeed no trace of spiritual energy remaining within the seeds, much less nurturing the sprouts. It was clear that the duration she nurtured them had surpassed that of Yu's previous night. Could it be that little junior sisters with spiritual root has mutated? Rong Xian speculated. Perhaps we should consult Master. Ji Qing suggested cautiously, leading her junior disciples to the herb garden. Jiang Wenji was currently watering the herbs instead of weeding. Master, he greeted them, continuing his task without pause. What brings you all here? Master, little junior sisters with spiritual root seems a bit unusual, and we're unable to decipher the reason, so we specifically came to ask you. Ji Qing replied. Jiang Wenji set down his gourd ladle and turned his gaze toward Yu. What is the matter with your wood spiritual root? Master, last night my wood spiritual root evolved ordinary seeds into spiritual seeds. Yet I am also capable of cultivating the spiritual techniques you provided, she explained, showcasing the spiritual seeds and demonstrating her tiny bean sprout. Jiang Wenji first glanced at her bean sprout before examining the seeds in her hand. Indeed, these are spiritual seeds. How did you manage this last night? Show me once more. Yu produced the seeds, nourishing them with her spiritual energy for a moment before retracting it. The ordinary seeds remained ordinary, but she could sense the residual spiritual energy lingering within, with the sprouts rapidly absorbing it. That if this continues, these ordinary seeds will undoubtedly evolve into spiritual seeds that I have never encountered a situation like yours before. However, it is said that with spiritual energy was once exceedingly potent, Jiang Wenji remarked. How about this? I will take some time to search for answers in the library. Thank you, Master. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Jiang Wenji added, your wood spiritual root is different from others, so keep this matter to yourself to avoid unnecessary troubles. The deal you understand? Yes, Master. And you all as well. Rest assured, Master, we will not speak of it. They assured him. None of them were gossipers, and given the potential troubles it could bring little junior sister, they were even less likely to divulge it to Ji Qing, and the others speculated he was advising Yu and departed from the herb garden. Once they left, Jiang Wenji ceased watering the herbs and instructed Yu, Little 9, try channeling your wood spiritual energy into these herbs. That Yu had never attempted this before. Jiang Wenji taught her how to proceed. A quarter of an hour later, her wood spiritual energy was entirely depleted. The small patch of herbs before her appeared to flourish vibrantly. She held no resentment toward Jiang Wenji for making her work. She recalled reading that exhausting spiritual energy before absorbing more could enhance its growth. Upon returning to her mountain peak, she settled in a meditation to recover her with spiritual energy, observing the persistent white light points entering her body. She suddenly had an epiphany. Her mutated with spiritual energy was likely connected to these white light points. Yet, she remained unaware of what these white points were by the time Yu concluded her meditation. It was nearly noon. The grass she had cut yesterday had yet to dry. It was insufficient for burning. Contemplating whether she could extract vitality from the grass, she pondered that lifeless grass would ignite more easily. She had never encountered anyone attempting such a thing in her readings, nor did she know if it would succeed. However, there was no cost in trying, was there? All research begins with a hypothesis to be tested. She endeavored to envelop the weeds with her with spiritual energy, connecting to the vitality within, gradually extracting it. Success. The world knows that with spiritual energy brings vitality, yet no one had ever considered the reverse. At that moment, she did not contemplate how this contrarian thinking would alter her understanding of with spiritual energy. That an hour later, all the grass she had cut yesterday was transformed into withered grass. Devoid of any vitality, she felt her control over with spiritual energy had greatly improved. Yu patted her slightly numb legs, now ready to ignite a fire. She burned the grass, scattered the ash into the soil, mixed it with the earth, and then sowed the seeds she had prepared the previous night. These seeds were unfamiliar to her, not like those from earth, and she had no knowledge of how to plant them. Thus, she scattered them haphazardly, planning to see how they would grow later. After sowing, she felt she still had some spiritual energy remaining, so she gently covered the soil with a thin layer of energy. Though she referred to it as a thin layer, it was indeed very thin. Without close inspection, one could hardly discern the faint green hue on the soil. After all, she was merely a fledgling in the second layer of the chi refinement stage. With her spiritual energy pitifully scarce, she took out the buns she had made in the morning and nibbled on a few before resuming her cultivation. Before reaching the sixth layer of the chi refinement stage, she was merely a novice, incapable of learning many powerful spiritual techniques. The techniques available to her were the simplest and least potent, such as her tiny bean sprout vine. Little bean sprout. Who do you look down upon? Chapter 16. Let us collaborate the following morning. Yu emerged from her meditation, prepared fried noodles, and intended to enjoy them for breakfast. While waiting for the dough to rise, she took a stroll outside and was astonished to see that the seeds she had planted yesterday had already sprouted. Tiny green shoots adorned the brown earth, bringing a sense of joy. However, was this growth not a bit too swift? In her previous life at the orphanage, she had sown seeds in the kindergarten garden and knew that even the fastest sprouting seeds did not grow this quickly. Could it be that the seeds here were different? Chirp, chirp. She noticed a few small birds pecking at the tender sprouts in the distance. In a hurry, she rushed over to shoo the birds away. Just as she managed to drive one group off, another arrived. Spiritual plants were indeed quite alluring to these creatures. Watching the relentless cycle of chasing away birds, she felt a bit weary. Surely, she could not spend the entire day in the garden chasing them away. Perhaps a net to cover the area? She had a defensive array. She took out the defensive array that Rong Xian had gifted her, performed a blood oath to recognize it as her own, and infused it with her spiritual energy, controlling the protective barrier to envelop the entire garden. The defensive array emitted a faint mist, obscuring the view from outside. This effectively concealed the newly sprouted plants within. Once the defensive array was activated, the birds were kept at bay. After a while, the enticing aroma of the spiritual plants was also cut off, causing the birds to disperse. How convenient. She sent messages to a few of her senior brothers and sisters, inviting them to join her for breakfast, while also inquiring whether the seeds in this world typically sprouted so quickly. Unbeknownst to them that she had already sown the seeds, her senior brothers and sisters, thinking they were coming to help her plant, eagerly made their way over. Jin Haoyan joined them as well, looking significantly better than the previous day. His injuries seemed to have healed substantially. After all, the senior sister had given him a 4th-grade healing medicine. Wow, little junior sister, what are you cooking today? It smells delightful. Fan exclaimed at the kitchen entrance. Today, I prepared some fried noodles. Just a moment. I'll be boiling the noodles shortly. Yi replied with a smile. Jin Haoyan, inhaling the fragrant aroma, couldn't help but marvel internally that if she were to open a restaurant, it would surely overshadow their Wangyue Tower. The desire to collaborate with her grew stronger within him as he watched the petite figure diligently working at the stove, transforming clumps of flour into delicate strands of noodles with practiced ease. A striking contrast to her small stature. What a pitiful yet impressive individual she was. Yesterday, he overheard Ji Qing and Liao Xing discussing her past experiences in the Yu family, gaining insight into the nature of her life there, which led him to reflect on her situation. It is indeed remarkable that she has survived in the Yu family until today. Especially after becoming acquainted with Yu, he learned from her that Yu Shuer had deceived her into the mountains to prevent her from participating in the sects test, nearly causing her demise. This revelation caused his impression of the Yu family to plummet. This entire family is filled with nothing but ill intentions. The noodles were prepared swiftly, and soon, several large bowls of sauce noodles were ready. After finishing a bowl, Jinshin decided not to wait any longer. Miss Yu, your culinary skills are truly delightful, he remarked with a beaming smile. You flatter me, young Master Jin, she replied modestly. The Jin family operates a restaurant. What I've prepared is hardly noteworthy. My establishment pales in comparison to yours, that if you were to open a restaurant, it would overshadow our Wangyue Tower, Jinshin said, half sincerely and half inquisitively. Yu shook her head. I lack the energy to run a restaurant. After all, she was focused on her cultivation. Where would she find the time or energy for such endeavors? Upon hearing this, Jin Chin's heart steadied. Miss Yu, I have an idea. How about we collaborate? You provide the recipes and I will handle everything else. Together, we can open a restaurant. What do you say? A new restaurant, she asked. Surprised. Indeed, a new one, Jinshin affirmed with a nod. What about Wangyue Tower? Wangyue Tower belongs to the Jin family, he explained. Before this incident, I might have considered partnering with you using Wangyue Tower, but after what has transpired, I believe it is essential to establish our own influence. Previously, he thought the Jin family had minor flaws, but now he realized there were underlying currents of turmoil beneath the surface. For the first time, he felt the desire to possess a power that belonged entirely to him. Yu hesitated slightly. After all, this fellow would eventually become part of Yu Shuer's domain. However, she soon dismissed her doubts, recognizing that their initial encounter with Yu Shuer had occurred over a decade later. She could always earn some money first. And if he chose to become a part of Yu's Schwerer's circle later, she would then decide how to handle it. In the worst-case scenario, she could simply withdraw her investment and part ways with him. Thus, she proposed a condition. If she chose to withdraw her investment, he must not obstruct her and must also share half of the assets with her. Jinshin agreed, realizing that as long as they collaborated, her recipes would become his as well, in the event that she withdrew. He could continue to operate the restaurant. Consequently, he stipulated that if she were to withdraw her investment, she must allow the restaurant to continue its operations. With this, they reached a consensus and immediately set forth an agreement. Yu would provide the recipes, while he would manage the rest with profits split evenly. Regardless of how many branches he might open in the future, even if he expanded across the continent, the profit-sharing arrangement would remain unchanged. Just in time, I need to study the recipes as well. Yu remarked that I haven't encountered many dishes, but I did take home quite a few from Wangwa Tower last time that I need to examine how to enhance their flavors. Jinshin recalled what he fan and others had mentioned about her never having tasted good food, and he felt a pang of sympathy for the hardships she had endured at such a young age. He took out a thick book and said, "This book is a guide to spiritual vegetables, encompassing the vast majority of them." When Yu glanced at it, she discovered it was a beautifully illustrated guide, detailing not only the various spiritual vegetables but also their growth habits. Was this not exactly what she needed? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "May I borrow this book?" "No need to borrow. Consider it a gift," Jinshin said generously. "Then thank you very much." Jinshin felt a twinge of sympathy for this young girl, realizing how poorly her previous family had treated her. The fact that she only thought to borrow such a seemingly trivial book highlighted the struggle she had faced. His impression of the Yu family worsened further. In order to finalize the dishes, Yu devoted the following days to researching recipes rather than cultivating. Apart from her daily task of supplying with spiritual energy to the herb garden, she dedicated all her time to recipe study. Jinshin stayed by her side each day, observing her as she explored the spiritual vegetables and experimented with the recipes. Watching Yu deftly transform unfamiliar ingredients into delicious dishes filled him with admiration. As they grew more familiar with each other through their culinary collaboration, Yu began to address Jinshin as Big Brother Jin, while he affectionately called her little sister Yu. Yu found herself bemused. How had she unwittingly acquired a brother in this playful exchange? Half a month later, Jinshin's people arrived at Taiyi Sect. Yu then spent another half-month teaching them the dishes she had recently developed. The individuals selected by Jinshin possessed innate culinary talent, and within a fortnight, they had mastered the vast majority of the recipes that go on. From here, the hard work falls to you, Big Brother Jin. Yu said with a smile. Jinshin handed her a token. This token grants you an 80% discount on all the properties under Wangwa Pavilion. It is for your personal use only. How can one verify if it's the rightful owner? Simply drop a drop of your blood on it, and it will connect with your life force that if someone else holds it, their blood will be incompatible, and Wangwa Tower will not recognize it. Yu accepted the token. "Thank you, Big Brother Jin, that there's no need for such formalities," he replied. "All right then, you need not see me off." Jinshin ruffled Yu's hair, inwardly chuckling at the delightful sensation. Having only brothers, he found the experience of having a sister quite pleasing. Watching him depart with his companions, Yu let out a deep sigh of relief. This delay had cost her nearly 2 months of cultivation time. Although she still practiced at night, the loss of 1 or 2 months of daytime cultivation weighed heavily on her heart. After bidding farewell to Jinshin, Yu headed to her modest 2 acres of vegetable garden. She visited the herb garden daily to channel with spiritual energy, and after Jinshin and the chefs left each evening, she would return to infuse her garden with spiritual energy. Although it had only been a little over a month, her vegetables were already ready for harvest. It was noteworthy that the crops she had sown typically required 3 months to mature. Yet now they were ready in half that time. Remembering that the harvested vegetables would not remain fresh for long, she recalled the nearly forgotten spatial ring done on the day of the test. It had absorbed a significant amount of her blood, causing her to faint, and since then, it had remained silent. Unlike before when it eagerly craved her blood, the space remained unopened. Over the past 4 to 5 months, she had been so busy that she had nearly forgotten about it. But today, she finally remembered. "After all this time without a peep, I thought you were no longer interested in me," she teased the spatial ring. "Of course I want to drink. I want to drink. Then why have you been silent for these past few months?" "I was afraid I scared you away." Yu realized that the last time it had consumed her blood it caused her to faint and miss the test. So it had been wary of her anger and had feigned silence. Understanding its intentions, Yu couldn't help but smile. She then felt a clear consciousness within her mind. Could it be the spirit of the spatial ring? She had read in novels that artifacts of a certain caliber might possess spirits. So could this spatial ring truly be an artifact? Artifact? Please, I am a celestial artifact. A celestial artifact. Yu was momentarily taken aback. Spiritual artifacts, sacred artifacts, divine artifacts. Above all of these, there exists celestial artifacts. The ranking of celestial artifacts is assessed from 1 to 9. In novels, spiritual and sacred artifacts are the most common, while divine artifacts are exceedingly rare. In the eastern region, there are only two, revered as the mountain-protecting artifacts of two sects, unattainable by others. Only Yushware and the male protagonist, endowed with the halo of the main characters, acquired a pair of divine artifacts in a distant ancient secret realm. Now, her spatial ring was audaciously proclaiming itself a celestial artifact, which truly astonished Yu. Let me drink! Let me drink! Before she could finish the last two words, she fainted again. When Yu regained consciousness, the sky had darkened. Rubbing her temples, she recalled why she had found herself lying on the ground. She poked the ring on her middle finger. I told you to take it easy. Why didn't you listen? It was just too delicious. I couldn't control myself. What? Who are you? The voice that emerged in her mind startled Yu, causing her to jump up in vigilance, scanning her surroundings. It's me. I'm Gun Gun. Gun Gun? Yes. The cheerful childlike voice grew increasingly clear in her mind. Confirming that no one was around, Yu curiously asked, Are you the spirit of the spatial ring? Yes, Master, the spatial ring has opened. Would you like to take a look? Gun Gun's voice sounded somewhat guilty, clearly aware that it had overstepped once more. Yu's attention shifted from it to the spatial ring as she probed her consciousness inside, only to be utterly astonished. What is this boundless space? In the novels, the largest spatial rings merely had volumes of several tens of thousands of cubic units. This one, without any visible boundaries, was beyond her ability to estimate in size. Yet, the center was distinctly clear, while the surrounding areas appeared somewhat murky, making it difficult to discern that in the central clear area, time stood still. Whatever entered or exited remained unchanged. Those unclear areas, however, could not preserve freshness. I am a celestial artifact, incomparable to those ordinary spatial rings. Gun Gun declared proudly that I used to be even more powerful, but I was injured and lost many memories. However, I remember that I used to be able to allow people inside. A spatial ring that can accommodate people. Exactly. Once I recover, it will be possible. And how will you recover? What rare herbs or treasures do you require? Air bubbles are needed. What are air bubbles? They're a type of bubble water that can release air. With it, air can be released within the spatial ring, allowing you to enter later. Gun Gun mentioned that if you can find the Goeishu soil, a world of your own could be created here. Goeishu soil? It refers to the primordial soil from which this continent was formed. Gun Gun explained that every continent initially emerged from this primordial soil bit by bit, and that primordial soil is called Goeishu soil. Master, do your best to find both items. Then I can become a superior immortal artifact. The first to third ranks are known as inferior immortal artifacts, the fourth to sixth as middle-grade immortal artifacts, and the seventh to ninth as superior immortal artifacts. Yu twitched her lips. What gave you the illusion that I could find these two legendary items? My intuition tells me so. Gun Gun replied somewhat shyly. However, before that, I still need you to let me absorb your blood. Absorb blood? Are you a vampire? Chapter 18. The power of the stars, of course not. But Master, your blood contains an energy I am familiar with that can heal my wounds. Gun Gun said. What? Could her flesh and blood not only be beneficial to humans but also to immortal artifacts? Precisely, it's a type of energy within your body. What is it called? Yes, the power of the stars. Gun Gun's voice became excited towards the end. Yes, it is indeed the power of the stars. The power of the stars. Yu pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling those white glowing points coalescing at her fingertips. Is this what you meant? Yes, that's it. This is the power of the stars? Yes, exactly. That if Gun Gun had a body, she would have already wrapped her arms around her fingertips and screamed in excitement. Master's power of the stars is so pure and fragrant. It can heal the instability of my space, That is, oh, you absorbing my blood is actually absorbing the power of the stars. Yes, yes indeed. Then I could directly supply you with the power of the stars instead. But that seems plausible. But can it be infused? Let us give it a try. After you finished speaking, she channeled all the power of the stars within her into the spatial ring. Initially, she thought it might be futile. However, as soon as the power of the stars touched the spatial ring, it was drawn inside. This time, since she actively released the power of the stars, she was able to control its flow. Once the power of the stars within her was exhausted, she ceased her efforts. Then she probed her consciousness inside, only to find no noticeable changes. There is a change. The still area has expanded by several dozen cubic units. Gun exclaimed. Yu felt slightly awkward. The still area was already quite large, and she truly hadn't noticed such an increase. Once I have the power of the stars again, I will supply you with it. Great, Master. I love you so much. Gun's babyish voice was soothing to hear. And Yu, in a good mood, comforted her for a moment before withdrawing her consciousness. She closed her eyes and began to cultivate. Her mind drifting amidst those white points of light, filled with many thoughts that in the latter half of the night, she quietly made her way to Jiang Wenji's mountain peak, and while wandering outside, the main door suddenly opened. Come in. Jiang Wenji's voice was calm, as if he had known she was there for quite some time. Yu entered and bowed to him, who was seated on a mat. Master. Jiang Wenji waved his hand. Why are you wandering around here in the middle of the night, instead of cultivating or sleeping? Master, I have something I wish to consult you about. What is so urgent that it brings you here at this hour? Yu hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Master, do you know about the power of the stars? The power of the stars is a force that can connect heaven and earth. With it, attribute spiritual power can exert greater might. However, no one can absorb the power of the stars anymore. Why is that? It is said that several 100,000 years ago, a cataclysmic change occurred in the world. And since then, human bodies have altered, rendering their meridians incapable of bearing the energy of the power of the stars, that if someone were to sense the power of the stars and forcibly draw it into their body, they would explode without exception. Yu broke out in a cold sweat and timidly asked, what if the power of the stars were to actively enter the body? Jiang Wenji looked at her. Have you absorbed the power of the stars? When I first began cultivating, I could see white glowing points. I didn't absorb them. They just entered my body on their own. Yu explained. Let me examine your condition. You needn't be afraid. Jiang Wenji cast a spell, enveloping Yu in his spiritual power, and she felt as though she was being scrutinized from the inside out. Your constitution is somewhat unique. You can actually absorb the power of the stars. Jiang Wenji remarked. Master, I want to explode, will I? The power of the stars within you is quite gentle. Such a situation will not arise. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Follow me. Jiang Wenji led her to the back mountain, which was unlike any other mountain range, shrouded in a thick mist that obscured its interior from view. Yu recognized this place as the forbidden area of the sect, as mentioned by the senior apprentice sister. Walk forward. Yu obediently advanced and encountered an obstruction. Concentrate the power of the stars in your hand. Yu tried, and to her surprise, the obstruction took on a shape, glowing faintly. Master? This is a formation set by the founding ancestors, which requires the power of the stars to break. Jiang Wenji explained, your current power of the stars is insufficient, so you can only manifest it. Once you advance in rank, you may attempt to enter and see. Master, do you know what is inside? Yu inquired. Jiang Wenji shook his head. I only know that it contains the legacy of the Taiyi Sect, the very foundation of the Taiyi Sect. The materials in the library are not even 1/10 of what is inside. Moreover, much of what circulates outside are mere copies. Master, you mentioned that people can no longer absorb the power of the stars for hundreds of thousands of years. How could this place use the power of the stars to unlock? Could it be that the Taiyi Sect? Precisely, the Taiyi Sect was once the most prestigious sect on this continent and has endured the longest. Yet, as time has passed, many have forgotten the grandeur of the Taiyi Sect. Jiang Wenji sighed. During its most challenging times, the entire sect had but one member. Compared to its lowest point, things are still relatively better now. Yu felt the power of the flowing light beneath her palm and was somewhat overwhelmed. The Taiyi Sect had persisted for such a long time. One could only imagine its former glory. Jiang Wenji gazed at the flowing light. Let us go. Wait until your power of the stars has advanced. Then return here. That will be the moment when the Taiyi Sect rises again. Yu did not expect that her firewood attribute was actually a heavenly spiritual root. She marveled at how remarkable her master was, discerning her situation with just a glance at AS for the crystal. She was not modest. It was given to her by her master. She opened the box, and a wave of rich water spiritual power surged towards her. Unfortunately, without a water spiritual root, she could not absorb this spiritual power. Just swallow it directly. I will protect you, Jiang Wenji reminded her. Yu saw the small water droplet-shaped crystal inside, and, without hesitation, picked it up and swallowed it. Chapter 19. Water Spiritual Root. The moment the water spiritual power entered her body, the rich spiritual energy began to surge wildly within her. She felt as though her body was being torn apart, but a gentle force wrapped around that energy, guiding it down to her Dantian's spirit platform. Her spirit platform was unlike anyone else's. While others had a singular spirit platform, some resembling flowers and others leaves, regardless of shape, they were all of one color. Her spirit platform, however, resembled a lotus flower, with the white power of the stars at its center, flanked by two petals, one red and one green. The overwhelming force of the water's spiritual power continuously washed over her spirit platform, causing Yu excruciating pain. She could only muster her will to prevent herself from fainting, utterly unaware of the condition of her spirit platform. Gradually, the water's spiritual power was entirely absorbed by the spirit platform, and the agonizing sensation began to dissipate. At this moment, Yu was drenched in sweat, her bangs sticking to her cheeks, and her clothes clinging to her body as if she had just emerged from the water. Yu delved her consciousness into her body and arrived at the spirit platform, where she spotted a tiny blue, the size of a grain of rice beside her wood spiritual root. This is my water spiritual root. Yu gazed at the adorable sprout with delight, yet she felt a twinge of confusion. Master, others say that having fewer spiritual roots is better. Why are you still activating my other spiritual roots? Others believe fewer is better, because their cultivation methods allow them to absorb only one type of spiritual energy at a time, which is then transformed into spiritual power. The more spiritual roots one has, the longer the time required for cultivation. However, your method is different. You can absorb various spiritual energies simultaneously, and they will automatically transform into spiritual power, allocating themselves to their respective positions. Therefore, no matter how many spiritual roots you possess, your cultivation time will be the same as that of a single spiritual root. Yu admired Jiang Wenji's prowess. He could discern her cultivation method without even looking at her technique. Master, is it because of the power of the stars? Indeed, in ancient times, everyone could absorb the power of the stars, allowing them to simultaneously absorb the spiritual energy of their spiritual roots. Thus, in the past, having more spiritual roots was advantageous. As the physical constitution of everyone gradually changed, they became unable to absorb the power of the stars, nor could they simultaneously draw in the essence of various attributes. Hence, it became more advantageous to gradually transform into a single spiritual root. Yu comprehended that being able to absorb various spiritual energies simultaneously meant that given the same training time, cultivating a single type of spiritual power versus cultivating 5 types, everyone knows which is more formidable. Naturally, the concentration of each type of spiritual energy varies, leading to different levels of spiritual powers. Moreover, you have the ability to adjust the manifestation of your cultivation at will. Yu's eyes sparkled. She found this idea appealing. Currently, her fire and wood spiritual roots had both reached the 2nd level of completion, and she would soon advance to the 3rd level of the chi refinement stage. However, her water spiritual root had yet to reach even the 1st level at that time. She could conceal her fire and wood spiritual power, revealing only her water spiritual root, leading others to perceive her as a novice who had not yet embarked on the path. If her fire and wood roots were to advance to the foundation establishment stage while her water root remained at the chi refinement stage, others would simply regard her as a chi refinement practitioner. This was indeed a clever strategy to conceal her true strength. Your intent pleases me greatly, Jiang Wenji remarked with a gentle smile. The matters regarding your ability to absorb the power of the stars and your all-attribute spiritual root are of great significance. Until you possess sufficient strength, they must not be disclosed to outsiders. Understood. Master, I shall take my leave now. After taking a bath, she sat in meditation to restore her energy. Previously, during her cultivation, only white, green, and red light spots had penetrated her body. But this time there were blue light spots as well. Observing the other light spots floating in the air without entering her body, she resolved to activate the remaining spiritual roots whenever opportunities arose. After regaining her energy, she exited her meditation, for she had other matters to attend to. She prepared herself a simple breakfast and then headed to her vegetable plot, intending to uproot all the crops from her 2 acres of land. Upon arriving, she realized that harvesting 2 acres alone would require some time, so she attempted to control the vegetables to uproot themselves. This way, she could both harvest and practice her control over with spiritual power. In half a day, she had gathered all the vegetables into her spatial ring. There was no time to sow the remaining seeds, for her with spiritual power had advanced. Now, she was a fledgling at the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage. Sensing her advancement, Ji Qing and Rong Xian approached her. Liao Xing and Yifan had gone out to train last month, and after seeing her, Master had mentioned something to Ji Qing before departing. Elder Qing had also not made an appearance, leaving only the 3 of them in the sect that it felt a bit desolate. Junior sister, have you advanced? Ji Qing exclaimed joyfully. Yes, my wood spiritual root is now at the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage. Yu replied that you've only been at this for a little over 4 months. Achieving the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage is quite impressive, Ji Qing remarked. Yu smiled, thinking that if not for the 2-month delay due to events with Jin Haochen, she would have likely advanced a month earlier. Given the rich spiritual energy here, if she couldn't reach advancement within a month, it would be a disservice to her heavenly spiritual root. It is worth noting that Yu Shuer, upon revisiting this cultivation method, had established her foundation in merely a year. Now, after more than 4 months, she had only reached the 3rd level, which was not particularly fast. However, she had not anticipated that Yu Shuer had previously cultivated to the peak of the foundation establishment stage before dispersing her spiritual power to recultivate. With her mindset already established, as long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, her progress would be swift. Furthermore, Yu Shuer possessed the protagonist's halo, absorbing her blood essence to enhance her constitution. Otherwise, such rapid advancement would not have been possible. By the way, junior sister, before Master departed, he instructed me to give you this token. Ji Qing produced a token of indeterminate material. With this token, you can access the library. Yu accepted the token, asking, did Master mention where to go? No, however, Master is often absent, and we have grown accustomed to it. Ji Qing replied, ditto, and Master also said that the medicinal fields are to be entrusted to you for management, and you are to handle it alone. Yu, unaware of the vast size of Taiyi Sect's medicinal fields, initially thought it was just the small patch she had seen before. It wasn't until she later witnessed the expansive fields of medicinal herbs that she was astonished by Taiyi Sect's grandeur. To her knowledge, the medicinal fields of other sects were not nearly as extensive as Taiyi Sect's. This was hidden wealth. She approached Ji Qing, saying, Senior sister, I wish to learn alchemy. Chapter 20. As a top student. She was not surprised by her success on the first attempt. This was the result of her thoughtful contemplation throughout the day. She had informed Jiang Wenji that she would earn money for him, necessitating the ability to generate income. Uncertain of the situation with Jin Haochen, she needed her own means of making money. Alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations were all excellent options, and they would serve as her means of survival in the future. She chose one and decided to begin with alchemy. With your fire and with spiritual roots, you are particularly suited for alchemy, that if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have asked you later. Ji Qing smiled, pulling out several books from her spatial ring. These are foundational books on alchemy that I retrieved from the library for you. Wow, I won't have to search for them in the library anymore. Thank you, senior sister. Ji Qing, seeing her delighted smile, reached out to ruffle her hair. Study them on your own first, and come to me with any questions you may have. Also, this alchemy furnace was what I used when I first started, but it has become unsuitable for me now that I'm giving it to you. So make sure to practice diligently. Yu nodded eagerly, saying, I will. Thank you, senior sister. I love you so much. She hugged Ji Qing briefly and then caressed the alchemy furnace with affection. Rong Xian, observing from the side, also felt a desire to reach out and tousle her hair, especially that adorable tuft of hair at the front. He longed to press it down. Senior brother. I've already harvested. Yu responded that I just used my with spiritual power to gather vegetables today, and that's how I broke through. Rongxian was astonished. Harvested? It's only been a little over a month. I heard that spirit vegetables typically take at least 3 months to mature. Yu produced a pile of spirit vegetables, explaining, my with spiritual power can accelerate their growth that I use my spiritual energy on them daily, which naturally makes them grow faster. However, my current cultivation level is still low, so the acceleration isn't as rapid as it could be. Both Rongxian and Jiqing were left speechless, especially Jiqing. As a fire and wood spiritual root practitioner herself, she was well-versed in wood spiritual power, yet she had never heard of anyone being able to stimulate growth in this manner. Perhaps this is why your spiritual energy can transform ordinary seeds into spirit seeds. Jiqing proposed. However, junior sister, your ability is too unique. It must not be displayed in front of outsiders in the future. Yu was startled and nodded vigorously. I won't say a word. I promise no one will know. She was not foolish. Had it not been for her knowledge of Taiyi Sect's members being of good character from reading novels, she would not have revealed this to them. As for outsiders, unless she wished to hide it, she wouldn't have concealed this place with a protective barrier, preventing Jean Haochen and those cooks from finding out. Yu wanted to give him a basket of spirit vegetables to take with him, but he shyly replied, I wouldn't know what to do with the spirit vegetables. How about junior sister prepares some for me, and I can enjoy a couple of meals instead? After saying this, he hurriedly left. Watching them depart and gazing at the empty land, Yu smiled, knowing that her master had bestowed upon her an incredibly precious crystal due to her being an all-attribute spiritual root. And recognizing that her senior brothers and sisters were primarily concerned for her safety upon learning of her ability to accelerate growth, she felt increasingly fond of Taiyi Sect. She hoped that the other senior brothers would be just as amiable. She was willing to consider Taiyi Sect her home and view everyone as family, striving to unravel their cursed fates. Without a water spiritual root previously, she didn't feel fatigued while watering. Now that she possessed one, she found the process of watering spoonful by spoonful to be exceedingly time-consuming. Once her water's spiritual root advanced, she would be able to utilize it for watering. How convenient. With the need to cultivate, learn alchemy, and care for the medicinal fields, she needed to meticulously plan her time, that in the subsequent days, she would meditate at night, and in the mornings as the sun rose. She would first stroll through the medicinal garden, using her with spiritual power to weed and energize the medicinal herbs. Then, from noon to afternoon, she would read. Her reading speed was rapid, coupled with an exceptional memory. Within 4 to 5 days, she had completed the books and was eager to try her hand at alchemy. Filled with anticipation, she could not resist the urge to begin experimenting with the medicinal herbs in the garden the following morning. She chose the simplest first-grade blood-stopping pill. The Bai Shui Dan. This pill required only a few types of medicinal materials, just 7, and did not take long to refine, typically completed within half an hour. It was an introductory level pill for alchemists, with many alchemists crafting it as their first pill. The alchemy book Jiqing had given her explained the refining process in great detail. Before starting, Yu visualized the entire process in her mind and then began the refinement. She ignited the furnace to preheat it, then added the medicinal materials one by one, extracting their essence. Once she had extracted the essence, she enveloped it with her with spiritual power and began infusing it with spiritual energy according to the instructions in the book, allowing the essence to merge and condense into a pill. She followed each step meticulously, encountering no significant issues along the way. Unlike the explosive incidents described in novels, she faced none of that. After a little over half an hour, Yu caught a faint fragrance of medicine. Is this it? She did not immediately open the furnace but waited a while longer, and upon detecting the scent described in the book, she extinguished the flames beneath the furnace, controlling her spiritual power. She opened the lid of the alchemy furnace, and a richer fragrance wafted out. Peering inside, she was astonished to find 5 round, plump pills nestled within, obediently lying there to as a top student. She was not surprised by her success on the first attempt. Each step in the recipe had been clearly outlined. She simply followed the instructions one by one, however, due to her lack of familiarity, she still made some minor errors along the way. The only uncertainty remained. What grade were these pills? As a novice, she was unable to discern the situation. Why not consult senior sister? Suggested a voice. She collected her alchemical furnace and made her way to Jiqing's mountain peak. Recently, Jiqing had been preoccupied with matters concerning the sect. With Master and Elder Qing absent, she had assumed the role of the sect's administrator. Upon reaching Ji Qing's courtyard, she refrained from entering impulsively and instead called out softly from outside, "Senior sister." The defensive array of the courtyard dissipated, and Ji Qing's voice followed suit. "Little junior sister, come in." You enter to find Ji Qing organizing medicinal herbs in the courtyard. Chapter 21. Where did this oddity come from? Upon seeing her, Ji Qing inquired, "Little junior sister, do you have something to discuss?" "I have a small matter I wish to consult senior sister about." Yu replied, "It pertains to alchemy. Did I ask there's something unclear in your readings?" Ji Qing asked that I have finished reading the book. Yu replied, "Finished it? So soon?" Ji Qing exclaimed, "Ah, it has been quite a few days." Yu did not perceive her reading as particularly swift that I wish to ask. Is it considered a lot or a little to produce 5 by Shui Dan in one session? Ji Qing assumed her inquiry stemmed from mere curiosity that Bi Shui Dan is a first-grade elixir with commendable hemostatic properties. However, its success rate is not particularly high. For a novice, producing 1 to 2 elixirs from a single furnace is typical. A more experienced alchemist might yield 5 to 7. Yi remarked, finding this not too daunting. "Why is the success rate so low? Are you considering attempting to refine by Shui Dan?" Ji Qing chuckled. "You're not yet ready. Once your attribute spiritual energy reaches the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage, you may attempt the refinement. Must I reach the 4th level of Qi refinement to begin?" Indeed, the refinement of elixirs requires with spiritual energy for assistance. Anything below the 4th level lacks sufficient with spiritual energy to condense the elixir. Additionally, the mental energy at the 3rd level is insufficient. Ji Qing replied that I provided you with the alchemical texts so you could study them in your free time. Once you reach the 4th level of Qi refinement, you may try your hand at it. But I have already managed to refine some. Yu exclaimed, producing her by Shui Dan's senior sister. "Take a look." Ji Qing was astonished, accepting the jade vial and examining its contents. 5 by Shui Dan spilled forth. "Did you refine all of these?" "Yes," Yu nodded. "Senior sister, I am unsure how to determine the grade of these elixirs. Could you take a look and see if they are graded?" Elixirs, much like spirit stones, are classified as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and premium. Premium elixirs are quite rare nowadays. There are even lower grades known as non-graded, which possess poor efficacy and high toxicity, making them unsellable. They are graded. Ji Qing stated, 3 are mid-grade and 2 are low-grade. Mid-grade. Yi was taken aback. "Are you certain, senior sister?" Without a doubt, Ji Qing would not mistake the grading of elixirs. She set aside 3 of them, saying, "These 3 are mid-grade. Observe, there is a discernible difference between them and the 2 low-grade ones." Ji Qing pointed out several distinguishing features, and Yu was able to perceive the differences. The simplest way to identify is by the fragrance. Mid-grade elixirs have a significantly more pleasant aroma than low-grade ones. Currently, you lack experience, but with time and practice, you will be able to differentiate them merely by scent. Yu nodded, feeling quite pleased with her ability to produce mid-grade elixirs on her first attempt. "How many successful attempts have you made?" "Just 1. This is my first batch of elixirs." Yu replied, "Since it was my first, I wasn't very familiar with the process, so there were a few minor mistakes. Otherwise, all 5 should have been mid-grade." Ji Qing. She found it hard to believe. When she had been praised by Elder Qing for her exceptional talent, she had been in her 40s before she could refine 4-grade elixirs. A clear testament to her abilities. Most others her age could only manage 3-grade elixirs at best. Even so, she had wasted 3 batches of materials and had 2 explosions before finally producing 3 low-grade by Shui Dan. For little junior sister to succeed on her first attempt with 3 mid-grade elixirs, where had this prodigy come from? Could you refine another batch for me to observe? Ji Qing suggested. Of course. Yu reflected on the minor errors from her first attempt and was eager to refine another batch. Thus, she readily agreed to Ji Qing's request. During her second attempt, her movements were far more fluid than before. However, Ji Qing could still tell she was a novice. Even the initial warming of the furnace was different from that of a typical alchemist, while others would start with a small flame to gradually increase the furnace temperature. She immediately enveloped the furnace in a roaring blaze, only adjusting the flame once the furnace was warmed. Yet seeing Yu's earnestness, Ji Qing refrained from correcting her, deciding to wait until the process was complete. Following the same procedure as before, Yu corrected her previous errors, and after concluding the session, 5 elixirs lay within the furnace. "Senior sister, look, still 5. Yu exclaimed joyfully. "Are all 5 mid-grade?" Ji-Ching merely needed a glance to ascertain that all 5 were indeed mid-grade. Nodding in affirmation. Indeed, all are mid-grade. After a brief pause, she praised, "Little junior sister is truly remarkable. To succeed on your first attempt with such a high yield of mid-grade elixirs." Yu felt a bit shy. "I merely followed the recipe meticulously, that as long as I don't make any mistakes, success should be attainable. Right?" Ji-Ching, that not only was little junior sister gifted, but she was also remarkably humble. As Yu beheld the finished elixirs, her interest in alchemy deepened, and she wished to continue refining. Alas, her current mental energy was insufficient, and after 2 batches, she felt fatigued. Ji-Ching observed this and remarked, "Your cultivation level is still relatively low. Managing to refine 2 batches at once is commendable. Generally, those at the 3rd level of Qi refinement lack the mental energy to support even 1 batch of refinement. It is unwise to push yourself too hard as your cultivation improves. So will your mental energy." That understood. Ji-Ching noted that Yu displayed no signs of arrogance. She found herself reflecting on her little junior sister's commendable mindset. Her heart ached. Had it not been for the numerous tribulations she had faced, which matured her beyond her peers, she might not have been so grounded. Yu felt elated as well, but having previously been a scholar, her achievements in academics merely brought her joy without leading to arrogance. After all, she was no longer a child. That in her 3rd attempt, she still produced 5 mid-grade elixirs. To her astonishment, in her 4th attempt, she discovered that one of them was high-grade. Ecstatic yet puzzled, she pondered how, despite following the alchemical formula closely and maintaining similar steps, her results improved with each batch. After some contemplation, she concluded that her growing familiarity with the refinement process allowed her to control it with greater ease. Achieving a 100% success rate, was it possible that the elixir was simply too easy to refine? Perhaps the limited number of attempts skewed the probability. For the next 2 days, she secluded herself at home, completing the remaining batches. Chapter 22, Senior Sister. If someone bullies me in the future, that'd be why the time she concluded her final batch, she had succeeded in producing solely high-grade elixirs. Gazing at the pile of elixirs before her, she scratched her head. This elixir must be quite easy to refine. She did not perceive herself as particularly exceptional. She merely considered the elixir too simple. She planned to gather different medicinal herbs the following day to experiment with other elixirs. The reality proved that her talent for alchemy was indeed extraordinary. Even with more complex elixirs, as long as they were 1st grade, she achieved a 100% success rate. Initially, most of her attempts yielded low-grade elixirs. But as she became more familiar with the process, her final results were consistently high-grade. Refining elixirs, it seemed, was not as daunting as the author had portrayed. Yu had initially wished to continue practicing, but Ji-Ching's words caused her to reconsider. "You will inevitably need to venture out and gain experience, but if you encounter rare medicinal herbs and fail to recognize them, it would be a great loss." Yu reflected on this. Her understanding of the world was limited to alchemy and cultivation, and venturing out without broader knowledge would render her ill-equipped. After all, within the entire realm of cultivation, one could stumble upon valuable treasures at any turn. Thus, she resolved to pause her alchemical endeavors and instead visit the library. Her first priority was to peruse all the books on medicinal herbs to ensure she would not overlook any rare varieties in the future. Beyond herbs, she intended to study texts on other precious materials and the fundamentals of cultivation. Previously indifferent to such topics, she now found herself unable to stop reading. Naturally, she could not neglect her cultivation or alchemy, nor could she ignore her agricultural duties. Consequently, she structured her days meticulously, often disappearing from sight for 10 days to half a month. That, of course, she did not immerse herself in study alone. She insisted on bringing Ji-Ching along. "Senior sister, with my apparent talent, what if I attract jealousy and hostility when I venture out? Our sect has so few members. You must protect me." "I will certainly protect you," Ji-Ching assured her. "However, what if you encounter someone formidable and cannot prevail?" Thus, senior sister, you must not only focus on alchemy, but also strive to enhance your own cultivation, correct? Indeed, you are right. She stuffed a swordsmanship book into Ji-Ching's hands. "Senior sister, I found this sword technique in the library. It seems well suited for you. Why not give it a try?" Sword techniques. Ji-Ching cringed. Practicing swordsmanship seemed exhausting. Yu gazed at her with her glistening large eyes and said, "Senior sister, if anyone bullies me in the future." Under her earnest look, Ji Qing found herself utterly defenseless, gritting her teeth as she replied, "I will train. You are truly wonderful, senior sister. Let us practice together for 2 hours each day. 2 hours? Ji Qing exclaimed. Senior sister, if anyone bullies me in the future. All right then, 2 hours it is. To protect my junior sister, I must strive to enhance my abilities. Senior sister, I adore you, Yu exclaimed, leaping forward to embrace Ji Qing. Rubbing her face against her chest, that is so soft, so comfortable. Ji Qing's talent for alchemy was beyond reproach, and her cultivation level was not low either. However, much of her cultivation was bolstered by elixirs, leaving her with insufficient practical experience and combat prowess. Reflecting on how she had been killed by a 4th-level demon beast while gathering medicinal herbs for Yu Shuer, Yu felt an urgent desire to elevate her combat skills. She did not aspire to become a sword cultivator like the 3rd senior brother, but learning more sword techniques could certainly enhance her fighting capabilities. Initially, her sword practice was solely to accompany Ji Qing, but soon she discovered the joy in it herself, becoming increasingly enthusiastic about their daily training. Exhausted and on the verge of giving up, Ji Qing would pick up her sword again upon witnessing Yu's tireless efforts. When Rongxian completed the formation research and delivered it to Yu, he was unaware of her whereabouts. Later, when he inquired with Ji Qing, he found she was also missing. The entire Taiyi Sect was enveloped in silence. From the outside, it was impossible to discern the presence of a sect. Who did not know that the senior sister had a slight obsession with cleanliness? Seeing her in such a state startled him into asking, "Senior sister, has someone come to trouble the sect?" "No," Ji Qing waved her hand dismissively, sitting down at her seat, "that I was just bested by my junior sister." "Your junior sister can defeat you?" "Yes, she suggested we compare our skills without using spiritual power." She was baffled. Despite Yu's petite stature and their simultaneous practice, how could she force her into such a predicament without employing spiritual energy? Rongxian was taken aback. "Your junior sister asked you to practice swordplay?" "No, it was my junior sister who trained with me." Ji Qing covered her face, feeling embarrassed at being unable to best her junior. By the way, just as Rongxian was about to speak, the entrance formation activated. Ji Qing made a few gestures, and a scene from the sect's entrance appeared before them. Rongxian frowned. "Why is he here again? Has he discovered the secret of my junior sister's pregnancy?" Regardless, they welcomed the visitor inside. Jin Chaochen wasted no time, and upon seeing Yu, directly stated his purpose for coming. "Sister, I know of a small secret realm that is about to open. Would you like to go and take a look?" A secret realm? Yu's eyes sparkled. She adored such places, as novels often depicted secret realms teeming with treasures. "Yes, the Sanyuan secret realm, which you should be familiar with." Daoist Rong, Jin Chaochen continued. "Sanyuan secret realm?" Yu exclaimed in astonishment at the name. Jin Chaochen, mistaking her surprise for curiosity, explained, "Indeed, the Sanyuan secret realm is quite ancient and can only be accessed by those at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage or below." Yu nodded. She had encountered such settings in novels and was not unfamiliar with them. The Sanyuan secret realm opened approximately every 15 years, with varying entrances each time, due to its frequent occurrences. The treasures within were not overly abundant. Rongxian interjected, "Sixth senior brother, have you been there?" "I went 15 years ago," Rongxian replied. "At that time, I was still at the 3rd layer of the qi refining stage, accompanying senior sister and the others. However, we did not reap significant rewards on that occasion. Indeed, while the treasures within are not plentiful now, it serves as an excellent training ground for those just beginning their cultivation journey." Jin Chaochen stated, "So, sister, will you go?" Chapter 23. A soul resides within her body. Absolutely. "We must go," Yu instinctively replied. Realizing her enthusiasm might have been excessive, she scratched the back of her head and chuckled. "I haven't been out since I joined, and I want to broaden my horizons." Jin Chaochen and Rongxian both laughed, recognizing her youthful exuberance. "However, it was essential to consult senior sister first," Rongxian remarked. "If we are to go, we must act swiftly. The entrance will soon open." Jin Chaochen added, "Let's hurry and inform senior sister before we set out." Yu eagerly tugged at Rongxian, heading towards Ji Qing. The Sanyuan secret realm was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. While she was unaware of the specifics of other secret realms, the Sanyuan secret realm had been prominently featured in the book she read. The entire narrative was told from Yu Shuer's perspective, and it was the first place she ventured for training. The realm was home to numerous low-level demon beasts and medicinal herbs of modest age, making it an excellent location for honing one's skills. What thrilled Yu even more was that Yushware had once contracted a pure-blooded Dapeng within it, which later became a valuable means of transportation for her. That Dapeng was of considerable rank, already at the 3rd level, corresponding to the Golden Core stage, and was one of the 2 4th-level demon beasts present in the secret realm. Normally, such a level would be unattainable for a novice. Yet, due to Yushware's protagonist aura, she fortuitously encountered a Dapeng and a Tungsha that had both suffered severe injuries in battle. By the time she arrived, both were incapacitated and on the brink of death. She recognized the Dapeng's flying capabilities and seized the opportunity to contract it while it was weak, utilizing a domineering method that ensured even if the Dapeng regained its strength, it would not bear any ill will towards her. Afterward, when Yushware encountered a more powerful Qingluan, she neglected the Dapeng and ultimately assigned it an impossible task, leading to its demise during that assignment. Following its death, the male protagonist remarked that its cultivation no longer matched hers and was of no further use, suggesting it relinquish its position for a different spirit beast. Yushware also leveraged her past relationship with the Dapeng to gain numerous advantages within that race as for the individual who taught Yushware the contracting method. They were likely already residing within her body now. That was certainly not a benevolent entity. Indeed, Yushware was bestowed with the typical protagonist's fortune during a rest on her journey to the sect. She encountered a powerful soul that resided within her consciousness. This entity imparted vast knowledge, formidable techniques, and more, aiding her in her cultivation. She recalled an instance when Yushware encountered a highly skilled person who occupied her body, delivering a powerful strike that saved her. Yushware promised to assist him in reconstructing his body and facilitating his rebirth once she achieved ascension. Throughout her journey, she diligently sought rare materials to restore his soul. By the later stages, he was able to emerge from her body, moving freely like a ghostly cultivator. While it appeared to be a typical opportunity, the soul was anything but virtuous as the story progressed. Yushware discovered the true identity of that soul, that he was a formidable demon cultivator from 10,000 years ago, and upon gaining freedom, he began to absorb the life force of numerous individuals to enhance his own cultivation. Eventually, when Yushware uncovered his actions, he severed ties with her and became the novel's greatest antagonist, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Yushware and the male protagonist, of course. Such an exceptional being could not escape the protagonist's halo. During their time together, he developed feelings for her. His eventual failure was due to his reluctance to harm her, which allowed them to defeat him together. Contemplating the narrative's depiction of the soul consuming the lives of an entire city after leaving Yushware, Yu resolved to prevent that soul from growing stronger and to extinguish his existence while he remained vulnerable. Interestingly, Yushware would also acquire a soul-consolidating jade within the Sanyuan secret realm to assist that old ghost in solidifying some of his essence. That Jiqing was aware of the Sanyuan secret realm and understood that it posed little danger. Moreover, she recognized that Yu possessed treasures bestowed upon her by her master and senior brothers, ensuring her safe return, even if she encountered Golden Core cultivators. Thus, she consented to the expedition, excluding those in closed-door cultivation. Only the 3 of them remained in the sect. Jiqing could not leave, so she allowed Rongxian to accompany them. Rongxian, still at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, was permitted entry as well. Jin Chaochen, being at the same cultivation level, was naturally included, along with the Foundation establishment stage guardian. Given that the secret realm did not offer significant rewards, major sects typically did not arrange for their disciples to train there. Most participants were self-organized, often comprised of wandering cultivators. Therefore, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators accompanied by a Qi refinement stage novice entered the secret realm, their strength not to be underestimated. Yu and Rongxian followed Jin Chaochen to Heiyue City, where they met 2 guards awaiting their arrival. Point 1 was Wang Wei, the Foundation establishment stage pinnacle cultivator, accompanying them into the secret realm, and the other was Wang Liang, the Golden Core guard for this trip. The 2 were brothers and were also affiliated with Jin Chaochen's father. After previous events, his father was wary of allowing him to roam freely. The entrance to the Sanyuan secret realm was located in Danxia City, which was somewhat distant, but we can use our teleportation array to get there. Jin Chaochen explained to Yu. Heiyue City is so small, it doesn't have a teleportation array, does it? Yu inquired. Others may not. But Wanghua Tower does, Jin Chaochen replied. Jin Chaochen chuckled. If it weren't for the teleportation array, our supply deliveries would be quite troublesome. However, the teleportation arrays have never been opened to the public before. It is only due to the Taiyi Sect being Jin Chaochen's savior that we enjoy such privileges. Naturally, Huiyue City is rather small, and Danxia City isn't particularly large either. The two cities lack a direct teleportation array. Fortunately, there is a large city in between, and after spending 10 days, they finally arrived at Danxia City. Chapter 24. I seem to have spotted my sister despite the 10 days seeming brief. If it had been the Taiyi Sect's airship, they would likely have taken half a year. Reflecting on the fact that other families possess numerous teleportation arrays, and contrasting that with the sluggish airship of the Taiyi Sect, she felt a renewed sense of the sect's poverty. Upon exiting the teleportation array, Wang Liang sensed the fluctuations in space and remarked, "The fluctuations are quite significant. The entrance should open within 10 days. Well, it seems we arrived just in time," Jin Chaochen said with a smile. "Little sister, the Jin family has a residence here. Let us stay there. Sure, we've already taken advantage of their teleportation array, so why not enjoy their hospitality as well?" Jin Chaochen led them to a residence, and after knocking, they were quickly welcomed inside. That moment, a group of people passed by, and one of them stopped. "Junior sister, what are you looking at? Is it the sister who went missing in the mortal realm? Wasn't it said that she went into the mountains and encountered danger?" Yu Feng was one of those who had tested in the mortal realm, and he held a favorable impression of Yu Shuer, who had been worried about her sister before her departure. Yu Shuer tilted her head slightly, disbelief in her eyes, though more so confusion. "Could it be that I misjudged? My mother said my sister went to search for medicinal herbs for father and was seen falling off a cliff. She shouldn't appear in the cultivation realm. Junior sister, it's almost dark. Let's find an inn to stay." Another senior brother, Li Yu, said that I never expected that while we were out on a mission, we would encounter the opening of the Sanyuan secret realm. And time is running short. Finding an inn now might be a bit challenging. Li brother, you brother, let's hurry and find an inn. Otherwise, we will have to sleep on the streets when night falls. All right, let's go. Yu Feng, being the most skilled among the three, was also their steadfast support. Yu was oblivious to Yu Shuer passing by. Even if she had noticed, she wouldn't have been surprised after all. The book had mentioned that she and her two senior brothers were out on a mission and happened to arrive in Danxia City, where the entrance to the Sanyuan secret realm would open. Thus, her presence in Danxia City was to be expected. "Little sister, shall we prepare some supplies at Wanghua Pavilion tomorrow?" Jin Chaochen suggested. Sure. Yu recalled how every time the book mentioned a trip to the secret realm, everyone needed to gather supplies to use within it. Without a second thought, she agreed that it wasn't until after she agreed that she remembered she didn't have much money. Moreover, it seemed she didn't need to buy anything. She had plenty of elixirs from when her senior sister gave her some upon entering, and she had received a good number more before leaving. Her fifth senior brother had given her a defensive spiritual tool that could withstand attacks below the Golden Core stage. And she had the formations provided by her sixth senior brother that if there was anything she truly lacked, it seemed to be a bit of offensive weaponry, that if she were to buy a weapon, the spiritual stones given to her by Huangfu Yuan should suffice. Wait, her master had previously gifted her an offensive weapon as a disciple's gift, but she couldn't recognize its level and hadn't studied it much. Perhaps if she researched it tonight, she might not need to purchase an offensive weapon at all. Over the next few days, she would also need to study the spiritual techniques her master had given her. Aside from the sprout technique, she could currently only conjure fireballs and condense water droplets in her palm. Living a life of ease in the sect had caused her to focus her attention elsewhere, neglecting her studies on spiritual techniques. Now that she was out in the world, it was time to pick them up. After informing Rong Xian, she returned to her room to sift through the items given by Jiang Wenji. 6 great elixirs, a robe that could withstand attacks below the nascent soul stage, several high-grade formation discs she found it. The short whip. Previously, she had not been able to discern the whip's level, but after studying it for a night, she discovered that it was at least a superior celestial artifact, that if she were to take it out, many would undoubtedly be tempted to kill for it. Initially, she thought she wouldn't need to buy a spiritual weapon, but it seemed she would still have to acquire a more ordinary one. It must be said that although her master had given her few items, they were all of exceptional quality. The next morning, she donned the robe. She couldn't tell what it was made of, as it appeared no different from ordinary clothing. This indicated that the robe's grade must not be low. Her master was truly kind. Yu felt touched. She vowed to find more good things for her master. Sister, have you gotten up? Jean Chouchen's voice echoed in the courtyard. That I'm up, that I'm preparing to make some breakfast. Jean, brother, would you like some? Sure. Jean Chouchen replied cheerfully that he had come early. His intention to mooch off her cooking was all too evident. It's been months since I've tasted the dishes made by my sister. What's wrong with indulging a bit? Although he and Rongxian had both reached the foundation establishment stage and could fast, if there was good food, why not enjoy it? After breakfast, they headed directly to Wanghua Pavilion. Wanghua Pavilion was the largest shop in Danxia City. Far surpassing that of Huyue City, Taiyi sold elixirs, spiritual tools, formations, techniques, and even well-trained spirit beasts, not to mention the extremely rare talismans. Sister, go ahead and choose. Whatever catches your eye, just let Big Brother know, and I'll get it for you. Jean Chouchen declared grandly. Indeed, he meant take, not buy. As the young master of Wanghua Pavilion, there should be no issue with obtaining something from his own store. However, Yu had no intention of taking advantage of him. Originally, Jean Chouchen had little interest in the Sanyuan's secret realm. Upon receiving the news, he thought it would be beneficial for her training, which was why he had come to inform her and accompany her into the secret realm. He had already been quite generous. How could she take his things for free? Big Brother Jean, I don't have anything in particular I want to buy. I'm just browsing, Yu replied. All right, feel free to look around. I'll go find the manager here and come back to meet you shortly, Jean Chouchen said. Okay. Big Brother Jean, you go ahead with your business. Jean Chouchen did not leave immediately. Instead, he summoned a servant to accompany her, instructing him to pay close attention to what his sister looked at and what interested her. After he left, Rongxian accompanied Yu as they strolled through Wanghua Pavilion. The first floor was the most popular area for elixirs, with shelves lined with various kinds of elixirs, though they were all low-grade. There were none above the 4th grade. There were many types of elixirs, but the best were merely of superior quality. With no exceptional ones available, you have no exceptional elixirs here? Yu inquired curiously. She wanted to see how the exceptional elixirs differed from the superior ones she refined. Miss, you jest, exceptional elixirs are quite rare on the continent now. And those available for sale are even fewer. Basically, exceptional elixirs have become a rarity, the servant replied. None? Yu was somewhat astonished, recalling that her senior sister had not mentioned the possibility of refining exceptional elixirs. It was merely stated in the sect's text that exceptional elixirs existed. She had heard that long ago there had been a fair number of exceptional elixirs, but now they were exceedingly scarce. The servant continued, however, it is said that the efficacy of exceptional elixirs is not simply double that of superior ones. As for how good they truly are, no one knows nowadays. Yu's heart stirred. The past being plentiful and the present scarce indicated a change in the overall environment. What, then, was the difference between then and now? The power of the stars. Could it be that the decrease in stellar energy has led to the rarity of exceptional elixirs? If that is the case, can stellar energy be used for refining elixirs? Rongxian felt a pang of sadness, for he had heard from his senior sister that while others could not refine exceptional elixirs, their sect had once been capable of doing so. That it was simply that those formulas had been lost. Are there no intermediate or advanced elixirs here? She asked. Elixirs above the 4th grade are on the upper floor. If the miss needs them, we can go upstairs. That no need. I was just asking, she said. She couldn't refine anything that high yet, nor did she lack elixirs. She merely wanted to see what was available here. After browsing that section, they wandered through the spiritual tools area. Yu selected a superior spiritual tool, a long sword suitable for women. She was about to head to the checkout when the servant gestured for her to wait. Let the miss finish browsing before settling the bill. That's a joke. The young master intends to gift it to the miss, so how could he let her pay? Yu thought it through and realized that if she might find something else she wanted to buy, it was best to wait. Spirit beasts and formations are on the 2nd floor. Would the miss like to take a look? All right, let's, sister. Is that really you, sister? A voice filled with surprise rang out from behind, causing Yu's body to instinctively freeze. Yu sighed internally. Just hearing that voice triggered a reflex, showcasing how much fear the original body had for it. Poor child. Sister, I heard you fell off a cliff. I thought you were in trouble. Why didn't you let the family know you were all right? Father and mother are particularly worried about you. When I left home, father was already so worried that he lost weight. Yu rolled her eyes. How was she supposed to know that the original body had fallen off a cliff? Noticing the curious gazes of those around her, some even held looks of reproach. Seriously, it's just a matter of being green tea. It's not like anyone else can't do it. Yu turned around, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Yu Shuer. Her gaze filled with grievance and pity, along with deep-seated hope. Sister, did father really worry about me after I went missing? Tears streamed down Yu's cheeks, yet her voice resonated with joy that I knew then that I was my father's legitimate daughter. He would never truly abandon me. So you were merely deceiving me when you claimed that father no longer wanted me, weren't you? Yu Shuer, taken aback by Yu's unexpected declaration, momentarily hesitated, failing to immediately counter her words, thus granting Yu the opportunity to continue. Sister, has father recovered from his illness? The stepmother said he was unwell and that I should personally venture into the mountains to gather herbs for him, as it would yield better results. However, I fell off a cliff while in the mountains, sustaining injuries and losing consciousness. After being rescued, I was taken to Mo City, where I encountered my senior brothers and sisters, and later joined the sect. Sister, even if you have joined the sect, you ought to inform the family. Otherwise, father will forever worry about you. Is it possible for a father to utter such words about his own daughter? As the crowd noticed the change in their expressions, Yu Shuer hastily remarked, how could father ever disown you? Upon learning of your disappearance, he was beside himself with worry. It then dawned on everyone that, despite being the elder sister, Yu appeared to be 3 or 4 years younger than Yu Shuer. Was it because she often went hungry and had to fend for herself? What kind of family would dare express concern for her? Sister, come with me. Let us have a proper conversation. As Yu Shuer extended her hand to pull Yu closer. Yu instinctively recoiled, her expression shifting to one of terror. Her reaction rendered those around her speechless. To make matters worse, upon seeing Yu Shuer reaching out again, she suddenly crouched down, cradling her head, and cried out, no, please don't hit me. Little junior sister. Rongxian, witnessing Yu's response, felt a pang of sympathy as he reached out to lift her up, cradling her in his arms while gently patting her back, reassuring her, fear not, little junior sister. I am here, and no one shall harm you. Rongxian's face darkened, for it was evident that Yu's reaction stemmed from having been beaten by Yu Shuer. What kind of life had she endured in the Yu family? Not only Rongxian, but everyone else had also discerned the truth, their gazes towards Yu Shuer shifting. Yu Shuer, taken aback by Yu's unexpected display, stammered in defense, I never bullied my sister. Never. Rongxian shot her a cold glare that if you had not bullied little junior sister, why would she instinctively cry out for you to stop? If the Yu family truly regarded her as a legitimate daughter, how could she appear a year older, yet look like a mere 11 or 12-year-old? Only when one is deprived of food and warmth do they grow so frail. You wouldn't suggest that she refrains from eating even when food is presented to her, would you? At sister. Jean Houchin descended from the upper floor, casting a glance at the trembling Yu, then at the tearful Yu Shuer, his eyes icy. This woman, who had feigned concern for Yu, was actually laden with accusations of her unfilial behavior for not informing the family of her journey into cultivation, causing them undue worry and seeking to incite the onlookers to condemn Yu that he saw through her clumsy act in an instant. Recalling what Ji Qing and others had said about Yu growing up in the Yu family without enough to eat, being treated worse than a servant, and that at 14, she was smaller than children of 11 or 12, he felt a surge of anger at the sight of the graceful Yu Shuer. Chapter 26. You should keep your distance from that sister of yours. That he approached Yu, saying, do not be afraid, big brother is here, and no one shall harm you again. Yu lifted her head from Rongxian's embrace, and, seeing Jean Houchin's genuine concern, cast a glance at Yu Shuer filled with disdain, her heart swelling with joy, regardless of what may transpire between Jean Houchin and Yu Shuer in the future. At least his first impression was not favorable. That it is worth noting that in the novel, Jean Houchin and Yu Shuer first met many years later, by which time Yu Shuer had already attained Golden Core status. At that time, Jean Houchin's psyche was twisted, perceiving the world as dark, and thus, upon encountering the radiant Yu Shuer, he became deeply captivated. However, now that Yu Shuer still harbored mundane concerns and had yet to become the radiant and grand Golden Core, and given that Jean Houchin had not yet succumbed to darkness, he likely would not be as infatuated with Yu Shuer as depicted in the story. She smiled shyly at Jean Houchin and said, big brother Jean, no one has harmed me. Her pale face, tear-streaked eyelashes, and forced smile painted a picture of profound vulnerability. Jean Houchin felt a deep pang of compassion. Sister. Yu Shuer, perplexed by the unfurling events and facing the accusations from those around her, looked at Yu with innocent eyes that concealed a simmering resentment. Jean Houchin, having grown up in a large family and lived for 3 or 4 decades, could easily discern the malice lurking in her gaze. Very well. We shall not linger here any longer, Jean Houchin declared, turning to the attendant from earlier to have the items Yu had shown interest in wrapped up. Yu, striving to feign the impact of Yu Shue's influence, felt reluctant to refuse and forced a thin smile, saying, "Thank you, big brother Jean. Let us depart." Rongxian took Yu's hand, while Jean Houchin positioned himself on her other side, both shielding her as they exited Wangyue Pavilion. Not a single glance was spared for Yu Shuer as they passed. Once on the beast cart, Yu expressed her apologies, saying, "I am sorry. It is all my fault for causing big brother Jean to leave without resolving everything. It is of little consequence. I merely wish to show you around Wangyue Pavilion properly," Jean Houchin replied, before adding, "However, I must advise you, despite the etiquette of not speaking ill of others behind their backs, it would be best for you to keep your distance from that sister of yours." Though she feigned concern earlier, she was consistently chastising you in her heart. The way she looked at you afterward was laced with hatred. Although she concealed it well, I observed it quite clearly. Her intentions are nefarious. Mingling with her may lead you into peril without your awareness, Jean Houchin cautioned. Yu's mouth fell agape. Jean Houchin did not merely harbor a negative impression of Yu Shuer. He appeared to detest her. She had not anticipated that their initial encounter would lead to such a stark divergence in their paths. With such sentiments, he would likely not fall for Yu Shuer. Would he? Observing her astonished expression, Jean Houchin mistook her astonishment for surprise at his words. Poking her head playfully, "Did you hear what your brother said?" Yu covered her head and nodded. "I understand. I will not associate with her. She used to bully me often, and I have not forgotten." Rongxian gently patted her head from the side, saying, "Little junior sister, Taiyi Sect will be your home from now on. Your senior brothers and sisters will treat you well. You need not dwell on the unhappiness of the past." Yu genuinely felt the warmth of Rongxian's concern and nodded with a smile. "Yes, I will also protect my senior brothers and sisters and safeguard Taiyi Sect." After Yu and her companions departed, Yu Shuer watched them leave, suddenly feeling as if something within her was draining away, leaving her with a sense of discomfort. Was it because Yu had learned to resist? With the excitement dissipated, the onlookers dispersed at Liu. Observing the tearful Yu Shuer, remarked, "Little junior sister." Yu Shuer, with tears glistening in her eyes, attempted to defend herself. "Li Shixiang, I never bullied my sister at home. Indeed, little junior sister is kind-hearted." "I believe you," Liu replied. "Shall we see what we need to purchase? The entrance to the secret realm may open at any moment. We should prepare accordingly," Yu Feng added. "Then let us heed the advice of our 2 senior brothers." Yu Feng nodded and led the way to the elixir area. He said little, but astute observers could tell that the relationship between Yu Shuer and Yu was far from harmonious. And it was evident that Yu had not fared well in the Yu family. Though Yu Shuer did not appear as favorable as before, her talent was exceptional, and she was a direct disciple of a true master. That alone sufficed. Upon returning to their quarters, Yu informed them that she wished to enter seclusion and asked not to be disturbed until the secret realm opened. She was eager to test whether she could employ the power of the stars to refine elixirs. However, Jean Houchin and Rongxian felt that her encounter with Yu Shuer had stirred painful memories, prompting her desire to seclude herself and lick her wounds, which made them feel distressed for her. Yu shut the door, braving their concerned gazes, then patted her chest. Indeed, the saying rang true: walk the path of others, and leave them no path to tread. Wasn't it merely an act of feigning vulnerability? As if anyone couldn't do that. The moment she feigned weakness, even the protagonist would falter. Yet the aftermath was somewhat overwhelming. Throughout the journey, her senior brother and big brother Jean were anxious, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Let us refine elixirs. She cast aside the events of the day, retrieved her medicinal ingredients, and began to organize them meticulously before taking out the alchemical furnace to commence her refining. This time, she intended to concoct the Bishua pill, the first elixir she had ever refined. She was well acquainted with this elixir, capable of achieving a perfect grade with a success rate of 100%, and could produce up to 7 pills. The initial steps followed the same routine as before. After placing the medicinal materials inside, she began processing them using her with spiritual energy to extract their essence. When it came time for fusion, she attempted to guide the power of the stars within her outward, directing it into the alchemical furnace. She had previously supplied the rolling energy with the power of the stars, making this step familiar to her. Controlling the stellar energy to merge with the essences, she discovered that the incorporation became smoother and more perfect with the addition of the stellar energy. It worked. Suppressing her excitement, she continued refining. When it was time to condense the elixir, she slowly infused both her with spiritual energy and the power of the stars together. After a quarter of an hour, she withdrew her hands, a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 27. The heart to kill her, she lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace, having garnered a preliminary understanding of the situation within. However, upon discovering 9 vibrant elixirs nestled inside, she couldn't help but feel a rush of astonishment. While others typically managed no more than 7, she had succeeded in producing 9. This indicated the remarkable efficacy of the starlight energy she had infused into the process. She retrieved the elixirs, 7 of superior quality, while the remaining 2 bore intricate lightning-like patterns, emitting a fragrance far more alluring than the others. The quality appeared significantly elevated. Were these perhaps supreme elixirs? She felt a twinge of uncertainty, as she had never encountered a supreme elixir before. Only experimentation would reveal the truth. She had previously tested the effects of superior elixirs, and now, placing one of the patterned elixirs on her tongue, she was instantly aware of its potent energy, far surpassing that of the second-tier hemostatic elixir her senior sister had previously provided. Not only was the potency greater, but the onset of effects was also swifter. In the event of an injury, its efficacy could be twice as rapid as that of a first-grade superior elixir. The distinctions between mid-tier and low-tier elixirs were even more pronounced. It was evident. This was undoubtedly a supreme elixir. To have produced 2 supreme elixirs on her first attempt with starlight energy filled her with elation. Gazing at the remaining elixir, she found its patterns increasingly captivating. After reveling in her success for a while, her stomach grumbled, prompting her to enjoy a serving of grilled second-tier beast ribs, followed by a spirit fruit and a cup of spirit tea. After a moment of meditative respite to calm her mind, she prepared to begin her next batch of materials. This time, she first nourished the ingredients with starlight energy, then integrated it throughout the entire refining process. She discovered that the presence of starlight energy made the extraction of the essence from the materials far more intuitive, yielding a superior quality of essence than before. Excluding the initial time spent nourishing the ingredients, her overall refining duration was reduced by a quarter. Upon completion, she rubbed her small hands together, brimming with joy. The starlight energy was indeed remarkable. Now, it was time to witness the results. She lifted the lid once more, revealing 9 elixirs still resting within the furnace, for supreme elixirs adorned with patterns and 5 of superior quality. It seemed that producing supreme elixirs was indeed a challenging endeavor. She shook her head, clearly falling short of her expectations. Should any other alchemist hear her lament, they would undoubtedly wish to strike her down. Having crafted 2 supreme elixirs on her first attempt, and now 4 in her second batch, how could she still claim it was difficult? Yu stored the elixirs away, this time feeling less exuberant than before. As she prepared for her next batch, she realized her mental energy was adequate, but her internal with spirit energy was lacking. Unfortunately, the supreme elixirs consumed far more spiritual energy than ordinary ones. Observing the increasing number of bottles containing supreme elixirs, Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy and motivation. Before setting out, she had advanced her with spirit energy to level 5, her fire spirit energy to level 4, while her water spirit energy lagged behind at merely level 1. This was largely due to her focus on alchemy and studying in the past 2 months, limiting her time for cultivation. Even so, achieving level 5 and 4 within just half a year of entry had astonished Ji Qing and the others. For those of average talent, it might take 8 to 10 years to reach the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Even the gifted needed 3 to 4 years. Those extraordinary prodigies, like Yu Shuai from her past life, who underwent physical modifications, took 2 years to reach that pinnacle. Yu's cultivation speed indicated that reaching the peak of the Qi refinement stage within 2 years was entirely feasible. The key was that her cultivation time was not extensive. She often spent time researching recipes, refining elixirs, and reading. Had she devoted herself entirely to cultivation, achieving peak status within a year would have been well within her grasp. Moreover, she was dual element. who was unaware that dual-element cultivation required double the time compared to single-element. If they knew she had also awakened a water element, their astonishment would only deepen. Many revered single-element cultivators would be favored due to their rapid advancement. Yu found the process of alchemy far from tedious. She had not stepped outside for several days, causing great concern for Rongxian and Jin Haochen. They worried she might be feeling isolated within her chamber and contemplated coaxing her out. However, upon spotting the Do Not Disturb sign hanging at the door, they hesitated, fearing they might intrude on her seclusion. Fortunately, the entrance was about to open, allowing them to summon her without hesitation. Just as Rongxian raised his hand to knock, the door swung open, revealing Yu, slender as a sprout. "Senior brother," Yu exclaimed with delight. Rongxian appraised her, noting she hadn't lost weight. Though her energy seemed somewhat diminished, her eyes sparkled as brightly as ever. She appeared to be in good spirits. Little junior sister has returned to her routine within the sect. How wonderful! He smiled at Yu, saying, "The entrance to the 3 Yuan secret realm is about to open. I came to invite you to join us." "All right." Yu removed the Do Not Disturb sign from the door and stowed it in her spatial ring. "Let us depart." Jin Haochen joined them, immediately assessing Yu's condition. Noticing her fatigue, he remarked, "Wang Liang mentioned that the entrance is located at the nearby Wanshou Mountain. Judging by the fluctuations, it should take another 2 days. We might as well head over early and wait." "Sounds good." Once outside the city, Wang Liang produced a flying ship, enlarging it with a surge of spiritual energy. Once Jin Haochen led everyone aboard, he piloted the vessel toward Wanshou Mountain. Yu stood on the deck. Watching the scenery rapidly recede, she marveled at the wealth of the Jin family, noting how even their guards possessed such luxurious flying ships. Unbeknownst to her, this ship was a special gift from old Master Jin to Wang Liang, intended to ensure his grandson could escape should he encounter peril once more. Naturally, Jin Haochen must have access to even better vessels. Due to the ship's remarkable speed, Yu observed numerous individuals who had departed before them being left in their wake. When they finally arrived, the entrance was surprisingly devoid of crowds. Chapter 28. You troublesome thing Schwer, such was the nature of secret realm entrances, while one could sense their general vicinity in advance. The precise location remained elusive until the final days. Upon disembarking from the flying ship, they spotted a few scattered tents. These individuals likely resided in Wanshou Mountain prior, allowing them to arrive swiftly. Jin Haochen, a connoisseur of comfort, did not settle for a mere simple tent like the others. Instead, he produced a model of a small courtyard. Yu glanced at it, recognizing it as a portable courtyard similar to their own, albeit smaller and with fewer rooms, lacking the grandeur bestowed by their master. With a surge of spiritual energy, the courtyard expanded. Noticing Yu's keen interest, Jin Haochen smiled and explained, "This is a type of spiritual artifact. It serves no significant purpose aside from providing a comfortable dwelling while in the wilderness." Yu was well aware of its nature, as every member of Taiyi Sect possessed too. "Is this item quite common?" she inquired. "Certainly not," Jin Haochen chuckled. "Such courtyards are difficult to refine and require a rare primary material, making them quite scarce in circulation. Typically, only the leaders of major sects or prominent figures from illustrious families possess them." Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. "So rare indeed." She glanced at Rongxian, who appeared equally taken aback, clearly unaware of the rarity of the courtyard their master had provided them. "It seems our master can only refine such sacred artifacts. There is something special about this. This courtyard has enough rooms for each of us. Little sister, please choose a room." Jin Haochen encouraged Yu selected a room at random, while Rongxian and Jin Haochen, in perfect harmony, opted for the rooms on either side. "I'll rest for a bit to recover my mental energy," she informed them. She had only refined 2 batches of elixirs prior to her seclusion, resulting in considerable mental fatigue. As they were about to enter the secret realm, it was vital to restore her optimal state. "Go ahead. I'll activate the formation so you won't be disturbed," Jin Haochen assured her. Understanding this, Yu felt at ease as she retreated to rest. Upon entering her room, she realized the emptiness of the space, recalling that such courtyards lacked furnishings. She retrieved a travel set prepared by her senior sister, complete with a bed and bedding. Indeed, she intended to indulge in a well-deserved sleep, having not rested adequately for quite some time. Though she felt no fatigue, the moment she lay down, she fell into a deep slumber almost instantly. During her repose, a steady stream of individuals arrived. The prime location had been ostentatiously claimed by Jean Houchin's courtyard, prompting others to set up camp in the surrounding area. When Yu Shuer, Yu Feng, and Li Yu arrived, they were greeted by the distinctive courtyard, prompting their curiosity. What is that courtyard doing there? Who has the capacity to carry such a large space in their storage bag? Little junior sister, this is a type of spiritual artifact. Li Yu explained that I witnessed the young master use one during a previous expedition. However, at that time, due to the multitude of companions, he, as an outer sect disciple, lacked the qualification to reside within. Recalling the young master Duanmu Haoyin, Yu Shuer couldn't help but reflect on his striking appearance, his aloof demeanor, and the smile he had bestowed upon her during their last encounter in the sect, causing her heart to flutter. He had never smiled at anyone else in such a manner. Just a glance had ensnared her heart. Originally, he was meant to accompany them on this mission, but at the last moment, he chose to enter seclusion for some insights. How she wished he were here. It would have provided ample opportunity to nurture their relationship along the journey. Such courtyards must be rare, right? She inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Indeed, only the affluent or noble can afford them. Li Yu replied that I've heard that within our sect, even a few elders do not possess one each. Yu Shuer cast a lingering glance towards the courtyard, pondering whether it was a realm of affluence and nobility. At that moment, Jean Houchin emerged from the courtyard, followed closely by Wang Wei and Wang Liang. Upon seeing Jean Houchin, a jolt of surprise coursed through her. How could it be him? She recalled his defense of Yu Yu. When had Yu Yu encountered such an individual? Young Master Jean, you have arrived as well. A man clad in a green robe approached Jean Houchin, their familiarity evident. Luo Daoyu, Jean Houchin nodded in acknowledgement. Young Master Jean, the San Yuan secret realm opens frequently now, and there is little of value left. With your esteemed status, why would you still wish to go? I am merely accompanying my sister for some amusement. Young Master Jin's sister is indeed fortunate to have such a wonderful brother. This compliment elicited a broader smile from Jean Houchin. The man was likely the young master of Wangyue Pavilion, a scion of the Jean family. As Yu Feng noted that he is the young master of Wangyue Pavilion, Yu Shuer was astounded. She had gained some understanding of the significance of Wangyue Pavilion during her descent from the mountain. It could be said that the head of Wangyue Pavilion, Jean Houchin's father, stood on equal footing with her own master. They were among the most prestigious sects. Moreover, the Jean family was extraordinarily wealthy. How could someone of such stature be so closely associated with Yu Yu? The memory of his protective gaze towards Yu Yu ignited a tide of jealousy within Yu Shuer. At that moment, she was merely a 14-year-old girl, unable to temper her emotions or her gaze. When Jean Houchin sensed a scrutinizing gaze directed at him, he turned to find her eyes twisted with jealousy, a sight he deemed quite unbecoming. Jealous of him? Such a thought was preposterous. Jean Houchin surmised the source of her envy. It was merely the notion that Yu Yu, who was regarded as less than a servant within the Yu family, could maintain such a close relationship with him. However, upon meeting Jean Houchin's gaze, Yu Shuer instantly transformed her expression, concealing her resentment and donning a sweet smile. Jean Houchin frowned. It must be acknowledged that preconceived impressions can indeed alter the trajectories of two individuals. Thus, when Yu Yu finally awoke, she was met with Jean Houchin's hesitating expression. Observing Yu Yu's cheerful demeanor, he decided against voicing any troubling thoughts, reasoning that she had only just regained her spirits and should not be burdened with negativity. You, troublesome entity, Shuer remained silent. However, after dinner, as Yu Yu stepped out for a stroll, she inevitably encountered that troublesome presence. Sister, you have come as well. Yu Shuer's cheerful voice chimed from the side, as if their prior discord had never occurred. The protagonist is transformed into an incessant attachment. Fortunately, someone called out to her, preventing her from rushing over immediately. Yu Yu rolled her eyes and quietly remarked to Jean Houchin, Brother Jean, do you possess any means of recording images? Indeed, I have several memory stones. I can gift you a couple. Jean Houchin replied, producing 2 inconspicuous stones and placing them in Yu Yu's hand. What do you intend to do with these? Chapter 29. She intends to seize the protagonist's opportunities. Memory stones? The book did not mention them. Jean Houchin continued casually, leading Yu Yu to believe such items were commonplace. Once Jean Houchin noted that she accepted the stones, he inquired, what purpose do you have for them? They are seldom utilized to guard against green tea. Yu Yu stated. When When I was younger, my father was not entirely distrustful of me, but after my sister's attempts to sabotage me several times, he ceased to acknowledge me. Yu explained, from now on, I shall record every encounter with her using the memory stones, lest she plots against me again. Without evidence, I would be left to suffer in silence. Jin Haochen, intrigued, asked, What is Huanglian? It is a particularly bitter medicinal herb, Dado. Jin Haochen nodded, recognizing that some individuals delight in playing the innocent victim, despite their own misdeeds. Brother Jin understands correctly. Jin Haochen glanced at Yu Shuer, realizing that she epitomized such behavior. Your current supply is insufficient. I shall procure a few more for you. Brother Jin, how do you possess so many? Yu was taken aback, wondering if he had frequently employed them in the past. How could that be? Is your brother Jin that sort of person? Jin Haochen swiftly retorted, These are merely remnants that Wangyue Pavilion could not sell. I had forgotten about them after collecting them once. This item is hardly sought after. Should you desire more, I shall gather them for you later. All right. Thank you, Brother Jin. Yu graciously accepted, believing them to be inexpensive, and patted his shoulder earnestly, saying, Brother Jin, remember to use these when the time comes. What use do they serve? What do you mean they are without use? If you had recorded the events leading up to your attempted assassination, you would have had evidence to identify those behind it. Yu articulated. Jin Haochen was momentarily taken aback. He had never contemplated this matter before. Yu was right. Had he recorded those moments, it would have provided substantial evidence against those individuals in the future. Unfortunately, he had been preoccupied with fleeing, and the gravity of the situation had overshadowed any thoughts of documentation. Sister is correct. Memory stones are indeed valuable and should not be left to gather dust. Brother Jin, are these easy to find? Yu inquired, envisioning stashing several hundred in her spatial ring for emergencies. Jin Haochen immediately grasped her intent, casting a sympathetic glance her way. Poor girl, she must have suffered greatly in the past to remain so vigilant. However, these memory stones are not easily found. The few you possess account for 1/3 of the entire stock at Wangyue Pavilion. Other merchants likely have even less. Jin Haochen replied candidly. Nonetheless, they are reusable. One simply needs to erase the previously recorded images. That is a matter of insufficient memory. One can only store one image at a time. Yet having some is better than none. Then I express my gratitude to you. Brother Jin, Yu collected the memory stones, just as Yu Shuer concluded her conversation with the man and approached Yu. Jin Haochen instinctively stepped forward to shield Yu. Do you have something to say? Young Master Jin, I wish to inquire if my sister intends to enter the secret realm as well. Of course. Jin Haochen regarded her question as trivial. Why else would they be here? Yu sensed Jin Haochen's impatience and, observing his demeanor, perceived that the likelihood of his affection for Yu Shuer had diminished considerably. Brother, you are doing great. Jin Haochen's tone was somewhat brusque, causing Yu Shuer to shrink back slightly, her expression teetering on the brink of tears. Exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability that instinctively invoked a protective instinct in others. Tiske, she truly embodies the protagonist that, oh wait, she is still merely a roadside sprout. Although she had grown considerably over the past 6 months. She remained diminutive compared to her peers, a slender little sprout. The comparison was disheartening. Despite Yu Shuer appearing woeful, Jin Haochen harbored a bias against her, automatically filtering out her alluring exterior, leaving his gaze unchanged. Realizing her tactic had failed, Yu Shuer tilted her body to address Yu, sister. Regardless of our past, we are family. In the current cultivation world, our bond is the closest. Yu responded with a roll of her eyes. Upon witnessing Yu's reaction, Yu Shuer nearly faltered in delivering her next words. After a brief pause, she steadied her breath and continued, Sister, we have yet to explore this secret realm. Why not enter together for mutual support? No need. I have my 6th senior brother and Brother Jin. Yu firmly declined. What a joke. She intended to seize the protagonist's opportunities. How could she do so alongside Yu Shuer, with the protagonist's fortune at stake? Should they stumble upon treasures, she would undoubtedly find herself overshadowed by the protagonist's aura. Thus, her plan was to head straight to the treasure's location upon entering, seizing the initiative. Accompanying Yu Shuer, such a notion was utterly preposterous. Not only would they not journey together, but she also intended to keep her distance once inside. Yu had firmly resolved that, regardless of Yu Shuer's arguments, she would not relent. maintaining her silence behind Jean Houchen. Very well. Jean Houchen replied curtly and turned away, entirely neglecting to offer any parting pleasantries to Yu Shuer. Meanwhile, Yu offered a word of caution to Yu Shuer. Sister, the secret realm is perilous. Stay close to your senior brother. Jean Houchen took Yu's hand and departed, leaving Yu Shuer to ponder Jean Houchen's consistently unfavorable demeanor, which left her expression sour. Junior sister, what did you discuss with them? Did the Yu bully you? Li Yu approached, noticing her troubled countenance with concern. Yu Shuer forced a smile, saying, Sister did not bully me. I merely wished to invite her to enter the secret realm together. But she declined that I am somewhat worried about her safety within Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She is merely at the first level of chi refinement. If not for your connection as her sister, who would want to enter the secret realm with someone at that level? And she rejected your invitation. Is she out of her mind? Yu Shuer appeared even more distressed, placing a hand over her chest and feigning a struggle to regain her composure, which only elicited more sympathy from Li Yu. Chapter 30. The Dark Spots in the Beast Meat. Junior sister, you both began your cultivation journeys simultaneously. You are now at the fourth level of chi refinement, while she remains at the first. Her talent is vastly inferior to yours. The senior brother remarked pragmatically, You are the direct disciple of a true master, endowed with a singular innate spiritual root. Your future is boundless, and she is destined to lag behind you. Do not let her impede your progress. With tears welling in her eyes, Yu Shuer replied, But she is my sister, yet she does not regard you as a sibling. Yu Shuer stiffened momentarily, seemingly reluctant to accept this reality. She opened her mouth, but uttered nothing. That Liu sighed at her demeanor. Younger sister Yu, once you embark on the path of cultivation, you must sever worldly ties. She bit her lip and lamented. That young Master Jean truly treats Yu well. Everyone used to revolve around her, showering her with affection, while Yu was the one overlooked and scorned. Why has it changed in the realm of cultivation? Yu was aware that Yu Shuer and the others were camping not far outside the courtyard, so she refrained from venturing out. Brother Jean, how much for those recording stones? I'll pay you. Just a few recording stones. Do you really think I would accept your money? Jean Houchen playfully tapped her on the head, slightly annoyed. But you didn't charge me for the long sword last time. Why would you charge for these? Yu said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Enough, I don't need your few spirit stones. If you truly wish to express gratitude, how about preparing something delicious for me? Sure. Yu pondered for a moment, then presented 2 jade vials. Brother Jean, these are the spirit-enhancing pills and the snowy jade pills I concocted. They are both first-tier elixirs. Though not as fine as those you possess, they are a token of my sincerity. Please do not disdain them. Jean Houchen recognized that this sister was not one to take advantage of others, and thus graciously accepted her offering. Despite her modest cultivation, her ability to refine elixirs was commendable. Even low-grade elixirs were a manifestation of her goodwill, that he chose not to inspect them further, lest their inferior grade embarrass her. Seeing him accept the elixirs, Yu no longer felt concerned about the spirit stones and decided to utilize the remaining time to prepare some food. However, while organizing her ingredients, she discovered that the beast meat she had previously purchased was gone. She slapped her forehead. Brother Jean is a carnivore at heart. Surely, I need some meat to treat him. She pondered, asking if he had any. Jean Houchen had no uncooked beast meat available, as he was not adept at cooking and had brought only prepared dishes from Wanghua Tower, raw meat. He was reluctant to dirty his spatial ring. That works too. Some parts of the beast could be consumed raw, and as the young master of Wanghua Tower, Jean Houchen was well acquainted with which beasts were safe to eat uncooked. He procured a piece of meat from a rattlesnake and a chunk from a giant bull beast. The beasts in this world bore some resemblance to those on Earth, yet were not entirely the same. For instance, the giant bull beast was twice the size of an earthly cow and sported a curled horn atop its head, lending it an endearing appearance. Yet its massive body and powerful limbs indicated that it was formidable. However, Jean Houchen declared, the meat of the giant bull beast is exquisite, that he sliced off a piece weighing nearly 20 pounds from the bull beast's belly and cut a 10-pound portion from the rattlesnake near its midsection, stating, these cuts can be consumed without purification. Yu observed the remaining meat with curiosity and used her spiritual sense to scan it, discovering numerous black spots within. She inquired, Brother Jean, is it true that we cannot consume beast meat because of these black spots? Indeed, Those black spots are violent factors that linger in the meat even after cooking, that if ingested, they can accumulate and provoke spiritual chaos within the body. Jean Houchen explained, the role of a purification master is to eliminate those black spots. How do purification masters achieve that? It's no secret. They use mutated wood spiritual energy to consume the black spots. Jean Houchen replied, only those with a mutated wood spiritual root can accomplish this. Which is why I did not provide you with the purification method. To possess a mutated wood spiritual root, that perhaps I could. Yu mused, eyeing the meat with increasing interest. Brother Jean, may I purchase the remaining meat from you? Purchase? Just take it if you wish. However, you cannot consume it without purification. Jean Houchen paused and added, with your discerning palate, I doubt you would eat it anyway. The unpurified meat, with its black spots, could either taste foul, bitter, or even rancid that I assume you wouldn't find it palatable. Yu remarked, these black spots certainly have their own peculiar charm. Jean Houchen had not anticipated that Yu would desire to purify the meat, assuming she merely wished to sell it, and thus generously gifted it to her. Yu refrained from demonstrating her purification abilities on the spot. Instead, she stored the 2 large pieces of meat and proceeded to the kitchen. The kitchen in Jean Houchen's courtyard was bare, but fortunately, Yu had the foresight to pack all the cooking utensils before departing. After unpacking the utensils and bustling about, she transformed the 30-plus pounds of meat into several dishes. Continuing her culinary exploration, she utilized various cooking methods: pan-frying, stir-frying, braising, deep-frying, and stewing, dividing the meat into portions to determine the most delectable preparations, simultaneously expanding the recipe repertoire of Zhaixing Lu. Zhaixing Lu was the tavern co-founded by the two. Named by Jean Houchen, with names like Wangyue Tower and Zhaixing Lu, there was an underlying competitive spirit. To avoid drawing connections between Zhaixing Lu and Wangyue Tower, and to distance themselves from the Jean family. Jean Houchen ensured that the recipes used at Zhaixing Lu were entirely devised by Yu. Even if there were similarities, they had been modified by her, ensuring that the flavors were distinct. Dining at either establishment would not lead one to suspect a shared owner, that is one of the 2 major stakeholders. Yu contributed neither funds nor labor, merely proposing recipes from time to time. Jean Houchen discovered that Yu possessed a remarkable talent in this regard. Even with unfamiliar beast meat, her dishes were delectable. Over 30 pounds of meat, complemented by some spiritual vegetables, yielded 6 dishes. And astonishingly, the remaining portions were devoured entirely by the group. Yu couldn't help but exclaim, cultivators truly have an insatiable appetite. Chapter 31. In terms of audacity, she cannot rival the female lead. Yu gazed in astonishment at the bellies of her companions, wondering where all that food had vanished. That piece of meat was no small portion, nearly 10 pounds. She enveloped the entire piece with her spiritual energy, meticulously assessing its condition. After identifying the locations of the black spots and quantifying their numbers, she began to condense her with spiritual energy and slowly infused it into the giant bull beast meat. Initially, she infused only a modest amount of spiritual energy, selecting areas with fewer black spots. During a prior meal, she had asked Jean Houchen how much meat a purification master could cleanse at once. He had explained that before reaching the 6th level of the qi refinement stage, one could purify around 10 pounds of meat at a time. Before reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could purify approximately 80 pounds. And at the foundation establishment stage, one could handle between 300 to 500 pounds. This process typically took 2 to 3 days. While this quantity seemed substantial, those with mutated wood spiritual roots were rare. And with so many consumers, each would receive only a meager share. Uncertain if she could purify the meat, Yu decided to test her abilities with about 10 pounds, according to Jean Houchen. Purification masters needed to input with spiritual energy into the beast meat to consume the black spots. Once all the black spots were eradicated, the meat would be deemed purified, given the difficulty of consuming the black spots. It generally took qi refinement stage cultivators around 2 days to purify about 10 pounds of meat. Thus, Yu assumed that the task of eradicating the black spots would be laborious. And even if she could purify the meat, it might not be completed before the entrance to the San Yuan's secret realm opened. However, what transpired was astonishing. Yu stared in disbelief at the meat, realizing that only a mere 15 minutes had passed, and she had already purified the piece. She had barely utilized a layer of her, with spiritual energy, It could be said that her with spiritual energy had effortlessly consumed the black spots. Had it not been her first attempt at purification, she could have completed the 10 pounds in less than 15 minutes. She picked up the purified meat, feeling somewhat incredulous. After inspecting it thoroughly, she still found it hard to believe and stored it away, quietly making her way to Rong Xian's room. As soon as Rong Xian opened the door and was about to speak, she darted inside and quickly shut the door behind her. Meeting Rong Xian's puzzled gaze, Yu produced a piece of giant bull beast meat. Sixth brother, could you take a look at this giant bull beast meat? Is it purified? Rong Xian, though puzzled, examined the meat, and after a brief inspection, nodded. This piece of giant bull beast meat contains no violent factors. It is indeed purified. Did you not say you lacked purified beast meat? Wait, this is your purification. Upon hearing it was purified, Yu's face lit up with joy, and seeing Rong Xian's astonishment, she nodded enthusiastically. You really can purify. Rong Xian eventually accepted the revelation, reasoning that since her with spiritual energy could cultivate spiritual vegetables, it was reasonable for her to possess purification abilities akin to those with mutated spiritual roots. However, but what? Yu asked playfully. Hee. Yu did not refute him, but smiled and said, Sixth brother, you must keep this a secret. Of course, Rong Xian nodded, though he added, however, your with spiritual energy can both cultivate spiritual vegetables and purify beast meat. That is truly extraordinary. Typically, planting masters and purification masters possess mutated with spiritual roots. Yet their abilities do not overlap. In other words, planting masters can only plant, while purification masters can only purify. However, her with spirit root possesses offensive capabilities, can be cultivated, and also purifies. How utterly marvelous! Yu harbored her own speculations. She believed that her with spirit root was distinct from others, likely due to the celestial power residing within her. The celestial energy had instigated a transformation in her with spirit root. With this thought, a spark ignited within her heart, that if her with spirit root had undergone a change, might her fire spirit root and water spirit root have experienced alterations as well? The likelihood seemed significantly high. Did it not? After recovering from his astonishment, Rong Xian inquired with curiosity, Little junior sister, how much demon beast flesh do you think you can purify this time? I believe I could purify at least half of a giant bull beast in one go. Yu replied, grinning. Sixth senior brother, once I purify the demon beast flesh and sell it, I'll be able to earn quite a fortune. Previously, when she accompanied the third senior brother to sell demon beasts, 3 of them, skin and bones included, totaled over 3,000 pounds, fetching only a little over 3,000 spirit stones. Moreover, most of that weight was comprised of skin and bones suitable for alchemy and weapon forging, with the meat itself holding the least value. In contrast, purified demon beast flesh could be sold for at least 10 spirit stones per pound, a value that skyrocketed by several multiples if she encountered high-grade demon beasts. The worth of the purified flesh would be even greater. She realized that by purifying demon beast flesh, she could contribute significantly to the sect's coffers. Indeed, little junior sister is remarkable in the future. If sixth senior brother wishes to enjoy demon beast meat, I shall rely on you. Rong Xian said with a smile, no problem. I'll take charge of our sect's demon beast meat supply. Yu declared boldly, patting her chest. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Rong Xian couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. Then I shall thank you in advance, little junior sister. The secret realm is about to open. Rong Xian and Yu promptly exited, just as Jin Shun emerged from his room. Wang Liang had taken the lead outside, addressing Jin Shun. Young master, the secret realm is about to open. Let us tidy up the courtyard. The group stepped outside, and Jin Shun swiftly shrank the courtyard for storage. The sky had darkened, but torches illuminated the area, making the entire mountain peak brightly visible. Yu glanced around and spotted Yu Shui not far away. Besides her and her 2 senior brothers, there were several others evidently intending to form a team once inside. Yu Shui's gaze rested on Yu and Jin Shun, and when Yu looked her way, she offered a smile that in terms of audacity, she could not compete with the female protagonist. Over there, Yu Shui feigned a sorrowful expression, eliciting concern from the male cultivators beside her. Yu pouted, bewildered as to why the female protagonist in this story was so shameless. Look, even the previously unfamiliar cultivators were casting her glances tinged with hostility. Young master, I previously predicted that the secret realm would open by noon tomorrow. It seems we arrived half a day early, Wang Liang remarked. Just half a day difference shouldn't matter too much, right? Jinshin asked uncertainly. It's hard to say. Something might have transpired inside that accelerated the opening of the entrance. Wang Liang said, his brow slightly furrowed. Young master, you all must exercise caution once inside, that I understand. Jinshin recognized that Wang Liang had substantial experience and insight into many matters, so he took his words seriously. Yu speculated that it was likely due to the clash between the giant rock and the soaring serpent that caused this, but she could not articulate her thoughts without revealing too much. Nevertheless, she felt assured that there was no grave danger within. Little junior sister, the realm will randomly teleport those who are separated. We must stay connected, Rongxian explained, having entered this secret realm 20 years prior and possessing some familiarity with it. Taking out a piece of rope, Yu tied herself to Rongxian, Jin Shun, and Wang Wei. Soon, a bright opening appeared 20 or so meters away, the vibrant scenery standing out starkly against the night. The secret realm is opened. Let us hurry in. Charge! Wait for me! Countless individuals rushed forward, and Yu noticed Yuxuer's groups soaring upwards as well. Among them, there were individuals who seemed quite knowledgeable about the secret realm. As they too were tied together, little sister, fellow Taoist Rome, let us go! Jinshin exclaimed, as soon as he finished speaking, the three of them lifted Yu, who was still inexperienced, into the air. All three were at the Foundation establishment stage and could not fly freely. But carrying her for a brief distance was manageable. Approaching the entrance, Yu could see towering mountains inside, along with blue skies and white clouds that as they flew in, she immediately felt dizzy, unable to open her eyes. However, this sensation was fleeting, lasting only a few breaths. Then, she felt her body plummeting rapidly, landing onto a soft cushion. Opening her eyes, she saw that she had landed on a fleshy pad. Startled, she quickly jumped up and reached out to support Rongxian. Senior brother, are you all right? I'm fine. The height wasn't too great. I didn't get hurt, Rongxian replied, standing up and secretly rubbing his backside. Though uninjured, it seemed that his rear had been jabbed by a rock, causing discomfort. Yet, this was not something he could disclose to his little junior sister. Meanwhile, Jinshin and Wang Wei also stood up, each untying the ropes from their wrists. Rongxian surveyed the surroundings and sighed in relief. We are quite fortunate. We've each been teleported to the mountains. Are there many demon beasts in the mountains? Jinshin inquired, still unfamiliar with the secret realm, as this was his first visit in over 20 years. The 3 Yuan secret realm features complex terrain, including deserts, swamps, misty areas, and grasslands. Other regions are either rife with demon beasts or lack medicinal herbs. Generally, the demon beasts in these mountains are numerous, yet seldom found in large packs. And the herbs are more abundant than in other areas, Rongxian elucidated. Indeed, this mountain seems quite promising, Jinshin remarked, though he was uncertain about the number of people present in the mountains. The last time we were thrown into the mountains, there were quite a few of us, Rongxian noted. However, he recalled hearing from those scattered cultivators that the teleportation within the 3 Yuan secret realm was random. So, just because there were many last time, didn't guarantee the same this time. As long as we don't encounter a squad of over a dozen individuals, we should be fine, Jinshin concluded. Yu felt elated, for the book indicated that the opportunities Yuxue encountered were all within the mountains. Though vast, this mountain was preferable to being thrown elsewhere and then having to trek back to the mountains. Moreover, the book mentioned that the locations where Yuxue obtained the soul-nourishing grass and the giant rock were quite distinctive. She could follow the markers indicated in the text. The only uncertainty remaining was whether Rongxian and the others would follow her. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of an unremarkable patch of grass on the hillside, and she gasped in surprise. Little sister, what is the matter? Senior brother, look, isn't that star origin grass? Yu said uncertainly. Rongxian glanced over, recognition dawning upon him. Let us go check it out. Jinshin peered down and noted that the patch of grass was indeed ordinary, which likely explained why it had gone unnoticed all these years. Curiously, he asked, what exactly is star origin grass? It's a material that can enhance the grade of talisman paper and ink. By adding a bit during the creation of talisman paper or ink, one can elevate 100 sheets of talisman paper by 1 grade, Yu explained. How astonishing! Jinshin exclaimed, taken aback that I in this world. Talismans were exceedingly rare. Unlike alchemists and weaponsmiths, talisman masters needed to sense the powers of heaven and earth to encapsulate that energy within their talisman papers. That it could be said that among 1,000 spiritual masters, perhaps one might be an alchemist, but among 100,000 spiritual masters, one might not even find a talisman master, underscoring their scarcity. Due to the rarity of talisman masters, their lineages frequently faced interruptions. So even with a few talisman masters on the continent, there weren't particularly good talismans for sale. Yet within the small Taiyi sect, there existed a talisman master, the second senior brother, Shu Wangyue. Moreover, the Taiyi sect possessed several tomes related to talisman craft. Despite the discontinuation of some of the techniques, Yu had glimpsed star origin grass in a book while browsing the library earlier. The Wangyue Pavilion could sell talismans and related materials. Naturally, having some interaction with talisman masters and a basic understanding of talisman paper and ink. Advanced talisman paper and ink could enhance the success rate of talismans and amplify their power post-creation. However, crafting talisman paper and ink was no simple feat. Elevating even one grade was quite challenging. Yet this star origin grass could directly enhance the grade of talisman paper and ink. This was a true treasure. Jin Shun gazed at the patch of grass on the hillside, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he envisioned establishing a good rapport with talisman masters using this. However, he was still puzzled. Such a valuable item. How come there's so much here? Star origin grass is exceedingly rare and not a necessary material for crafting talisman paper and ink. Many people are unaware of it. Yu answered, moreover, it serves solely this purpose. To those unfamiliar, it appears as just a patch of weeds. How do you know about this? Jin Shun inquired. Yu patted his shoulder. Brother Jin, take the time to read more. Within books lies beauty, and within books a treasure trove. Jin Shun. That you don't understand the plight of a poor student. Upon reaching the patch of grass, Yu plucked a stalk, observing the milky white liquid with blue specks oozing from it, and confidently declared, "Sixth senior brother, Brother Jin, this is indeed star origin grass." Seeing the vast expanse of star origin grass, everyone was filled with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let us harvest it, Jin Shun exclaimed, brandishing a small knife as he prepared to cut it, only to be hastily stopped by Yu. Brother Jin, we can't do that. If we cut the star origin grass, its effects will be halved. Ah, then what should we do? It is essential to uproot it entirely, Yu said, squatting down, gently loosening the soil with a small shovel, and then meticulously extracting the roots in their entirety. Is it really such a hassle? The efficacy of the star origin grass's roots surpasses that of its stems and leaves. Upon hearing this, Jin Haochen ceased his complaints and cautiously knelt to dig, fearful of damaging even a single root. Yu, Rongxian, and Wang Wei also took out their small shovels and began to excavate, each finding a patch of earth to work on, ensuring that no one disturbed the others. Unlike Jin Haochen, who was exceedingly meticulous, Yu opted for a more straightforward approach, digging in clumps and collecting both the grass and the soil into her spatial ring. Just as she was about to begin, Gun had informed her that she could include the soil, as it would help maintain the vitality of the star origin grass. Once outside, she could plant it directly. While ordinary spatial rings can preserve food and harvested herbs, they do not retain the vitality necessary for replanting, which is a significant drawback. That, of course, there exist more advanced spatial rings capable of preserving the vitality of herbs, allowing for replanting upon extraction. But such rings are rare. At least Jin Haochen did not possess one this time. After all, before entering, he had never anticipated encountering such high-grade herbs. Thus, he had never considered preparing a special spatial ring. This area alone contained over 1,000 star origin grass plants. After digging up 300 or 400, Yu decided to cease her efforts and stood up to survey her surroundings for any additional treasures. Jin Haochen noticed and called out to her, "Sister, are you done digging?" Yu replied with a soft affirmation, "I've already dug enough. You could take care of the rest in just a short while." "How much could you possibly dig?" Jin Haochen's words fell silent as he observed the considerable pit Yu had created. "You dug this much?" he exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, it saves time. Once we are outside, we can clean the soil at our leisure." Yu responded, explaining that it only occupied a bit more space. Jin Haochen considered this and realized that his spatial ring was quite ample, rendering the concern about space negligible. Why had he never thought of this before? The other two pondered similarly, and soon everyone had scraped the ground clean of the star origin grass. Now, which direction shall we head? Jean Houchin casually inquired. His tone was genuinely nonchalant. He had initially accompanied Yu for training, never anticipating any substantial gains. Just gathering these star origin grasses was enough to break even. Yu had already taken a moment to assess her surroundings and chose to proceed eastward. For the book had mentioned that Yushware had journeyed eastward, eventually discovering the soul-nourishing grass in a grove of pine flowers near a water pool. However, Yushware had not begun her journey in the mountainous region. She had roamed the grasslands for half a month before entering the mountains, traversing them almost entirely, ultimately finding the soul-nourishing grass and the great rock in the last few days of her adventure. Calculating the time, it had been over a month. Thus, Yu felt she had ample time. Since she was the focal point of this training expedition, her decision on the direction was met with unanimous agreement from the other three. After walking for about an hour, Yu paused again, excitedly encircling a massive tree that dwarfed the three men. Sixth senior brother, this is the Tsang Er Xian tree. This tree cannot be used for alchemy. Jean Houchin remarked that I know that. If it could be used for alchemy, it wouldn't have grown so large. Yu firmly believed in the capabilities of those who ventured into this training. What use does it have? Rong Xian queried. The bark of this Tsang Er Xian tree can be used to craft talisman paper. The resulting talisman paper is at least of intermediate quality. If crafted skillfully, even high-grade talismans can be produced. Jean Houchin and the others widened their eyes, simultaneously gazing at the towering ancient tree and the nearby dozen slightly smaller Tsang Er Xian trees. How fortunate! At nearly 30 years of age and in the foundation stage, he felt outshone by his junior sister, who had only been in the sect for a few months. It was quite embarrassing. Yu took out a knife intending to strip the bark, only to find that her ordinary knife was utterly ineffective. Jean Houchin tried as well, exclaiming, "This bark is incredibly tough. Let us try a spiritual weapon." He produced a second-tier spiritual dagger, but found it insufficient. Only with a seventh-tier spiritual weapon was he able to make a cut in the bark. Wow, this bark is so hard. Can it really be used for talisman paper? Of course, the book confirms it. Yu asserted confidently that if we can't produce it, it must be due to our lack of skill, not the bark's quality. Jean Houchin sighed. I don't want to converse with a top student. Struggling to peel the bark, they worked until darkness fell. Realizing that the terrain was suitable for camping, they decided to set up there. The area was somewhat cramped, and Jean Houchin's small courtyard could not accommodate everyone. Just as he pondered how they might sleep under the stars that night, Yu produced 3 tents. Junior sister, how do you have these? Rong Xian asked, astonished. Each of the siblings had 2 courtyards. Yet they had never thought to acquire tents. Senior sister prepared them for me. She placed them in my storage bag before I left. Yu needed no assistance with the tents. She settled beneath a tree, raising her head to lament the stark contrast between men and women in terms of meticulousness. Hey, what is that? Her voice drew the attention of the 3 who were setting up camp. Sister, what have you spotted now? Yu pointed at the upper trunk, exclaiming, look over there. What is it? Yu thought it resembled a type of Ganoderma, though far too large for that. The 3 men looked up and saw nothing. It's right up there, about 50 meters high, Yu insisted. They strained their eyes again, but still saw nothing. Your positions are perfectly obstructed by various branches. Rong Xian and the others moved to Yu's previous spot and looked up, finally spotting something on the trunk that I'll go take a look. Rong Xian leaped onto a branch about 10 meters high and began to climb. Chapter 34. This is a life-saving sacred medicine. The branches were plentiful, and he ascended swiftly, soon reaching the coveted object. Sixth senior brother, what do you see? Yu inquired. Its blood spirit Ganoderma. Rong Xian's voice echoed down, brimming with excitement. Wait, let me carefully harvest it first. With great caution, Rong Xian extracted a blood spirit Ganoderma the size of a wash basin, then stored it away before jumping back down. Quick, let us see how old it is, Jean Houchin exclaimed, unable to contain himself at the sight of the blood spirit Ganoderma. Blood spirit Ganoderma will form a ring pattern on its surface after 10 years. Let us count how many rings there are, he urged. Their sharp eyes made counting unnecessary. A quick glance was enough to estimate. Yet the excited group still began counting the rings 1 by 1. 28, 29, 30. By heavens, this blood spirit Ganoderma is 300 years old. Jean Houchin's voice trembled with exhilaration. This was on par with sacred medicine. He was utterly uncomposed. After all, This was a healing, sacred medicine. With the right additional herbs, a high-level alchemist could concoct 8th or 9th tier healing elixirs. Most importantly, if one were gravely injured, as long as they had a breath left in them. Consuming blood spirit Ganoderma raw could extend their life by 5 to 10 days. That was akin to gaining another lease on life. Moreover, this item was extremely rare, 300 years, and this secret realm had appeared 20 times without anyone discovering it. How could so many people enter and yet not find it? Yu had not encountered any reference to blood spirit Ganoderma in her earlier readings, thus she remained unaware of its significance. Blood spirit Ganoderma forms a thin membrane on its surface that suppresses the release of its aroma. It is challenging to spot unless seen directly. Rongxian explained that it easy for blood spirit Ganoderma to grow. Yu inquired that it grows easily, but it is notoriously difficult to cultivate. No one knows the specific conditions it requires, making it rare to find. Jean Houchen concurred. Our family previously acquired one over 100 years old for several million spirit stones. Such an exorbitant price. Of course, this is a life-saving sacred medicine. Jean Houchen elaborated. And even then, it was only acquired through a close relationship, and it was merely a 100-year-old specimen. Yu inhaled sharply while gazing at the blood spirit Ganoderma in her hand. A 100-year-old specimen can fetch millions. Indeed. So, sister, be sure to keep it safe. It's a priceless treasure. Jean Houchen urged her to quickly store the blood spirit Ganoderma, fearing that if he looked at it any longer, he might be tempted to snatch it away. Truly a remarkable find. Yu regarded him with mild surprise that he did not demand a share. Tentatively, she proposed, "Shall I keep it then?" Having read many novels where characters would betray friendships over minor treasures. She was relieved to see that Jean Houchen's character held firm, that as long as he did not covet the treasure, she felt confident in forming a deeper bond with him. With the night still not entirely dark, and with no need for her to assist in the tents, she resolved to check other trees for more treasures. Each Song Xian tree was substantial, and she estimated that these must all be over 1,000 years old. The branches were dense, making it easy to overlook anything above. Considering that the 3 of them had failed to spot the blood spirit Ganoderma earlier, Yu decided to climb a tree for a better view. Without hesitation, she approached a nearby tree, intending to draw upon her meager childhood experience of climbing trees. However, she soon discovered that she could not ascend even a meter. That it was rather disheartening. She took out the paper crane gifted by her senior sister, infused it with spiritual energy, and upon its enlargement, instructed it to lift her aloft. The first tree, there was nothing. The second tree yielded no results either. But at the third tree, success. Though not particularly old, less than a century, it was indeed a find. She promptly collected the blood spirit mushroom and moved on to the next tree. The fourth tree bore no fruit, but the fifth revealed a specimen over 200 years old. By the time she had finished her search, she had astonishingly discovered 6 such mushrooms. This quantity was remarkable. Among approximately 40 to 50 trees, she had unearthed 7 blood spirit mushrooms, a probability that was quite staggering. Perhaps these mushrooms favored growing on such trees. Moreover, stripping the bark was somewhat slow. It took them an entire afternoon to strip just 4 trees. Yet, this would inevitably expose the vastness of their spatial capabilities. She contemplated that at worst, she could attribute this to her master. Given that Jean Houchen's spatial ring was also quite sizable. Resolving to proceed, she descended the tree and returned to the camp, presenting 2 mushrooms, each over 200 years old, to Jean Houchen and Rongxian, along with a mushroom over 100 years old to Wang Wei that a share for all who witnessed. Jean Houchen exclaimed, "Where on earth did you procure so many blood spirit mushrooms?" "Hush, keep your voice down." Yu interjected, covering his mouth, "that if someone hears us, we'll be in trouble, that I scan the area with my spiritual power. There is no one within 1,000 meters of us," Wang Wei remarked. His gaze toward Yu brimming with enthusiasm. He had not expected Yu to gift him a blood spirit mushroom, although it could not compare to those possessed by the young masters in terms of age. Her gesture indicated that she regarded him as an independent individual. She had not looked down upon him simply because he was a servant. Hearing his words, Yu lowered her hand and explained, "I just climbed all the trees in this area and found them up there." "You found so many?" "Yes. There are 3 more that aren't aged, and I'm keeping those for myself." Yu admitted that so, aside from the one we previously discovered. "You found 6 more?" Jean Houchen and Rongxian exchanged astonished glances. rendered speechless by the revelation that I suspect that this Tsang Ixin tree is particularly conducive to the growth of blood spirit mushrooms. So I thought of uprooting the tree to see if it could be cultivated elsewhere, that we could peel off as much bark as needed afterward. Uproot it. Jean Houchin blinked. This tree is over 100 meters tall, and some are 200 to 300 meters high. It would require an enormous spatial container. I understand that MY Master once gifted me a very large spatial ring. Yu replied. Rongxian glanced at her, not expressing any doubt that it was natural for their master to favor the youngest disciple. Can it hold such large trees? It should be fine. Jean Houchin was once again astonished, realizing he still did not know enough about his junior sister, or the Taiyi Sect. Chapter 35. Yu Shuer, this female protagonist, is not particularly favored by the heavenly Tao. Such large trees must have significant vitality, right? Even if a bit dissipates daily, once we exit, there might still be some left. As long as there is a trace of vitality, we can give it a try if everyone thinks so. Then let us dig. Rongxian concurred. This way, we won't have to waste more time peeling bark here. It's settled then. We'll dig up the tree tomorrow. Yu beamed, pleased to see them setting up the camp, arranging tables and dinner. After dinner, they went to rest. Her tent was positioned in the center, with Rongxian in one tent and Jean Houchin and Wang Wei sharing another. Upon entering her tent, Wang Wei took out the blood spirit mushroom. Young master this, since the junior sister has given it to you. It's yours. You may keep it for yourself. Jean Houchin, already possessing a mushroom over 200 years old, was not particularly eager about this one of over 100 years. Thank you, young master. Wang Wei tucked the mushroom away. Once we're out, I want to mention the blood spirit mushrooms to my family. Jean Houchin replied nonchalantly if the young master doesn't speak of it. The family want to know he possesses blood spirit mushrooms. The young master mentioned that his blood spirit mushroom might be his own, but his is not guaranteed. Anyone from the family could easily compel him to hand over the mushrooms. Such items are vital for survival. Who wouldn't want them? The matter of blood spirit mushrooms must not be disclosed. The next morning, after breakfast, they prepared to commence their digging of the trees. These trees had been growing here for many years, with roots of considerable depth. While Yu pondered over the digging process, Rongxian had already harnessed Earth attribute's spiritual power to loosen the soil around the trees. An hour later, a pit comparable in size to a lake remained. Senior brother, you're truly impressive, Yu exclaimed, her spirits soaring as she gazed at the Tsang Ixin tree nestled within the spatial ring. Shall we continue heading east? Absolutely. The four of them pressed onward, with everyone except Yu feeling quite at ease. They had already reaped substantial rewards from this venture. Even if they found nothing else, they would still consider it a success. That as they walked, Yu suddenly halted, a broad smile spreading across her face, her eyes alight with disbelief. Junior sister, what's the matter? Rongxian inquired. Yu turned to him, leaping forward to embrace him. Senior brother, you're amazing. Thank you for the soil you dug up. Rongxian was somewhat bewildered. Hadn't they been digging for quite some time? Why express gratitude now? It didn't seem like much to him, just helping her dig some soil. Externally composed, Yu's inner excitement was overwhelming. Why express thanks only now? It was because Gungun had just informed her that the recently gathered soil contained Guishu soil. Every world possesses Guishu soil, but small worlds like secret realms drifting in space may not have it. Even if they do, finding it isn't guaranteed. However, the soil her senior brother had just dug contained Guishu soil. Guishu soil? With Guishu soil, her spatial ring would transform into a cultivable area. Indeed, even without air bubbles, and though one could not enter, it could still support plant growth. When she probed her spatial ring during the midday break, she was utterly astonished that in the white mist area of the spatial ring, a vast expanse had formed a genuine piece of land. Previously, the spatial ring resembled a transparent void with no discernible top or bottom, the trees appearing as if suspended in midair. But now, the roots of those trees were entirely buried underground. Moreover, the star source grasses they had picked earlier were all neatly planted. Yu exclaimed joyfully. Gungun, did you plant all of these? Yes, Gungun's voice resonated in her mind. That I merged the Guishu soil. It was initially meant to slowly extend the land. However, the soil around the roots of those trees was already grown from Guishu soil. carrying its essence, so it fused directly into a landmass. This land will continue to grow until the divine power of the Guishu soil is exhausted. This is the remaining Guishu soil of this small world. It shouldn't last long, right? This Guishu soil doesn't contain much divine power. It can probably extend to about 1,000,000 square kilometers, Gungun replied. Though that's a bit small if we find more Guishu soil in the future. We can merge it again. Cough, cough. Yu nearly choked on her own saliva. 1,000,000 square kilometers is not considered large. Not at all. It used to be much larger. What was it like before? I can't recall. Gungun's voice grew, increasingly perplexed that I don't remember anything from before. Why do I still feel it was vast? Gungun, if you can't remember, then don't dwell on it. Yu comforted them. I want to think about it. Gungun is a brand new Gungun. Gungun had a simple mind, letting go of thoughts he couldn't grasp. Yes, you're a brand new Gungun. Yu smiled. By the way, did you plant these star source grasses too? Can you farm? Of course. In this world, you and I can control everything with a single thought. It's just farming. A piece of cake. Great. Gungun was elated. Master, you must find more things for me to plant. I'll take good care of them for you. Yu withdrew her spiritual consciousness, her heart brimming with joy at discovering so many treasures here. She couldn't help but smile at the thought that Yu Shuer had found soul-calming grass and a giant rock here, yet had collected none of these treasures. She seriously doubted that Yu Shuer, the female protagonist, received much favor from the heavenly Tao. She sensed some underlying issues but couldn't pinpoint what they were. Nevertheless, she felt it had little to do with her, so she dismissed the thought. Rongxian and the others noticed that Yu was in high spirits today, almost skipping along. She showed great interest in some uniged medicinal herbs, digging them up and collecting them. Jean Houchin couldn't help but reflect. Look at the mindset of my junior sister. Having obtained star source grass, Song, Ishian tree bark, and blood spirit mushrooms, she remained grounded, showing no disdain for ordinary herbs. Her mentality is something I must learn from. You flatter me. Chapter 36. The Power of Bean Sprouts. In the evening, they arrived at a wide canyon where the terrain was suitable. Jean Houchin promptly took out his small courtyard. Today, during the day, I encountered 2 second-level demon beasts. Yu skillfully sliced off the edible parts, leaving the rest for them. Today she prepared roasted meat. She reflected on today's gains. It was not as fortunate as yesterday, as she had not found anything particularly valuable. This was to be expected. The secret realm appeared frequently, and the treasures within had long been sought after by others. Our luck yesterday was indeed remarkable. Jean Houchin, watching the meat roasting in her hands, remarked without blinking, indeed. The items we found yesterday alone make it worthwhile. Even if we find nothing from now on, Rongxian consoled her. That's true, Yu smiled. If we encounter a first-level demon beast tomorrow, could I have a chance to practice? Today, she hadn't needed to lift a finger against the demon beasts. Having crossed over for more than half a year, she had yet to engage in a proper fight. If we come across a suitable one, I shall let you practice, Rongxian answered cautiously. After all, his little junior sister was quite young, having only been in training for half a year, and lacked combat experience. What if she were to encounter a formidable foe? The next day, eager for action, Yu prepared herself for a grand venture. However, from dawn till dusk, she encountered not a single first-level demon beast. Instead, they faced a dozen second-level ones. After dispatching 3 second-level demon beasts, Jean Houchin remarked in confusion, "It seems these beasts are all heading east. There's some treasure there." Yu was uncertain, as the book had not mentioned anything about it. After entering the mountains, Yu Shuer and the others had not encountered such a phenomenon. Contemplating the treasures to the east, the most significant one must be the soul-nourishing herb. Yet it had not recently emerged. It had not drawn demon beasts before. That if it were those 2 third-level demon beasts, it wouldn't make sense either. According to the book, lower-level demon beasts inherently feared higher-level ones. Knowing there were third-level beasts to the east, the second and first-level demon beasts should have been instinctively avoiding that direction. Why then were they gathering their courage to head that way? She sensed something amiss. There must have been occurrences in the east that the book did not disclose. However, she was not anxious to venture there. All she needed was to arrive before the final battle. For now, she would seek the pond where the soul-nourishing herb grew, in the following days. Yu finally encountered a solitary first-level green-furred wolf, and made arrangements to take it on herself. "TSK, I've never seen a green-furred wolf before. This world truly broadens my horizons. This color diminishes your fierceness by a third, she mused, conjuring a fire whip in her hand and striking at the green-furred wolf. It was evident that her first encounter in battle left her somewhat clumsy. Due to her nerves, the fire whip missed its target, and the green-furred wolf deftly leaped aside, lunging toward her. The three observers felt their breath catch, unable to suppress their urge to intervene. With a resounding crack, the fire whip struck the wolf's hindquarters and back legs, causing it to stumble and crash to the ground, and a howl escaped as the flames singed its fur. It rolled on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the fire. But the flames continued to blaze. The searing pain compelled the wolf to roll about, and Yu, unable to maintain the fire whip any longer, dismissed it and conjured several small fireballs to hurl. Just as the green-furred wolf extinguished the flames on its rear, it was ignited anew. However, this time it did not roll on the ground. It intended to eliminate Yu before addressing the flames consuming its body. The instinct to extinguish the fire was innate to animals. Yet this demon beast displayed an ability to suppress its primal impulses, opting to eliminate the one who set it ablaze, indicating its burgeoning intelligence and capacity for thought. As the green-furred wolf lunged toward Yu once more, Rongxian and the others tensed with concern. Yu understood that her petite frame could not withstand the wolf's claws, which could easily rend flesh. She quickly dodged, but how could her speed compare to that of a wolf? Just as she had dashed a few meters, the green-furred wolf was upon her, and as it closed in, she tilted her body and rolled aside. The wolf, driven by inertia, shot past her for about 10 meters before halting and turning back to pounce again. This detestable human must be eliminated, it seemed to think. Yet before it could close the distance, a slender green vine ensnared its neck. The vine, delicate as a long bean sprout, was underestimated by the wolf, which continued its charge toward Yu, oblivious to the tightening grip around its throat that began to hinder its breathing. Panic set in as the green-furred wolf clawed at its neck, desperately trying to sever the constricting vine, but it found itself unable to grasp it as it had sunk into its flesh. Seizing the opportunity, Yu drew the long sword she had purchased earlier and struck decisively at the wolf's neck, severing its head cleanly. Unlike the previous instance where she had only seen blood from crushing a foe with a stone, witnessing the neatly severed neck and the blood spurting from her own body rendered her momentarily stunned, and she promptly turned away to vomit. Little junior sister, Rongxian rushed over, alarmed to find Yu had expelled her lunch. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, though her violent retching brought tears to her eyes. During the battle, she felt little. Had she merely choked the green-furred wolf, she might not have reacted so strongly. But the thought of decapitating it was too much for her to bear. My dear sister is truly too kind-hearted. She cannot endure the slaying of a demon beast. What would happen if she were to encounter a villain? Jean Xiaochen mused that it seemed imperative to seize this opportunity to have her practice more on demon beasts. "Thank you." Yu expressed her gratitude, after vomiting for a while and still feeling queasy. Rongxian insisted on leading her away from the scene. Wolves are social creatures, and this one had become isolated for reasons unknown, that we must leave this place. Otherwise, if others arrive, we will be in trouble. Yu nodded, allowing him to guide her away. After a considerable distance, they came upon a small stream. "Little junior sister, would you like to wash up?" Rongxian inquired. Seeing the water revived her spirits. She first filled a container with water to place in her spatial ring, then stepped into the stream to cleanse the blood from her body. Chapter 37. Treated as a soft persimmon little sister. "I've heated some water for you. Go take a warm bath," Jean Xiaochen said. Yu, noticing the steaming water he had prepared, was eager for a comforting soak. She felt a surge of appreciation for his thoughtfulness. This older brother was indeed worthy of her trust. She smiled at him. "Thank you, Brother Jean." She retreated to her room, where she found the hot water waiting. Testing the temperature, she quickly shed her clothes and stepped in. The warm water enveloped her, and she exhaled contentedly. Today's battle had not been overly difficult. It was far smoother than she had anticipated for her first fight, had it not been for her impulsive decision at the end. She might have concluded the encounter quite perfectly. As she recalled the vivid image of the severed neck, she quickly dismissed the thought. Dwelling on it would surely make her ill again, shifting her focus. A small flame flickered at her fingertips. "Your power is commendable. However, This spirit technique consumes too much energy. The fire whip had indeed proven effective, likely draining half of the green-furred wolf's combat strength, which explained why she had found the latter part of the battle so manageable. Her vine had also played a crucial role, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Though it was slender, the green-furred wolf could not sever it. Indeed, the wolf had nearly grasped the vine, but had it been an ordinary vine, it would have easily broken free. Yet, Yu's delicate vine proved unyielding. This validated that her fire and wood spirit powers were indeed potent, and her techniques were formidable. However, they were exceptionally taxing on her energy. She could only wield the fire whip twice, and the vine could not hold for long. The reason she had swung the sword was that she sensed her wood spirit energy was nearly depleted and was uncertain if she could sustain the strength needed to choke the green-furred wolf to death. The combat strength of a first-level demon beast was akin to that of someone in the chi refinement stage. Although the green-furred wolf was a first-level beast, it was slightly more formidable than the average of its kind. Comparable to a late-stage chi refinement practitioner, to have vanquished such a foe in her first encounter filled her with a sense of accomplishment. The book had stated that the more powerful the technique, the greater the energy expenditure. Once my cultivation improves and my energy increases, will I become even more formidable? Yu mused, suddenly recalling that this notion might not be entirely accurate. She remembered reading that a technique often had usage level restrictions. For instance, some were suitable for the chi refinement stage, but became inadequate in the foundation establishment stage. Some techniques could be applied in the golden core stage, but would not be effective during the nascent soul stage. How long can I utilize the technique I've learned? She wondered, realizing the book had not provided an answer. After drying her hands with a towel, she retrieved the technique manual to examine it. The introduction contained no mention of usage levels. It was an all-encompassing spirit technique manual, encompassing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Her master had advised her to practice what she could learn. At that time, her master was unaware of her hidden spiritual roots and had only suggested the wood and fire techniques as suitable for her upon reflection. This manual was indeed perfectly tailored for her. The reason her master deemed it suitable was due to the high power of the techniques and their significant energy requirements. Fortunately, her energy was considerably greater than most due to her mental cultivation method. My master has a keen eye. After a thorough examination of the slender booklet, she found no mention of any restrictions on usage levels. Yu put the manual away, murmuring, could it be that this technique can be used indefinitely? Regardless, it was sufficient for her needs at present. She did not linger long, fearing to waste time and attract the wolf pack. Changing into a different set of clothes, she rinsed the previous outfit before hanging it in her spatial ring. Rolling her eyes, she remarked, taking it out will still leave it damp. Why bother hanging it up? As Yu stepped outside, Rongxian noticed the scratches on her face and gently pulled her aside to apply medicine, saying, we must avoid scars. Yu barely felt the pain on her face, indicating that the scratches were quite superficial and would not leave marks even without medication. However, she refrained from mentioning this, appreciating the concern of her senior brother. After tending to her wounds, they continued on their journey until they distanced themselves from the mountain. As dusk approached, they sought a suitable spot to set up camp. Unable to find an appropriate location, they opted to sleep in a tent that night. The following days, Yu hunted several first-level demon beasts. As she became more adept in combat, she would absorb battle experience while Rongxian and the others engaged second-level demon beasts, allowing her to practice her skills once they had weakened their foes. During this time, they encountered not only demon beasts but also other individuals, leading Yu to experience her first robbery attempt. There were only 4 of them, while their assailants numbered 8, 3 at the foundation establishment stage and 5 at the chi refining stage, the weakest being at the 5th level of artifact refinement. In this realm dominated by loose cultivators, such a group could be considered quite formidable. Observing their thuggish demeanor, it was evident they had engaged in robbery numerous times before. Without wasting a moment, each of the assailants brandished a spirit artifact surrounding the 4 of them. Hand over your spatial rings, and we might spare your lives. You wish to rob us? Jean Sautson raised his chin defiantly, showing no signs of panic. Indeed, if you wish to avoid injury, you would do well to comply. With a scoff, he added, just the 4 of you think you can rob us? I'm giving you a chance. Leave now, and I shall grant you mercy. This was the first time someone dared to rob him. Did they truly believe their smaller numbers made them easy prey? The assailants, recognizing Jean Soutson's audacity, understood they would not simply yield their possessions. It seems you will not weep until you see the coffin. Brothers, let's take action. Life or death, we shall see. When Yu realized the situation was escalating, she equipped her protective spirit artifact and unsheathed her long sword, channeling her spiritual energy in preparation for battle. Rongxian, knowing these artifacts could withstand attacks from Golden Core cultivators, felt reassured by her readiness and fully committed to the fight. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators engaged their counterparts, while the remaining 5 stood idle, prompting Yu to refrain from intervening. Initially, it seemed a daunting challenge with 4 facing 8, but to her surprise, the 3 Foundation establishment fighters were utterly overwhelmed by Wang Wei and his companions. Seeing this, 3 late-stage Qi refining practitioners rushed to assist, while 1 advanced towards Yu. Underestimating her as merely a 5th-level Qi refining cultivator, he thought her an easy target. However, to his astonishment, as his spiritual technique approached her, it was effortlessly deflected. The sight of her spirit artifact ignited a greedy spark in their eyes as they plotted to claim it for themselves. Yu, unfazed by their assumptions, charged at him with her sword. Chapter 38. Finding the soul-calming herb, the opponent was taken aback by her sudden assault with a sword, instinctively drawing his own to engage in combat. Although Yu's swordsmanship was commendable, it was largely ornamental, while her opponent possessed greater practical experience, placing her at a disadvantage. Yet, she remained calm, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity for practice, since she began training with her senior sister. Her 3rd senior brother had not appeared. The others in the sect were not sword cultivators, leaving her without guidance. She could only spar with her senior sister, yielding limited results. Now faced with a rival slightly stronger than herself, she found it an ideal chance to refine her skills. However, her opponent was not one to hold back, and she sustained cuts on her arms and legs from his relentless strikes. Yet, she pressed on, growing bolder as she became familiar with his sword techniques, eventually launching counterattacks. Initially, her opponent dismissed her as inexperienced, believing he could defeat her within 10 moves. That to his surprise, she became increasingly tenacious, her strikes becoming quicker and more cunning until, at last, she managed to injure him. At that moment, he realized she was treating him as a training partner. Frustrated, he recognized that continuing the fight was futile, attempting to create distance to unleash his spiritual power. He found Yu relentlessly closing in, denying him any chance to retreat. The tables had turned. Yu was now the aggressor, while he was forced to defend. Cursed be, in his haste a flaw appeared in his defense, and he watched as Yu's sword lunged toward his chest. At the last moment, she shifted her blade upward, narrowly avoiding his heart. Yu, oblivious to the disbelief in his eyes, noticed that Rongxian and the others had concluded their battles. Not wishing to prolong the conflict, she delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. "Little junior sister, you're injured," Rongxian exclaimed upon seeing the wounds on her body, an overwhelming surge of anger bubbling within him. His delicate and charming junior sister had been harmed. Yu, thinking he was upset with her, tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Senior brother, I'm fine, please don't be angry." Seeing her cautious demeanor, he softened, asking, "Does it hurt?" "Just a little." Rongxian handed her a healing pill. Observing her vibrant spirit, his anger dissipated considerably. His little junior sister wished to be strong, and this path of growth was inevitable. Injuries were unavoidable. Yu glanced at the defeated assailants and said, "Sixth senior brother, Brother Jean, you all did wonderfully. You took them all down. With their meager strength, they dared to rob us." Jean Soutson declared proudly. "What shall we do now?" Yu inquired. Jean Soutson hesitated. "Kill them? That seems excessive. They are not heartless murderers. Let them go? That would be conceding to them." Understanding his dilemma, Yu smiled and suggested, "Brother Jean, since they came to rob us, they must be prepared for the consequences that we should return the favor." "You're right." Jean Soutson agreed, stating, "Hand over your storage bags, and we might spare your lives." The 8 robbers, realizing they had encountered formidable foes, reluctantly complied, presenting their storage bags. Though these loose cultivators possessed few valuable items, they had managed to collect some noteworthy possessions during previous robberies. Jean Soutson accepted their belongings, tossing their storage bags back to them with a dismissive "Scram, Brother Jean." "Why return their storage bags?" Yu asked, Although they lack strength, if we force them into a corner, they may fight back fiercely, causing complications. Jean Soutson explained that by giving them their storage bags, they might feel they still have hope and want to fight to the death. Yu acknowledged this with a nod as they divided the spoils and resumed their journey. Time passed swiftly, and half a month later, nearly a month had elapsed since they entered the secret realm. One day, she finally located the crescent-shaped pond. The pond was vast and deep, and Yu knew a formidable second-level demon beast resided below. Having never tasted fish before, she wondered if her senior brothers could defeat it. She was aware that the soul-calming herb lay at the deepest part of the crescent, approximately 1 meter underwater. Carefully, she scoured the shoreline and soon spotted a red plant resembling aquatic grass. It was indeed the soul-calming herb. Understanding that it was guarded by the second-level demon beast, she summoned Rongxian and the others, relaying her discovery and expressing her suspicion regarding the beast's presence. "Little junior sister, don't forget you're wearing protective spirit artifacts," Rongxian reminded her. "That second-level beast won't be able to harm you. But if you're afraid, I can handle it first." "Be careful, senior brother. I'll prepare a fish stew for you later," Yu replied, stepping back with a smile. Rongxian chuckled indulgently. "All right, I'll be waiting." Approaching the water's edge, he unleashed an attack into the depths. But there was no response. It seemed ordinary strikes would not attract the beast's attention. Jean Soutson suggested, "Let us try attacking the soul-calming herb." With that, he directed a strike towards the herb. Just as the spiritual energy neared the plant, a shadow swiftly emerged, blocking the attack. Before anyone could discern what it was, a water sword shot forth from the pond, aimed directly at Jean Soutson's face. He dodged the water sword and engaged the beast in combat. The creature lurked beneath the surface. It proved challenging to strike, prompting Rongxian and Wang Wei to join the fray. To protect Yu and the soul-calming herb from collateral damage, they drew the beast further away. Yu, initially waiting for the battle to conclude before diving in, suddenly spotted figures appearing on the distant hillside. While she could not recognize anyone else, the original owner had been well acquainted with Yu's silhouette, immediately identifying her. Yu, how did she arrive so swiftly? No time to wait. Seeing the fish beast trapped, she made a swift decision and leaped into the water. The sudden immersion was overwhelming. Yu is capable of swimming and has experienced diving on 2 occasions. However, she always descends with her goggles and other gear properly secured. She finds it somewhat uncomfortable to open her eyes underwater. In the future, she intends to have 2 sets of equipment made for herself, so she need not fear the water any longer. Chapter 39. She has already seized some of your fortune. While contemplating this, she cautiously approached the soul-calming grass, carefully excavating it and placing it into her spatial ring. Just as she was about to ascend, she suddenly noticed a diminutive plant, nearly engulfed by the moss on the stone wall, that was easily overlooked unless one looked closely. Embodying the essence of opportunist, she proceeded to extract that minuscule specimen as well. Upon retrieving it, she observed that the color of this soul-calming grass was somewhat unusual. Its root was unexpectedly purple. However, she lacked the energy to investigate further, for she was on the verge of holding her breath to the limit. If she did not surface soon, she would suffocate. With a splutter, she emerged from the water, and just as she wiped the water from her face, she spotted Yu crouching by the edge of the pool. Yu was startled, nearly plunging back under. Yu recalled what Grandfather Mu had told her. Lowering her gaze to Yu in the water, and feigning curiosity, she asked, "Sister, what are you doing in the water?" A jolt of unease surged through Yu. Could it be that even the soul residing within her body was aware of the soul-calming grass? She glanced over to see that her 6th senior brother and the others had already slain the fish beasts, with their blood beginning to spread towards her. Looking back at Yu, she felt that the soul was not as formidable as it seemed. "I'm simply craving fish. I'll dive down to see if any are about. Please make way." With her hands braced against the bank, Yu exerted herself and sprang from the water. Yu quickly stepped aside to avoid a collision. Observing Yu's direct departure, she chose not to voice any objections, instead turning her attention back to the water's surface. "Grandfather Mu, can you still sense the presence of the soul-calming grass?" Not anymore. A frail voice resonated in her mind, audible only to her. "Grandfather Mu, are you certain it was here before? For matters concerning soul nourishment, I would not eat Mu stated. It must have been plucked by your sister. You were simply a moment too late." The soul-calming grass is of great importance to you. Isn't it? Indeed, with the soul-calming grass, I could directly impart the techniques from my consciousness to you. Muyu remarked with a hint of melancholy that in truth, this matter could be set aside, yet I sense that your sister will seize your fortune. She will seize my fortune? Yu Shui's heart raced. Yes, her fate appears rather peculiar. I cannot see through it. However, one thing is certain. With her presence, your path to cultivation will be fraught with difficulties. Shuir, you must eliminate her. Eliminate her. Yu Shui's heart quivered, compelling her to glance at Yu. Yu enveloped herself in fire's spiritual energy, and when the flames extinguished, all the water on her body had dried. Sixth senior brother, Brother Jean, this fish beast is enormous, Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the 3-meter-long fish monster, pondering whether such a large fish would be tender or tough. Sister, the flesh of demon beasts is purified by spiritual energy. As long as it is well prepared, it will be delicious, Jean Houchin explained, but that's splendid. Yu enveloped the fish beast with her spiritual sense, noting the black specks within. Thankfully, there weren't many. This water is already tainted with blood. The blood chi may attract other demon beasts that we should depart from here, Rongxian advised, agreed, as they planned to leave. Yu Shui called out to her sister. Brotherly mentioned that the demon beasts in the mountains have been acting strangely, and the secret realm is unsafe. Let us travel together. With more people, we can support each other in case of danger. No need. Yu firmly rejected her. I was not inclined to accompany you before, and I feel the same now. Yu's refusal was sincere, having already taken the soul-calming grass that originally belonged to the female lead. Who could predict what would transpire if she were to join her? After all, the female lead's aura was undeniably powerful. Sister, you should at least consult your senior brother and young Master Jean, Yu Shui suggested. You are part of the same team. You cannot disregard the thoughts of others, can you? Young Master Jean, what do you think that No need? My sister's intent is clear. She does not wish to accompany you. So we shall naturally part ways. Jean Houchin unhesitatingly supported Yu, directly rejecting Yu Shui, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed in front of the crowd. Rongxian, without uttering a word, also implicitly endorsed Yu, taking her hand and walking away. Yu Shui watched as Yu walked away, and the peculiar gazes directed at her made her feel humiliated for the first time. She lowered her eyes, concealing the resentment in them, and inwardly questioned, Grandfather Mu, do you truly believe she will affect my fortune? That is natural that I have told you before. I was a formidable being in my past life. With some understanding of the heavenly path, Muyu responded. Although I am unaware of her actions, I can sense that she has already appropriated some of your fortune. Should this continue, Grandfather Mu, I will heed your words. Yu Shui declared, she ought not to have ventured into the realm of cultivation. Would it not have been better for her to remain in the mortal world? She insists on coming here to seize my fortune. If that is the case, let her not blame me for disregarding our sisterly bond, that if you were to overhear her words, she would roll her eyes heavenward if Yu Shui truly valued their sisterly bond. Little Yu would not have faced such hardships in her growth. The desire to eliminate her grew stronger by the moment. Yu expressed no qualms about taking a life, advising Yu Shui. My intuition tells me that the longer you wait, the more variables will arise. Young Master Jean and her senior brother have been inseparable from her. I would have no opportunity to act. Yu Shui was reluctant to kill Yu in front of Jean Houchin, as he was the young master of the Wangyue Pavilion, and cultivating a good relationship with him would be beneficial for her future. As for Yu's senior brother, she did not regard him highly. She had inquired with Brother Li and the others, and they did not know Rongxian. The core disciples of the major sects were nearly all familiar with each other. Since they did not recognize Rongxian, he likely did not belong to any of the major sections. Even if he were to perish, it would not matter much. Thinking it over, Yu's display of cultivation was merely at the first layer of qi refinement. After more than half a year, her progress was minimal, indicating her lack of talent. She would hardly qualify for the major sections if possible. It would be best to resolve the matter before leaving the secret realm. Muyu asserted, the secret realm is inherently perilous. Death is a common occurrence. Once she is eliminated, we can reclaim the soul-calming grass. Grandfather Mu had imparted much wisdom to Shui. She would indeed procure the soul-calming grass for him. Then I shall await that moment, Yu concluded, falling silent. Yu Shui gazed in the direction Yu had vanished, inwardly vowing, You are the one who first seized my fortune. You have compelled my hand. Chapter 40. This is different from the narrative in the book. Yu was blissfully unaware of the murderous intent that had arisen in Yu towards her. This moment, she was elated by her acquisition of the soul-calming grass. Simultaneously, she mused, the aura of the female lead is indeed formidable. Despite having traveled a half-month ahead of her and her senior brothers, they had only just arrived moments before her. She had taken a direct approach. While they meandered at this juncture, she felt uncertain about her ability to meddle in the affairs between Yu and the Daping. Previously, having gained the advantage, she had nearly missed her opportunity. Now, standing on equal footing with Yu, she suspected that she might not be able to surpass her. Are we looking for a place to rest, or shall we continue onward? Jean Houchen inquired. Let us press on. Yu shrugged. I wish to avoid Yu. Very well. We shall proceed. In the following days, they encountered an increasing number of demon beasts, not in large groups, but still in close proximity. Typically, these creatures would attack upon sighting humans, yet this time they completely ignored the presence of humankind, showing no interest unless provoked. Could it be that some heavenly treasures are about to emerge? Jean Houchen pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Very likely, Yu concurred. She recalled having read that such phenomena often occurred when celestial treasures or rare materials were about to surface. However, she found it perplexing that in the book there was no mention of such occurrences during Yu's training in the San Yuan secret realm. She wondered why this situation diverged from the narrative she had read. Nevertheless, following the direction of the demon beasts, they gradually approached the site of the battle between the Daping and the Tongues. It was a valley, with towering cliffs on one side, a height of over 10 meters. A cave was situated on the cliff. The entrance of the cave stood a massive gray Daping, its sharp eyes fixated on the gathering demon beasts below. How strange, Rongxian remarked, somewhat puzzled. Senior brother, what is it? All the demon beasts congregated here are terrestrial creatures. There are no avian types, Rongxian noted. Jean Houchen hypothesized. Could it be that the heavenly treasures about to appear do not attract avian demon beasts? That seems unlikely. Its guardian beast is the Daping, Rongxian replied. That Daping is enormous. I feel as though I could fly upon its back, Yu exclaimed, contemplating its impressive cultivation leveled least at the peak of the second tier. Jean Houchen speculated, considering that the rules of this realm forbade the presence of third-tier demon beasts. That so? Yu did not directly express her knowledge. Instead, she continued to guide them, that if it were a second-tier monster, then why weren't the other beasts below attacking it? Could it be that a peak second-tier beast can exert widespread suppression over second-tier monsters? The expressions of Jean Houchen, Rongxian, and Wang Wei changed. They had not considered this point earlier. Could it be a third-tier beast? But the rules here should not allow monsters to advance to the third tier, right? Wang Wei said uncertainly. What if an unexpected situation arises? Yu suggested, for instance, if they were third-tier beasts before entering but were injured, their strength might have fallen to the second tier, and then they could recover here, possibly making them third-tier beasts again. As soon as she finished speaking, the three of them stared at her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Weakly, she added, I was just speculating. I was merely considering the possibilities. This scenario is not entirely impossible. Jean Houchen remarked, Sister, you are remarkable. Even such speculation crossed your mind. Yu smiled, thinking she couldn't admit that she had read it in a novel. Could she? If that were the case, we couldn't approach carelessly. Third-tier beasts, especially avian types, are more troublesome than a gold core cultivator. Rongxian cautioned her. Yes, I understand. Yu obediently nodded. Apart from them, many others had gathered on this mountain peak. Everyone felt that a commotion of this magnitude might lead to the best treasures in this secret realm experience, prompting many to seek fortune. In the book, there weren't this many people. With so many present this time, it would be difficult for Yu to take advantage of the situation and contract the Great Peng. However, given the current circumstances, it might be even harder for the Great Peng this time. She was quite fond of this Great Peng and wondered if she could assist it later. The people on the mountain remained still, while the beasts below were restive yet still made no significant moves. Just as Yu thought it would take another 2 days for any action, the Great Peng suddenly let out a resounding cry. And soon flocks of birds appeared in the sky. The arrival of the birds calmed the beasts below for a moment, but the appearance of the soaring serpent quickly reignited their excitement. So many monsters. Yu Xuer's voice rang out from not far away, and Yu turned to glance at her. After a few days of absence, their group had lost some members and gained some unfamiliar faces. Yu stroked her chin, and if she wasn't mistaken, the look Yu Xuer had just shot her seemed to carry a hint of murderous intent. If that were the case, she would have to adjust her mindset towards Yu Xuer. Previously, she had not considered a direct confrontation with Yu Xuer, fully aware of the formidable protagonist halo. She had only intended to stir up some trouble for her, avenging the original owner's grievances. After all, the original owner had perished due to her foolishness in heeding that woman's words and venturing into the forest. But if Yu Xuer intended to kill her, then sorry, she preferred the phrase to the death. If possible, she also favored taking the initiative. Unfortunately, Yu Xuer had a master who dotes on her and a powerful sect backing her. If she killed her without justification, her sect would surely not let it slide. Of course, if she were to strike first and retaliate, that would be a different matter to right. With the soaring serpent's emergence, Yu did not dwell too much on Yu Xuer, redirecting her attention to the valley below. The soaring serpent had a clear target. It aimed to enter the cave behind the Great Pung, leading Yu to speculate about what treasure could be enticing. It that a third-tier soaring serpent possessed the ability for brief leaps. And it had now climbed onto the platform before the cave, engaging in battle with the Great Pung. Upon seeing its movement, the beasts below, as if summoned by a war horn, began scrambling to ascend the cave, each vying to ensure they would not be too late to seize the treasures within. Yu gasped. Such a significant event with the protagonist Yu Xuer present. How could the reality differ so greatly from the book's description? Suddenly, an unconfirmed thought crossed her mind. Could it be because of her? Chapter 41. She is currently a fragile one, that she was not so narcissistic as to believe her mere presence, having crossed over, made her extraordinary. After all, she had not inhabited the protagonist's body. Thus, her actions should not significantly impact the story's trajectory. Moreover, since entering the secret realm, she had done little to influence the plot, encountering few people. The only significant action she had taken was snatching the soul grass from that ghost. Therefore, this change could not possibly be attributed to her. These monsters are spirit stones, brothers. Let us go down. Someone shouted, and the scattered cultivators could not resist charging into the valley. The San Yuan secret realm did not harbor many expensive medicinal materials, and their harvest had not been substantial. Second-tier monsters are not cheap. If they could secure 3 or 4, their trip would be worthwhile. Those with ulterior motives had their eyes set on that cave. Something that could incite such frenzy among so many beasts must surely be a remarkable treasure. They hailed from significant sects, naturally possessing higher aspirations. After the scattered cultivators descended, Yu observed that roughly 100 people remained. These individuals were not weak. Brother Jean, 6th senior brother, shall we descend? Yu inquired. Jean Houchin surveyed the chaotic scene below, visibly reluctant to go down. Sister, our harvest this time has been quite good. The situation below is too tumultuous, and descending could lead to unintended injuries. They were fine, but Yu was merely at the chi refining stage, extremely vulnerable. A single misstep could cost her life. They had already acquired many valuable items. There was no need to tread into such peril. Rong Xian shared a similar sentiment, noting that the sheer number of people and beasts below posed a danger even to himself, let alone while escorting junior sister. Yu gazed longingly at the beasts below. The blood of these monsters was a crucial ingredient for crafting talismans, and their fur was a vital raw material for making talisman brushes. Recently, she had collected numerous valuable items, enabling her to create talisman brushes and inks. She still sought some materials to experiment with. However, she valued her life and understood that descending at this time was perilous. She would continue to observe from above, perhaps to guard the treasures within the cave. The soaring serpent made several attempts to divert the Great Pung's attention elsewhere, but to no avail. Nevertheless, the Great Pung and the soaring serpent did not engage in a fierce battle within the valley. Yu Xuer must have located their positions on the cliff behind. This time, for some reason, the treasures within the cave had been discovered by the monsters, drawing many of them in. Under these circumstances, the Great Pung dared not stray far from the cave. While the Great Pung was the natural enemy of the soaring serpent, the latter's cultivation was likely slightly superior, resulting in a balanced struggle where both sustained significant injuries. The battle raged for half a day, and the devastation in the valley below was indescribable, with the corpses of beasts, birds, and even humans littering the ground. Yu was horrified, witnessing such brutality for the first time in her life. The great Peng and the soaring serpent had both been gravely wounded. Yet in their determination to protect the treasures within the cave, the great Peng remained upon the platform until the very moment it fell. At this juncture, the members of the major sects finally sprang into action, many soaring on their swords towards the stone platform. All of them were at the foundation establishment stage. Junior sister, wait here. They instructed Yu Shuer before descending. Believing both the great Peng and the soaring serpent to be incapacitated, they assumed it was safe and landed on the stone platform. Just as they were about to step over the great Peng's body, it suddenly lifted its head, its massive beak clamping onto one man's neck, and with a brutal force, severed it. Yu was taken aback, realizing just how ferocious this great Peng was. Simultaneously, she felt even more curious about what lay within that cave, compelling it to defend so fiercely. The first man, caught off guard and with his neck bitten through, prompted the others to react, channeling their spiritual energy to strike the great Peng, now in a weakened state. The great Peng was sent flying by their spiritual techniques, landing near the edge of the platform. Some sought to seize the great Peng and the soaring serpent, knowing that the corpse of a third-tier beast was far more valuable than that of a second-tier beast. Yet, even in a diminished state, the great Peng and the soaring serpent were still formidable, and fearing that the treasures inside might be claimed by others if they were too late, they temporarily abandoned their pursuit of the two monsters and rushed into the cave. Brother Jean, sixth senior brother, do you want to take a look? Yu asked at this point. It would be worth the risk to venture down. Not going, both Rong Xian and Jean Haochen replied in unison. Fine, if you don't want to go, then so be it. Senior brother, everyone has entered. Shall we seize the great Peng? Yu suggested. Sister, do you desire it? A little bit, Yu nodded. Having a flying beast would be incredibly convenient for their escape. Do you wish to make the great Peng your contracted beast? Jean Haochen asked, but that is not feasible. Untamed beasts cannot be contracted. Then we can tame it. That requires a beastmaster. However, beastmasters are even rarer than pill refiners. No worries, my senior brother can do it. Jean Haochen. But there are hardly any people from your sect, besides a pill refiner. You even have a beastmaster? Rong Xian assessed the situation below and remarked, it could be worth a try. Since sister desires it, let us proceed. Yu had not removed her protective spiritual artifact, and Wang Wei used his sword to take the three of them down, ensuring Yu was shielded in the middle. Yu Shuer watched with envy. Having reached the fifth layer of qi refining, she found it unjust that her senior brothers had not even considered bringing her along while they were willing to protect Yu, who was merely at the first layer of qi refining. Did they not fear she would drag them down? Furthermore, their protective stance around Yu left her with no opportunity to act against her. Upon reaching the stone platform, Yu saw the great Peng's eyes filled with despair, and her heart ached for that moment. Someone approached with the intent to seize the magnificent Da Peng, leading to a confrontation with Rong Xian and his companions. Yu, however, chose not to engage and instead walked towards Da Peng. Upon noticing her, Da Peng's gaze sharpened, and it flapped its wings in a struggle. The gust stirred by its movements, causing Yu to instinctively halt her advance. You need not fear. I do not come to capture you. Yu reassured, producing her sole fifth-grade healing elixir. This is a medicinal pill bestowed upon me by my master. You should be able to consume it as well. With that, she tossed the pill towards Da Peng, which landed before it. Da Peng regarded her with suspicion, remaining motionless. Humans are cunning, and it harbored no trust in her. Yu remained unfazed and spoke to it. The treasures within that cave are of great significance to you. Otherwise, you would not risk your life to protect them. Yet, look at your current state. You cannot even prevent others from entering, that if I harbored ill intentions towards you. Her words were abruptly interrupted by a surge of red light. She turned to glance at the cave, saying nothing, and suddenly, a crimson figure barreled towards her. Chapter 42. Bound by the contract, deceived, the figure moved with astonishing speed, reaching Yu's embrace in an instant, prompting her to instinctively wrap her arms around it. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain. Her fingers became inexplicably glued to its surface. Looking down, she noticed that the red light had dissipated, revealing a dull, gray egg nestled in her arms. The emergence of the egg elicited a significant reaction from Da Peng, particularly when it saw a beam of light enveloping both itself and Yu, causing it to momentarily forget to flap its wings. The onlookers on the stone platform were equally bewildered. How had they missed the moment when the little junior sister suddenly acquired an egg? Furthermore, was this radiant glow indicative of a contract? Is this Dapeng's egg? Someone inquired. That it must be. Another replied, no wonder Dapeng has been guarding this place. It was to protect its egg in this world. It is well known that demon beasts are fiercely protective of their offspring and eggs. So Dapeng's reaction was not surprising. Just then, individuals from the cave emerged. Their expressions filled with fury upon seeing the egg in Yu Yu's possession, that we lost so many lives over such a trivial matter. It is utterly unjust. Without a doubt, conflict had erupted within the cave, leading to casualties. Should we seize it? Someone proposed. That little girl moved so swiftly, already binding the egg with a contract. What good would it do to attempt to take it? An egg from a third-grade demon beast holds little value. True, but can a third-grade demon beast's egg fly on its own? Capture them. They have acquired the seven-petal color lotus. Seven-petal color lotus. That is a sacred herb. Capture them, charge. Yu Yu observed as a throng of individuals surged forth. Pursued by others, that it was evident that those in the lead were the ones who had obtained the seven-petal color lotus. Upon closer inspection, she realized with amusement that the group included two of Yu Shui's fellow disciples. As those individuals emerged from the cave, they immediately summoned their spiritual swords, dashing away without a second thought. The crowd that had just exited the cave unhesitatingly followed suit, while those in the valley lagged slightly behind. Seeing this, Jin Haochen and Rong Xian finally relaxed their tense demeanor. Moreover, the attention of these individuals was diverted from Yu Yu, allowing for a potential safe retreat. Little junior sister, we should leave this place at once. Rong Xian urged, drawing forth his spiritual sword in preparation for their departure. Yu leaped onto it just as Yu Shui's voice echoed, Sister, is that egg of yours truly remarkable? It can even fly out from the cave and autonomously bind contracts. It surely cannot be Dapeng's egg, can it? Those remaining were left speechless. Yu thought to herself, you scoundrel, Yu Shui, you truly wish to bring me trouble. However, at that moment, she could not afford to settle scores with Yu Shui, for they were already confronted by individuals obstructing their path, making a stealthy retreat impossible. Little girl, relinquish the egg and dissolve the contract, and we shall allow you to leave, one of them commanded Yu Yu. That is merely an egg from a third-grade demon beast. It holds little worth. Rong Xian interjected, a third-grade demon beast egg that can fly on its own and actively form contracts. Indeed, we witnessed it firsthand in the cave. It knocked the first person attempting to seize it away, causing that individual to vomit blood. Does an ordinary demon beast egg possess such power? The statement left Yu Yu and her companions momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated the egg's formidable capabilities. The leader among them had reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, accompanied by 3 additional Foundation establishment aides, and there were others nearby eager to join the fray. Their desire to leave was becoming increasingly challenging. However, demanding Yu Yu to dissolve the contract was impossible. Once a contract is formed, attempting to break it would result in a backlash that could injure her. Rong Xian understood that a confrontation was now unavoidable, that he activated a protective formation, encasing Yu Yu within it. Little junior sister, remain inside and do not emerge. Yu Yu looked at the throng of individuals. Her expression darkening. 3 against over 40 Foundation establishment practitioners left them with little hope of victory. Regret washed over her. She should not have endangered her seniors in her attempt to save Dapeng. I am the young master of Wangyue Pavilion. Do you wish to oppose us? Jin Haochen declared, invoking his status. The young master of Wangyue Pavilion? Hearing this, some individuals displayed hesitation. They were merely loose cultivators. And Wangyue Pavilion loomed over them like a colossal entity. Furthermore, it was rumored that Wangyue Pavilion placed great importance on this young master. Should he be harmed, they would face relentless pursuit once they exited the secret realm. Since it was merely a demon beast egg, they might not even succeed in seizing it, making withdrawal a wiser option. With that thought, nearly a third of the individuals retreated. Meanwhile, others regarded Jin Haochen with renewed interest, as if appraising a valuable item. The scrutiny from these individuals heightened the vigilance of Yu Yu and her companions. However, with a portion of them withdrawing, they now faced a manageable 30 or so adversaries. After all, Rong Xian was a formation master, possessing numerous formations. Jin Haochen also had a wealth of treasures that go. Seize the demon beast egg. Enclosed within the protective formation, Yu found herself amidst a full-scale battle. Initially, only a handful of individuals engaged, and Rongxian and his group managed to handle them with ease. However, as they realized they could not contend with their opponents, another 10 individuals surged forward. Naturally, some targeted the protective formation surrounding Yu, but the formation Rongxian had crafted was one-directional, effectively blocking outside attacks while allowing those within to channel their spiritual energy outward. Thus, Yu launched her attacks against the assailants. She began by using her vines to whip those assaulting them. Though the vines appeared slender, striking a person was excruciating. Initially, those individuals had underestimated Yu, a mere chi refinement stage novice, and were caught off guard when struck, only to be ensnared by the vines and flung into the throng of demon beasts below the platform. The remaining assailants were left astonished, realizing the potency of her vines, and attempted to counter with their spiritual energy. These individuals were all in the foundation establishment stage. Even if her vines were powerful, they were still only at the 5th level of chi refinement, and it did not take long before they were dispersed. Just as Yu contemplated switching to fire spiritual energy, she suddenly felt a tug from behind, causing her to flip backward and land on a fluffy surface. Before she could comprehend the situation, she was abruptly lifted into the air, prompting her to grasp onto the remaining feathers in fright that in the span of a single breath, she ascended from the valley into the sky, with the figures below diminishing in size. At that moment, she realized she had been carried away on Da Ping's back, soaring through the air. Since she had been near Da Ping earlier, Rongxian's protective formation had shielded both her and Da Ping. Evidently, the medicinal pill she had given it had taken effect. Although its spiritual energy had not fully recovered, it was capable of flight. However, it seemed to possess limited strength, as it soon landed on a mountaintop with her still aboard. Chapter 43. Yu watched as Da Ping collapsed onto the ground upon landing. She hopped off its back and approached, concerned. Da Ping, are you all right? Da Ping remained silent, casting a glance her way before closing its eyes. Yu was startled, fearing it was on the brink of death. Had her efforts to save it been in vain? She reached out to pat Da Ping's head. Da Ping, I have more medicinal pills. Please don't die. It did not perish that a youthful voice suddenly resonated in her mind, startling Yu. She scanned her surroundings, finding no one else present. Stop looking. I'm in your bag. The voice chimed again. Yu glanced down at her satchel, which contained the egg she had just bound with a contract. She extracted the egg, holding it to her face. Is it you who is speaking? Indeed, it is I. The voice replied with a childish lilt, exuding an air of arrogance. Yu twitched her lips and flicked the egg, admonishing, Speak properly. Humph. If you continue to pout, I shall abandon you. Yu had no desire to care for a spoiled brat, especially since this contract was thrust upon her. Who knew what kind of creature this was? You bully me. The little one protested. Ditto. Are you even human? Yu tapped it again, mimicking the action of discarding it. I did not intend to bind you. If you do not behave, I shall truly leave you behind. Did I ask you once more? Can you speak properly? The little creature fell silent for a moment before responding, sounding rather pitiful. I can my name is Chihu, and hey, you is my guardian, that I formed a contract with you, because you possess a scent that brings me great comfort. Chihu did not disclose her species, only mentioning her name and the reason for the contract. Yu examined herself, noting only the scent of sweat and earth, that white power emanating from you. Chihu explained, that power feels familiar, and I quite like it. Yu paused for a moment, then quickly responded, Are you referring to the power of the stars? The power of the stars. What is that? Yu condensed some star power at her fingertips, and Chiyu immediately became excited, exclaiming, That's it. Give it to me, please. She attempted to channel the star power into Chiyu, who absorbed it entirely. Great, another one who craves star power, she thought curiously. What species are you that you require star power? Chiyu appeared momentarily taken aback and awkwardly shifted the topic. I feel like I need to sleep, that oh dear, I've fallen asleep. Yu remarked, Could you not be so insincere? However, no matter how much she prodded, Chiyu remained unresponsive, akin to a scoundrel who forgets their obligations after indulging. Before long, she realized Chiyu had truly succumbed to slumber. Although they were still in the mountains, the rocket's speed was astonishing. Even a brief flight had taken them far from the previous valley. She sighed, realizing the distance was too great for the message talisman to reach. Alas, I wonder how 6 senior brother and brother Jean are faring. I'm so worried. Now that I've been taken by the rock, those people surely won't trouble Six's senior brother and the others, will they? Another sigh escaped her lips. Despite her distance, her concern for them left her feeling powerless. Exhausted, she leaned against the soft body of the rock, taking advantage of its unconsciousness to find some comfort that if it were awake, she wouldn't dare to lean on it, perhaps due to her fatigue. What began as a brief rest led Yu into a deep slumber. When she finally awoke, the sky was already darkening. She had slept for at least an hour and a half. Sitting up straight and stretching, she froze when she turned her head. The rock had turned its head, and their eyes met. The rock's gaze was sharp, and Yu felt as if she were facing a blade. "Hi," she said, lowering her hand awkwardly, waving it slightly at it. When it showed no reaction, she sheepishly let her hand drop. "That's so. Is your injury feeling any better?" "Much improved, thank you," the rock replied in a rather aloof tone. Yet its voice was surprisingly melodious, causing Yu, a voice enthusiast, to feel her ears tingle. "That's good to hear." Yu stood up, noticing the rock's gaze fixated on the satchel at her waist, and immediately understood its intent. She retrieved Chi, saying, "This one formed a contract with me on its own that I don't know how to dissolve it, and no matter. That is its choice," Yu interjected. However what? Yu dreaded the implications of such a however, fearing it hinted at misfortune. "It is something I must protect, and now that it has chosen you, I must accompany you as well," Yu stated slowly. Yu was taken aback. "Huh? You intend to follow me?" "Not you, but it," Yu corrected. "You understood, realizing the distinction, that I agree to your following me. But I have a condition." "What condition, since you wish to accompany me?" "It means you are joining my sect, that of course. I won't burden you with tasks in daily life, but if the sect faces any challenges, you must assist." Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Seeing its consent, Yu's face broke into a joyful smile. Yu, observing her delight, refrained from mentioning that with Chi by her side, any trouble she encountered would also involve it. "By the way, Yu, what caused such a commotion? Is it because the seven-petal color lotus has matured?" Yu inquired. That no, Yu suspected it was unlikely. If that were the case, it would not be mentioned in the book as still unripe. "It is because of you," Yu, still exhaling from her previous anxiety, was momentarily left breathless by this revelation. "Because of me." She looked at the rock, hoping for a denial. Indeed, the rock did not acquiesce to her wish. Continuing, Chi possesses a high bloodline. In the demon realm, eggs with high bloodlines are highly attractive to demon beasts. For lower-tier demon beasts, it is an instinctive allure. The lower the tier, the greater the attraction. Yu stroked the satchel containing Chi, perplexed. "What does this have to do with me?" Chapter 44. Pursuit. I have set up a barrier in the cave to conceal Chi's presence. Yu continued. "When you entered the secret realm, Chi sensed your aura and became overly excited, flitting about heedlessly and inadvertently breaking through the barrier, thus revealing its presence." Yu listened in disbelief. This little creature had such a keen sense. At that time, I had no idea it sensed you and could not communicate. That it was only after it actively formed a contract with you and gained the power of the contract that I became aware of the situation. "I see. No wonder that little one contracted with me the moment it saw me upon emerging." Yet a new question arose for her. "Since you are aware that the demon beasts are approaching, why do you not leave the cave and await their assault?" "When we arrived in this secret realm, it was damaged. The seven-petal color lotus can nourish it, especially since it is nearing maturity. This is particularly beneficial for it. Previously, Chi wanted to rush out to find you, but it reinforced the barrier to block your aura. Without your presence, it settled down to AT that time." Chi was unable to speak, and Yu did not realize that its contract with a human could heal its hidden injuries. It simply wanted Chi to absorb the power of the seven-petal color lotus. No, it never occurred to it that Chi would form a contract with a human. It was not until a quarter of an hour ago, when it awoke and conversed with Chi that it understood why it made such a choice. Chi mentioned that she possessed a very comforting power, yet did not specify that it was the power of the stars. Although Chi had yet to hatch, Yu, who had always protected it, instinctively wished to safeguard Yu as well. Yu began to piece together the events. Since she was not mentioned in the book, the leakage of Chi's aura and the ensuing discovery by the demon beasts did not occur. However, Yu and Tung Shi were arch-rivals, and thus, before Yu Xuer and the others arrived, both parties had engaged in a fierce battle. nearly leading to mutual destruction, culminating in you Shuer forcibly forming a contract. Therefore, Qiyu, hidden in the cave, along with the seven-petal color lotus, remained undiscovered and unmentioned. She felt somewhat bewildered. Was she truly within the confines of a book? Was a book truly a world unto itself? Yu, noticing her contemplative silence, ceased speaking. Yu wrestled with her thoughts for a while, realizing she could not arrive at a conclusion and decided to let it go. Did I wonder how my senior brothers are doing? Can you take me to find them? Yu shook its head. My injuries are severe, and your medicinal pills are ineffective for demon beasts. Their effects are not as pronounced or rapid as they are for humans. Bringing you out previously exhausted a considerable amount of my strength, and I can no longer fly. I see. Your companions possess greater strength than you do, and with Qiyu accompanying you, they will be safer without you. The day of your exit is approaching. It would be better for you to leave and reunite with them then. Yu felt a pang of heartbreak at such blunt honesty. Nonetheless, what Yu said was true. Given her strength and Qiyu's presence, she would indeed be more of a burden to them. Then take care of yourself, she said, pulling out a book to read, wishing to ignore the hurtful words of the demon beast. Meanwhile, Jin Haochen and the others were not faring as well as Yu had imagined. They had originally thought that once Yu and her companions departed, the ordeal would conclude. However, they found themselves under relentless pursuit for 3 consecutive days. Without a moment's reprieve. Why is your head worth so much? Rongxian noticed that the hemostatic pills had run out, leaving only the pills distributed to him by his junior sister before entering the secret realm. Dan patterns? Rongxian and Wang Wei were drawn to his astonished exclamation, coming over to inspect the pills in his hand. There really are Dan patterns. Although Rongxian had limited knowledge of pills, he understood that the presence of Dan patterns indicated something significant. Could this be a top-grade pill? Wang Wei queried. Can our junior sister truly refine top-grade pills? Rongxian was uncertain. After all, their junior sister had only been initiated for half a year and had been practicing alchemy for less than a month. Could she really refine top-grade pills? If top-grade pills were so easily crafted, then even masters would rarely produce them. Yet these pills indeed bore Dan patterns. He poured out the pills he had, discovering that they also bore patterns. Your pills have Dan patterns too, Jin Haochen remarked, astonished at the sight of the Dan patterns. Are they all top-grade pills? Wang Wei felt that in all his years, he had never seen so many pills with Dan patterns that if that's the case, we can test them to find out. Jin Haochen promptly swallowed the pills in his hand. While it was true that occasionally skilled alchemists could produce pills with Dan patterns, not all pills with patterns were necessarily top-grade. However, looking at the pills given by Yu, his intuition told him they were indeed top-grade. The moment the pills slid down his throat, he began to feel their effects. Such rapid efficacy, if not a top-grade pill. What else could it be? Soon, the effects of the pills surged through his body, rapidly restoring his depleted spiritual energy. Such speed. Could it be anything but top-grade? No, it felt even more potent than that. Although there is not an overwhelming abundance, there is indeed a noticeable increase. Moreover, the Dan poison he experienced within the medicinal pills was even less than that contained in secondary-grade pills. The classification of medicinal pills primarily depends on 2 aspects. First, their efficacy, and second, the presence of Dan poison. Each type of pill possesses Dan poison, yet the higher the grade, the lesser the poison. If a pill exhibits exceptional efficacy but harbors a significant amount of Dan poison, its grade is consequently lower. Rongxian nodded in agreement. Its effects are marginally superior to those of a secondary-grade hemostatic pill, and the Dan poison is also diminished. Such results cannot possibly be attributed to a premium-grade Bishua pill. Indeed, I concur. This is truly an exquisite medicinal pill. Jin Chaochen could hardly contain his excitement. Wishing to find Yu immediately and spin her around thrice. His sister is indeed a treasure. Chapter 45. Ordinary third-grade demonic beasts cannot speak either. Jin Chaochen, being involved in managing the affairs of the Wangyue Pavilion, naturally understood the rarity and value of exquisite medicinal pills. Selling them, that is out of the question. Those alchemists rarely manage to concoct exquisite pills. Even when they do, they typically keep them for themselves or bestow them upon close associates, unless circumstances compel them to part with them. Nevertheless, he had the fortune of witnessing such pills on a couple of occasions. Truly, he had only seen them, never touched them, merely inhaled their fragrant aroma. Now, he possessed several exquisite pills. He examined the pills given to him by Yu, growing increasingly exhilarated. What kind of celestial existence is my sister that she has produced nothing but exquisite pills? It felt like a dream. He could not help but pinch his own leg. It hurt. This is not a dream. So my sister really has concocted so many exquisite pills. Rongxian also felt it was surreal. His junior sister had been operating right under his nose. How did she suddenly acquire the ability to create exquisite pills? Could it be related to her mutated spiritual roots? However, as an elder brother, Rongxian pondered more deeply. Jin Daoyu, for the safety of my junior sister, I hope you can keep the matter of the exquisite pills confidential. Jin Shaoqin, understanding immediately, nodded. I assure you, I will not speak of it. You must also do the same. Wang Wei placed a hand over his heart. I, Wang Wei, swear before the heavens that I will never disclose the matter of the exquisite pills. Should I violate this oath, may I perish. A beam of silver light descended from the heavens, landing upon his chest, solidifying the vow. Rongxian did not expect Wang Wei to make such an oath directly, yet this was for the best. The vice master of Wangyue Pavilion is over there. Let us hasten. Rongxian jabbed him in the ribs. You do not even know who is paying for your bounty. How will you present yourself to him? Jin Shaoqin, there was no need for you to say that. But when will this pursuit come to an end? Wang Wei glanced back at the pursuers, stating, Master, there is only 1 day left until the secret realm closes. Once that occurs, we shall be able to escape this, so we must endure for 1 more day. Ah, I shall escape. Rongxian, stop wailing and let us run. As the closing time of the secret realm approached, Yu transformed the Dupeng into a mimicry, a small gray bird, and grasped it in her hand. Soon, a blinding white light compelled her to shut her eyes, followed by a dizzying whirl. When she finally set her feet on solid ground again, she opened her eyes in astonishment. Sixth brother, what has happened to you? At that moment, Rongxian and his companions were battered and bruised, their clothes soiled and wrinkled, their faces either streaked with blood or caked in dirt. Their eyes weary and haggard, presenting a most disheveled appearance. It was clear they had endured a tumultuous few days. After my departure, those individuals did not relent in their pursuit. Yu inquired further. Before they emerged, Rongxian and his companions had been embroiled in combat. Seeing Yu and Wang Liang approaching, the trio relaxed. Master, were you besieged? Wang Liang asked. Jin Shaoqin waved his hand dismissively. Sister, this has nothing to do with you. After you left, we thought the matter was resolved. However, someone issued a secret order, offering 500,000 low-grade spirit stones for my head, and thus we were pursued for several days. Pursued for several days? Yu gazed at the trio with pity. How unfortunate. Who were they? Wang Liang surveyed the crowd, exuding the pressure of a late-stage golden core, causing those nearby to tighten their hearts. Jin Shaoqin glanced around and shook his head. Those individuals likely fled the moment they emerged at the secret realm. They were bold, for events occurring within were unknown to those outside. However, once outside, it was different. Wangyue Pavilion would not truly send only brother Wang Liang to protect him. Otherwise, why did the pursuers not act directly, instead issuing a bounty only after entering the secret realm? Moreover, have you not noticed that even those like Li Yu, who were pursued for days, faced no one daring to seize their treasures once they emerged? Nonetheless, they too lacked any guards to protect them in the shadows, making their swift exit the moment they could. Yu wished to discuss her earlier shout with Yuxuer, but found no opportunity, seeing that no one could be found and observing their state. Wang Liang suggested, in that case, let us investigate this matter later. For now, let us rest for a day. He promptly produced several bottles of medicinal pills for them. Jin Shaoqin opened the door to his courtyard, channeled spiritual energy to unlock it, and once they all entered, he activated the protective barrier. Rongxian addressed Yu. Junior sister, let us take a moment to recuperate. How did you bring a bird out with you? Only then did everyone notice the black moon that Yu was clutching. Yu looked at the Dapeng, which he had nearly suffocated by gripping its head too tightly, and quickly released it. Chuckling awkwardly, ahem, my apologies. I was afraid it wouldn't come out, so I held on a bit too tightly. Please do not be upset. The black moon was inclined to be angry. Her actions had nearly made it the first third-grade demonic beast to be choked to death. However, it had yet to voice any complaints when Yu's bag shifted, prompting it to declare, No harm done that Taiyi can talk, Jin Shaochen exclaimed. Yes, it is indeed that Da Ping, you explained at a third-grade demonic beast? Generally, third-grade demonic beasts cannot speak. One must be at least fourth grade to utter human words, right? Jin Shaochen questioned with confusion. You had not noticed this detail while reading novels, because you swear had formed a contract with it. It always spoke directly when it appeared. Some third-grade beasts with higher bloodlines can also converse. Wang Liang, possessing broader knowledge, cast a glance at the black moon as he spoke that a third-grade demonic beast with the strength of a golden core, now held by a girl in the qi refining stage, seemed quite peculiar. Rong Xian, not focusing on this, looked at Yu with concern. Junior sister, how did you manage to bring it out? Oh, it will be following us from now on, Yu replied with a smile. It will henceforth be a member of our sect. Ah no, it will be our sect's guardian beast. Rong Xian twitched his lips. Junior sister. Although our sect is small, we do not accept just any demonic beast. Last time, a fourth-grade beast sought to become our guardian beast, but the master refused. Thus, a third-grade beast would be even less desirable. Yu exclaimed in surprise. A fourth-grade beast is comparable to the strength of the nascent soul stage, and yet the master deemed it unworthy. Is our sect truly that formidable? Chapter 46. The reputation of an exquisite alchemist is invaluable. The Black Moon initially felt slighted. But upon hearing that even a fourth-grade beast had been rejected, it no longer felt quite as resentful. However, it grew curious about Yu's sect. That is of little consequence. If the master does not allow it to be the guardian beast, then it may serve as my mountain guardian beast instead, Yu said nonchalantly. That should be acceptable. Yes, sixth brother, Jin Dagu. You should go tend to your injuries, Yu urged them. Very well. Wait for us outside and do not venture out alone, Rong Xian cautioned. Yes, I will not go out, Yu obediently replied. Rong Xian could not resist ruffling her hair. That my junior sister is truly obedient. The last time someone from the neighboring beast-taming sect claimed my junior sister was the most terrifying creature. What led to such a conclusion? My junior sister is simply too well-behaved, sister. Wait for me. I will be out shortly. Jin Shaochen was eager to discuss the exquisite pills with Yu, wanting to pull her aside immediately. Yes, Jin Dagu, you go ahead. Once Rong Xian and the others entered, Wang Wei followed suit, and Wang Liang directly accompanied Wang Wei to his room, Des Jin Shaochen's guard. He needed to ascertain what transpired within both Rong Xian and Jin Shaochen were swift. After a shower and changing their garments, they emerged. They proceeded to Yu's room, where Rong Xian set up a soundproof formation, ensuring that those outside could not overhear their conversation. Jin Shaochen sat before Yu and inquired, Sister, I will not beat around the bush. The pills you previously provided us were indeed exquisite pills, correct? Did you concoct them yourself? I did, Yu replied. As for their grade, they should be exquisite, as I find their effects superior to those of first-grade upper-tier pills. Impressive, my sister. Jin Shaochen stood up, unable to contain his excitement as he circled Yu twice. Once his emotions settled slightly, he resumed his seat before Yu and asked, Sister, are you selling these pills? Selling? Yes, if you are willing to sell, I can offer you a price even higher than that of second-grade pills. Jin Shaochen asserted that, esteemed friend Rong, I assure you that I shall not divulge the fact that our junior sister is an exceptional alchemist. My sole intention is to sell top-tier elixirs within the Wangyue Pavilion, Jin Shaochen remarked. Are you aware of the consequences that will arise once such elixirs come to light? Rong Xian's expression darkened further. At that point, everyone will be seeking our junior sister. What makes you think you can protect her? As long as I remain silent, no one will know that the exquisite elixirs were crafted by her. Jin Shaochen replied. That is not permissible, Rong Xian countered. Very well, Jin Shaochen conceded, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his heart, which he did not outwardly express that, Brother Jin, have you encountered some trouble? Yu inquired. It is a bit troublesome, but nothing of great consequence, Jin Shaochen responded to Dio's share. Yu urged, pulling out a handful of roasted pine nuts to share with the two, stating, I discovered these 2 days ago. They are incredibly fragrant. Jin Shaochen and Rong Xian exchanged glances, bemused by the juxtaposition of their perilous situation while she busied herself with roasting pine nuts. How enviable. Yu cracked open a pine, nut the size of a Brazilian nut. Taking a bite, the aroma of the nut mingled with a delightful crunch reminiscent of the Brazilian nut. truly delectable. It seems that the spiritual energy of this world has transformed even the pine nuts into something extraordinary. She nearly failed to recognize them at first, almost missing out. Jin Haochen and Rongxian, having never tasted them before, each took a nut, becoming captivated by the flavor. Delicious. It seems our junior sister has a knack for discovering delightful treats wherever she goes. Pine nuts grow on pine trees, yet no one has thought to gather them for consumption. Sharing snacks alleviated the tension that had permeated the air moments ago. Brother Jin, you mentioned earlier that you were facing some troubles. What are they? Yu asked that in truth, it is not much. Another commercial guild that has consistently opposed us has recently been poaching our personnel and siphoning off our clientele. My father, having been somewhat inattentive, lost a few people. They have begun spreading rumors that our products are subpar. While it is not a significant issue, my father is concerned about it, Jin Haochen explained. Yu sensed that the situation might be more serious than he portrayed. She had noticed the fleeting disappointment in his demeanor earlier. Will selling top-tier elixirs benefit you? Yu inquired. That it certainly will, Jin Haochen replied. Just the reputation alone will draw many to the Wangyue Pavilion, bringing about substantial changes. However, this is merely a first-tier elixir. Even if its efficacy exceeds that of the ordinary, it is not a high-level elixir. How much impact can it truly have? Yu questioned, perplexed. The influence does not stem from the elixir's potency, but rather from the reputation of the exceptional alchemist behind it, Jin Haochen clarified. It is all about the name. Junior sister, the exquisite elixirs cannot be sold. Rongxian asserted. Sixth brother, while exceptional alchemists may be rare, I cannot possibly refrain from selling forever. Yu protested. My success rate is quite high, and I often require practice in alchemy. With so many elixirs, I cannot possibly consume them all myself. Rather than sell them at unfamiliar shops, it would be wiser to give them to Brother Jin. At least he would keep my secret, wouldn't he? Yu reasoned. Jin Haochen, being directly addressed, immediately declared, absolutely. Unless our junior sister chooses to reveal her identity as an exceptional alchemist, no one will learn of it from me. However, with you being seen with us recently, it is inevitable that others may connect the dots regarding our junior sister, Rongxian cautioned. Sixth brother, if you weren't my senior, would you believe someone claiming I am an exceptional alchemist? Yu countered. Rongxian paused for a moment before grasping her meaning. She had only been initiated for half a year. To others, she had barely brushed the surface of becoming an alchemist. In this light, revealing her status as an exceptional alchemist at this stage could serve as a protective guise. After all, who would suspect that an exceptional alchemist could be a mere 15-year-old child? Rongxian had previously focused too much on her safety due to his knowledge of her abilities, failing to consider this angle. Now that he had shifted his perspective, he no longer opposed the idea, but insisted, we must agree that we cannot disclose our junior sister's name. Of course. Jin Haochen had not anticipated the prospect of selling exquisite elixirs. Thumping his chest in assurance that if anyone asks, I shall say that an old man I encountered gifted them to me. That works, Rongxian concurred, adding that you should provide more specific details, such as their cultivation level, whether they are male or female, and any false attributes. The more elaborate the deception, the less likely others will suspect our junior sister. Chapter 47. From now on, please call me Master Yu upon hearing this. Yu became intrigued, clapping her hands and declaring, from now on, please call me Master Yu. Master Yu. Wouldn't that reveal your identity? Even if my name contains the character for Rain, do you think others would assume we are the same person? That is a valid point. Even if someone were to say that a master named Yu exists, they would not necessarily connect it to you. Seeing that neither of them opposed the idea, Jin Haochen acquiesced, stating, very well, I will say that I obtained them from Master Yu. From Master Yu's identity. I shall portray her as a reclusive sage. Sounds good. Yu agreed, finding the notion of a reclusive sage rather prestigious. Sister, we have consumed all the elixirs you previously provided. Do you have any remaining? Indeed. I divided them into 3 portions, and I have not yet used mine, Yu replied, handing her top-tier elixirs to Jin Haochen. He calculated the price and gave her 50,000 spirit stones. Previously, they had been a gift, so there was no charge, but now that they were to be sold, it was only fair to settle the accounts. Still making a profit from alchemy. Yu mused, you still need to deduct costs, Rongxian remarked. Yu chuckled, refraining from mentioning her astonishing success rate, which resulted in minimal costs. Indeed. How about it? Following me shall not lead to losses. Yu boasted. Heiyue remained silent, neither confirming nor denying her statement. You mentioned that you would accompany me. Have you considered forming a contract with me as my guardian spirit? It might even heal your hidden wounds. Yu suggested. Heiyue, this time, did not remain silent. You are the contract holder of Chi. Oh, what? Does contracting with it preclude you from forming a contract with me? I lack that qualification, Heiyue replied. However, even without a contract, I shall protect you with my life. Yu tapped her pine nuts against the table, stating, Chiyu, is it a phoenix? Heiyue froze, astonished that Yu had deduced Chiyu's identity so quickly, observing the incredulity in his eyes. She knew she had guessed correctly. You are a Dapeng, and those who protect you with their lives must be of superior lineage, possessing some blood connection. Yu remarked, feigning insight. Surprisingly, that is indeed the case. However, the book did not mention the disappearance of the phoenix egg, so I am unaware of whose child Chiyu is. You must keep this confidential, Heiyue insisted. Naturally, Yu nodded, understanding the dangers of exposing the child carrying the gold. Seeing her understanding, Heiyue felt relieved. This human was unlike any he had encountered before. Though young, she possessed clarity of thought and was easy to converse with, making her a pleasant companion. Yu, sensing his reluctance to share more, refrained from pressing further. Regardless of how Heiyue and Chiyu ended up in the secret realm, it was unlikely they had done so willingly. It would likely involve many complex matters, and given her current low strength, discussing them would be futile and might even impact her determination. However, Yu believed that since Chiyu was her contracted beast, he was essentially hers. Regardless of what had transpired, they would face it together. Yet, she felt too inexperienced to inquire about the past. It was better to wait until she grew stronger to ask them. The room fell into silence, and after a while, Yu finally spoke. Once we reach the city, I will check if there are any healing elixirs for beasts. Thank you. Heiyue paused momentarily before swallowing the rest of his words. That if you have anything to say, please speak freely. The healing elixir you crafted. May I try it? Heiyue asked that my elixir. It is possible, but it is only a first-tier elixir. Its effects may not be significant for you, Yu replied, retrieving a vial and pouring out 3 exquisite elixirs. Heiyue flew over, slightly enlarging his form, and picked up the 3 elixirs, swallowing them whole. Yu observed as he closed his eyes, feeling a surge of nervousness. After a while, Heiyue opened his eyes, and for the first time, his gaze was filled with excitement. How was it? Yu inquired. Your elixir possesses a unique power. That force within the elixir allows its effects to manifest. I have previously consumed elixirs from other humans, but they yielded no results. The elixirs you provided earlier were of a higher grade, thus offering some effect. However, they had little impact on my hidden wounds. Heiyue explained, but your elixir is effective for both my fresh and hidden injuries. However, due to its low grade, the effects are not substantial. Feeling a sense of gratitude, Heiyue said, Thank you, no need for politeness, as my guardian spirit. It is my duty to provide you with healing. Yu replied, then pulled out a book she had brought from the sect's library and began reading. Unfortunately, she had not paid attention to beast elixirs previously, so the book did not cover that area. She would have to wait until Jin Haochen and the others returned to ask them. At the Wanghua Pavilion, they sold elixirs and medicinal materials, so naturally, they would also have a selection of common elixir formulas for sale. Once Jin Haochen voiced the request, the shopkeeper immediately brought forth all the formulas available. Yu gazed at the thick stack of alchemical formulas, momentarily taken aback. Does the Wanghua Pavilion truly have so many formulas for sale? Upon flipping through them, she discovered that some were quite rare and valuable, with a few even absent from the Taiyi Sect. Seeing these formulas stirred her interest. Are all these formulas for sale? Since they've been brought here, they must be for sale. Jin Haochen remarked, however, sister, if you desire them, there's certainly a gift for you. All for me? No, I insist on purchasing, Yu declared with a flourish. How much do these total in spirit stones? The shopkeeper instinctively replied, altogether, it will amount to 50,000 at mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing 50,000, Yu felt she could manage it, but when the term mid-grade spirit stones registered, she froze. Is it really that expensive? The prices for formulas have always been steep. However, the bulk of the cost comes from the last few sheets, Jean Houchin noted. Yet, given the assistance you provided me this time, these formulas alone do not suffice as payment. Chapter 48. Huangfu Yuan. You are here too, Yu expressed surprise. Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated. How so? Seeing her bewildered expression, Jean Houchin almost reached out to poke her forehead. Just take them without overthinking, that I, in the future, should you need to concoct any elixirs, simply sell some to your elder brother. This time, Yu did not decline, accepting the hefty stack of formulas and expressing her gratitude. Then I shall thank you. Brother Jean, thank you. If anything, I should be thanking you, Jean Houchin replied. If you need any medicinal materials, I will have someone prepare them for you. Yu selected a few first-grade spirit beast elixir formulas and supplemented her rather limited stock of materials. These are all the most basic elixirs. The shopkeeper thought little of it, assuming she was merely a novice alchemist. Very well, take this token. Should any matters arise, you may seek assistance at the Wanghua Pavilion using it. Jean Houchin handed Yu a golden token, engraved with his name. Yu accepted the token and sent him along with Wang Wei into the teleportation array. This courtyard was more expensive than the previous rooms, as it was protected by a barrier, preventing interruptions during breakthroughs. Unsettled, Yu requested to set up the courtyard given by her master within the small courtyard, activating the array inside. Rong Xian expressed concern. Junior sister, I will be in seclusion, and you will be out here alone. Yu, understanding his worries, reassured him. Brother, do not fret. While you are in seclusion, I shall remain here to guard you, that I intend to study spirit beast elixirs and experiment with making talisman paper and ink. I will be quite occupied and will not wander about. Rong Xian felt once more that his little junior sister was a source of relief, the most obedient little sister in the world. Moreover, with Heiyue accompanying me, it has nearly recovered from its previous injuries. Thus, you need not worry about me. Focus on your breakthrough. Rong Xian was urged by Yu to enter seclusion, and indeed, she adhered to her word, not stepping outside for a full half-month, dedicating herself to researching the elixirs of demon beasts. The elixirs from demon beasts were somewhat more challenging to concoct than those for humans, with her limited materials from earlier. After wasting 2 batches and successfully producing 3, she had exhausted her supplies. The Wanghua Pavilion was nearby, so she left Heiyue behind to guard Rong Xian and went out to purchase more materials. Upon entering, the shopkeeper came to attend to her personally. Miss Yu, what would you like today? Yu smiled. Hello, shopkeeper Tong. I would like to buy some materials for the spirit beast elixir. Certainly, please wait a moment while I prepare them. How many portions do you intend to acquire? 20 portions, I suppose, Yu replied. The price for 20 portions is not insignificant, but the Wanghua Pavilion can afford it. Shopkeeper Tong, please hold on. I have some elixirs I wish to sell as well, Yu informed him. Very well, Miss Yu, please show me what you have, and I will estimate the price. Shopkeeper Tong had previously suspected she was an alchemist and was not surprised. However, he held no great expectations for her elixirs, but as long as they were not waste products, he would gladly accept them. Yu produced 2 vials, stating, These are first-grade spirit beast elixirs. Take a look. As shopkeeper Tong poured out the elixirs. They were expected to be of low-grade quality, but to his astonishment, they were all of high grade. Did she truly concoct these? Just days prior, she had only obtained the formula for the spirit beast elixir. How high must her alchemical talent be? Previously, his politeness towards her was due to the young masteress' instructions, but now he regarded her with genuine respect. Miss Yu, your spirit beast elixirs are all high grade. I can offer you 300 low-grade spirit stones for each. Shopkeeper Tong provided a commendable price. While the price for first-grade elixirs is not high, the spirit beast elixirs, being rare, command a slightly higher price. Thank you, Shopkeeper Tong. Yu directly used 3 portions of materials to offset the cost of the elixirs, leaving her with half of her spirit stones, demonstrating the profitability of these elixirs. Dear guest, I regret to inform you that we do not have any soul resting grass in stock. Upon hearing the term soul resting grass as she descended the stairs, Yu instinctively glanced over, then joyfully dashed forward. Huangfu Yuan, you are here too. Huangfu Yuan, upon hearing his name called, was momentarily taken aback, only to see a small figure darting towards him, beaming with a smile. Tsu. He still remembered his life-saving benefactor. Yu held a favorable impression of Huangfu Yuan and inquired, recalling he had left with injuries still unhealed. Is your injury better? No worries, Huangfu Yuan responded. 2 individuals accompanied Huangfu Yuan, and upon witnessing his attentive demeanor towards Yu, they were somewhat astonished, unable to help but scrutinize her, that a girl in the fifth layer of chi refinement. How could the master treat her with such warmth? That is good to hear. Yu, reflecting on what she had just heard, suggested. Huang Fu Yuan, it has been quite a while. Shall we reminisce at a tea house? Huang Fu Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Very well. Seeing him agree, Yu's smile widened. There's a tea house next door. Their tea is quite good, that I'll treat you. Very well. Huang Fu Yuan followed Yu, while the two individuals beside him stared in shock at his retreating figure. Little Fu, is this truly our master? The one referred to as Little Fu, Fu Yunsing, cast a sidelong glance at the youthful face beside him. Si Chi, I've told you 1,500 times. Do not refer to me as Little Fu. That it is indeed rather peculiar, that I said not. Although she is merely a young girl, she is still a female. Since when have women been allowed to approach the master within 2 meters? Si Chi mused, stroking his chin, and furthermore, she is just a girl in the chi refinement stage. Little Fu, do you think I'd wait for me? Huang Fu Yuan noticed and explained. They are my subordinates. Huh? You have subordinates? Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Huang Fu Yuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why she was so surprised. Yu awkwardly chuckled. I previously thought you were a rogue cultivator, with such good looks and strength. How could there be no mention of you in the books? If you are not a male supporting character, then are you not a rogue cultivator? Otherwise, how could you not have entered the heroine's circle of influence? Huang Fu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, curious what had led her to such a conclusion. Chapter 49. The Master of Tsangyue Palace. Yu naturally dared not mention that it was because his name was absent from the book. Just as they reached the private room, she shifted the topic. I've heard that the spirit tea here is quite good. Shall we give it a try? Certainly. Yu ordered the tea, but did not select any pastries. Once the waiter departed, she inquired, will these two join us? No need. We can wait over here, replied Si Chi and Fu Yunsing as they settled in nearby chairs, casting curious glances at her. Yu felt somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny. The one on her left was Si Chi, and on her right was Fu Yunsing. As Huang Fu Yuan introduced, that Fu Yunsing, Yu's eyes widened slightly. The master of Tsangyue Palace? Ahem. Fu Yunsing coughed in surprise. Miss, please do not speak carelessly. Our master is right here. I am merely the protector of Tsangyue Palace and have no desire to be the master. Yu turned to Huang Fu Yuan, her eyes round with astonishment. You are the master of Tsangyue Palace? Huang Fu Yuan did not deny it, instead asking, do you know of Tsangyue Palace? Tsangyue Palace typically maintains a low profile and seldom makes its presence known. So few are aware of it that I have heard of it, Yu replied. The book had notably depicted the mystery of Tsangyue Palace, alongside its power surpassing that of several major families, somewhat akin to the presence of the yellow-clad woman in the Return of the Condor Heroes. When Fu Yunsing had rescued Yu Shuer, it was mentioned that he did so out of respect for the connection between her sect and the previous master of Tsangyue Palace. Therefore, that the previous master, mentioned by Fu Yunsing, is Huang Fu Yuan. If he had not encountered her, would he have perished in that little water pool? Because she saved him, Fu Yunsing was not able to ascend to the position of master? Contemplating this, she discreetly cast a glance at Fu Yunsing, silently uttering an apology in her heart. The waiter entered with the tea, and Huang Fu Yuan effortlessly poured a cup for her, then filled one for himself. Which sect did you belong to? The Taiyi Sect. The Taiyi Sect. Huang Fu Yuan paused for a moment before nodding. The Taiyi Sect is indeed a commendable sect. However, they only accepted you this year. Did they not? Yu was taken aback. How do you know? In the past, they did not participate, and when they did, not a single person was recruited, Huang Fu Yuan remarked. Yu understood that her words were still quite mild. It was not that Taiyi Sect did not recruit people, but rather that no one would choose it at all. If she had not arrived late that day, with only Taiyi Sect available, and had not inquired clearly before joining, she guessed she would not have joined Taiyi Sect either. Our sect may be a bit short-staffed, but it is rather good. Yu took a sip of tea, finding the flavor delightful, and could even sense a hint of spiritual energy. No wonder it was so expensive. Huang Fu Yuan noticed her ease in conversation, indicating that she genuinely liked Taiyi Sect. Although Taiyi Sect appeared to be on the decline now, its long-standing heritage and past prominence still held substantial depth. Huang Fu Yuan inquired, Jiang Wenji is your master? Yes, Jiang Wenji, quite impressive. Huang Fuyuan perceived that and directly cast a barrier, enveloping the two of them. Now, their conversation was inaudible to others. Fu Yunsheng, Si Qi. The palace master not only came for tea, but also stayed in the barrier with the young girl. The barrier was initiated by him. The palace master truly holds this young girl in high regard. Yu understood the significance of the barrier. With it, she could speak freely to him. Why master also knows that I have a hidden spiritual root. He even gave me a crystal that awakened my water spiritual root, that I am now a triple spiritual root. Huang Fuyuan nodded. I have heard that he consumes considerable heavenly materials and treasures each year. I did not expect he had such valuable items in hand. Yu felt a bit awkward. The poverty of Taiyi Sect and her master being a spendthrift were widely known. Weren't they? Huang Fuyuan did not pursue the matter further but remarked, heavenly materials like crystal earth are rare, yet awakening a hidden spiritual root does not necessarily require this, that I will keep an eye out for you. Really? Thank you so much. Yu expressed her gratitude joyfully. By the way, I heard from the waiter that you were looking for soul calming herb. Yes, soul calming herb was once found in the 3 yuan secret realm. Upon hearing that the entrance to the secret realm is here, I rushed over, Huang Fuyuan replied. However, according to the waiter, it seems no one has obtained soul calming herb this time. Soul calming herb is quite precious. And Yu did not wish to give it to just anyone. She asked again, do you need the soul calming herb? Do you have some? You first tell me if it's for you. Both I and a friend require it. However, his condition is more severe, so if there is any, I will let him use it first. You are truly kind to your friend. He is a celestial diviner. He once calculated a fortune for me, but suffered damage to his roots. Such injuries are difficult to heal, especially the backlash on the soul. Huang Fuyuan was not one to enjoy explaining, but he patiently elucidated this to Yu. And what about you? This is a condition I was born with. My soul occasionally becomes unstable. Although I narrowly won against the demonic onslaught last time, I was still harmed by the demonic energy. Huang Fuyuan did not hide his situation either. He simply did not lie. He would remain silent about matters he previously did not wish to disclose. But he would never resort to deceit. He had never favored interacting with women, not out of disdain, but rather due to the complications it entailed. That in the past, the memories were rather unpleasant. It was best to leave them be. The best way to avoid trouble was to maintain distance. However, for Yu, perhaps it was because she was the one who pulled him from the waters on their first encounter that his subsequent interactions with her differed from those with other women. He did not reject her company. Did you also emerge from the secret realm? But do you know the whereabouts of the soul calming herb? Yu directly produced 2 herbs still bearing soil. Pointing to the larger one, she said, this one is the soul calming herb, likely over 100 years old, suitable for you. This one. She looked at the smaller herb with a pang of sympathy and continued. This is a mutated soul calming herb. Do not be deceived by its small size. Its efficacy surpasses that of a regular soul calming herb. That it should be more suitable for your celestial diviner friend. Huang Fuyuan did not expect Yu to produce 2 soul calming herbs, one of which was the more effective mutated variant he had mentioned. The 2 soul calming herbs lay before him, momentarily leaving him speechless. You are just giving these to me. After a brief silence, Huang Fuyuan asked, is the Kanglin ring making a sound? Kanglin ring. When I obtained it, I also received some inheritance and memories. In those memories, it was called the Kanglin ring. It is indeed called the Kanglin ring. Yu sighed, realizing that Guogua had forgotten its previous matters, including the name of the Kanglin ring. Guogua, is it the spirit of the artifact? Yes. Since the Kanglin ring was given to her by Huang Fuyuan, her cultivation methods were also provided by him, and the bracelet that concealed her constitution was a gift from him. Her secrets were hardly secrets in his presence. Therefore, she did not conceal anything and shared how Guogua awakened after absorbing her star power. That is star power. Huang Fuyuan had been aware of star power, but did not expect the force within Yu to be star power. Even he had not recognized it as such, yet Jiang Wenji had deduced it immediately. Indeed, Taiyi Sect's heritage was still present. The Kanglin ring, formerly known as Kanglin realm, could potentially become a small realm in the future if the opportunity arises. Huang Fuyuan stated, "It is an immortal artifact. You must not disclose this to outsiders." Seeing Yu's wide-eyed expression, he assumed she was unaware of immortal artifacts and was about to explain when she interjected. "I haven't even told you, it's an immortal artifact. You know it's an immortal artifact. yet you gifted it to me. You truly are a generous person. Huangfu Yuan did not feel regret. I have no affinity with it. And keeping it serves no purpose. When you advanced that day, it reacted suddenly. It seems it sensed the star power. Yu nodded. That fellow occasionally asks me for star power. It is quite the glutton. The Kanglin ring had indeed stirred considerable commotion in the past. Huangfu Yuan again cautioned her. You must remember not to disclose its origins to anyone. Treat it as an ordinary spatial ring. A pure heart embraces gold. I understand. I will not speak carelessly. Yu assured. I am only saying this to you. I wouldn't share it with anyone else. Huangfu Yuan recognized her trust in him. Although it was not the first time he had been trusted, he found the light in her eyes to be quite comforting. T, who was usually clear-headed, felt somewhat inexplicable, but was very aware that she had not done anything to him, nor used any secret techniques to attract him. Perhaps it was because she was a savior, that I do indeed require the soul-calming herb, so I will not be polite. What reward do you seek? Spirit stones or something else? Huangfu Yuan produced a storage bag and placed it before her. Within are some spiritual fruits and items that aid in cultivation. Nothing too extravagant. Please accept them. Upon hearing about the spiritual fruits, Yu examined the contents and discovered not only spiritual fruits, but also elixirs, heavenly materials, and spirit stones, amounting to an estimated value of several 100,000, that I said I wouldn't take your money, and yet you have given far too much. Yu exclaimed. She could not be impolite and accepted the storage bag into the Kanglin ring. She would not accept Huangfu Yuan's money, but she could accept her friends. That mutated soul-calming herb was worth a great deal. Having received such a bounty, Yu was delighted and, in her excitement, decided to share her own supplies with him. Feeling a bit hungry, as tea alone would not suffice, she presented several dishes. These are meals I usually prepare, made from spiritual vegetables, spiritual rice, and demon beast meat. You should try some. Huangfu Yuan had known she could cook, but had never tasted her food before. Seeing her so enthusiastic this time, he took out his chopsticks, ready to partake in the meal. Yu remembered the two others beside them and felt it inappropriate to eat while they watched, so she gathered the dishes to serve them instead. Huangfu Yuan directly dispelled the barrier. The barrier had only blocked sound, allowing Fu Yunsheng and Si Qi to see what was happening inside. Seeing the palace master engage in conversation with Yu for so long left even the usually composed Fu Yunsheng astounded. They had never known their palace master could converse so much at once, and his expression bore no hint of impatience. But what did it mean that he would share a meal with that young girl? Was this truly their palace master? At that moment, as Yu brought the food, they had yet to speak when they met the palace master's cool gaze. Very well, the palace master remained the same. Inhaling the aroma of the dishes, both felt a long-lost desire to eat. Perhaps it was because he was the first person she encountered upon arriving in this world, or perhaps because he was the one who guided her into the realm of cultivation. Yu did not even notice her growing reliance on him. The sooner the soul-calming herb is consumed, the better, Huangfu Yuan replied, though Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, already having to part after just meeting. She wondered if they would meet again in the future. Her emotions were evident on her face, and Huangfu Yuan noticed, slightly furrowing his brow, yet without any disdain or impatience, he said, after each new recruitment, the major sects hold a competition in the 3rd year, and I will go to observe your match then. Their essay competition? Huangfu Yuan nodded. Your current cultivation is too low. You need to focus on your training. If you can place in the top 10 during the competition, I will gift you something. Really? Naturally that I shall strive diligently. Upon hearing his intention to reward himself, Yu felt an inexplicable joy in her heart. The nature of the reward mattered little. What was significant was that they would remain in contact in the future. Perhaps influenced by her elation, Huangfu Yuan remarked, should you encounter any difficulties in the days to come, you may utilize the token I previously bestowed upon you to seek assistance from the forces of Sanyue Palace, so that token represents the emblem of Sanyue Palace. I would have remained oblivious had you not mentioned it. It is not merely a token of Sanyue Palace. It also symbolizes my identity that as long as it pertains to a righteous sect, it may be presented in times of need. Huangfu Yuan paused momentarily before adding, however, do refrain from using it in the presence of demonic or malevolent cultivators. Yu understood. Sanyue Palace embodies the light of righteousness, that if those with sinister intentions were to learn that she possessed his token, they would certainly intensify their efforts against her. The sect competition is just over 2 years away. It will pass swiftly Did I end the novel? There is scant description of Yu's experiences during the first 3 years, focusing primarily on the Sanyuan secret realm and her trials within the sect's testing grounds. Yu knew that Yu would not leave the sect for the subsequent 2 years. Thus she had not paid her much attention. Chapter 51. If she were to give up on any one of them, it would be a loss. Sixth senior brother has advanced from mid-foundation establishment to late foundation establishment. Achieving late foundation establishment before the age of 30, coupled with his skills as an array master, would earn him the status of a core disciple among several major sections. However, Rongxian's expression remained placid. He did not exhibit any extraordinary excitement over his advancement, that he understood that had he dedicated more time to his cultivation, his progress would have been swifter, yet he had spent a considerable amount of time on arrays, occasionally indulging in idleness. Had he possessed the same diligence as his junior sister, be it in arrays or cultivation, his current state would be vastly different. Thus, what was there to be excited about regarding mere advancement? Yu, on the other hand, was delighted, smiling as she congratulated him. Congratulations on your advancement, sixth senior brother. Thank you, junior sister, Rongxian replied with a smile, noticing Yu entering from outside. Did you go out? Yes, I ran out to purchase some materials for my demon spirit pills, as I had exhausted my supplies, and I also sold some of the pills I had refined. Yu assured him that she had been well-behaved and had not wandered far, merely to the neighboring shop. Rongxian frowned. The pills you sold. Yu sensed his concern and reassured him. Rest assured, they were all mid-grade and high-grade. I have yet to refine any top-grade ones. She discovered that as long as she refrained from employing stellar power during the alchemical process, she would not produce top-grade pills. However, with the remaining materials, she intended to experiment with infusing stellar power to enhance the medicinal properties of the pills, while ensuring they did not reach the level of top grade. Seeing that she was prudent, Rongxian chose not to press further. Junior sister, I recall you had quite a few materials before. Have you used them all? Indeed, Rongxian felt a tightening in his chest during my seclusion. Have you been continuously refining demon spirit pills? Not quite. Rongxian relaxed somewhat, but before he could fully ease his mind, she added, the materials for the demon spirit pills were too scarce. I also refined other pills in between, that I nearly exhausted all the materials I bought that day, which is why I went to purchase more. Rongxian. He could only think to himself that his junior sister was indeed a diligent worker. What girl could endure the solitude and monotony of refining pills for half a month? When he was her age, he lacked even half her patience if only he had her level of dedication. Sixth senior brother, now that you've advanced, shall we celebrate with something delicious tonight? Yu suggested, unaware of his musings. During the days we were apart, aside from reading, I purified the beast meats we had before. Rongxian. That he no longer wished to lament his junior sister's industriousness. It seemed he must work even harder to avoid being surpassed by her. Yu headed to the kitchen, and Rongxian, unable to merely stand idly by, joined her to chat. That it was not that he did not wish to assist. Rather, after she requested him to cut the meat into strips, she no longer needed his help. Yu worked quickly, and before long, she had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. She then retrieved a jar. Sixth senior brother, this is fruit wine I brewed myself. That it hasn't been aged long enough. So the taste may be lacking, but it should be passable. Shall we have a little? You brewed fruit wine as well? Yes, master asked me to tend to the medicinal fields, seeing so many spiritual fruits in the back mountain. Along with those you all previously gifted me, which I cannot consume all, I decided to use them for brewing wine. That as she uncorked the jar, a delicate aroma of wine wafted forth. She poured a bowl for each of them. Rongxian was not particularly fond of alcohol, yet he found himself intrigued by the fruity scent that he lifted the bowl to his nose. Is there spirit crystal grape in here? This fruit wine has a unique flavor. Yes, it is made from spirit crystal grapes. Yu raised her bowl. Congratulations on your advancement, sixth senior brother. Cheers, Rongxian, curious about the wine, clinked his bowl with hers and took a gentle sip. First came the sweet flavor of the spirit crystal grape, followed by a subtle wine taste, smooth, not harsh on the throat, akin to drinking spirit water. Delicious, Rongxian exclaimed, taking another sip. Previously, he had not enjoyed alcohol, as he believed it only burned the throat and irritated the stomach. Offering little in return, that he never expected that he would come to appreciate alcohol one day. He carefully savored it, then looked at Yu with surprise. Junior sister, is this spirit wine? After entering his system. The wine seemed to carry threads of spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians, flowing towards his dantian. Although the amount was minimal, the sensation was akin to consuming spiritual vegetables or using enhancement pills. If this is not spirit wine, then what is? It should be, Yu replied. Since it is brewed from spiritual fruits, it is only natural for it to contain spiritual energy. However, I have never tasted spirit wine before, so I cannot confirm that it certainly qualifies. Rongxian exclaimed excitedly that I once tasted it at second senior brother's place. The flavor was poor, but the spiritual energy was comparable. Yu was thrilled. She had not anticipated that the fruit wine she casually brewed could be classified as spirit wine. Spirit wine is far more valuable than spiritual fruits. Second senior brother enjoys drinking. Does he? Yes, most of his funds, aside from what he uses to support master, are spent on acquiring spirit wine. Rongxian explained. He often drinks to the point of inebriation. First senior sister chides him for it, yet he claims that being drunk makes it easier to sense the power of heaven and earth. It appears that the success rate of his talismans is indeed higher when he is inebriated, so everyone indulges him. Rongxian shared many stories about second senior brother, and as Yu listened to his descriptions, she envisioned a man who seemed to sway between drunkenness and sobriety, holding a talisman brush, scribbling away while a wine jug lay nearby. In the midst of his drawing, he accidentally knocked over the jug, spilling wine onto the talisman paper, leaving him in a dilemma of whether to lament the waste of paper and ink or the spilled spirit wine. The dishes were made from spiritual vegetables. The meat was purified beast meat, and they drank the brewed spirit wine. Rongxian relished this meal immensely. After the meal, the task of cleaning up fell to Rongxian. As he paused while washing the dishes, he asked, "Are you still interested in learning to make talisman paper?" "Indeed. I researched it previously. Following the steps outlined in the book should not be too difficult," Yu replied. Rongxian's mouth twitched. "Is there anything else you wish to learn?" "Oh yes. Once I have the time, I plan to study talisman arrays and weapon refining. After all, having more skills is never a burden, with such a rare opportunity to learn diverse skills within a sect. Giving up on any one of them would be a loss." Rongxian was taken aback by her ambitious aspirations, and once again felt that focusing solely on array mastery might be too lazy of him. It is permissible for you to learn about arrays and refining, but to become a talisman master, one must be able to sense the power of heaven and earth. Yu understood what he meant. Chapter 52. Only strength can provide her with confidence. The potency of medicinal pills derives from the materials used, while the power of spiritual artifacts comes from various energy sources. In contrast, the strength of talismans is not only rooted in the power contained within the talisman paper, ink, and brush, but is also heavily reliant on the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth is a unique force, distinct from spiritual and stellar powers. It cannot be absorbed by the human body, but exists as a force permeating the world. Many are aware of this power, yet never manage to sense it in their lifetime. The first step to becoming a talisman master is to sense the power of heaven and earth and capture it, infusing it into the talisman during its creation, thereby successfully crafting a spiritual talisman. Thus, the potency of a spiritual talisman far surpasses that of medicinal pills or spiritual artifacts, and it is not limited by material constraints. For instance, medicinal pills can only be created from specific herbs, while spiritual artifacts require ores or beast bones. Without materials, even alchemists and artifact masters are unable to produce their respective creations. However, one can create talismans akin to spiritual artifacts, such as defensive shield talismans, sword talismans, and so forth. Talismans can also function like arrays, such as confinement talismans, illusion talismans, and even whimsical creations like spring rain or simulated sunlight. In summary, talismans encompass a wide array of possibilities and are immensely powerful. In a miscellaneous book within the library, she read that long ago, there were talisman masters of great renown who could draw talismans in the void, capable of creating and destroying worlds. Unfortunately, the path of talisman mastery is exceedingly arduous. Those who achieve such heights are rarer than phoenix feathers or unicorn horns, especially following the significant upheaval on the continent, which severely diminished the lineage of talisman masters, leading to a loss of their former glory. 6. Senior brother, I understand that if one can sense the power of heaven and earth, that is excellent. If not, it merely means one cannot become a talisman master, but it does not affect the creation of talisman paper or ink. Rongxian perceived that Yu Yu's intentions were calculated, and thus refrained from engaging in a futile struggle with the talismanic arts, which eased his mind considerably. However, observing her slender arms and legs, he remarked, "I witnessed my second senior brother crafting talisman paper previously. It appeared quite cumbersome. May I join you in the endeavor?" "Certainly," Yu Yu replied with alacrity. Her reasoning was straightforward. Possessing diverse skills never hinders one's progress. By collaborating with her sixth senior brother, they might both master the art of talisman paper creation, thereby providing an additional revenue stream for their sect. That it was no wonder that she was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of financial gain. Her master had a penchant for extravagance, and the sect was financially beleaguered, a reality that had become ingrained in her very being. Having never perused any texts on talismanic arts, Rongxian followed Yu Yu's instructions diligently. The process of crafting talisman paper bore some resemblance to modern papermaking, yet it involved a more complex array of raw materials, which made it rather cumbersome. For instance, there were about a dozen types of bark and other materials that required soaking, with some necessitating a 3-day immersion. Moreover, the soaking could not be done in ordinary water. It required a specific medicinal solution, which had to be extracted from several types of spiritual herbs. This posed no challenge for Yu Yu, as she had become adept at extracting essences. While the materials soaked, Rongxian devoted himself to consolidating his cultivation, whereas Yu Yu began to refine demon essence pills. These pills were intended to aid in the healing of demon beasts. Although they were classified as Grade 1 pills, their complexity lay in the multitude of raw materials that required careful handling and control. After 2 days of meticulous work, she succeeded in producing the pills. Gazing at the pills, which were of a modest grade, she could not help but sigh. Indeed, the demon essence pill is akin to a Grade 2 pill. Its refinement proved to be somewhat challenging, even with the infusion of stellar energy. It only reached the mid-grade and upper-grade classifications. She presented the pill to Heiyue, saying, "Give it a try and see how effective it is." Heiyue opened its mouth, swallowing the pill whole, then closed its eyes to assess the effects. After a moment, it opened its eyes and remarked, "This is beneficial for my internal injuries. However, its lower grade limits its efficacy, that if only it were of Grade 4, my injuries could be completely healed." Heiyue felt a warmth in its heart as it saw her consideration for its well-being. "Thank you," it said. "Such pleasantries are unnecessary," Yu Yu replied, nudging the jade vial toward it. "Though this pill's effects on your injuries are modest, any alleviation is worth having, so keep it." Heiyue nodded, bringing its mouth close to the vial, which promptly vanished from sight. "Oh, you possess your own spatial realm?" Yu Yu inquired, intrigued that I do have one, though it is rather small. Heiyue responded. Yu Yu was taken aback. The text had not mentioned Heiyue's possession of a spatial realm in front of Yu Shuer, which raised questions in her mind. Was it due to the forced contract that Heiyue could not fully trust her? Or was this revelation a sign of its trust in her? A sense of delight blossomed within her. Yu Yu continued to refine numerous demon essence pills until she had exhausted her supply of materials, ultimately elevating the grade of the pills to the highest tier, sufficient for Heiyue to consume over several months, at which point she finally paused. Throughout the pill refining process, she had not neglected the crafting of talisman paper. During the initial soaking phase where time was ample, she focused primarily on alchemy. Once the pills were completed, the talisman paper materials had also reached an adequate state of soaking, allowing her to concentrate fully on their creation. Coincidentally, Rongxian had also solidified his cultivation, prompting the two to devote the next 2 months to the production of talisman paper, talisman brushes, and ink. Upon witnessing her advancement, Rongxian was astounded. "You are able to refine pills and craft talisman paper simultaneously. And yet you still ascend in cultivation. How do you find the time for such training?" Yu paused. "Isn't there still the night? You do not sleep at night." "I do not, as cultivation can also rejuvenate my energy." Yu Yu replied with a smile. With so many responsibilities each day, if she did not seize the opportunity to cultivate, her progress would stagnate. Rongxian felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he still adhered to the necessity of sleep. He observed her with a complex expression, understanding that he had been motivated by her diligence, causing him to feel somewhat sheepish. She did not wish to be overly driven, yet her unique constitution instilled a persistent sense of insecurity within her. She recognized that her ability to conceal her true nature was only temporary. Should it be discovered, her life could be at stake. Only through strength could she gain confidence. Thus, her cultivation could not falter. Any moment available must be dedicated to training. While her senior brothers lacked such pressures, they too faced the looming threat of their sect's potential annihilation that it seemed that everyone would need to step up their efforts in the future. Chapter 53. Purification meat from Grade 3 Demon Beast that Do You Want Some? Having been away from the sect for nearly half a year, she found herself longing for her senior sister. The two of them traversed through the transmission array at the Wangyue Pavilion to the transit city of Guanyang. The steward at the Wangyue Pavilion in Guanyang had been informed in advance by Jin Haochen and greeted the two with warmth upon their arrival. Learning of their intention to travel to Heiyue City, he replied, "That route is temporarily unavailable." "Why is that?" "The transmission array for departures encountered some issues a few days ago, and we are currently awaiting the arrival of a formation master from the main house to repair it," the steward explained. The incoming and outgoing transmission arrays were not the same, which Yu and the others had already learned during their previous visit. Rongxian interjected, "I see. How long might this take?" "The formation master should arrive in 3 days, but how long the repairs will take is uncertain," the steward replied, seemingly concerned that Yu might be anxious. After a brief pause, he added, "It should not take too long, as many cities below rely on our services for resupply." Yu and Rongxian understood. Even if they were not in a hurry, the shops below needed to receive their goods promptly, which made the Wangyue Pavilion eager for a swift resolution. Upon hearing that they were willing to wait, the steward suggested, "Then you two may remain in the city for a few days while awaiting the repairs." Recently, there have been a number of exciting events in the vicinity of Guanyang that if you are interested, you might want to take a look at. "Oh, what kind of excitement?" Yu's eyes brightened with curiosity. Her former doctoral advisor had remarked that while she could dedicate herself to her research for 3 days and nights without leaving the laboratory, she could also indulge in leisure with equal fervor. She was not inherently dull. She simply immersed herself completely in her work. Rongxian also noticed her eagerness to explore and seconded the notion. She had spent the past 2 months engrossed in the study of talisman paper, alchemy, and cultivation, pushing herself too hard that a little relaxation would be refreshing. A balance between effort and ease was essential for maintaining a peaceful mind. 5 days from now, there will be a competition among the 4 major families, held in the central square of the city, that if you have the time, you could observe. The steward informed them that a competition among the 4 major families? Yes, in Guanyang City, there are 4 prominent families that hold friendly competitions among their younger generations every 5 years. And this year's event is just 2 days away, the steward explained. The central square had been prepared with formations to ensure the safety of spectators. "That sounds intriguing," Rongxian said. "However, it will undoubtedly be crowded, and I wonder if we could still reserve a private room nearby." "Those rooms were fully booked 2 weeks ago," the steward replied. "However, the Wangyue Pavilion has a private room that is not open to the public, which directly faces the square. You can use that to view the event." "Really? Thank you so much, Steward Wang," Yu exclaimed joyfully. The steward smiled and continued, "Additionally, in 2 days, the Wangyue Pavilion will host a grand auction, which is a significant event. You too could also attend." "But what is it?" "Because the smaller auctions occur monthly, the medium ones every 6 months, and the grand ones annually, the grand events feature high-quality items, resulting in all the private rooms being reserved in advance that if you wish to attend, you would have to sit in the main hall," the steward explained apologetically. "However, you will be seated close to the front, near the display stage." He was anxious, unsure how Yu would react since this was a directive from the young master to ensure her comfort, but that's perfectly fine. Being close is advantageous for viewing those treasures. Yu and Rongxian were unconcerned about not having a private room. Regardless of where they watched, it was still an opportunity to see the items on display. However, she was somewhat worried about their financial situation. She and her 6th senior brother were rather impoverished and needed to devise a way to earn some money. Otherwise, should they encounter something they wished to bid on, they would be unable to afford it. With no time to earn money now, they would have to exchange some of their possessions for funds. Ordinary pills held little value, and there were not many noteworthy items obtained from the San Yuan secret realm. The Xing Yuan grass and Song Erxian tree were both rare finds that she was reluctant to part with. However, she did have other valuable items. "Steward Wang, we have a few items we'd like to sell to the Wangyue Pavilion in exchange for some spirit stones. Otherwise, we might find ourselves merely spectating at the auction," Yu said with a smile. "Miss Yu, feel free to bid on anything you desire," the steward assured her. The young master has instructed us to cater to your needs. Brother Jean is indeed generous. Yu remarked that if we truly find something we want and lack spirit stones, I certainly won't hesitate to ask Steward Wang for assistance. However, for items that are not particularly rare, we would prefer to bid ourselves. Very well. Miss Yu and young Master Rong, please show me what you have, and I will calculate the worth, the steward replied. Thank you, Steward Wang, Yu said. Rong Xin glanced at her, then produced several formation plates. Being a formation master, he had an abundance of formation plates and flags. During their time in the San Yuan secret realm, they would not have withstood the relentless pursuit of numerous adversaries for so long had it not been for his array formations. However, his skills in arrays were still developing, and the plates and flags he possessed were merely of grade 3. However, the array flags and formations are inherently rare, and these have fetched over 100,000 spirit stones. Yu's elixirs are all of the first grade, and she cannot produce any premium ones. Thus the money earned from selling what she has is rather modest. Nevertheless, she possesses other valuable items. Manager Wang, does the Wanghua Pavilion accept purified monster meat? Yu inquired. Naturally we do, Manager Wang replied, noting that the Wanghua Pavilion consumes a considerable amount of monster meat daily. All right, then let us find a larger venue. Manager Wang was somewhat taken aback. Was she suggesting a change of location simply for trading monster meat? Could it be that she had an abundance of purified monster meat? He led the two into the courtyard behind, where Yu produced the purified monster meat she had. These beasts were previously hunted in the San Yuan secret realm, with a small portion being first-grade monsters and the majority second-grade. Yu had taken the time to purify them. This was merely a fraction of what she possessed. Manager Wang gazed at the mound of monster meat, astonished to the point of speechlessness. That is so much. Seeing Manager Wang taken aback, Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. If the Wanghua Pavilion cannot take so much, there's no need to accept it all. Of course, we will take it all, Manager Wang quickly asserted. Though this is a lot, the Wanghua Pavilion has its needs. And if this location cannot accommodate it, we have others that then. Do you accept purified third-grade monster meat? Chapter 54. Do you know a purification master? What did you say? Third-grade monster meat. Manager Wang was not merely surprised this time. He looked at Yu in shock. Seeing her smiling at him, he realized he had not misheard. He immediately said, Yes, of course we want it. Purified third-grade monster meat is exceedingly rare. While third-grade monsters are generally considered to be of a strength comparable to the Golden Core stage. Due to their superior combat abilities, some third-grade beasts can rival those in the late Golden Core stage or even early nascent soul stage. Hence, the carcasses of third-grade monsters are exceptionally valuable. Furthermore, the black spots within the third-grade monster meat are more numerous and adhere more strongly, making purification significantly more challenging. Yet, paradoxically, the higher the grade of the monster meat, the purer the spiritual energy it contains, making it easier for individuals to absorb. Consuming dishes made from third-grade monster meat is even more beneficial than taking third-grade spirit-enhancing pills. Moreover, purifiers lacking sufficient strength may manage to purify first- and second-grade monster meat, but may struggle with third-grade, which is a crucial reason for the rarity of purified third-grade monster meat. Thus, upon hearing Yu mention third-grade monster essence meat, how could Manager Wang not be astonished? Yu then produced a complete purified tongue snake, its entire body having been purified. Indeed, this was the very tongue snake she had battled against Heiyu. Rong Xian was aware of Yu's ability to purify monster meat, and in the midst of their ambush, she had not forgotten to collect the tongue snake. It took her a considerable amount of time to complete the purification. Now, it was the most valuable item in her possession. Miss Yu, this purified third-grade monster meat is precious. Why don't you keep some for yourself? Manager Wang reminded her of the rarity of this monster meat. While she could obtain third-grade monster meat in the future, purified third-grade monster meat may not be so easily encountered again. Yu did not feel regret. While this purified third-grade monster meat was rare for others, for her it was merely a matter of spending time on purification. Her stellar power was indeed highly effective. While other purifiers struggled with third-grade monster meat, she faced little obstruction, just more black spots and a longer time investment. However, third-grade monsters were not abundant, and acquiring another would require time. Thus, she felt no remorse in selling the entire tongue snake. When Manager Wang saw her insistence to sell, he offered her an excellent price, 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Yu's eyes lit up. This exceeded her expectations by far. She had anticipated only around 3 million. That, however, this clearly illustrated the rarity of purified third-grade monster meat. The price of third-grade monster meat itself was already steep. But the purified beast bones were even more valuable. Manager Wang explained, "Your monster is remarkably intact." Hence the higher price. He was aware that she intended to head to the auction house, so he offered her a bit more in consideration of Jean Houchin's instructions to look after her. Besides the tongue snake, she sold her other monster meat, which was in ample supply, for 500,000. Now with this 550,000, she no longer cared about the meager earnings from selling elixirs. Once Manager Wang collected everything, he turned to Yu and asked, "Miss Yu, do you know any high-level purification masters?" Yu paused, glanced at Rongxian, and then said, "I do know one." Manager Wang responded, "I wonder if he can purify fourth-grade monster meat. That should be possible." "Why do you ask?" Upon hearing that it was possible, Manager Wang perked up, explaining the city lordess mansion recently acquired a fourth-grade monster. "But no one can purify it. Fourth-grade monster." Manager Wang seemed to be suggesting that he wanted her to have the purification master handle the monster at the city lordess mansion. Previously, the city lordess mansion had announced that anyone capable of purifying that fourth-grade monster would be compensated with 1/3 of the monster meat. 1/3 of fourth-grade monster meat. That was equivalent to a monster at the nascent soul level. For her senior brothers and sisters who were only at the golden core stage, the meat from a nascent soul beast would be immensely beneficial. Of course, for her it would be far too nourishing. Even a small piece would likely cause a surge of spiritual energy. But that was fine. She could prepare it for her senior brothers and sisters. However, she did not immediately volunteer to procure the monster meat. If others were to learn that a fourth-grade purification master was actually a mere chi refinement stage girl, they would surely think she would never be able to enter the city lordess mansion again. "Well, I am not certain," Manager Wang said, "that I can inquire at the city lordess mansion on your behalf. That would be much appreciated." Due to the upcoming competition among the four great families, it was challenging to find accommodation in the city. Manager Wang arranged a courtyard for them and then proceeded to the city lordess mansion. Were it a request from an ordinary person, he would not have made the trip, but given Yu Yu's unique status and the fact that she had produced purified third-grade monster meat, it was entirely plausible that her companion could purify fourth-grade monster meat. This was indeed fourth-grade monster meat. Rongxian remarked that the black spots within were even denser than those in third-grade monster meat. You noticed this too? Not only were there more spots, but they also adhered more deeply and stubbornly, making the purification process considerably more troublesome. So, can you manage? Handling it will certainly be no issue. It might just take a bit longer. How long will it take you to process this? About a day. Though Rongxian had never witnessed the purification of fourth-grade monster meat, processing 2 to 3 pounds in a day was undoubtedly quick, and she was still so young. Yu did not boast. In fact, she completed the purification even before the day was out. However, she did not immediately seek out Manager Wang. Instead, she waited until just before the auction began to find him and handed over the piece of meat. Upon seeing the already purified monster meat, Manager Wang was left utterly shocked. Chapter 55. She truly is that poor supporting character. This is fourth-grade monster meat, such a large piece, and that purification master managed to complete it in just 2 days. "I will deliver this to the city lord immediately," Manager Wang stated. "You can collect your payment after the auction." "All right, I will return to find you after the auction." Yu and Rongxian proceeded to the auction venue. Upon entering, a server approached them, noted the auction paddles they held, and directly escorted them to the main hall on the first floor, seating them in the front row, directly facing the auction stage. Yu observed that there were still no other patrons occupying the surrounding seats, and she took a moment to survey the arrangement. Contrary to her expectations of opulence, the entire hall was spacious, yet understated. Furnished with several hundred tables and chairs, the second, third, and fourth floors were all private rooms, with only a few lit up at the moment. The hall itself hosted only a sparse scattering of guests. It seemed that it was still early, and many had yet to arrive. Feeling a bit bored, Yu and Rongxian began to crack open the nuts prepared on the table. One could not deny that the Wangyue pavilion was indeed affluent. Every table in the hall was stocked with nuts and other snacks, all of which were spirit food. Naturally, the snacks in the hall could not compete with those in the private rooms, where the esteemed guests were served. Aside from the food, each table also held a sheet of paper listing the items to be auctioned that night. Yu leisurely cracked open pine nuts while studying the auction list. After a while, A woman dressed in red took a seat beside Yu, followed by several men in dark robes. The woman in red had already perused the auction list and had little interest in the discussions among her companions. After surveying her surroundings, her gaze landed on the table next to them. Unfortunately, the sound of Yu cracking the pine nut shells was quite loud, and the aroma of the nuts was so enticing that it made them appear delicious. Noticing the absence of such delicacies on her own table, she beckoned a server over. "Why don't we have those kinds of nuts?" The server, who had just seen Yu take out the pine nuts, replied, "The nuts they have are from that lady over there. They are not provided by the auction house, so we don't have those." Upon hearing the exchange, Yu turned her head and noticed a strikingly beautiful woman staring at the pine nuts in her hand. Momentarily stunned, she quickly asked Sister Beauty, "Would you like some?" The silent plea of the beautiful woman was impossible for her to overlook. The lady in red's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is it possible?" "Of course," came the reply. "I prepared this myself. Do give it a taste." Yu placed the fruit platter before her. The two tables were joined together, with aisles on either side, positioning the two women quite close to one another. Observing Yu's straightforwardness, the lady in red waved the attendant away and produced a plate of spiritual fruits from her spatial ring, placing it beside Yu with a smile. "These are spiritual fruits from our sect. Do try them." Seeing the lady share the spiritual fruits, Yu discerned that she was not the type to take advantage of others, and thus responded with a smile. The lady in red, noticing Yu's calm demeanor and her lack of hesitation, found herself drawn to her, especially considering her charming appearance. "I am Qin Yuyin. And you?" "Qin Yuyin? Not the unfortunate Qin Yuyin, I presume?" "I am Yu, and this is my senior brother, Rongxian." Upon hearing Yu introduce herself, Rongxian nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Qin Yuyin. When the name Zhao Jinhua was mentioned, Yu felt a tremor in her heart and regarded Qin Yuyin with a hint of sympathy. Indeed, she was the tragic supporting character. Qin Yuyin was the daughter of the sect master of Taiyi Sect, who had been childhood companions with Zhao Jinhua, the disciple of the sect's elder, and they were to become an engaged couple, with wedding preparations already underway. Taiyi Sect was renowned alongside Xinhua Sect, and as the cherished daughter of the sect master, marrying her beloved and possessing exceptional talent, Qin Yuyin could be deemed a winner in life. Alas, everything changed when Zhao Jinhua encountered Yu. Zhao Jinhua became a fish in her pond, lavishing her with kindness, offering her everything he could, and going to great lengths to please her whenever she was displeased. Previously, such tenderness had been bestowed upon Qin Yuyin, but after meeting Yu, it was all directed towards her. Witnessing her fiancé's transformation and his unhesitating choice of Yu during their disputes filled Qin Yuyin with jealousy and despair, leading her down a dark path where she sought to harm Yu, ultimately resulting in her own demise. Her father, in a quest for vengeance, attempted to kill Yu, only to be slain by her master, the enigmatic Wuan. The Taiyi Sect subsequently severed ties with Xinhua Sect and was trapped in a secret realm, where Xinhua Sect members, passing by, chose not to intervene, causing the elite members of Taiyi Sect to perish within. Although there were those who wished to save them, the team was led by Yu and the male protagonist, Duanmu Haoyin, who after a few words from Yu forbade Xinhua Sect from acting. The Taiyi Sect suffered irreparable damage and fell from its esteemed position among the first-rate sects. In summary, the fates of Qin Yuyin and Taiyi Sect were nothing short of tragic. Yet, the Qin Yuyin before her was still the vibrant, cheerful, somewhat gluttonous woman who refused to take advantage of others. It was a pity that such a beautiful and kind-hearted woman would later succumb to darkness. Unbeknownst to Qin Yuyin, Yu's gaze had turned complex upon hearing her introduce her senior brother. She instinctively touched her face, puzzled. "What's the matter? Why do you look at me like that?" Yu could hardly express her reflection on Qin Yuyin's tragic life, replying, "Sister Qin, you are from Taiyi Sect?" "Yes, indeed. You know of it? I have heard of your senior brother's names from this generation." Fearing further inquiries, Yu quickly produced a plate of salt and pepper walnuts. "These are my own creation. Do try them." Sister Qin Yuyin, with her fondness for food, had never encountered such a flavor of dried fruit before. "What kind of spiritual fruit is this walnut?" she pondered, squeezing one in her hand without yielding. "It is a type of nut from the back mountain of our sect. I have yet to see anything like it outside," Yu explained. "However, this walnut is quite hard and difficult to crack. Allow me to shell one for you." Before Qin Yuyin could respond, Yu retrieved a rather unsightly beast egg from her bag and struck the tough shell. Chapter 56. The good nature of Qin Yuyin. Before her descent, Qin Yuyin watched in bewilderment as Yu prepared to smash the walnut with the beast egg. Gasping in alarm, "Hey Yu." After completing her task, Yu looked at her quizzically. "Sister Qin, what's wrong?" Surprised by the intact beast egg, Qin Yuyin remarked, "Your beast egg is quite resilient." Yu glanced at the fiery feather in her hand, retorting, "Are beast eggs not generally hard?" Indeed, beast eggs are sturdier than regular eggs. However, the walnut in her hand was immovable, demonstrating its exceptional hardness. Under normal circumstances, a beast egg would shatter upon contact with such a tough nut, leading to the demise of the creature within if the egg were to break before it matured. Thus, her initial shock stemmed from concern for her beast egg. Yu chuckled, "Thank you for your concern, Sister Qin, but I only use it to crack these iron walnuts. Here, do taste this flavor. It's quite delightful." The fiery feather, infused with the power of the stars, was also satisfied, curious about the resilient fiery feather. Qin Yuyin inquired, "What kind of beast egg is this?" "I'm not entirely sure. I found it in a cave. Though it may appear unattractive, it is still a beast, so I decided to take it with me." It was indeed somewhat unsightly, but given its hard shell, it was likely not a mundane item. Yu thought highly of her discernment and intelligence, if not for the jealousy that clouded her judgment, leading to her eventual downfall. She would not have met such a tragic end. That it was truly unfortunate that such a beautiful sister lost her life due to Yu Shuer and that scoundrel. While one may delve into obsession, it could be both light and heavy. As long as she could overcome it, it wouldn't pose a significant problem. However, a person's mindset cannot be altered overnight. It requires gradual change. Otherwise, when the situation arises, attempts to console will yield little effect. First, she must come to believe that Zhao Jingyue is not so crucial. Thus, when she discovers his affection for Yu Shuer, she will not be overcome with rage, leading her deeper into despair. Of course, this must be approached gradually. There is no rush, for they have only just met, and premature intimacy is unwise. Yu shared some walnuts with Qin Yuyin and inquired, "Sister Qin, given your sex status, why are you not in a private room? We arrived here only 10 days ago, and by the time we got here, all the private rooms were occupied," Qin Yuyin replied. "Had we not left our sect, we would not even have secured seats in the first row. The first 2 rows in the hall are reserved for those of high standing." Reflecting on this, she then asked, "Sister Yu, which sect do you belong to?" "We are from Taiyi Sect." Taiyi Sect. Not only Qin Yuyin, but the 3 other senior brothers from Chaiyang Sect also turned their attention. The reason was clear. Taiyi Sect members were exceedingly rare, making encounters nearly impossible, and this was their first meeting with someone from Taiyi Sect. Taiyi Sect held a notable reputation among several major sects, not due to their strength, but rather because they were famously impoverished and lacked personnel. It was said that their members were so few that they were outnumbered by those from a single peak of another sect. "Miss Yu, we have long been curious about something. Might you enlighten us?" the scoundrel Zhao Jingyue remarked. Yu had no desire to engage with him, yet as he was still Qin Yuyin's fiancé, overtly dismissing him might displease her. "Please, Master Zhao, go ahead. It is rumored that your sect has few members and thus does not participate in the sect competitions. We are all quite curious about the exact number of your sect's members," Zhao Jingyue inquired. Yu rolled her eyes internally, recognizing the veiled mockery in his earnest tone. "The rumors are not unfounded. Indeed, our sect has very few members," she replied. "How few is very few?" Zhao Jingyue pressed. Yu's expression faltered momentarily, as if she had been asked a painful question, her face filled with embarrassment. She cast a pitiful glance at Qin Yuyin, igniting a protective instinct within her. For the first time, Qin Yuyin felt that Zhao Jinyue's actions were inappropriate, and with a stern expression, she chided, "Master Zhao, since Miss Yu has not disclosed this, why do you persist in questioning her?" Zhao Jingyue was taken aback by her cold demeanor, momentarily stunned before responding, "Junior sister, I was merely curious. I meant no offense," seeing Qin Yuyin stand up for her brought joy to Yu's heart. She recalled the descriptions in the book. Qin Yuyin had always adored Zhao Jingyue, never daring to utter a harsh word to him. Was this not a promising beginning? She tugged at Qin Yuyin's sleeve, offering her a smile to ease her tension over the conflict. "In truth, there is nothing shameful to disclose. Our sect comprises my master, an elder, and then there are 9 of us junior siblings. Zhao Jinyue, initially displeased with Qin Yuyan's cold treatment, was immediately captivated by Yu Yu's words. Your sect has only 11 members. Indeed. Zhao Jinyue burst into laughter. No wonder your sect has never participated in the sect competitions before. You likely wouldn't even be able to gather enough participants. My senior brothers and sisters refrained from participating before due to their accustomed modesty. Yu Yu appeared somewhat irritated, her cheeks puffed up in displeasure. So, it can be said that your senior brothers and sisters are quite impressive. Indeed, they are all outstanding figures in their respective fields. Will we be able to witness their prowess in the next grand competition? Of course, but Zayasimiai, Rongxian called out to Yu Yu. Shaking his head at her, that I end past contest, the sect had not participated, and for the upcoming competition, without the master's directive, they were uncertain whether they could join. If Zayasimiai rashly promised others and they ultimately did not attend, wouldn't it be a source of ridicule for her? Yu Yu pouted, falling silent, though her small face was etched with unhappiness. Qin Yuyan noticed that the little girl, who had been so enthusiastic about sharing food moments ago, had suddenly wilted and felt that Zhao Jinyue had indeed gone a bit too far. She took out a plate of peaches from her spatial ring and said, You may, Zhao Shixiang spoke thoughtlessly. Do not let it anger you. Here, these are 3 peaches from my collection. They are exceptionally delicious. Do try them. All right. Yu Yu took one, and upon tasting it, she found it indeed fragrant and sweet, reminiscent of the juicy peaches from her past life. Furthermore, these peaches were imbued with a significant amount of spiritual energy, ranking them as high-quality spiritual fruits. This revealed that the pre-darkening Qin Yuyan was truly a kind-hearted person. Yu Yu was not one to take advantage of others. Seeing her bring out such exquisite peaches, she also presented a basket of crystal grapes. These crystal grapes bore a resemblance to those from Earth, albeit larger, each the size of a walnut, and were sweeter with a more intense aroma. Moreover, each grape was rich in spiritual energy, rivaling that of the peaches. After tasting a grape, Qin Yuyan's eyes widened in astonishment. You may. These grapes are simply delightful, surpassing any I have ever eaten. Where did you acquire them? They were cultivated by our sect. Before I left, my senior sister packed quite a few for me, Yu Yu replied. Your sect possesses such an abundance of spiritual plants? Qin Yuyan inquired, somewhat astonished. Regardless of the spiritual fruits Yu Yu had previously displayed or the iron-shelled walnuts she later produced, she had claimed they were sourced from her sect. Those were not particularly remarkable, as even mid-tier sects could produce such items. However, crystal grapes could be considered a more common spiritual fruit, and their availability would likely be limited even within their sect. If they were to share, the quantity would dwindle further. Had it not been for Zhao Jinyue's earlier remarks that had upset Yu Yu, she would have hesitated to offer the peaches to her surprise. Yu Yu had unhesitatingly produced fruits of equal quality. She couldn't help but inquire, does Taiyi Sect have many spiritual fruits? Yu Yu smiled, not an overwhelming amount, but since our sect has few members, we receive a larger share. My senior brothers and sisters often munch on spiritual fruits as snacks. Zhao Jinyue and his companions twitched their mouths, eating spiritual fruits as casual snacks. It was their first encounter with the notion that having fewer members could be advantageous. Yu Yu also produced a jar of spiritual fruit wine, which Qin Yuyan immediately adored after her first sip. The 2 young women chatted animatedly, while Zhao Jinyue and the other 2 senior brothers sat at a distance, unable to join in. Upon hearing Qin Yuyan exclaim that it was spiritual fruit wine, their perception of Taiyi Sect began to shift. Could a sect reputed to be impoverished truly carry such an abundance of spiritual fruits and wines? Not to mention the 2 platters filled with dishes crafted from spiritual vegetables and beast meat. It wasn't that these items were particularly valuable. They were all well off and didn't place much importance on such things. However, the sheer volume of items they possessed suggested that she must have enjoyed quite a bit in her daily life. Over time, this was not something an ordinary person could sustain, especially not someone from the rumored destitute Taiyi Sect. Qin Yuyan was particularly fond of her fruit wine. You may. This wine surpasses any I have previously tasted, and the spiritual energy contained within is substantial. Where did you procure it? I brewed this myself during my leisure time, using the spiritual fruits from our sect. If Sister Qin enjoys it, I shall gift you a small jar, Yu Yu offered, producing a small wine jar that could hold about 4 or 5 flasks. Upon seeing the jar, Qin Yuyan was both surprised and hesitant, refraining from taking it. Are you this generous with everyone? How could that be? Yu smiled at her, feeling a kinship with Qin. That it is because I like you, Sister Qin, that I am giving it to you. If it were anyone else, I would not be so generous. Seeing the laughter in her eyes, distinct from the flattering gazes of those in her sect, Qin Yin couldn't help but marvel at her sincerity. Strangely enough, she mused, she had not felt such affinity with others. Yet with Yume, there was an undeniable warmth. That's so. I too feel a strong connection with Sister Qin. Yu replied that I once heard a saying, if two are fated, they will meet even across 1,000 miles. If not, even facing each other, they cannot connect. I believe that you and I are indeed fated. If that is the case, then I shall not be polite with this spiritual wine. Qin Yuyin declared, I have a piece of purifying meat from a third-tier beast. Let me gift it to you. Yu observed that the piece of third-tier beast meat she produced was not particularly large. Yet its value rivaled that of her jar of spiritual wine. Then I shall not stand on ceremony with Sister Qin. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a dish, and we can enjoy it together. Yu graciously accepted the third-tier beast meat, and their bond deepened significantly. As they finished their meal, the auction was about to commence. The hall was now filled to capacity, and the private rooms above were all illuminated. Noticing Yu curiously surveying the situation upstairs, Qin Yuyin remarked, I have heard that this auction features a Lioli Dan, prompting many factions to take action. Is it true that a Lioli Dan will be auctioned? Yu inquired, somewhat astonished. Lioli Dan, while valuable, was notoriously difficult to acquire, always inciting fierce competition whenever it appeared. Qin Yin explained, the truth is, Lioli Dan is not particularly difficult to concoct, nor is its grade high. The rarity of its primary ingredient, Huang Cinco, is what renders it so precious. Sister Qin is also here for that. Yu asked, why would two of you only need to purchase one? She continued, the sect has already procured one for us, was the reply. Yu recalled some exaggerated descriptions from books and gasped, wow. Since Zhao Shixiang is Sister Qin's fiancé and loves you so dearly, he must have given you that Lioli Dan. Right. You are now trying to secure another for him. Your relationship is truly admirable. Both Qin Yuyin and Zhao Jinyue froze momentarily, and before they could respond, Yu's excitement surged. When I was in the mortal realm, I observed that those who genuinely love one another think of each other first, wishing for the other's well-being, always prioritizing them in matters of importance. Zhao Shixiang must be the same, hence he would have given you the Lioli Dan. Ah, this is what love looks like. As she tilted her head in admiration, seemingly envious of their relationship, she observed Zhao Jinyue's expression darkening further. She recalled that the book did not mention Zhao Jinyue experiencing a slowdown in cultivation due to Dan poison. Rather, it noted that he had once acquired a Lioli Dan and gifted it to Yu Shuer, leading to Qin Yuyin's anger, jealousy, and disappointment. Upon reflection, it seemed he had consumed the Lioli Dan himself, which Qin Yuyin had not. She too required the Lioli Dan, so he had given it to Yu Shuer, provoking Qin Yuyin's reaction. Therefore, the Lioli Dan provided by the sect was likely the one Zhao Jinyue had consumed. If Zhao Jinyue truly loved Qin Yuyin, he should have given her the Lioli Dan, rather than keeping it for himself. That if he had taken it, it indicated that his love for her was minimal. Even if there were some feelings, they were overshadowed by his selfishness. She hoped Qin Yuyin would come to understand this. As for Qin Yuyin, her expression was not unpleasant, yet a hint of awkwardness lingered. When her father had entrusted her the Lioli Dan, Zhao Jinyue had been present. After her father departed, she had given the elixir to him, hoping he would clear his Dan poison swiftly. She cared for him and was willing to make sacrifices on his behalf. Yet he merely feigned reluctance, claiming his Dan poison was more severe, insisting he should consume it first, and indeed took it, offering a hollow promise. Thank you, Qin Shimi. Once I rid myself of the Dan poison, I will venture out to find a Lioli Dan for you. Once he had cleared the Dan poison, he advanced in rank. After his promotion, he stated he would seek out a Lioli Dan for himself. But when she suggested he stabilize his realm first, he simply retreated into seclusion. That if he truly cared for her, even if she urged him to eat first, he would still insist on giving her the Lioli Dan. If he genuinely had feelings for her, he would prioritize her well-being over his own. However, he did not. He acted solely in his own interest, disregarding her situation. In that moment, Qin Yuyin found herself at a loss for words. As if something she had held on to was suddenly altered, though she was unaware of the change within her. Her two senior brothers exchanged knowing glances, enjoying the spectacle of someone publicly trampling Zhao Jinyue's reputation before Qin Yuyin. They couldn't blame the young girl. She was unaware of the true circumstances. It was quite satisfying, to say the least. They were fed up with Zhao Jinyue's pretentiousness. Yet since their junior sister admired him, they refrained from speaking out. The moment her words fell, the atmosphere was abruptly hushed. Noticing that Yu Yu was still quite agitated, Qin Yuyin forced a smile and remarked, "No, the previous Liuli Dan was consumed by Zhao Shixiao. This time, I am here to bid for a Liuli Dan for myself." The envy on Yu Yu's face remained unabated as she responded. "Then it must be that Sister Qin loves Zhao Shixiao very much. However, I heard you mention that you two are childhood sweethearts with a strong bond. You selflessly gave Zhao Shixiao the Liuli Dan out of love, so he is surely going to bid for the Liuli Dan for you this time. That is the mutual pursuit of love, mutual pursuit." Qin Yuyin fell into a daze once more, recalling the moment they set off from the sect when Zhao Jinyue, upon learning of the auction, wore an apologetic expression and mentioned that he had spent nearly all his spirit stones on an ice lotus, leaving only 200,000 low-grade spirit stones at that time. She paid it no mind, as she had never considered asking him to bid for the Liuli Dan on her behalf. Reflecting now, could it be that he intended to silence her by claiming he lacked the spirit stones, thereby implying he could not bid for the Liuli Dan? If someone had directly told Qin Yuyin that Zhao Jinyue did not love her and was merely enjoying her sacrifices, she would have vehemently denied it, just as she had when her father and brothers later tried to convey the same sentiment. Yet when Yu Yu inadvertently uttered those words, she began to introspect. Yu Yu, wishing to gradually influence Qin Yuyin, had only spoken a few words, unaware that they had pierced through the facade in Qin Yuyin's heart. Zhao Jinyue felt an internal struggle, but could not respond to Yu Yu's comment, for he had indeed consumed the Liuli Dan and had no intention of bidding for Qin Yuyin's. Fortunately, the auction commenced at that moment, and a man clad in a crimson robe stepped forward, exclaiming, "Greetings, everyone! Welcome to today's auction. I am Dongfang Rui, the host of this event. Although many of you are familiar faces, I must still outline the rules for our new guests. Sister Qin, the auction has begun. Let us put these aside for now," Yu Yu suggested. Qin Yuyin, somewhat distracted, merely nodded in response as Yu Yu cleared the table, leaving only a few snacks between them. After outlining the rules, the host promptly began presenting the auction items. The initial offerings were not particularly rare, serving merely as appetizers. However, for Yu Yu, each item was novel and intriguing, causing her excitement to swell with every auction item presented. Yet, she did not bid once. Neither did Qin Yuyin. She had given him many valuable items from her father, and those she obtained during her experiences outside, all because of a casual remark he had made that he had said, "Junior sister, your talent is exceptional, and you cultivate swiftly. My talent is lacking, and I will surely fall behind you in the future." Consequently, she had bestowed numerous cultivation resources upon him to enhance his abilities. In return, he merely offered her sweet words and trivial gifts of little value. Was this mutual pursuit? No. Thus, he did not love her, but simply relished the benefits of her devotedness, enjoying the fact that she prioritized his needs above her own. This notion took root in her mind, refusing to be suppressed. Rong Xian did not hinder her and nodded in agreement. "Did I ask your master sister an alchemist?" he inquired. "Yes, my master sister is incredibly skilled in alchemy," Yu Yu replied proudly, then raised her bidding paddle, declaring 50,000. But upon hearing her bid, Qin Yuyin could not help but interject. "The Qian grass can only be used to concoct fire attribute elixirs, and the auction price will far exceed its actual value." "You are so kind to your master sister. Of course, she has treated me very well," Yu Yu affirmed. "Is this what you meant by mutual pursuit?" "Indeed. Family, friendship, love, all forms of affection are the same. When I first arrived at the sect, it was my master sister who guided and cared for me." Yu Yu's eyes sparkled with joy as she spoke of her master sister. "She treats me well, so I must reciprocate. Conversely, if I treat someone well and they do not return the kindness, I will certainly not continue to treat them well in the future." Qin Yuyin found herself somewhat lost in thought. Chapter 59. Another encounter with Yushwara. The Qian grass was ultimately bid on by Yu Yu for 70,000. Double its price in a shop. However, Yu Yu was elated, believing her master sister would appreciate it. observing Yu pay without hesitation and excitedly discuss how happy her master sister would be to receive it. Qin Yuyin felt a sudden sting in her nose, an inexplicable sadness washing over her. Junior sister, this time it's a Tianxing stone. You mentioned wanting one previously. Shall I bid for it on your behalf? Zhao Jinhua suggested. Had this been in the past, she would have felt joy at his remembrance of her words. Yet now, she could not muster any happiness. How much could a Tianxing stone possibly be worth? Moreover, she had already informed him that she had obtained one. He was clearly indifferent to what she had previously shared at that moment. A weariness settled in her heart. She firmly declined. No need. We don't know how much the Lioli Dan will cost later. So let us not waste money on these trifles. What you like cannot possibly be trifles, Zhao Jinhua countered, then raised his paddle to bid that I no longer require this. If you win it, just keep it for yourself. Shi Xiang, Qin Yuyin stated, her tone rather cold. Zhao Jinhua recognized her displeasure and reluctantly refrained from bidding. He leaned back in his chair, casting a glance at Yu, his expression darkening. Were it not for her earlier remarks, he would not feel so embarrassed. Yu sensed his unfriendly gaze yet paid it no heed. The thought of a scoundrel who reaped the benefits of his fiancée's kindness while treating other women well, ultimately harming his fiancée, filled her with disdain. She continued to bid on 3 more items, spending a total of 800,000 spirit stones, and the auction was only a third of the way through. Seeing her bid on 4 items in quick succession, Qin Yuyin worried that Yu, being a first-time attendee, might lose focus. You may, it's still early. There are many more valuable items to come. I know. I've seen the list. Yu replied that I'm not particularly interested in the more valuable items later on. Rather, I find these to be quite nice, not overly expensive, and suitable for gifting to my Shi Xiang and Shiji. With so many people attending today, if she were to bid on those expensive items, given that it was just her and Rong Xian, even if they had the means to bid, they might not survive to carry them away. It would be wiser to bid on less costly items and simply enjoy the spectacle of the latter offerings. Noticing Yu's clarity, Qin Yuyin ceased her persuasion, as the daughter of a first-rate sect leader. Although she had seen many rare things, she too refrained from bidding for the sake of securing the Lioli Dan later on. As the auction progressed, the items grew increasingly precious and the prices soared. The next item up for bid was a piece of pyrite weighing 5 kilograms with an 8-grade purity, suitable for crafting tools as well as refining formations and repairing spiritual artifacts. Everyone knew the numerous applications of pyrite, and such high purity was rare indeed. Dongfang Rue announced, this item was added to the auction at the last minute, hence it is not listed on the catalog. The starting price is 500,000, and we are now open for bids. Yu noticed that upon the appearance of the pyrite, her 6th senior brother's breathing grew heavy, his gaze fixated on the item. Upon hearing Dongfang Rue's introduction, she understood why he was so excited. Regrettably, she had not yet delved deeply into the books on formations, so she was not well versed in this subject. Yet, sensing his longing, she inquired, 6th brother, is this item very valuable? Indeed. A pyrite of this size and purity can be used to craft a 5th-grade formation disc. Rong Xian replied, however, I am not currently capable of crafting a 5th-grade formation disc, so possessing it would not be of much use. Seeing the yearning in his eyes, Yu recognized his desire, but also realized he had no funds to bid, since they had encountered it. They should acquire it if possible. Even if you cannot craft it now, you will surely find it useful in the future. Your skills and formations will only improve, Yu encouraged. Rong Xian shook his head. I do not have that much money. Did I do? Since there is nothing I particularly want later, I will lend you the money. You can repay me when you have it, Yu offered, recognizing the rarity of the item. Rong Xian hesitated before saying, if it exceeds 3 million, then don't bother. Very well, I shall lend you 3 million with Yu's spirit stones in hand. Rong Xian joined the bidding, ultimately winning the pyrite for 2,500,000, 4 times the starting price. Yet, witnessing Rong Xian's joy upon acquiring the pyrite, Yu felt it was worth it. The onlookers from the Taiyi Sect were taken aback by their audacity. That it was not the amount of 2,500,000 spirit stones they had never encountered, but rather, for the impoverished Taiyi Sect, this was a significant sum. Considering Yu's earlier casual display of valuable items, it became apparent that she was truly affluent. They would have to reassess their views on the Taiyi Sect. They were not impoverished after all. As the auction continued, Yu suddenly heard an unexpected voice. You swear. What is she doing here? She lifted her gaze towards a private room on the second floor, where bidding continued, yet she could no longer hear her voice. Qin Yuyin glanced up and spoke. This is Duanmu Haoyin, the young master of the Xianyu sect. At it seems that the Xianyu sect has also arrived, and they have secured a private room. Her senior brother, He Ming, remarked. Duanmu Haoyin was previously in seclusion, so he shouldn't have arrived so early that he must have shared the private room with someone else. He Ming, who was of similar status and strength to Duanmu Haoyin, naturally paid him considerable attention. They're likely here for the Liuli Dan. Rin Xiaoyao furrowed his brows and said. The Xianyu sect and the Chaiyang sect were evenly matched in strength. But in terms of economic power, the Xianyu sect was even wealthier than the Chaiyang sect. If the Xianyu sect were to exert their full strength to seize the opportunity, they may very well outmaneuver the Chaiyang sect. The situation for our junior sister is already quite dire. If we cannot acquire the Liuli Dan, it will have a significant negative impact on our cultivation. Qin Yuyin clearly shared this concern, her expression darkening. Meanwhile, Yu Yu's thoughts drifted when she heard that Yu Shuer was also present, although she knew that Yu Shuer was not here for the Liuli Dan. There was something else that captured her interest tonight. The Yuing grass. The Yuing grass, akin to the Anhun grass, was highly effective in soul restoration. That I end the book. Yu Shuer had obtained the Anhun grass in the San Yuan secret realm, which was why she was absent from this gathering. However, now that she was here, having not secured the Anhun grass, how could she possibly miss out on the Yuing grass? Chapter 60. Yu Shuer's plea contemplating the sequence in which the Yuing grass would be presented. Yu Shuer mused, did she possess sufficient funds? The current items had already reached transaction prices exceeding 10 million, and the final few items would surely fetch hundreds of millions, having only entered the sect for a year. It was improbable that she could amass such wealth. Yet, she did not overlook Yu Shuer's protagonist aura. Even without money, she could still procure it. Most likely, she would offer something of equal value or something even more precious for auction. She reviewed the list once more, but could not deduce which item Yu Shuer might present. Alas, even if she were aware, it would avail her little, for her meager purse could not support a contest for the Yuing grass against Yu Shuer. This thought left her feeling somewhat despondent, and her enthusiasm waned. As the auction progressed into its latter half, the number of competitors increased, and the atmosphere grew more fervent. After brooding for a while, Yu Yu came to terms with her situation. Since she could not affect change, it served no purpose to remain disheartened. Moreover, even if she obtained the Anhun grass, it would not grant her immediate invincibility. There would be future opportunities to confront him. As item after item was auctioned off, the Liuli Dan was finally presented. Yu Yu sensed that Qin Yin beside her had held her breath in anticipation. The effects of the Liuli Dan required no elaboration. The crowd was impatient, urging Dongfang Rue to announce the starting bid. Dongfang Rue, unperturbed, smiled and said, there are 3 Liuli Dan available, each priced at 5 million. In accordance with the request, they will be auctioned together, with a starting bid of 15 million, while 5 million for a single Liuli Dan was not exorbitant. Bundling them disrupted many participants' plans. Bidding one by one would afford each person 3 opportunities. But with a bundled auction, everyone only had a singular chance. Thus, all were compelled to give their utmost. The frenzy was palpable. The price rapidly soared beyond 100 million, escalating by increments of 5 million and then 10 million. Yu Yu listened as the crowd shouted bids as if money were of no consequence. How extravagant! Qin Yin also participated in the bidding, yet ultimately fell short by 20 million, helplessly watching as the Liuli Dan was claimed by a private room on the 3rd floor. Disappointment was unmistakable in her eyes. Sister Qin, do not lose heart. Though we miss this, there may be opportunities elsewhere. Yu Yu consoled her. Qin Yin shook her head. The Liuli Dan is exceedingly rare. It cannot simply be found. Yu Yu chuckled. What if Rong Xian, overhearing her words, glanced at her, pursed his lips, but said nothing? Qin Yin remained unmoved by her attempt at comfort, and just as Yu Yu was about to say more, the Yuing grass was brought forth. Dongfang Rue lifted the red cloth from the tray, revealing a herb that gleamed like pure jade. Yuing grass, capable of repairing damaged souls, over 300 years old, and can enhance spiritual strength. Everyone was aware that an increase in spiritual strength would expedite their cultivation and enhance their techniques. Dongfang, everyone knows the effects of Yuing grass. You might as well announce a base price. The crowd urged, Dongfang Rui smiled. This time, there is no base price that no base price. Indeed, at the request of its owner, this auction will be conducted via barter. Dongfang Rui stated, everyone should write down their offered prices, and we will present them to the owner. The one chosen will be exchanged. This declaration incited considerable commotion, as many had not anticipated this method of bidding. Although the participants were displeased, the auction house set the rules. And upon seeing the attendants distributing paper and pens, everyone wrote down their proposed compensation. Each participant submitted a bid, and Rong Xian, who had initially not intended to join, casually scribbled something. When he glanced at Yu Yu's submission and recalled her earlier words, his heart skipped a beat that he whispered, "Junior sister, do you truly have that much?" Yu Yu folded her paper and replied, "Before we left, senior sister provided me with 2 vials." Rong Xian felt a pang of jealousy. Senior sister had never given him such a thing. When he had asked her previously, she had said, "You have no need for it." Yet she had given 2 vials to junior sister. How could this be? So bitter, so bitter. Soon, the attendants came to collect the notes. Yu Yu pondered for a moment before adding another sentence to her paper and handing it over. "I in a private room," Yu Shuer was in a daze. To acquire the Yuing grass, she had painfully relinquished a treasure obtained from the secret realm, a sacred artifact that could aid in cultivation. Yet having amassed sufficient funds, she was now told it would be a barter. Both she and the soul within her wanted to curse. She thought of her few treasures, which were incomparable to the Yuing grass, and could only beseech Duanmu Haoyin, "Senior brother, could you assist me in the exchange? I will repay you with an equivalent treasure in the future." "You wish for this?" She stated, "My master was injured previously, and it affected his soul that I hope to acquire it as a gift for him." Yu Shuer added, wanting to demonstrate that she did not intend to take advantage of him, "I have auctioned the Mu Yuan pearl that I obtained from the secret realm, thinking the spirit stones would suffice. But I had not anticipated the barter requirement." "The Mu Yuan pearl is what you put up for auction?" Duanmu Haoyin inquired. "That I obtained it in the San Yuan secret realm," Yu Shuer replied. "Had I not auctioned it beforehand, I would have used the Mu Yuan pearl myself." Duanmu Haoyin and the others expressed surprise. They were all familiar with the San Yuan secret realm and understood its circumstances. Due to the multitude of entrants, it was said that there were hardly any treasures left. For her to have acquired the Mu Yuan pearl indicated she possessed a measure of luck. For cultivators, aside from talent, another aspect of importance was luck. Those with good fortune could still reach the pinnacle of cultivation, even if their innate talent was lacking. Considering this, Duanmu Haoyin said, "I will offer what I have to exchange. Whether we can succeed is beyond my control." Hearing him say this, Yu Shuer's face lit up with joy. "If senior brother is willing to give it a try, I will be very grateful." Her features were exquisitely delicate, and after her cultivation, her physique had improved, making her even more beautiful than before. That slight smile made the world seem pure. Duanmu Haoyin pondered for a moment, selected for items he possessed, wrote them down, and handed them to the attendant. Upon seeing the 4 items he had listed, Yu Shuer noted that their value was slightly higher than that of the Yuing grass and that they were quite rare. It could be said that these items were quite advantageous. However, with this blind bidding, no one knew what others had to offer, and there could be even better options, leaving her unable to rest easy until the items were in hand. The change in the auction format had kept her heart in a state of unease. Yet apart from praying, there was nothing more she could do soon. All the notes were discreetly delivered to a private room on the 3rd floor. Chapter 61. In her heart, Yu Yu was the first to be excluded. Jiang Yufan surveyed the table strewn with 300 to 400 notes, methodically opening each 1.2 individuals sat beside her. Sipping tea, offering no assistance, Jiang Yufan remained unhurried. The auction continued below, allowing her ample time to choose the as she read. She pouted. "What are these?" 100-year Nanmu. Purified meat from a 4th-level demon beast. Yin-yang wheel. Binding immortal rope. Merely a sacred artifact. "Sai, where are the good items?" The young man in a purple brocade robe rolled his eyes. "Junior sister, what exactly do you desire? Why make this such a hassle and waste time? I seek the Lioli Dan." "Do you have it?" Jiang Yufan shot him a glare. That it was their fault. If they had not failed to wake her earlier, she would not have missed the Lioli Dan. Zixiao scratched his nose. Speaking weakly, "Why are you blaming us? You never mentioned you wanted the Lioli Dan. Who knew you would suddenly gain clarity and wake just as the auction for the Lioli Dan was concluding? Had you awakened a few breaths earlier, you could have participated." "I am blaming you," Jiang Yufan huffed. Junior sister, does Master truly need the Liuli Dan? I have never heard him say so, Bai Feng in white robes asked with furrowed brows. I overheard my father discussing it with Master during their drinking session. He mentioned that if he had the Liuli Dan to eliminate the Dan poison, he might advance to the next realm. Jiang Yufan explained. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Zi Xiao raised his voice. That I forgot. After all, that was quite some time ago. Jiang Yufan let out a sigh after finishing her words that it was her own fault. Really, she had come to the auction merely for amusement, never anticipating that such a quaint place as Wangyue Pavilion could house anything of value. She had not checked the list promptly, distracted instead by a girl downstairs who was happily eating. Her adorable demeanor inexplicably igniting a moment of clarity within Jiang. She herself could not fathom why observing someone would lead to such an epiphany. Unfortunately, she had missed the auction for the Liuli Dan. But could she truly blame that little girl? No, she could not bring herself to do such a thing. Sighing again inwardly, she mused that perhaps this was simply fate. She continued to scrutinize the slips of paper before her. Not all were of mundane quality, as some were indeed quite appealing. Among the 4 items in Duanmu Haoyin's collection, she found 2 that piqued her interest, considering trading for one of them. However, there was no rush. She had yet to peruse everything on offer. Point 1 paper bore additional writing. How audacious! Zi Xiao had initially been intrigued by the words on the back of the slip and had picked it up, only to exclaim in surprise. Bai Feng and Jiang Yufan turned to her, questioning, "What is it?" Stammering, Zi Xiao struggled to articulate her astonishment, prompting Bai Feng to take the slip and read it alongside Jiang, both falling silent in disbelief. After a prolonged moment, they regained their composure, with Zi Xiao uncertainly inquiring, "Is this for real?" "It must be," Bai Feng replied. "Now that we are aware, we cannot afford to miss this opportunity." "Let's check the writing on the back," Zi Xiao suggested. Bai Feng flipped the paper over, revealing the inscription. "If an agreement, trade after the auction concludes." The words were striking and surely designed to capture their attention. Bai Feng remarked, "It seems the other party is in dire need of the Yueying grass." Jiang Yufan summoned a servant, raising the slip in her hand. "Number 66. Understood." The servant acknowledged that we shall trade after the auction concludes. "Very well, then," Jiang Yufan nodded. "Please collect it." The servant took the slip from the table and descended to inform Dongfang Rue. Just as he had finished auctioning an item, Dongfang Rue placed the tray with the slip on the table, rolled it up, and ignited it with a burst of flame, reducing the slips to ashes. This act served as a message to others that their information had been obliterated, ensuring no one would know what treasures they possessed. The results of the bidding were revealed. Number 66. "Congratulations to number 66, Dongfang Rue stated succinctly, before proceeding with the next auction item. Each slip contained a number, yet the auction house had shuffled the order. Apart from number 66, no one knew the identity of the winner. Rongxian glanced at Yu Yu, who smiled at him, confirming that she had been chosen. That he maintained his composure, aware that the Yueying grass was not something they could carry away at present. Their only option was to ensure that others remained oblivious to their exchange. Yu Yu was elated, while Yu Shuer felt a pang of disappointment. Duanmu Haoyin had procured 4 valuable and rare items, each worth no less than the Yueying grass, yet none were selected. Who was number 66? She instinctively looked outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of the victor of the Yueying grass. Naturally, she could not see. But she did spot Yu Yu seated in the front row of the hall. "How did she end up here?" she exclaimed involuntarily. "Junior sister Yu, whom are you referring to?" Duanmu Haoyin inquired that my sister from the mortal realm. "She entered the cultivation world after me and joined a small sect with only a handful of disciples." Yu Yu explained that I am merely curious as to how she secured a seat in the center of the front row. Duanmu Haoyin glanced outside, noting that the specially crafted liuli allowed them to see below, while those below could not see them. He observed Yu Yu conversing with Qin Yuyin and remarked, "The young lady beside your sister is Qin Yuyin, the daughter of the Chaiyang Sect's master, and the one in the blue attire is He Ming, the senior brother of the Chaiyang Sect." Yu Shuer took a fleeting glance at He Ming, a name she recognized, rumored to be the heir apparent of the Chaiyang Sect, though he had not been officially named as such. She looked back at Yu Yu, puzzled by how she had managed to win favor with Qin Yuyin, who had invited her to the auction and seated her in the front row. The idea that Yu Yu might acquire the Yueying grass had never crossed her mind. Yu Yu had merely joined a small and impoverished sect. How could she possibly possess something of greater value than Duanmu Haoyin's treasures? In her mind, she had already dismissed Yu Yu as a contender. Now, she had no inclination to focus on Yu Yu. Her gaze continued to search outside, eager to discover who had secured the Yueying grass. Knowing the identity of the victor would open the door to the next step. Yet, the servants outside remained still. And no one had taken the Yueying grass or handed anything to the servants for the seller. Were they not trading? Seeing her anxious and disheartened expression, Duanmu Haoyin reassured her. The other party must be negotiating privately. You need not worry. Our master has extensive connections and ample resources to procure materials for soul restoration. He will find a way. I too wish to contribute to our master's efforts. Yu Shuer lamented inwardly, feeling disheartened that while their master could easily locate resources for soul restoration, her own chances were rare. Since the elder could not be publicly seen, she dared not seek assistance overtly. Missing this opportunity might mean an unknown wait for the next. Chapter 62. Shanghai Valley. Jiang Yufan. The subsequent auction bore little relevance to Yu Yu, yet she gained invaluable insights. Items worth millions drew bids, affirming the stark divide between the wealthy and the impoverished. Yu Yu's eyes widened, her naivety evident. Qin Yuyin, unbothered by her lack of sophistication, remarked, "In 2 years, the sect's small competition will take place, held once every decade. Traditionally, Wangyue Pavilion hosts a grand auction in the city of the sect that organizes the competition. Will your sect be participating?" Qin Yuyin asked, uncertain. As in previous years, the Taiyi Sect had withdrawn, consistently finishing last, and it was unclear whether Taiyi would attend this time. And if they did not, her comment would be rather awkward. Though, the Taiyi Sect had not participated for over a century, which was in itself a source of embarrassment. That if your sect plans to attend, we could visit the auction together, she offered. That sounds wonderful. As the last item was auctioned, the event concluded. After Dongfang Rue delivered his closing remarks, attendees began to rise and exit. Qin Yuyin's group prepared to leave as well, and Yu Yu tugged at her sleeve. Whispering, "Sister Qin, I would like to visit the honor room. You may go ahead." "Very well. I shall come by your residence tomorrow," Qin Yuyin replied. "Indeed. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you." She had already provided Qin Yuyin with her address. Planning to cook succulent meat from a third-tier magical beast. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, Yu Yu and Rong Xian slipped into the honor room before seeking a servant to escort them to Dongfang Rue with the token given by Jin Haochen. At that moment, Dongfang Rue was conversing with Jiang Yufan, awaiting the arrival of number 66 for their trade. Growing impatient as number 66 delayed, Jiang Yufan expressed her concern. What if the other party never arrived? While she would not be cheated and her possessions would remain intact, she would also fail to acquire what she desired. After glancing at the door 3 times, Yu Yu and Rong Xian entered, guided by the servant. Upon seeing the young duo, Jiang Yufan senior brothers exchanged uncertain glances, pondering whether these inexperienced youngsters truly possessed something of worth. Jiang Yufan, however, was taken aback. It was the very girl who had sparked her moment of clarity. Dongfang Rue recognized Yu Yu and Rong Xian, recalling them as those seated in the front row, whom he was instructed to attend to. "Greetings, we have come to trade," Yu Yu stated, presenting the vial. Without further ado, she poured out 2 milky white pills. She handed the pills to Dongfang Rue, whose accompanying appraiser immediately began the evaluation, soon proclaiming, "Both are superior Liuli Dan, of a higher grade than those auctioned earlier." Jiang Yufan's heart lightened as she accepted the 2 pills, her anxieties finally abating. That "I am Jiang Yufan, the daughter of the Shanghai Valley's master. Might I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Yu Yu. And this is my 6th senior brother, Rong Xian, that we hail from the Taiyi Sect," Yu Yu responded. "The Taiyi Sect?" Jiang Yufan paused momentarily, only to suddenly grasp the implications that it was hardly surprising that a member of the Taiyi Sect would possess Liuli Dan. The people of the continent often looked down upon the Taiyi Sect, yet Shanghai Valley did not share that sentiment, as it too was a long-established force, albeit currently more discreet. Shanghai Valley was aware of the Taiyi Sect's former prominence, its illustrious past and its legacy. Though it had now fallen from grace, its foundational strength still remained intact. Moreover, she was in the presence of the very person who had inspired her epiphany. "That I shall certainly make an effort to pay a visit." Yu Yu smiled. Jiang Yufan produced a token for her. "Take this to find Shanghai Valley shop in the market. They will escort you to our valley." Thank you, senior sister Jiang, Yu said gratefully as she accepted the token. Knowing that without it, she would be unable to locate Shanghai Valley, a hidden family akin to Tsangyue Palace. Shrouded in mystery, that I end the narrative, Yu Shuer had been unable to find it when she sought to visit. As Jiang Yufan and her group departed, she turned at the door to wave at Yu. Junior sister Yu, do make sure to visit. Of course. Yu, young lady, this is the Yueying grass. Dongfang Rui handed the moonlight grass to Yu, who accepted it and then said to him, I intend to seek out Manager Wang. Do you know if he is still at the Wangyue Pavilion? He is, Dongfang Rui replied. Uncle Wang just sent word that if you wish to find him, he has asked me to escort you. That I appreciate your help. Dongfang Rui led them to Manager Wang's location. Upon seeing her, Manager Wang smiled and asked, Miss Yu, did you enjoy your evening? Indeed. I was treated to a plethora of wonders. Yu responded, Haha, that is splendid. And what of the beast meat? Manager Wang waved his hand, and a chunk of nearly 1,000 pounds of beast meat appeared before them. Only 1,000 pounds? Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, as she had envisioned a much larger beast. Calculating in her mind, she realized she could only obtain 350 pounds, which fell far short of her expectations. Insufficient even for her master and the others. Sensing her thoughts, Manager Wang explained, the meat from a fourth-tier beast is challenging to purify. To purify 1,000 pounds requires considerable time. Were it not for the assurance of the Wangyue Pavilion, the city lord wouldn't even release this amount. Yu's eyes sparkled. So, he possesses even more. Certainly, at least more than this 1,000 pounds. Manager Wang understood, dispensing some at a time, as losses would only be minimal. Yu comprehended that the city lord still harbored doubts about them, fearing they might abscond with the beast meat, that if they performed well this time, further opportunities would arise. That's acceptable. Chapter 63. This relationship is too terrifying. I shall have none of it. Observing her accomplishments, she felt somewhat unfulfilled. The power of the stars within her was still too scant, hence her sluggish progress. She often needed to bestow some to Gun and later to Qiyu, leaving her with limited star power, and after a year, there were no signs of advancement. Her master had mentioned that the power of the stars also requires progression, yet he was uncertain about what that entailed. She pondered that perhaps she ought to devote more energy to the cultivation of her star power. However, she had only passively absorbed it before. She had never actively sought to absorb it, and wondered if doing so would yield different results. Perhaps she would experiment later. For now, she needed to prepare lunch, as Sister Qin was due to arrive shortly. When Qin Yuyin came, she was alone. Which surprised you why you did my senior brothers are all occupied. Qin Yuyin remarked that as for Zhao Jinyue, she was aware of his unusual gaze towards Yu. Why would he bring her along to trouble his little sister? Yu had wanted to keep today's events from the members of Taiyi Sect, so their absence was indeed fortuitous. That I have prepared lunch. Let us eat and converse. Yu moved the dishes to the pavilion in the courtyard and poured a cup of fruit wine for each of them. Upon smelling it, Qin Yuyin exclaimed in delight, Is this a different flavor of fruit wine? Yes, I concocted it myself. Yu replied that today's lunch features the third-tier beast that Sister Qin provided, and you are fortunate to partake. This is yours to enjoy, and you've prepared it so deliciously. It is I who am fortunate to benefit from your efforts, Qin Yuyin said, not hesitating to pick up her chopsticks and begin eating. Following it with another cup of fruit wine, she seemed to harbor some thoughts. Although she smiled, her spirit appeared somewhat subdued. Once the fruit wine was finished, she produced a stronger spirit. Yu took a sip and found it harsh on her throat, deciding to set it aside. Meanwhile, Qin Yuyin continued to drink cup after cup. Yu furrowed her brow. Is Sister Qin feeling down due to not obtaining the Liuli Dan? Is your condition quite dire? A flicker of surprise crossed Yu's mind. Had Qin Yuyin begun to contemplate this issue? It seemed she had given it considerable thought last night. This was a positive development. It was crucial to guide her properly at this moment. Sister Qin, I once heard a saying when I was in the mortal realm. Yu began. What saying is that? A three-legged toad is hard to find, yet a two-legged man is not. With so many men in the world, if one is unsuitable, simply kick him to the curb and seek another. It is not worth losing oneself over a single man. Yu continued, as cultivators, we pursue the path of longevity. Our lives may span from 200 years to thousands or even tens of thousands. Amidst this vast existence, love is but one of our pursuits. Love is not our sole pursuit. Qin Yuan gazed at her with slightly inebriated eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Indeed, love, familial bonds, friendship, self-improvement, and so forth are all integral parts of our lives. Yu asserted, gesturing with her thumb and pinky, I believe love is merely a small fragment of the whole, that self-improvement is the essence of our existence. And what of the rest, with so many fine trees in the world? Why should one hang themselves on a crooked branch? Perhaps by leaving this crooked tree, you shall encounter a towering tree that is truly yours. The bitterness in Qin Yuyan's eyes deepened. But I have invested so much. Sister Qin, do you feel that after investing so much, it would be regrettable to give up now? Qin Yuyan nodded. Yu retrieved a spirit vegetable, extracting a portion of its vitality, with her with element power. Then addressed Qin Yuyan. Sister Qin, look at this spirit vegetable. Here, it has begun to rot. What would happen if we do not cut it away? Without needing Qin Yuyan to respond, she watched as the rotting portion began to consume the surrounding healthy parts, ultimately leading to the entire spirit vegetable's decay. Sister Qin, what must be discarded must be discarded. Otherwise, the entire thing will spoil. Qin Yuyan was profoundly shaken, not by Yu's astonishing display, but because she identified herself with the decaying spirit vegetable. If the rotten parts were not removed, she too would succumb to complete deterioration. No. The sacrifices she had made were her own choices, and there was nothing to regret. Did I end the future? Any good fortune must be reserved for herself. Thoughts of the Lioli Dan she desperately needed surfaced, recalling how her father had gone to great lengths to procure one, and the complex gaze he had cast upon Zhao Jinhua troubled her heart. She had only wanted to be kind to Zhao Jinhua, feeling guilty for disappointing her father's affection. Especially recently, whenever something good came along, her father withheld it from her, and she found herself resenting him for not loving her as he once did. Reflecting on it now, she realized that the treasures her father had withheld were likely given to Zhao Jinhua instead. He had done so for her sake, yet she had never considered the difficulty he faced in acquiring those things. The more she thought, the more sorrowful she became, prompting her to drink cup after cup. Yu observed that Qin Yuyan had likely vented her pent-up feelings and decided to take the wine away. Sister Qin, yesterday cannot be reclaimed. Today must be cherished. Let the past remain in the past, for the future holds even greater wonders. Qin Yuyan shook her head. The poison from the pills is already corroding my meridians. If this continues, I just fail to progress. I may even regress in my cultivation. Yu was somewhat astonished. You have come to such a serious state. It was no wonder that the books described Zhao Jinyue's decision to give the Lioli Dan to Zhao Shuer, and Qin Yuyan's reaction was so intense. Qin Yuyan managed a bitter smile. Indeed, he knew that I had consumed more pills than he had, and that my poison was far more severe. Yet he still chose to take that Lioli Dan. The irony is, I previously failed to recognize as selfishness that I had thought it was love that ran deep, only to realize it was nothing more than that. Observing her discomfort, Yu said, Sister Qin, you are inebriated. It would be best for you to rest. When you awaken, we shall discuss other matters. Qin Yuyan acknowledged her inebriation and followed Yu's suggestion to rest in the guest room. In truth, she possessed a pill to alleviate intoxication, which could completely dispel her inebriation with a single dose. However, this time, she chose not to take it. She desired to indulge in her drunkenness and let go of all thoughts. Chapter 64. What is this that resembles a mobile phone? Qin Yuyan awoke after an hour and a half, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, momentarily disoriented, before recollecting that she was visiting Yu. She also recalled the words she had spoken while intoxicated and found herself puzzled as to why she had confided such sentiments to a girl she had met only twice. Reflecting on the advice Yu had given her, she realized the girl had taken on a facade of maturity, as if she had experienced much. Yet, she was merely a 15-year-old girl. Were anyone else to utter such words, she would suspect ulterior motives. However, Yu was so young, merely imitating the adults she had encountered, trying to appear wise beyond her years. Remembering Yu, she recalled the last words about discussing matters further. Rising, she stepped outside, but found no one in the courtyard. Instead, she spotted Rong Xian sketching formation flags as he looked up at her. You're awake. Where is Yu? Little junior sister is attending to some matters. She asked me to wait here for you and to inform you. She should be out in about half an hour, as she has something important to discuss with you. Qin Yuyan nodded, glancing at the formation flags he had set aside. Noticing the patterns on them were unlike those she had seen before, she expressed her surprise. "May I see your formation flags?" Of course, a formation master herself. Qin Yuyin was initially merely curious to examine his flags, but soon their conversation evolved into a discussion on formations. That it was well known across the continent that Qin Yuyin was exceptionally skilled in formation techniques. What astonished her was that Rongxian's proficiency and talent in formations were not inferior to her own. Yet, such a talented individual had remained largely unrecognized. The Taiyi Sect truly embodies an air of understated elegance. She dares to assert that if he were to participate in the sect competition, the outcome between them could be uncertain. At the same time, she is intrigued as to why such formidable individuals from the Taiyi Sect have not previously entered the competitions. Upon hearing her query, Rongxian scratched his head and replied, "Our senior sister is barely over 60. Previously, the sect probably had only Master and Elder Qing, making it impossible to compete. The Taiyi Sect had not participated in the competitions for over a century, and their earliest disciples were just over 60 years old. What transgressions had occurred in the intervening decades?" At that moment, Yu emerged from her room and, upon observing the two engage in discussion about formations, was not at all surprised. "Sister Qin, how do you feel?" she inquired. "Aside from a slight dizziness, I feel quite well." Qin Yuyin responded, "But that's reassuring." Yu smiled and then instructed Rongxian to envelop the courtyard with a formation. Qin Yuyin, slightly taken aback, pondered what Yu wished to discuss that necessitated such a protective barrier. Sensing her curiosity, Yu teased her by producing a small vial. Qin Yuyin examined the unmarked bottle with intrigue, uncorked it, and was left speechless. "Lioli Dan," she exclaimed, only to realize her voice had risen too high and instinctively glanced around. It dawned on her why Yu wanted to shield the courtyard. Had it not been for the barrier, her exclamation might have been overheard by passers-by on the street. Lowering her voice, she stared at Yu in astonishment. "Sister Yu, how did you come to possess Lioli Dan?" Yu chuckled, offering no answer, and urged, "Sister Qin, it's still early. You should consume it now." With the vial in hand, Qin Yuyin felt her breath quicken and paused before declaring, "Sister Yu, I cannot refuse this gift. I shall not be polite. However, I cannot accept it without recompense. I shall pay you at last night's auction price." Yu shook her head, replying, "No need. One pill is not worth that much. Just give me a base price." The base price of a Lioli Dan is merely 5 million low-grade spirit stones. If you were to auction it, it would fetch far more. Qin Yuyin insisted. Ultimately, the two reached a compromise, with Qin Yuyin handing over 15 million low-grade spirit stones. To facilitate Yu's usage, she provided 5 million in low-grade stones, while the remainder was converted into mid-grade spirit stones, along with a few high-grade stones. This was Yu's first encounter with high-grade spirit stones, which appeared dazzling and mesmerizing. Though high-grade and mid-grade spirit stones could be exchanged equivalently, the former contained purer spiritual energy. "Take care with these high-grade spirit stones. Do not spend them frivolously," Qin Yuyin cautioned. Had it not been for her gratitude towards Yu, she would have hesitated to part with such precious stones. Yu, having read about high-grade stones, understood their rarity. Thus, she carefully set aside the high-grade stones. "Sister Qin, please consume the Lioli Dan now," she urged. "Certainly that I shall first send a message to my senior brothers and then enter seclusion," replied Qin Yuyin. When Qin Yuyin first obtained the Lioli Dan, her eagerness was not as intense. However, after such a prolonged quest, she now comprehended its rarity and scarcity. She was determined to consume it without delay. Seeking peace of mind soon, her senior brother's voice resonated from afar. "All right." Yu was astonished. What kind of object could send voice messages like a phone? This was far superior to their paper crane communication. Where had this advanced technology come from? Noticing the sparkle in Yu's eyes as she gazed at the Zimu stone in Qin Yuyin's hand, her curiosity palpable, Qin Yuyin explained, "This is the Zimu stone. Once infused with spiritual energy, it allows for communication." Zimu stone? Just a stone. Yu inquired that it is a unique kind of stone. Qin Yuyin handed it to her. Yu examined it. She noted it felt similar to jade, yet its internal composition remained a mystery, granting it such remarkable capabilities. This must be quite rare. Then, indeed. Moreover, it has a range limitation. It can only function within 1,000 kilometers. That is quite impressive, Yu remarked, handing back the Ziyun stone. Hurry and enter your seclusion. Qin Yin stowed away the Ziyun stone and retreated to the guest room, where she had just rested. She first set up a formation to envelop the entire room, before consuming the Lioli Dan. The process of purging the Dan poison from her meridians, blood, and muscles was not pleasant. Yet, as she witnessed the gradual elimination of the poison, she felt a bittersweet joy in the pain. Due to the considerable amount of Dan poison within her, the process took a bit longer. When she finally emerged, it was already the following morning. Moreover, with the obstruction of Dan poison removed, she had inadvertently advanced a small level in her cultivation. Congratulations, Sister Qin, on your advancement, Yu exclaimed, though she was somewhat puzzled. Was that the sound of your breakthrough? Yes, I indeed leveled up, Qin Yuyin confirmed, but I possess a secret method that allows me to display my cultivation level freely within a major rank. Yu appeared confused. Qin Yuyin smiled. I wish to verify certain matters. Chapter 65. Utter disappointment. By the way, Sister Qin, will you be attending the upcoming competition among the 4 great families? Yu inquired. Had you asked me before yesterday, I would have had no desire to attend. However, now, observing the competition could be quite enlightening. Shall we go together? We have a room at Wangyue Tower, which reportedly faces the arena. That sounds splendid. We shall take advantage of your hospitality to observe the proceedings. It is settled then. Yu discerned the clarity in Qin Yuyin's demeanor, realizing she had come to terms with many matters in her heart. Henceforth, even if she encountered scenarios where a scoundrel favored the female protagonist, she would likely not become ensnared in the same way as written in the tales. Qin Yuyin, touched by Yu's genuine happiness for her, expressed, Sister Yu, your kindness today shall forever be etched in my heart. Should you require anything in the future, simply call upon me. That if anyone dares to act foolishly, just invoke my name. Sister Qin, you are too courteous that I, too, feel a connection with you, which is why I wish to grow closer. However, regarding the Lioli Dan, I must ask you to keep it confidential. That goes without saying. Rest assured, I shall not divulge a word. Qin Yuyin understood the potential troubles that could arise if others learned of Yu's possession of the Lioli Dan. If word spread that she had acquired such a treasure, a multitude of individuals would flock to her, inquiring about its source and whether she had any remaining, that if they encountered the more deranged among them, they might even attempt to seize her for questioning. Yu was undoubtedly her benefactor. How could she bring danger and trouble upon her? Very well. We shall meet in 2 days. That 1,000 pounds would require considerable time to process. Moreover, it appeared there was still a significant quantity remaining. She needed to expedite her efforts. That in the past, witnessing him in this manner, filled Qin Yuyin with sweetness. Now, however, she perceived his concern as superficial, even the expression in his eyes lacking warmth. How had she failed to recognize this before? I became quite familiar with Sister Yu at first sight, and we chatted for quite some time. Later, upon hearing news of the Lioli Dan, I decided to visit Wangyue Pavilion. You have news regarding the Lioli Dan? Indeed, it was released by Wangyue Pavilion, stating that if one could offer a high-grade sacred artifact in exchange, they would consider providing it, taking into account the face of the Taiyi Sect. Qin Yuyin continued, Brother Zhao, I recall you possess a high-grade sacred artifact. Could you possibly, Sister Qin? Are you serious? Zhao Jinhua inquired. Qin Yuyin nodded. Wangyue Pavilion would not dare to jest with such information. Zhao Jinhua, seeing the unmistakable disappointment on Qin Yuyin's face, assumed she was disheartened by the prospect of not obtaining the Lioli Dan, and offered consolation. Sister Qin, do not be anxious. Although Lioli Dan is rare, it is not entirely unobtainable. That we shall continue searching, and I am certain we will find it. Qin Yuyin closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her gaze toward Zhao Jinhua had grown considerably colder. She said nothing, bypassing him towards her own room. She realized how blind she had been to have ever liked a person as hypocritical and deceitful as Zhao Jinhua. Before leaving the sect, she had witnessed his master hand him over the high-grade sacred artifact, cautioning him to be vigilant. That it was merely a high-grade artifact. The sect possessed others, and it was not an exceedingly rare item. Given her character, even if she were to use his high-grade artifact, she would certainly seek to replace it, never intending to use it without recompense. That he was well aware of her nature, yet still chose to refuse her. In that instant, she even harbored a somewhat extreme thought. Did he fear that once she eliminated the Dan poison from her body, her cultivation would surpass his? She covered her face with her hands. Resolving not to dwell on it any longer, it was unnecessary to continue investing feelings where only she was giving. Zhao Jinhua watched Qin Yuyan's retreating figure, sensing as if something vital had slipped away from him. For the past 2 days, Yu had been purifying the meat of 4th-level demon beasts to be by the time the competition among the great families commenced, she had exhausted all her celestial power. However, considering the 4th-level demon beast meat she would acquire, she deemed it worthwhile. Alongside Rong Xian, she proceeded to Wangyue Tower, presenting the token given by Manager Wang, and was promptly escorted to a private room on the 4th floor. The entire 4th floor housed only 2 private rooms, and theirs faced the square, with 3 windows that could be opened to offer a complete view of the entire area. One of the windows had a large table adorned with spirit fruits and snacks. At this moment, a colossal martial arts platform has been erected in the square, with massive stone pillars adorning its corners, intricately carved with elaborate patterns. Noticing her fascination with the designs on the pillars, Rong Xian offered an explanation. Those are part of a large defensive formation that can confine the spiritual energy utilized by the contestants within the martial arts platform, ensuring the safety of those in the audience. So it is a formation. No wonder it bears no resemblance to any totem. Yu, having no expertise in formations, lost interest upon understanding its nature and shifted her gaze to the throngs of people in the stands. Surely there must be tens of thousands present. It resembled a grand concert from her previous life. Besides the temporary seating, numerous tea houses and restaurants surrounding the square had their private rooms opened, brimming with spectators. Furthermore, even the rooftops were teeming with people, leaving almost the entire square packed, save for the entrance. Rong Xian was equally astonished by the spectacle, murmuring, "What a magnificent sight! If it weren't for the little junior sister, we might not even have made it to the rooftop." Yu felt fortunate. After all, their good rapport with Jin Haochen had proven beneficial. With the competition yet to commence and the 4 great families still absent, Yu found it rather dull and decided to peruse the menu. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Rong Xian opened it to reveal Qin Yuyan and her companions standing outside. Chapter 66. You've come, Sister Qin. Yu waved at Qin Yuyan, beckoning her to join them in selecting their meal. Qin Yuyan casually took a seat beside Yu. "Younger sister Yu, have you been here long?" "Not really." Rong Xian and Yu sat on one side, while Qin Yuyan settled next to Yu, with Zhao Jinhua and the other 2 occupying the opposite side. Yu sensed a hostile gaze and looked up to see Zhao Jinhua casting a glance at her before turning his attention back outside. The malice in his eyes was unmistakable and unrestrained. Were it not for Qin Yuyan's presence, he might have escalated his hostility further. A good-for-nothing who relies on others for sustenance. How dare he glare at her? Yesterday, while shopping, she had her eye on several medicinal herbs. In the past, without her needing to say a word, Qin Yuyan would have bought them for her. Yet yesterday, despite her subtle hints, Qin Yuyan showed no intention of purchasing them, leaving her to pay for them herself. If it weren't for Yu, how could Qin Yuyan have treated him this way? She must have spoken ill of him. With that thought, he glanced at Qin Yuyan. To win a woman's favor, one must present some fine gifts, and all of these are spirit stones. Previously, she spent spirit stones on him. Now the tables have turned, fueling his resentment towards Yu even further. Were it not for the presence of others, he might have considered taking action against Yu. Indifferent to this scoundrel, Yu ordered several dishes with Qin Yuyan. Then they began discussing the arrivals of the 4 great families in the square. Before long, their ordered dishes were served, and Zhao Jinhua noticed that none of his favorite dishes were present. When they typically visited Wangyue Tower, Qin Yuyan would always order half of the dishes he liked. This time, not a single one was ordered. Did she truly no longer care for him? This realization stirred a sense of unease within him. As the 4 great families arrived, the crowd grew quiet for a moment, only to resume their hushed discussions shortly after. The topics of conversation revolved around who was who and their respective achievements. Yu and Qin Yuyan also engaged in discussions about the 4 great families. The families in question were the Zhou, Shi, Hong, and Yu clans. Qin Yuyan pointed to the crowd below, stating, "The Zhou family is the foremost among the 4 great families. They have produced several prodigies who have entered the Sword Dao Sect, and one of them serves as an elder there." Yu is familiar with the Sword Dao Sect, as it was one of the prominent sects featured throughout the novel the elder surnamed Zhou. "Zhou Chong?" she inquired. "Yes, you know him?" "Well, I've heard his name mentioned before." Yu replied casually. With the support of the Sword Dao Sect, The Zhou family must be the strongest among the four great clans. Right? Absolutely. However, the Shi family has recently experienced rapid growth and is close to catching up with the Zhou family. Qin Yin explained they discovered a vein of or recently so they have access to or. Yu understood. Regardless of the era, those with access to or were always wealthy, and wealth translated to power. The Hong family maintained a close relationship with the city lord Zhao, effectively positioning themselves as dependents of the city lord's mansion, thus ranking third. The Yu family, once the foremost, still held on to some wealth, allowing them to remain among the first-rate families in Guangyang City. This is what they call a thin horse being larger than a dead camel. Right? Indeed, Qin Yin confirmed, then pointed to someone below. Do you see that young man in the dark blue attire, holding a sword? That is Zhou Bingquan, the talented youth of the Zhou family and a disciple of the Sword Dao Sect's master. It is said that he is merely 40 years old and has already cultivated sword intent. Yu glanced over at Zhou Bingquan. He wasn't particularly handsome, but as he stood there with his sword, his composed demeanor exuded an air of arrogance that was undeniably captivating, and oh wonder he had caught Yu Shui's attention. However, he was one of the more discerning fish in her pond, although he had feelings for Yu Shui and took care of her during their explorations. Upon leaving the secret realm and witnessing her affection towards the male lead, he decisively suppressed his emotions, choosing instead to silently watch over Yu Shui. Unfortunately, his fate was rather tragic, as he perished alongside her unfortunate senior brother during the battle against demonic cultivators. That woman in the ice blue attire from the Shi family is Shi Manor, a prodigy from the Shi family. At just over 30, she has already achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. In this world, individuals typically enter the golden core stage around their 40s. Those who advance to it in their 30s are considered geniuses. With her talent, how come she hasn't joined any sect? Yu inquired curiously. She has not joined a sect, but she has taken Qin Shanjinren as her master. Qin Yin explained. Are you aware of Qin Shanjinren? Yu shook her head. She was unaware of anyone not mentioned in the book. Qin Shanjinren is an elder of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Thus, Shi Manor can be considered part of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Yu nodded, acknowledging that the Loose Cultivator Alliance was indeed a significant force. The young master of the Yu family, Yu Mingxian, is slightly older than them, at 40, and is also nearing Golden Core. Sister Qin, how do you know so much about them? Yu asked. While we were out shopping yesterday, we happened to see them and overheard some discussions from those nearby. Qin Yin smiled. However, I have seen Zhou Bingquan before at the Sword Dao Sect. At that moment, Yu noticed a remarkably young man entering the venue. Upon seeing him, everyone rose to greet him. That was the city lord of Guangyang City, Zhao Yunxian. City Lord Zhao. Yu leaned forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the person who had sent her the meat of a 4th-level demon beast, but unexpectedly locked eyes with him. Cold and indifferent. That was the impression she gleaned from his gaze. Zhao Yunxian, however, regarded Yu differently. Was her gaze not a touch too bright? Moreover, he felt as though she was looking at him as if he were not a fool. Zhao Yunxian slightly furrowed his brow before averting his gaze. Were it not for the distinctiveness of her gaze, he would not have bothered to look up. This city Lord Zhao appeared somewhat enigmatic. It was rumored that he had connections to the central domain. The previously silent He Ming suddenly spoke up. People from the central domain. This small world was divided into 5 parts. 4 domains to the east, south, west, and north, along with the central domain, which boasted the strongest overall power. Yu Shui had ventured into the central domain later in the story and had shone brilliantly there. However, during her time in the central domain, she had never mentioned such a figure. With Zhao Yunxian's arrival, the competition below was about to commence in earnest. Chapter 67 previously. In the Sanyuan secret realm, Yu encountered individuals who fought with deadly intent, leaving her little opportunity to truly observe their techniques. This time, as it was a so-called friendly competition, the participants were not aiming to kill, resulting in a considerably more enjoyable spectacle. Zhou Bingquan wielded his sword with remarkable skill, yet it was evident that he was not exerting his full strength, easily engaging the young master of the Yu family. Shi Manor's spiritual energy was surprisingly ice elemental, causing a flurry of snowflakes to descend, instantly transforming the entire martial arts platform into a frozen spectacle. Wow, how beautiful! Yu marveled at Shi Manor, gracefully dancing amidst the snowflakes, finding her utterly enchanting that moment. She couldn't help but voice her thoughts about the author of the book, bemoaning how such a stunning and ethereal woman could be overlooked by Zhou Bingquan in favor of that white lotus. You swear, truly, the protagonist's halo was insurmountable but now she was a black lotus, as she had previously sought her life in the secret realm. Regrettably, after the auction, she had yet to see Yu Shui's figure again. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly prepared a grand gift for her. As Yu continued to observe the competition below, Rong Xian suddenly stood up, staring excitedly at someone in the crowd, speechless with astonishment. Senior brother? Yu was taken aback. Senior brother? Which one is down there? It's my second senior brother. I see him. Xu Wangyue. Yu craned her neck, following Rong Xian's pointing hand, but the sea of heads made it hard to identify him. Southeast direction, 5th row, 25th from the left. The one wearing the azure pattern attire, Rong Xian clarified. Yu counted and finally spotted the fabled second senior brother. You encountered a fellow sect member? Qin Yuyin inquired. Yes, my second senior brother. He went down the mountain for training 2 years ago, and since I was in seclusion before he left, it's been nearly 3 years since I last saw him. Rong Xian exclaimed joyfully. The brothers and sisters of Taiyi Sect share a harmonious bond, and upon unexpectedly encountering a senior brother after 3 long years, Rong Xian, typically composed, cannot conceal his elation. Yu Yu's understanding of Xu Wangyue is solely based on the descriptions found in literature. His appearances are few, and notably, he is introduced seated in a wheelchair. She recalls that the text recounts how he was once pursued by the Hong family during an expedition, and although he was rescued, he was left incapacitated. However, observing him now, poised in the viewing area, it is evident that his legs are perfectly functional. Wait, the Hong family? Could it be that the danger he faced occurred here? She perceives a significant possibility. Moreover, she had not noticed earlier, but now, as she studies Xu Wangyue, he is coldly fixated on the individuals from the Hong family below, distinctly different from the surrounding spectators who are merely there to gawk. Rumor has it that Xu Wangyue possesses a gentle demeanor, is humble, and never readily engages in conflict. The IT raises questions about what the Hong family could have done to provoke such a serene individual into the character described in the book. Well, she too is inclined to support her kin. Though she has not interacted with Xu Wangyue, being part of the same sect makes him one of her own. Once the competition concludes, we shall seek out the second senior brother. Rong Xian states, adding that the second senior brother is yet unaware of their new junior sister. Oh, what is the matter? Yu Yu inquires. The second senior brother is missing. Yu Yu glances back, and indeed, Xu Wangyue is no longer in the stands. Instinctively, she looks towards the Hong family's section and spots a young man from the Hong family leaving their viewing area and heading outside. A sense of foreboding wells up within her. Sixth senior brother. We must find the second senior brother. Now. Yes, if the second senior brother leaves, we may not be able to locate him. After expressing her urgency, she turns to Qin Yuyin and states, Sister Qin, please keep an eye on things. We shall take our leave first. All right. Understanding Yu Yu's impatience, Qin Yuyin refrains from saying more. As Rong Xian attempts to exit through the main entrance. Yu Yu pulls him to leap down directly. Time is of the essence. There is no need for stairs. They approach the entrance of the stands, searching nearby, but find no sign of him. I do not see the second senior brother. Rong Xian remarks, he must not have gone far. The sect's flying crane should suffice. Did you possess a flying crane to locate the second senior brother? Yu Yu asks, indeed. I almost forgot to mention it, Rong Xian exclaims, producing a jade-green paper crane, channeling spiritual energy into it. The crane flutters its wings and takes flight. Let us go. The flying crane is a secret technique of Taiyi Sect, utilizing magic to infuse an individual's essence into the crane, allowing it to trace the owner's aura once spiritual energy is imparted. However, there are limitations. It cannot operate beyond a distance of 10 kilometers. The crane's continued flight indicates that Xu Wangyue remains within this range. The crane is swift, and Yu Yu and Rong Xian must run with all their might to keep up. That it seems Xu Wangyue has been on the move. After nearly an hour of running, they exit the city through a gate. Once outside, the crane suddenly accelerates, prompting Rong Xian to quickly summon a magical tool, channeling energy into it before taking Yu Yu along on the device. Following the paper crane, the crane's increased speed suggests that the second senior brother has taken to the skies after leaving the city. Rong Xian muses, where could he be headed? We shall find out shortly. Sixth senior brother. What is this? It appears there is a barrier ahead. The crane cannot enter, though we should descend and investigate. Upon landing, Rongxian observes the surroundings, which seem to be an ordinary valley. Why would someone set up a barrier here? He remains cautious, not venturing directly inside, instead surveying the area before stating. This appears to be an illusion array, combined with a barrier effect. Shall we proceed? If the second senior brother is inside, we must go in. Yu asserts that we are unfamiliar with the interior. Entering recklessly may pose dangers. Rongxian is eager to see Xu Wangyue, but is more concerned for Yu's safety. If the second senior brother is in peril, we may be able to assist him. Yu reasons that if there is no immediate danger, then entering should pose no issue, right? After some contemplation, Rongxian takes hold of Yu's hand as they step forward. I wonder if this array might separate us. Let us hold hands until we're inside. Yu agrees, and as they take a step forward, they feel a slight resistance before crossing the threshold. The scenery inside mirrors that of the exterior. Had it not been for the earlier sensation of obstruction, they might not have perceived any change. However, after walking a few hundred meters and making a turn, they discover something unusual. Ahead lies an estate that was not visible from the air, clearly concealed by those behind it. They have no time to ponder how to enter when they hear a tremendous uproar from within that a battle is underway. Chapter 68. Sixth Senior Brother. Hold steady. That is our life-saving talisman, Rongxian exclaims upon seeing a radiant glow. That is the second senior brother's magical treasure. We must hurry inside. They have followed closely behind Xu Wangyue. He should still be uninjured. Yet, there is always the chance of unforeseen circumstances. Rongxian grips Yu's hand as they leap over the estate's wall, encountering no servants, and make their way directly to the courtyard of the battle. Initially, they assumed the servants would be surrounding Xu Wangyue, but they find only 4 individuals engaged in combat. Xu Wangyue, a burly middle-aged man at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and the young master of the Hong family, Hong Xiaobao, accompanied by another attendant. The battle is intense, with Xu Wangyue at the initial stage of the Golden Core, holding his own against 2 opponents. Hong Xiaobao watches Xu Wangyue with a sinister glare, as though regarding a corpse. Upon reaching the entrance, Rongxian is about to charge in when Yu pulls him back. Sixth senior brother, do not rush in. Junior sister, this is a battle at the Golden Core level. Entering recklessly would be akin to delivering oneself as fodder. Yu states, the second senior brother is currently holding his ground. We must devise a plan. Indeed. Rongxian regains his composure, realizing that rushing in will not save the second senior brother, but could hinder him instead. Seeing him calm down, Yu releases his hand and inquires, what is the level of Hong Xiaobao and that attendant? Hong Xiaobao is at the same level as I, while the other attendant is at the initial stage of the Golden Core. We are no match for them. Rongxian replies that we need to strategize. Observing that Xu Wangyue is faring well even against a stronger opponent, Hong Xiaobao's expression darkens further, and he instructs his attendant, you too. Go and ensure you capture him. Yes, young master. The attendant wastes no time, unleashing a spiritual technique towards Xu Wangyue. The protective barrier surrounding Xu Wangyue, already on the verge of collapse, finally shatters under the combined assault of the 2. Yet he produces a talisman, activating it, and a similar glow envelopes him once more. That the second senior brother's talisman. How marvelous! Yu gasps in admiration. Although she had read about talismans, witnessing a mere piece of paper transform into a protective barrier is astonishing. The art of alchemy and artifact crafting parallels modern pharmaceuticals and industrial production, albeit with a touch of the extraordinary. However, such talismans do not exist in the modern world. A single talisman can morph into a defensive shield, unleash a barrage of attacks, and even heal and restore energy. Completely beyond her comprehension, if it weren't for the pre-drawn talismans, capable of both offense and defense, he would not be able to contend evenly with a mid-stage Golden Core opponent. Yet, why then is he here, having lost the use of his legs? It dawns on her quickly. His resources are limited, and as the battle drags on, his offensive talismans are depleting. Eventually, he will have to confront his opponents directly. Outnumbered, he begins to falter and sustain injuries. Witnessing Xu Wangyue's wounds, Rongxian grows anxious. Junior sister, have you thought of a plan? Sixth senior brother, I recall you possess a concealed formation? Yes, It is a formation disc that can hide my presence. A life-saving gift from our master. However, it is quite small, suitable for concealing only my form. Rongxian explains. That will suffice. Yu asserts that I will create a diversion to draw that attendant away. You can stealthily approach Hong Xiaobao and subdue him. You will go. No, that is too perilous. Rongxian protests, insisting, I shall attract the attention of the Golden Core attendant. Senior brother, I have a spiritual device that can withstand attacks from those below the Golden Core stage. Rongxian remains unconvinced. I also possess a device that can endure several attacks. Yet, I cannot contend with Hong Xiaobao. Yu counters, if I go, I cannot take him down. Rongxian finds himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Their magical artifacts serve primarily as passive defenses and are consumable. If subjected to constant attacks, they too will degrade. Resolutely, she dashes towards the front courtyard. Rongxian recognizes this as the best course of action. After Yu departs, he retrieves the concealment formation and shrouds himself in invisibility. Yu moves swiftly, and soon the sounds of spiritual energy striking the walls echo from the courtyard ahead. The commotion quickly captures the attention of Hong Xiaobao and his companions, who frown in concern that he has finally lured Xu Wangyue here, with the opportunity to eliminate him, and he wishes to avoid any unforeseen complications. The Golden Core attendant exits the battle, soaring towards the front courtyard, where he spots a young girl assaulting the gate, his brow furrowing. The estate is devoid of outsiders. This must be for Xu Wangyue's sake. Is this his rescue, a mere child? However, regardless of who it may be, none can sway the affairs of the young master, but he reached out to seize Yu, who promptly took flight in a desperate escape. The Golden Core guards were well aware of the intentions of Hongsha Fortress and could not allow Yu to cause any disturbances that in an instant, they appeared before her. Just as Yu attempted to flee, she was grasped by the collar and effortlessly lifted off the ground, soaring towards the courtyard that in a mere handful of breaths. The commotion between Xu Wangyue and old Jean subsided, as a sharp gaze revealed a sword poised against the young master's neck. Piercing the skin and causing blood to seep forth that a young man stood beside the young master, the blade threateningly close. The guards instantly understood the tactic. This was a ploy to divert their attention. This was their life-saving talisman. Should the young master perish, they would surely meet their doom here today. Rongxian, complying with the situation, cautiously moved the sword away slightly. Xu Wangyue cast a glance at Yu, who was calling for her senior brother. When had the sect acquired a little junior sister? Old fool, set me down. If my senior brother sees me in danger and falters, your precious young master may find his throat cut. Yu exclaimed, struggling to reach the ground, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable in her suspended state. Rongxian, understanding the gravity, pressed the sword closer to Hongsha Fortress's throat. The Golden Core guards, dismissing Yu as a mere fledgling in the Qi refinement stage, still harbored fears of Rongxian's unsteady hand and consequently released her. Freed, Yu hastened to stand beside Rongxian and Xu Wangyue, flashing a smile at Xu Wangyue as she called out. Second Senior Brother, Chapter 69. She truly is a tiger, the land of despair. Xu Wangyue observed that this little junior sister appeared quite sweet, in stark contrast to the overly concerned eldest senior sister. How could a mere Qi refinement girl stand unafraid before Golden Core guards? She was spirited, clever, and audacious. This was his first impression of her. Yet this was not the time for idle chatter. He nodded at her before turning his attention back to Hongsha Fortress. Xu Wangyue, release my young master. The Golden Core guard glared at Rongxian, unleashing his oppressive aura, causing Rongxian's face to pale instantly. Yu realized the precariousness of the situation, swiftly drawing a long sword and positioning it against the other side of Hongsha Fortress's neck, declaring, "Do not use your oppressive aura against us. If I become frightened and my hand trembles." The Golden Core guard retorted, "I find you remarkably steady." He had noted that she possessed a treasure capable of resisting his aura, rendering it ineffective against her. However, he dared not gamble with Hongsha Fortress's life. "What do you intend to do?" "In your dreams, today, I am determined to capture Xu Wangyue. You dare to wish for." A crisp slap interrupted his words, and his anguished cry ignited fury in the two Golden Core guards across from him. Yu shook her slightly pained hand, commenting, "What thick skin you have. You've made my hand hurt." "Ah, your wound has worsened. If it goes deeper, you might sever a major artery." While they might not understand the carotid artery, the term major artery was universally comprehensible. Moments earlier, Yu had slapped Hong Sha Fortress, causing his neck to shift toward Rong Xian's direction. "Young master, little girl, do not move," the Golden Corps guard shouted, yet hesitated to act. Hong Sha Fortress fell silent. Realizing this girl was utterly unafraid of his status, had she exerted a bit more force, he might have truly lost his life. She was genuinely a tiger, so, "May we depart?" Yu inquired once more. Xu Wangwei opened his mouth, eager to speak, but ultimately held his tongue that he decided to switch places with Yu and Rong Xian, taking control of Hong Sha Fortress himself, that we shall leave. The four departed from the manor, not heading toward Guangyang City, but instead continuing deeper into the mountains to ensure Hong Sha Fortress's safety. They maintained a significant distance, thus Yu and the others did not hear his calls. After flying forward for a while, they vanished from sight. Old Jean hastened to catch up, witnessing their disappearance in the nick of time. This is bad. He dared not advance further, remaining behind to await the arrival of his clan. The Hong family arrived swiftly, tracking the lingering aura he had left behind. Upon seeing the iconic mountain peak, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Where is Sha Fortress?" inquired the mother of Hong Sha Fortress, known as Du Nyangzi. Old Jean, being under Du Nyangzi's command, had been dispatched to protect Sha Fortress. Seeing her solemn demeanor, he felt a wave of apprehension, but dared not remain silent. "Madam, the young master has been taken into the land of despair by those three individuals." Du Nyangzi, having long anticipated this, could not help but sway as she heard the news. Once steady, she delivered a sharp slap across Old Jin's face. "How did you protect Sha Fortress? How could you allow him to be taken to the land of despair?" Old Jean did not dare to argue, merely enduring the blow. "Madam, this is not the time for reproaching Old Jean. We must urgently devise a plan to locate the young master." "How do we find him?" "That is a place from which one enters but never exits." Du Nyangzi felt dizzy at the mere thought of the infamous land of despair. Those who knew of its reputation fell into silence. This was the most mysterious place in Guangyang City, where all who entered met certain death, hence its moniker. The entrance lay to the left of the mountain peak ahead. Though termed an entrance, it was merely a teleportation array, and one knew when this array was established. It had remained dormant and unnoticed until someone inadvertently activated it centuries ago. Of course, there had been instances of survival. Rumor had it 2 individuals in the transformation stage had emerged. Yet they disclosed nothing of their experiences and soon vanished, leaving their connection to the place shrouded in mystery. Since then, the land of despair's notoriety only grew, deterring anyone from venturing inside. Locals were well aware of its dangers, and thus never traversed the area, while outsiders occasionally disappeared without a trace, never to return. Most mysteriously, no one had ever found evidence of the array's existence. Over the centuries, it had not faded due to spiritual energy depletion, but rather seemed to have fused with the very essence of the world. Now that Hong Sha Fortress had been taken into the land of despair, Du Nyangzi was on the verge of madness. That moment, several others flew over, grasping the situation, and suggested, "Madam, we should summon City Lord Zhao. He may have a solution." That Du Nyangzi hesitated for a moment before turning to ascend toward the city. Indeed, if anyone could rescue her son, it would be Zhao Yunxian. Consumed with worry for her son, she flew swiftly and soon reached the city lord's residence, where she found Zhao Yunxian and explained her intent. "You want me to venture into the land of despair to rescue your useless son?" Zhao Yunxian sat in a lavish chair, his expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Indeed, Zhao Yunxian let out a light laugh, leaning back against the chair's backrest with an air of nonchalance. "We have all heard of the land of despair's reputation. Risking myself for him is hardly worth it." The outside world speculated that the Hong family relied on the city lord's residence to secure their status among the 4 great families, suggesting a close relationship. Yet it appeared their connection was not so straightforward. "Sha Fortress is my only son. I am willing to offer the Phoenix token in exchange." The Du Nyangzi produced a red token intricately carved with a phoenix in flight. Upon seeing the Phoenix token, Zhao Yunxian's demeanor shifted slightly. "Have you truly considered this? Once the Phoenix token is gone, you will have no means to compel me again." Chapter 70. Uncertain whether it was from a fall or from someone sitting upon him. "I have made up my mind." There is no hesitation that Du Nyangzi tossed the Phoenix token towards him. After a brief silence, she affirmed, "Very well." Zhao Yunxian was her sole hope. If she did not comply, he would refuse to go, and her chances of rescuing Sha Fortress would dwindle. With a confirmed answer, Zhao Yunxian prepared to depart, but Du Nyangzi added, "Zhao Yunxian, I hope you can convey that you are going of your own volition." Ah! Zhao Yunxian let out a soft laugh, casting her a fleeting glance. "Rest assured, should anything befall me, no one will trouble you." Fully aware of the potential for death upon entering that realm, she still urged him to proceed. Were it not for the Phoenix token, he would not have bothered with her at all. That he took a few steps, then paused, saying, "Without the Phoenix token, the Hong family should cease spreading rumors of your reliance on the city lord's residence." Du Nyangzi, define. Are you not leaving? He had no desire for her to linger at the city lord's residence, sullying its reputation. The two soon reached the outskirts of the city, and Zhao Yunxian remained silent. Soaring into the air, that a flash of light engulfed him, and he vanished from sight. When Yu and the others descended from the sky, they found themselves somewhat disoriented. How did the towering mountains suddenly transform into small hills? Moreover, how had they fallen? Fortunately, there was a cushion. Her landing was not overly painful. Shu Wangyue rose, testing the flying artifact they had just employed, while Rongxian helped Yu to her feet. "Little junior sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Someone cushioned my fall." The two glanced at the cushion, now unconscious on the ground, and it was unclear whether he had fainted from the fall or from being sat upon. Shu Wangyue stowed the artifact, stating, "The flying artifact is no longer operational, duh." "Where are we? This doesn't feel like the previous mountain range." Shu Wangyue shook his head. "I do not know that we are unfamiliar with this area. We will have to wait for Hongsha Fortress to awaken and inquire. That is all we can do." Shu Wangyue looked at Yu and asked, "I did not have the opportunity to ask earlier. Little junior sister, are you this year's disciple of our master?" "Yes, little junior sister has been in the sect for less than a year." "Very well. Our sect has finally welcomed a new member." Yu smiled at Shu Wangyue and said, "Hello, second senior brother. I am Xiao Jiu Yu." "Greetings, Xiao Jiu. This is a welcoming gift from senior brother," Shu Wangyue replied, handing Yu a storage bag, which she graciously accepted. She was not the shy and timid type, which brought a sense of relief to Shu Wangyue. As Yu glanced inside the storage bag, she was pleasantly surprised to find numerous spirit stones and 2 spirit tools. It appeared that the second senior brother was quite affluent. Thus, she felt no hesitation in saying, "Thank you, second senior brother, that I also have a gift for you." Yu produced the talisman paper, talisman brush, and talisman ink she had crafted alongside Rongxian, saying, "These were specially made for you by me and sixth senior brother, but I hope you do not mind." Upon seeing the talisman materials, Shu Wangyue was astonished. "You made these?" "Yes, I worked on them with sixth senior brother," Yu affirmed. Shu Wangyue raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Rongxian, who was fascinated by formations and had little knowledge of talismans, could not possibly have produced such high-quality materials. Sensing her doubt, Rongxian chuckled, "I merely assisted my junior sister with the laborious tasks. However, I have learned how to make talisman paper and ink now, so if second senior brother requires assistance in the future, feel free to call upon me." Shu Wangyue had anticipated this. Examining the talisman paper of mid-grade quality in her hands, she curiously inquired, "How did you learn to make talisman paper, junior sister? Have you delved into the art of talismans?" Yu shook her head. "I followed the steps outlined in a book. The sect has texts on crafting talisman paper, ink, and brushes, which I happened to see during my last visit to the library." "You learned it all from just one reading?" The astonishment came from Rongxian. Indeed, the instructions were straightforward and clear, complete with annotations that made it easy to understand that we did not succeed on our first attempt. "We faced failures beforehand." Rongxian interjected. "Well, it was only 2 failures. We succeeded on the 3rd try." Although the quality was not high, junior sister insisted on gifting it to second senior brother, which she deemed unworthy. Shu Wangyue was taken aback. Yu did not consider herself particularly remarkable. Her excellent memory and comprehension skills had always been evident. Otherwise, she would not have graduated with dual doctorates at such a young age. Since beginning her cultivation, she had discovered her memory had further improved, now allowing her to retain information at a glance, albeit with a bit more time needed for deeper understanding. Rongxian gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging that he needed to work harder to keep up with her. Shu Wangyue was genuinely astonished. He had taken 10 attempts before successfully crafting his first talisman paper, although the members of Taiyi Sect were few. They all possessed exceptional talent, with their master praising Xu Wangyue as superior to other talismancers. However, when compared to junior sister, he felt utterly outclassed. Where did you acquire your materials? We recently ventured into the Sanyuan secret realm, where we discovered the Xinyuan grass, which enhances the quality of talisman paper, along with the Tsang'e Xian tree, that we also encountered various materials that junior sister collected, that we even defeated quite a few demon beasts. Later, when junior sister wished to create talisman paper and brushes, she purchased a considerable amount at Wangyue Pavilion. You found Xinyuan grass? Upon hearing this name, Xu Wangyue's eyes sparkled. Yu thought to herself, talismancers are indeed unable to escape the allure of Xinyuan grass. She retrieved a bundle from her spatial storage, saying, I also intended to gift this to second senior brother. Xu Wangyue was momentarily stunned, gazing at the entire bundle of Xinyuan grass. This grass was highly beneficial for enhancing the quality of talisman paper and ink, yet it thrived in harsh conditions, making it a rare find. Due to its scarcity, few recognized its value, often mistaking it for ordinary weeds. Previously, he had been elated to obtain 50 stalks of Xinyuan grass. Now, junior sister was presenting him with an entire bundle, and a large one at that. Upon a cursory glance, he estimated at least 1,000 stalks, possibly even nearing 2,000. As if this were not enough, Rongxian also produced a substantial bundle from his spatial ring, declaring, second senior brother, this is a gift from me. Xu Wangyue was left speechless. How much Xinyuan grass had they collected? With so much, he felt like a pauper who had suddenly come into wealth. As he had previously only dared to use a few drops of Xinyuan grass for purification when crafting talisman paper and ink, that he felt the need to compose himself. Chapter 71. The Desolate Land of No Return. A certain doom awaits. Xu Wangyue took several deep breaths to to him. This was far too precious. However, he could not bring himself to refuse such valuable gifts. These Xinyuan grass are too precious. I cannot accept them without offering something in return. Whatever talismans you require in the future, I shall provide. All right then, thank you, second senior brother. Yu Yu's eyes sparkled with joy. Xu Wangyue stored the Xinyuan grass away, feeling happier than he had in a long while. However, when the topic shifted, his joyous demeanor faded as he said, this is a matter of grievance between him and me that a year ago, while traveling, Xu Wangyue had encountered a ruin. Such opportunities were rare, and he could not afford to miss out, so he entered. There he unexpectedly met an old friend, Zhu Shaoan, who was a loose cultivator, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, just a step away from the golden core stage. As friends, they naturally explored the ruins together. Many individuals had ventured into the ruins, including the Hongsha fortress. Xu Wangyue had a golden core guard and 2 female companions with him. Within the ruins lay treasures, and it was common for conflicts to arise over ownership. That in a hidden chamber, Xu Wangyue and Zhu Shaoan discovered a low-grade sacred artifact suitable for her use, just as they were about to claim it. When Hongsha Fortress and his entourage intruded, one of the 2 women accompanying Hongsha, sharing the same route as Zhu Shaoan, coveted the low-grade sacred artifact and thus pouted to Hongsha, expressing her desire for it. Seeking to impress the ladies, Hongsha commanded Lao Jin to retrieve it. Naturally, Xu Wangyue and his companions objected, leading to a heated dispute that resulted in them seizing the artifact for themselves. This incident forged a lasting enmity between them. Although no one was killed, such squabbles were trivial in the world of cultivation. However, Hongsha Fortress felt humiliated by Xu Wangyue's actions and thus bore a grudge. During their exploration of the ruins, Hongsha had sought to create trouble for Xu Wangyue on 2 occasions, but each time, he emerged unscathed, only deepening Hongsha's resentment. After the exploration concluded and they parted ways, Hongsha sought to eliminate Xu Wangyue by hiring assassins, all of whom ultimately fell to him. It was at this moment that Hongsha realized Xu Wangyue was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Later, he learned that Xu Wangyue was a talismancer. Had he known this earlier, he would have sought to curry favor with him. But now, a deadly feud had formed, and if he did not eliminate Xu Wangyue, he would soon be the one facing death. Consequently, he captured Zhu Shaoan and leaked this information to Xu Wangyue. Knowing that Zhu Shaoan was embroiled in this due to him, Xu Wangyue could not stand idly by, and thus sought her out. After several days of investigation, he discovered she was being held at a manor outside the city and planned to rescue her during the upcoming competition among the 4 great families. Unexpectedly, he failed to save her and instead found himself ambushed by Hongsha Fortress and two golden core cultivators. That moment, he realized he had fallen into a trap. Even though he had suspected this possibility before arriving, he was not surprised. Yet, regardless of the risk, he felt compelled to take action that he could not abandon Zhu Xiaowan, who had been caught up in this due to him. Had it not been for the prior assassination attempts depleting his talismans and spiritual tools, he would not have found himself in such a perilous position today. Upon understanding the sequence of events, Yu Yu and Rong Xian could not contain themselves and kicked Hongsha Fortress a couple of times, awakening him. Hongsha sat up, bewildered by the three of them, and quickly recalled what had transpired before he lost consciousness, his complexion paling. Seeing this, Yu Yu and the others realized he must possess some crucial information. Rong Xian patted his face, saying, "Hey, stop zoning out. Where are we?" Hongsha remained dazed, muttering, "We're doomed, utterly doomed." The hearts of Yu Yu and the others sank. When captured earlier, Hongsha had not displayed such a lack of composure. Now, however, he incessantly proclaimed their demise. Could it be that this place was exceedingly dangerous? "Young Master Hong, do you know where we are?" Yu Yu squatted down in front of him, pressing for answers. Hongsha remained silent, clearly shaken. Yu Yu persisted, "Young Master Hong, since you recognize this place, please tell us. Perhaps we can find a way out." "That it's impossible. There is no way out." Hongsha shook his head. "This is the desolate land of no return. A place where one can enter but never exit, and no one has ever escaped. Desolate land of no return. What is that?" Rong Xian inquired. Hongsha remained silent, but Xu Wangyue recalled hearing its mention previously, stating, "A few days ago, I overheard someone speak of it. It seems to be an enigmatic location, yet its whereabouts remain unknown. Only a teleportation array brings individuals here, and for many years, no one has ever returned." The trio recalled the white light they had seen earlier, which indeed resembled the glow of a teleportation array. Looking around, they noticed no significant differences from the outside world, save for the thick cloud cover obscuring the sun, leaving them unable to discern directions or determine whether they were still on the continent or in a separate dimension. "Haha, death is imminent. We are all doomed." Hongsha suddenly laughed maniacally. "Xu Wangyue, you are also finished." Observing his deranged behavior, Yu realized they would not extract any useful information from him for the time being. "Uncertain of our circumstances, shall we explore the area?" Rong Xian suggested. Agreed, that in light of the ambiguity of our situation, let us ensure we do not become separated. "Yes, let us tether ourselves together for safety, that in the event that we encounter a random teleportation array, we shall not be separated." Yu produced a lengthy rope, binding herself first before extending the remainder to Rong Xian. Rong Xian, that's Xu Wangyue, that Yu had previously read in novels about certain locations possessing random teleportation arrays, where entering such an array could result in individuals materializing in disparate locales. While this particular place was not mentioned in the text, the ominous name Desolate Land implied it was anything but ordinary, especially considering the reaction from Hongsha Fortress. She deemed it prudent to take precautions. After Xu Wangyue and the others secured themselves, they pondered briefly before binding Hongsha Fortress as well that Zhu Xiaowan's whereabouts remained unknown, and it was imperative that Hongsha Fortress stayed alive. Moreover, they were counting on him to regain consciousness soon to elucidate the situation here. Fortunately, although Hongsha Fortress appeared dazed, he could still walk when prompted. Unable to fly, they had no choice but to proceed on foot. And fortune smiled upon them as they encountered no immediate dangers. After over an hour of walking, fatigue began to set in, particularly for Yu Yu, whose cultivation was not advanced, and her physical resilience had been lessened by the transformation of her spiritual energy. It was becoming increasingly taxing. Xu Wangyue observed her silent struggle and suggested, "Let us rest here for a while." Chapter 72. As cultivators, surely they cannot perish without reason. At last, they could rest. Yu plopped down onto the ground, disregarding its cleanliness. She rubbed her stomach and exclaimed, "Second senior brother, I'm famished. Let us eat something before we continue." Very well. Although they did not require sustenance, it seemed the little junior sister did, and they too felt a hint of hunger. However, the sensation was not overpowering. They assumed it was merely the allure of food wafting through the air. Yu retrieved a set of tables and chairs, along with previously prepared meals, serving them to Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian, and cheerily beckoned, "Second senior brother, let us eat together." Xu Wangyue was not particularly fond of lavish feasting and rarely dined at restaurants. Yet he joined in when Yu Yu invited him. Upon tasting the food, he realized it consisted of spiritual vegetables and beast meat. This was nothing like the cuisine from Wangyue Tower. "These are all prepared by little junior sister. Aren't they delicious?" Rong Xian remarked. "Ever since I tasted little junior sister's cooking, I can no longer enjoy the meals at Wangyue Tower." Xu Wangyue nodded in agreement. "Indeed, they are exquisite. Oh, you're awake." Yu Yu noted, seeing the clarity return to his eyes. "Would you like some?" Hongsha Fortress glanced at Xu Wangyue and replied, "Yes." Hongsha Fortress devoured a quantity sufficient for two, finishing off the remaining food. "Having enjoyed my meal, can you now reveal where we are?" Yu Yu inquired. Hongsha Fortress understood that this was not the time to act adversarial towards Xu Wangyue and his companions. Escaping alone was impossible, although he believed that even with their assistance, escape might still be futile. Being in a group was certainly better than being alone in such a place that if he were to leave, he would undoubtedly seek Xu Wangyue's life. Having come to this conclusion, he no longer withheld information, stating, "I do not know where this is. To be precise, no one knows its location. That is so mysterious." Indeed, this place is known as the Desolate Land because anyone who enters invariably dies and never returns. The only two who escaped, both at the transformation stage, subsequently vanished as well. Xu Wangyue asked, "What about those at the nascent soul stage?" "None," Hongsha Fortress replied. "That teleportation array appeared several centuries ago. Yet no one knows how it was activated or where the array stones are located." Rong Xian, intrigued, asked, "It has remained functional for centuries. As you can see, there are no anomalies under normal circumstances. Yet anyone who flies over it will be teleported away. How it has maintained its operation over the centuries is a mystery." Yu Yu frowned. "So, you have no knowledge of the information here?" "Correct." Hongsha Fortress turned to Xu Wangyue. "I was brought here because of you all. That if you cannot take me out, what can you do? If we can't escape, can you still harm us?" Xu Wangyue retorted coldly. I doubt Hongsha Fortress was taken aback, unable to articulate his thoughts, ultimately settling into a sullen silence. Xu Wangyue had little desire to engage with him. His mood was heavy along with Yu Yu's. They had initially hoped that Hongsha Fortress would provide clarity about their situation, but were met instead with information that bordered on despair. The Desolate Land, a place of ingress with no egress, posed a real threat of entrapment. However, Yu Yu quickly adjusted her mindset. "But two individuals have managed to escape, right? This suggests there must be a way out, though others have yet to discover it. Let us try. Perhaps we will find a means of escape." Hongsha Fortress interjected with cold skepticism. "Those individuals were of the transformation stage." Yu Yu glared at him. "Are you not eager to leave? Why be a wet blanket?" Hongsha Fortress. "I wish to escape, but is it even possible now? We have no other options but to observe our surroundings. Perhaps we may uncover some clues." Xu Wangyue concurred, agreed. Yu Yu collected the dishes and furniture, and the four of them donned the ropes once more and set off. Shortly after their departure, they stumbled upon several skeletal remains, all reduced to whitened bones. Their age indiscernible. Xu Wangyue examined the remains for signs of death, while Yu Yu's attention shifted to their storage bags. The owners of the storage bags had long since perished, and their spiritual consciousness had naturally dissipated. She picked one up and found it contained only some magical artifacts and ores, devoid of any medicinal herbs or elixirs. "Strange," Yu Yu remarked. She inspected another, only to find a similar lack of items. However, this particular storage bag seemed to belong to someone of greater means, as it contained a better quality and quantity of spiritual treasures. The third was a storage ring, while its space was limited and the contents few. They were all of exquisite quality. Yet it too lacked any elixirs at this point. Xu Wangyue had finished examining the skeletons. These bones bear no wounds, nor signs of poisoning. It is unclear what caused their demise. That is indeed peculiar. They are all cultivators. They cannot have perished without cause. Can they? Rong Xian mused. If they died, there must be a reason. We simply do not know it yet, Xu Wangyue replied. For now. We can only confirm they did not die in battle nor from poisoning. Unable to ascertain the cause of death, they turned their attention to the storage bags in Yu Yu's possession. 2 storage bags and 1 ring, each with different contents, yet all shared a commonality. None contain elixirs. None have elixirs. Yu nodded, correct. Not a single one. She presented the storage ring and bags for their inspection. And after each took a look, their confusion deepened. What circumstances could have led them to deplete all their elixirs? Let us continue searching for other clues. They had not walked far when they encountered another skeleton. Again without wounds or signs of poisoning, and the storage ring contained no elixirs. Not long after, they found yet another skeleton, but this time, it bore neither storage bags nor rings. They pressed on, discovering several more skeletons adorned with storage rings. But still no elixirs. It seems they had collected numerous corpses, taking their storage bags and rings. This likely happened with those who entered later, Rong Xian speculated. Almost all lack elixirs. This is exceedingly strange. Hongsha Fortress was baffled. Could it be that these individuals consumed all their elixirs? Shu Wangyue frowned. What circumstances would compel them to consume their elixirs? I do not know under what conditions they would eat elixirs. But I am quite hungry, Rong Xian admitted, suddenly taken aback. Not just him. Shu Wangyue and Hongsha Fortress were equally astonished. Yu questioned, second senior brother, what is wrong with you? Chapter 73. Those skeletons couldn't have starved to death. Could they? I too feel a bit hungry. Shu Wangyue replied, that I'm also hungry. Let us eat, Yu suggested. Shu Wangyue noticed that Yu did not grasp his implication, so he elaborated, after foundation establishment. Spiritual energy transforms into the energy required by the body. Thus, those above foundation establishment typically do not feel hunger. Yet now we all feel hungry. Yu understood and shared in the confusion. Could it be that this place induces abnormalities in your bodies? I suspect the spiritual energy here may differ from that outside, Shu Wangyue remarked, then unleashed a strand of spiritual energy towards a nearby open area before sitting down to meditate. After about the duration of a teacup's worth of time, he opened his eyes, his expression grave. I cannot absorb the spiritual energy here. I propose we delay our discussions for a moment, Yu said, rubbing her stomach, that I'm so hungry. Rong Xian nodded in agreement. Yes, let us eat first. I'm starving. Shu Wangyue admitted he was also hungry. Then let us eat while we converse. Yu produced tables and several platters of food. Shu Wangyue cautioned, we are unaware of the situation here, or how long we may need to stay. And we did not bring much food. Little junior sister, please conserve your provisions. That I in an unusual display of unity. Hongsha Fortress concurred with Shu Wangyue. Indeed, let us be frugal. Do not worry. I have plenty of food. Yu reassured them, at least for a year or two. We shall not starve. You have so much food. Indeed, I am the only one in the sect who has not undergone fasting. The sect is quite distant from the town. Thus I have procured a substantial amount of provisions. Furthermore, the spiritual vegetables harvested from her sect are all stored within her spatial ring. And she possesses a considerable number of level 1 and 2 magical beasts obtained from the Sanyuan secret realm that have yet to be sold. Moreover, after being able to cultivate plants within her spatial ring, she has sown spiritual rice and vegetables, which have now matured into a bountiful harvest. The quantity cultivated within her spatial ring is more than sufficient to offset their consumption, ensuring that they will not face a shortage of food, even for decades or centuries to come. However, she refrained from mentioning this, for fear that if Hong Shabao were to learn of it, he might covet her spatial ring upon their exit. The four of them began their meal, which was markedly more serious than their previous one. During the last meal, it was merely a matter of satisfying their appetites. But this time felt different. What weighed heavily on their minds was the enigma of their surroundings and why, despite having fasted, they still felt hunger. Rong Xian suddenly recalled something and bit his chopsticks. Do you think those people might have starved to death? Huh. The others were taken aback. Look, we've only just entered and already feel hungry. Surely those who came before us must have experienced hunger as well, Rong Xian speculated. Much like us, they likely do not have the habit of storing food in their storage bags. Even if some provisions were present, they would not last long. Once the food was consumed, wouldn't they inevitably face starvation? And what if they could not find anything to eat? Would they perish from hunger? Sixth brother, your argument lacks foundation. You pointed towards a nearby tree. Even without food, one could survive by gnawing on leaves or bark. Right? Rong Xian paused, acknowledging the validity of that point. What if the things here are inedible? Hong Shabao interjected. Huh. We perceive spiritual energy here, but can we absorb it? If those leaves cannot satiate hunger, could that not also be a possibility? As a young master of one of the four great families, Hong Xiaobao was not entirely devoid of insight, despite his poor character. His words prompted the others to consider this possibility. Shall we give it a try? Yu Yu smiled at Rong Xian. Sixth brother, do you want me to test it? Rong Xian pointed at himself. Noticing that Xu Wangyue and Hong Xiaobao were also looking at him, he pouted but still went to pluck some tender leaves. After tasting them, he frowned. They are edible, but far too bland and unpalatable that I can turn them into a salad for you. Why Yu took the leaves, chopped them finely, and mixed them with some homemade dressing, creating a makeshift salad. Rong Xian was now satisfied, devouring a whole bowl of leaves. Once he finished, Xu Wangyue asked, "How was it?" Rong Xian contemplated for a moment, frowning as he replied, "There is no feeling of fullness, nor any energy gained. Eating them feels no different than eating nothing. I still feel hungry. Did I actually guess correctly?" Hong Xiaobao was not pleased by this realization that if his speculation were true, then it was likely that other leaves and grasses would also yield no sustenance. This also indicated that if the food Yu brought were to run out before they found a way out, they might indeed starve. Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian also began to ponder this grim possibility, their expressions growing more serious. "Let us try some other options." Thus, they paused their meal halfway, each taking a few different types of leaves and grasses that appeared edible to test them. The results were disheartening. Not a single item contained any energy, and consuming a large quantity felt as though they had eaten nothing. Yu, however, remained less pessimistic than the others, rubbing her face. "Don't be so morose. I have plenty of food. Perhaps we will find a way out before finishing it." Precisely. Little junior sister's provisions could last 1 or 2 years. Those who failed to escape may simply not have endured long enough. Rong Xian concurred. Xu Wangyue understood that he should not dampen the hopes of his junior brothers and sisters, nodding in agreement. "Let us eat first, then reassess our situation." They finished the remaining half of their meal and continued on their journey. After traversing hills for about 10 days, they encountered a desolate ruin. "Second brother, should we proceed further?" Rong Xian pounded her legs. Unable to fly, they felt as though her legs were no longer her own. There was no discernible day or night here, but she felt they had been walking for nearly a full day. Yu lamented. "If only Yu were here, at least we could fly." Yu had no interest in observing the competition of the four great families and had not followed them. It pursued them here, knowing they would meet Xu Wangyue. "Who is Yu?" "It is my guardian magical beast. Once it grows, it will serve as our sect's protector." "Little junior sister, you are impressive. You already have a guardian beast," Xu Wangyue complimented, noticing that Yu also looked weary. Glancing at the sky, which showed no signs of darkening, he suggested, "That area over there is a ruin, and we do not know what to expect, so let us rest here for a few hours to regain our strength before entering." They had explored the surrounding hills and found no clues. They would definitely need to investigate the ruins, but it was wise to wait until they were revitalized. Chapter 74. The unknown is the most deadly. Xu Wangyue produced his courtyard, providing each person with a room. Hong Xiaobao, upon seeing the courtyard, was astonished. "Xu Wangyue, if you sell me this courtyard, all our grievances will be settled. How about it?" "Not at all." Xu Wangyue coldly declined. You no longer wish to save Zhu Xiaowan." Yu interjected, clicking her tongue. "Young Master Hong, if you can escape with us, that would count as a life-saving favor. So how can you still oppose my second brother?" After a day of travel, they were all a bit dusty. Yet none mentioned the need to cleanse themselves. They merely wiped their faces and hands with damp towels and washed their feet before resting. They had an abundance of food, but their water supply was limited. Xu Wangyue and Hong Xiaobao carried less water than food, and it would last them only 4 or 5 days at best. Rong Xian knew that Yu might cook at any time and had brought more water, but it was still only sufficient for drinking and not enough for bathing. However, they were uncertain how long they would remain here, and thus could not afford to waste water. Yu and Rong Xian were not as anxious as Xu Wangyue and Hong Xiaobao, for the purified beast meat lacked attributes, allowing her to utilize it to restore water's spiritual energy. As long as there was spiritual energy to replenish, she could continuously produce water. Her spatial ring still contained numerous magical beasts collected from the Sanyuan secret realm, as well as over 100 pounds of purified level 4 beast meat. Her cultivation was low, So when the time came, she could make soup with the level 4 beast meat, and a small sip would suffice for her recovery. The purified level 4 meat would last her for decades. However, while she would not lack for water, her current cultivation allowed her to produce enough for the 4 of them to drink, but providing enough for bathing was still not feasible. Pondering the uncertain conditions within the ruins, Yu decided against immediately going to bed. Instead, she retrieved a cooking pot taller than herself and took out a small piece of purified level 4 beast meat, processing it and placing it in the pot along with some spices and a full pot of water. Finally, she lit a fire beneath the pot and, once steam began to rise, added a few pieces of fire spirit wood. This pot resembled a pressure cooker from her past life, ensuring that the soup would not diminish in quantity but would be far more flavorful than that cooked in a pressure cooker. This was a special pot her senior sister had chosen for her, knowing her fondness for cooking. With one pot, she had enough to eat for half a month. The fire spirit wood, also taken from the sect, may seem small, but each piece could burn for 4 hours. That Yu then set up a barrier formation to seal off the room, ensuring the aroma would not disturb her brother's rest before dragging her fatigued body to bed. Exhausted, she fell asleep almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. The courtyard lay beside the ruins, and the 4 of them slept soundly, unaware of a shadow that flew in from the ruins, circling for a moment before departing. This physical exhaustion was something they had not experienced in a long time, causing them to sleep deeply. When Yu awoke, the fire spirit wood had just a flicker of flame remaining. Had she really slept for 4 hours? It seemed she was indeed too fatigued. Rubbing her somewhat fuzzy head, she added some ordinary wood to the pot before dispelling the formation and stepping outside. Shu Wangyue and the other 2 had already awakened and were eating the provisions they had brought. To be honest, after consuming Yu's cooking, eating their previous supplies felt rather bland. Little junior sister, what are you making? It smells delightful. Rong Xian inquired with a smile. That I'm making a meat stew. Having slept so long, Yu was also hungry and joined them in their meal. Once they were full, she suggested, Sixth brother, I was thinking that we don't know what to expect in those ruins, and our food is running low. I'd like to prepare some provisions here before we go in. I was thinking the same thing. Shu Wangyue felt a bit embarrassed. They were not adept in this area and would have to rely on their little junior sister. That if you need anything from us, just say the word. Good, I'll just need my brothers to help me chop vegetables and meat. Yu intended to only ask Shu Wangyue and Rong Xian for assistance, as she did not trust Hong Xiaobao, fearing he might tamper with the food. Second brother, can you draw symbols here? Yu asked. Shu Wangyue shook her head, expressing, upon my entry, I attempted to sense the forces of heaven and earth, yet I felt nothing. Yu, however, did not feel disheartened, as she had already anticipated this outcome in her heart. The spiritual energy was merely an illusion, and thus, the forces of heaven and earth might naturally be non-existent. Wait, an illusion. She furrowed her brows, and Shu Wangyue and the others immediately took notice. What is it, junior sister? The second senior brother and the sixth senior brother inquired. Do you think it is possible that we are trapped within an illusionary formation? Yu proposed an illusionary formation. Rong Xian, being the formation guardian, was particularly sensitive to such matters. Upon hearing Yu's speculation, he paused momentarily. I am merely conjecturing. We can sense the spiritual energy and touch the trees and plants, yet we cannot absorb it. Furthermore, consuming the leaves yields no satiation. Could it be that these are mere illusions? Yu articulated her thoughts. Rong Xian's heart sank. If that is indeed the case, then the level of this formation is exceedingly high. Why is that? Hong Sha Fortress inquired. You see, every formation possesses varying levels, and an illusionary formation is among the more complex types, the more realistic the illusions presented. The higher the level of the formation, Rong Xian elucidated. Every blade of grass and every tree here appears exceedingly authentic, and the spatial perception is remarkably genuine, making it nearly impossible to discern between reality and illusion. A formation capable of so skillfully deceiving the senses is beyond my current reach. However, upon hearing the junior sister's words, I too suspect we might indeed be within an illusionary formation, Shu Wangyue remarked. Hong Sha Fortress's face brightened. Then if we break this formation, shall we not be able to escape? Theoretically, yes, but a formation that can ensnare even those at the nascent soul stage is likely not easily unraveled. Shu Wangyue doused his enthusiasm with a cold dose of reality, causing the smile on his face to freeze instantly. Rongxian added further gloom. Here, there exists not only an illusionary formation, but also other formations that impede our ability to absorb spiritual energy, affecting our physical sustenance and causing us to feel hunger and thirst that I have never heard of such a formation. The unknown, indeed, is the most perilous that if they had not brought sufficient provisions and water. After 10 days, they would have nearly starved to death, let alone explore this place. That it was likely that the storage bags of those individuals contained no elixirs, as they had probably consumed them all. If they were in their position, in the throes of extreme hunger, they would likely resort to consuming all their elixirs, hoping for some satiating effect, though we currently have no leads regarding the formation. Yu remarked, glancing at Rongxian. Senior brother, we lack knowledge of formations, henceforth, we shall rely on you. Rongxian stiffened, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Junior sister, I have never even heard of this formation, let alone identify or unravel it. That is all right. If you haven't learned it previously, you can learn it in the future. But learning in the future won't help us escape this time. Hongsha Fortress, seated on a low stool and poking at the mud, expressed his despair upon hearing you use words that if only I had finished reading all the books in the library. It is not too late to read now. Shu Wangyue, Rongxian, and Hongsha Fortress all failed to comprehend Yu Yu's meaning. Yu Yu wiped her hands on her apron, disregarding the honor of washing vegetables, and approached him, waving her hand, that in an instant, over 100 books on formations appeared before him. Rongxian was taken aback. Junior sister. Are these all the rubbings from the library? Indeed, some discuss formations, while others contain various insights. Yu explained, when I visited the library, I brought back the rubbings. Shu Wangyue gazed at the pile of books, her lips moving, yet no words escaping. However, Yu noticed and understood her concern. Are you worried that I might cause trouble by bringing out so many rubbings? She smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, my spatial ring is unlike others. If I perish, no one can access it. Form a contract with it. One must possess star power. And there is likely only one such individual in this world. That was precisely due to this assurance from the ring that she felt emboldened to bring the rubbings out. Though their acquaintance had not been long, Shu Wangyue was confident that Yu was not a deceitful person, and thus her words held truth. What prompted you to bring out so many books? Did you bring anything else? I brought everything, including those on alchemy, weapon forging, and more. I even have duplicates of some rubbings. Senior brother, would you like some? It was the first time Shu Wangyue had been pursued for reading, and she found it quite peculiar. Seeing the stack of books before Rongxian, he politely declined the junior sister's kindness. If the need arises, I shall seek out junior sister. Very well then. The books Yu had brought were primarily for her own future study, so she was content to keep them. In the following days, Rongxian was ordered to do nothing but read. Yu, on the other hand, tirelessly prepared meals, cooking, frying, and stewing. Her pot was seldom empty. As soon as one batch of soup was ready, she immediately began the next. Moreover, all the dishes were made from the meat of 4th-level demonic beasts, rich in spiritual energy. After condensing all the water's spiritual energy into liquid and releasing it, her spiritual root was nearly replenished. The thought that over 300 gene in her spatial ring belonged to her made her exceedingly joyful. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd-level demonic beasts were transformed into various stir-fries, stews, and braised meats. Due to time constraints, she did not create too many varieties. Each stir-fry was a large pot, which she would divide into portions when it was time to eat. Shu Wangyue and the others were astounded by her cooking speed. In just a few days, she had prepared enough food for them for several months. Seeing the abundance of dishes, both Shu Wangyue and Hongsha Fortress felt a sense of relief. At the very least, they would not starve. As for why she had brought so much spiritual rice and vegetables, they did not delve into it, for they had encountered individuals like her before. Once the meals were prepared, the group intended to continue their journey. Speaking of which, this place does not seem as terrifying as rumored. Since we have entered, aside from feeling hunger and thirst, we have not encountered any other dangers. Hongsha Fortress remarked. He now questioned whether those who failed to escape had simply perished from starvation or thirst. If it continued like this, without danger, as long as they could endure until they discovered the formation and its core, they might indeed escape. Hongsha Fortress's spirits were significantly higher than when they first entered. However, Shu Wangyue was not as optimistic. Although they had encountered numerous skeletons, Those bones were but a fraction of the individuals who had entered. This indicated that the area they occupied was not densely populated. The fates of people in other regions remained uncertain. Nevertheless, to seek a way out, they had to press forward. Simultaneously, in another part of this spatial realm, Zhao Yunqian swiftly dispatched 10 demonic beasts with his sword's energy. Since his arrival, he had been eliminating demonic beasts for half a month. Though their levels were not high, the relentless pursuit day after day had become somewhat vexing. The charred remains of the battlefield were truly disheartening to behold, though wouldn't you agree? The jade-green hairpin atop his head swayed slightly in agreement with his words, that as he watched the corpses of the demonic beasts dissipate into starlight. He sighed, TFA, the ancient extermination formation. Who could have set it up? Fortunately, after such a long time, the illusions conjured have resulted in low-level demonic beasts that do you think, with so many demonic beasts, that fellow is still alive. He pulled out a piece of jerky, gnawing on it as he proceeded forward. Thank goodness I brought plenty of supplies. Which direction do you suggest we head? All right, let's go this way, don't be angry. Weren't you just hoping for a stroke of luck? I have no luck whatsoever. Bad luck is still a form of luck. Though it seemed like a dialogue between two individuals, only his voice echoed softly in the air. Upon gathering their surroundings, the group once again beheld the charred ruins. As they stepped into the desolation, they immediately sensed a slight movement in the air. There is a breeze here, Hong Sha Fortress remarked. Indeed, the air is indeed flowing. Xu Wangyue turned to Rong Xian, sixth senior brother. Do you sense anything peculiar between this place and the previous one? Rong Xian shook his head. I cannot discern any differences. It should still be an illusion. Just then, a demonic beast materialized out of thin air, launching a rapid assault on the four of them. The mythical beasts may be mere illusions, yet the wounds they inflict are undeniably real. It appears that this place differs significantly from the hills encountered previously, remarked Xu Wangyue. Hong Shabao interjected. We have barely entered and already encountered from mythical beasts. Must we continue onward? Xu Wangyue turned to Rong Xian, who stated resolutely, we must press on. Hong Shabao protested vehemently. Why? Are you intent on courting death? I certainly am not. Hong Shabao was taken aback. Are you certain? Rong Xian cast a calm glance in his direction. At the very least, I possess a greater understanding of formations than you do. Hong Shabao was left speechless. With Rong Xian's insistence to move forward, both Xu Wangyue and Yu placed their trust in her. Yu appearing nonchalant, yet Hong Shabao exclaimed in alarm. No, I will accompany you all. Then let us proceed. The four continued onward, and after traversing for over an hour, they encountered another mythical beast. After slaying it, they faced three more. Two of the second-tier beasts charged at Rong Xian and Hong Shabao, while the third-tier beast targeted Xu Wangyue. Yu observed quietly, although it sounds a bit peculiar. I truly feel overlooked once again. The three mythical beasts matched the strength of the three companions, and Yu refrained from recklessly joining the fray, standing by to watch while remaining vigilant for any other creatures that might emerge. Rong Xian was the first to conclude the battle, followed by Xu Wangyue and finally Hong Shabao. Believing he had finished first, Rong Xian intended to boast to his junior sister, only to find her shaking her head. Junior sister, what troubles you? Sixth senior brother, your approach is flawed. Flawed in what regard? Your combat relies too heavily on formations. Without them, your strength would be significantly diminished. Yu advised that if, in future battles, you find yourself without prepared formation plates or the opportunity to set up formations, and must solely rely on your own strength, what then? Rong Xian was taken aback. Yu continued. Moreover, second senior brother, while you held your ground against a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner, your combat effectiveness waned considerably without the aid of drawn talismans. Formations and talismans serve as your support, yet you must not confine yourselves within that support. You must cultivate your own strength to thrive. Only then, with formations and runes, will you become even more formidable. Xu Wangyue concurred. I have noticed that I previously relied too much on talismans, resulting in a significant deficit in my own combat prowess. The two recent battles have led me to contemplate utilizing spiritual energy in combat. Rong Xian grasped Yu's concerns and intentions. Junior sister is correct. I must not depend excessively on formations in the future. I shall enhance my own combat capabilities. Hong Shabao lamented. Why does their junior sister not resemble a typical junior sister at all? Not only does she manage their meals, but she also points out their shortcomings. How enviable. Let us take a moment to rest and replenish our spiritual energy, lest we encounter mythical beasts again and find ourselves unable to cope. Suggested Shu Wangyue. Very well, it is also an opportune moment for a meal. You produce dishes prepared from the second-tier mythical beasts, primarily to restore everyone's spiritual energy. Hong Shabao, now entirely unreserved, snatched a piece of sauce bone and took a bite. Suddenly recalling. Speaking of which, why did the mythical beasts not attack you earlier? Yu was taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, pondering that the previous beasts indeed seemed disinclined to charge at her. Perhaps it was because we had just slain one, and each of you took on one beast, thus they did not account for me. That seems plausible that mythical beasts differentiate between genders when attacking humans. Rong Xian mused that Hong Shabao was overthinking. However, it would soon prove otherwise. Not long after their meal, they encountered another group of mythical beasts, this time for appearing simultaneously. Theoretically, each beast should target one individual. Initially, 3 did indeed attack Shu Wangyue and the others, but the 4 circled around Yu without attacking, instead turning to assault Hong Shabao. Hong Shabao. That do I appear particularly formidable, Yu? I cannot fathom why it refrains from attacking me, Shu Wangyue and Rong Xian. This is quite perplexing. Hong Shabao soon found himself overwhelmed by 2 second-tier beasts, unable to withstand their assault. Yu, unwilling to let him perish, drew her sword and lunged at one of the beasts. The creature was struck in its rear, turning to retaliate against Yu, but upon recognizing her, it resumed its attack on Hong Shabao. Hong Shabao, Yu, I too am at a loss. The mythical beast's refusal to engage Yu emboldened her to assist Hong Shabao once more. With her aid, Hong Shabao barely escaped annihilation at the hands of the 2 beasts. Awaiting Shu Wangyue's timely rescue. Once the 4 mythical beasts were vanquished, Hong Shabao lay on the charred earth, gasping for breath. Why was I the only one beset by 2 beasts? Clearly, Shu Wangyue possesses the highest cultivation level. Yu tilted her head in contemplation before earnestly suggesting, perhaps it is due to your lack of character? Hong Shabao hesitated to retort, but recalling his previous misdeeds, he fell silent. Rong Xian had not employed formations in this battle. Making it more arduous, yet gaining valuable practical experience, he seated himself on the ground, disregarding the dirtiness. Observing Yu, who remained pristine and unperturbed, he enviously remarked, why do the mythical beasts not attack our junior sister? Chapter 77. Could it be because of her endearing appearance? Indeed. Why might that be? They pondered, yet Yu too could not comprehend. Is it truly because of my cute visage? Hong Shabao. Do you believe that rationale holds any weight? Yu chuckled lightly. Shu Wangyue found it rather fortuitous. It is indeed a blessing that the mythical beasts do not target our junior sister. Being merely in the qi refining stage, even a single second-tier beast could prove fatal for her. It is a stroke of luck that, for now, the number of beasts is manageable, should they multiply. We may struggle to protect her. To ascertain whether the beasts genuinely abstain from attacking Yu. Shu Wangyue and the others deliberately positioned themselves behind her, exposing her to the mythical beasts. After numerous tests, they finally confirmed this peculiar phenomenon, leaving all puzzled, including Yu herself. After several consecutive days of slaying mythical beasts, the group grew weary. Shu Wangyue produced his courtyard, and after activating the defensive barrier, everyone settled down for rest. Yu, however, remained awake. As the mythical beast did not target her, she felt no fatigue and intended to utilize this time to replenish supplies. She retrieved her cauldron, placed the purified meat of the 4th-tier beast inside, filled it with water, added a few pieces of fire spirit wood, and left it to simmer while she began refining pills that, as the mythical beast continued to appear, her senior brothers sustained injuries. Though they did not consume healing pills every time, over time their stock would inevitably deplete. Thus, healing pills became the most crucial necessity at present. She combined the herbs in her possession with those obtained from Shu Wangyue and the others to create healing pills. Letting out a sigh of melancholy. It is insufficient. She gathered the pills, added more fire spirit wood to the cauldron, then rummaged through her supplies. The herbs she had planted were inadequate. The growing time was too short. Lacking potency ditto. How could I have forgotten this? With a thought, she summoned a small mushroom bud into her hand. This was a diminutive blood spirit mushroom, not one of the 6 she had previously picked, but a tiny one she had discovered on the Tsang'e Xian tree. These were so small that she only noticed them after planting the Taiyi Sect tree in her Kanglan ring, totaling about 10. The smallest was merely a tiny bud, only 20 to 30 years old, while the larger ones were several decades old, coupled with the 4 higher-aged ones left after splitting with Jin Shaoqin and his companions. She had enough. The one she took out this time was around a decade old. Unsure how to refine it into a pill, she decided to use a large pot, added water, and directly tossed the blood spirit mushroom in a boil. In modern times, traditional Chinese medicine could be decocted, so why shouldn't tea it work here? She gazed at the tiny mushroom buds simmering in the pot, feeling quite uncertain. After boiling for nearly half an hour, the pot's contents reduced by half, and she extinguished the flame. She ladled out a spoonful of broth, took a cautious sip, and sensed the energy within. It lacked the potency of a pill, but would aid in healing. She merely wondered how it would rank among the various grades of healing pills. Just then, Xu Wangyue emerged and, seeing her by the cauldron, inquired, "Junior sister, have you not rested? Second senior brother, you arrived just in time. Please try this broth and share your thoughts." Yu poured half a bowl for him. Assuming it was a new stew she had prepared, he did not overthink it and gulped down the entire bowl. "Second senior brother, what do you think?" Yu gazed intently at Xu Wangyue. After tasting, he reflected for a moment before expressing his surprise. "This broth possesses healing properties? Truly. That is splendid." Yu's spirits lifted. And she pressed further, "Second senior brother, how do you assess its efficacy? How does it compare to pills? This half bowl is roughly equivalent in effect to a second-tier low-grade pill. That is quite commendable." Yu was thoroughly satisfied, considering the blood spirit mushroom was of relatively low age. She stored the remaining broth, and when Xu Wangyue observed the pot containing only the mushy mushroom buds, he inquired, "What is this? How does it possess the effect of a healing pill?" "This is blood spirit mushroom, which I found on the Taiyi Sect tree in the Sanyuan secret realm." Xu Wangyue winced. "Blood spirit mushroom. Such a precious item, and you simply boiled it for soup? Alas, we find ourselves in a predicament. Our supply of healing elixirs is woefully insufficient." Yu retrieved a portion of the previously concocted elixirs, offering a share to her companion. "A tea present. I can only produce first-level elixirs. You must make do with this," she stated. Xuanjiyu examined the quantity of elixir she had divided, noting it was not insubstantial. Yet given their current circumstances, it was undeniably inadequate. With a sigh, he remarked, "Now I understand why none who enter this place ever emerge." After Yu stored the medicinal brew, she added a full pot of water and introduced a fragment of a decades-old herb. Setting it to boil, observing her actions, Xuanjiyu expressed his astonishment. "You still have more?" "Indeed. I possess quite a stock, so do not hesitate, second senior brother. You need not worry about the quantity of the brew," Yu declared, thumping her chest with bravado. Xuanjiyu could not suppress a smirk at the revelation of their impoverished sect, Taizong, having a little tycoon as a junior. He gently took her hand, placing it aside, admonishing, "Young lady, such behavior is unbecoming." Yu chuckled playfully, appearing quite obedient. Xuanjiyu, unable to resist, affectionately ruffled her hair. What a well-behaved little sister. Dissatisfied with her hair being tousled into disarray, Yu swatted his hand away. "Second senior brother, you should rest. I shall keep watch here and peruse some texts. When this pot of elixir is ready, I will summon you to assess its efficacy." She tidied her hair and settled beside the large pot. Awaiting the elixir's completion, she sought to discover the optimal ratio for concocting the most effective brew. Once the first pot was completed, she had Xuanjiyu sample it, and to her delight, it reached the caliber of third-level elixirs. Following this, she prepared a larger pot for brewing, as it could accommodate a greater quantity. After filling it with water, she cast in a substantial remnant of the blood spirit herb, and on occasion, she lifted the lid to allow Xuanjiyu and the others to taste. Noting the effects were comparable to the previous batch, she left the lid off, continuing the brew, occasionally infusing it with celestial energy, pondering its influence on the elixir's potency. When she felt it had simmered sufficiently without diminishing its effects further, she extinguished the flame. At this juncture, the water had reduced by nearly half, yet there remained a considerable amount in the pot. Eagerly, Yu tasted it, finding it excellent. It should be on par with fourth-level elixirs. Though she was uncertain of the celestial energy's contribution, having prepared 2 pots of elixir, Yu deemed it sufficient and contemplated halting her efforts. However, After a moment's reflection, she retrieved the large pot once more, filled it with water, and added a small piece of a 200-year-old herb to brew to avoid waste. She infused it with celestial energy. Uncertain of the resultant elixir's effects, she discreetly beckoned Shawanjiyu to taste. Upon sipping, he was left astounded, speechless. "How does it fare, second senior brother?" Yu inquired. Taking a deep breath, Shawanjiyu replied, "Little sister, did you use the aged blood spirit herb?" "Yes, just a minuscule amount," she gestured, indicating the size of a fingernail. "And how potent is it?" "This elixir's potency rivals that of 6th-level elixirs," he affirmed. "Really?" Yu's excitement was palpable. Shawanjiyu nodded earnestly. "I have encountered 5th-level high-grade elixirs, and this should be comparable, though it may take 1 or 2 bowls to equal the effect of a single elixir." Yu's recent concoctions amounted to but a few bowls, yet she felt a surge of joy, for this was intended to save lives. "This is what I prepared for emergencies, for regular injuries. We shall use the previous elixirs, but in critical situations this will suffice." She meticulously divided the elixir into 3 portions, securing 2 for herself, feeling significantly reassured. "Second senior brother, take this. We shall each have a share." Shawanjiyu felt a twinge of guilt. "Little sister, it is the duty of the elders to care for you, yet it seems you have been the one assisting us of late." Yu laughed. "What are you saying, second senior brother? We are siblings, akin to family, that in times of trouble, we must aid one another. As for my current contributions, it is merely due to our unique circumstances. Surely, once we exit, you do not intend to forsake me? Of course not. Then it is settled. I await the day when, with my brothers by my side, I can walk boldly across the continent. Rest assured, we shall strive diligently to ensure you can traverse the continent with confidence." Shawanjiyu vowed, sincerely. Previously, he had not harbored such a fervent ambition, content with merely surviving. Now, he had set a new goal, to grow stronger and provide a formidable shield for his little sister. With Yu's elixirs as a safety net, Rongxian and his companions felt emboldened, dispatching beasts with increasing swiftness and gaining valuable combat experience. Naturally, their bodies bore the scars of their encounters. Healing only to be wounded anew a month later, they had reduced their time to eliminate equally leveled beasts by half. However, the number of beasts had escalated, evolving from 1 per person to 2, and now requiring them to confront 3 or 4 each. Moreover, Yu's sheriff also fell upon them, as the beasts seemed to target them rather than her. The frequency of beast appearances had also intensified. Previously, intervals of 1 hour allowed them recovery and healing, but now, they sometimes had mere half hours and on occasion, even less. Yu would assist in slaying beasts, but her cultivation was insufficient against 2nd-level creatures, merely alleviating some of the pressure on them. After vanquishing the last beast, Hong Shaba lay on the ground, blood oozing from his wounds. Rongxian and Shawanjiyu fared slightly better, yet lacked the strength to rise, each consuming a bowl of elixir. Yu approached Hong Shaba, offering him a bowl. "If you wish to survive, sit up." Naturally, Hong Shaba did not desire death. He struggled to sit up, consuming the elixir Yu had provided before collapsing once more. This time, Yu remained by his side, squatting beside him. "Hong Shaba, have you ever considered how much of my food and elixirs you've consumed recently?" He turned to her. "What do you propose we do?" "Considering the tally, it seems your life belongs to us now," Yu asserted. Reflecting on his meals, elixirs, and the water he had consumed, Hong Shaba found himself unable to deny her claim, though pride rendered him reluctant to concede. "Were it not for your capture of me, I would not be here," he retorted. "Had you not attempted to harm my second senior brother, we would not have captured you," Yu countered. "And as for your desire to kill him out of spite, do you not feel the slightest shame?" "Why would I feel shame?" Previously, he could have confidently proclaimed such, but now, words eluded him. Through this ordeal, he had realized that in the face of life and death, former grievances seemed trivial. Furthermore, throughout their journey, Yu had consistently aided him against the beasts. Rongxian and Shawanjiyu had also fought alongside him, that in moments of danger, he instinctively sought to protect Rongxian. They had, in a sense, shared the trials of life and death together. Recalling the moment he had nearly been bitten by a beast, only to be saved by Shawanjiyu's timely intervention, he sat up. Addressing him, "Shawanjiyu, I apologize for my past transgressions that I merely intended to capture you for a bit of sport. I never truly sought your life." Xuanjiu cast a cool glance his way. Once we escape. Return the favor to Zhu Xiao, and in truth that I never captured her. Hong Shaba's words startled Xuanjiu and the others. You did not capture her? Well, I did intend to, but by the time my men arrived, she had already departed. Zhang Wuxi claimed to have seen her leave. That was I who instructed him to inform you. Embarrassed by the mention of his plan to ensnare Xuanjiu, he shifted the conversation. Zhang Wuxi never considered you a friend. He harbored jealousy, but was no match for you and sought to use me to eliminate you. Xuanjiu, taken aback by this revelation, struggled to process it. It seemed Zhang Wuxi and he had once shared a favorable rapport. Hong Shaba wiped his face, laying his cards on the table. While I may not have favored you in the past, at least I was forthright. Zhang Wuxi, on the other hand, is false. He feigned friendship while harboring jealousy and plotting against you. Rather than discuss Zhang Wuxi further, Xuanjiu fixed his serious gaze on Hong Shaba, asking earnestly, You truly did not capture Zhu Xiaoan? Hong Shaba raised his right hand, swearing, I swear, should I have captured Zhu Xiaoan, may I never escape this dire predicament. Given his bold vow, it was evident he had not taken Zhu Xiaoan captive. Thus, it followed that Zhang Wuxi had indeed betrayed Xuanjiu. Yu shed a tear of sympathy for her second senior brother. Chapter 79. We do not befriend the profligate Xu Wangyue, seemingly unaffected. Addressed Hong Xiaobao, saying, Since you have not harmed Zhu Xiaoan, and will not do so in the future, I can choose to disregard our previous encounters. Hong Xiaobao nodded fervently. Very well, very well. Does this mean we are now friends who have faced life and death together? Xu Wangyue declined. We do not associate with profligate heirs. Indeed, with someone like you, who would resort to killing at the slightest provocation, how could one feel secure in your friendship? Rong Xian chimed in. Hong Xiaobao replied, I acknowledge my past faults, but I have learned from them. After this experience, I shall devote myself to cultivation, rather than concern myself with matters of face. What use is face? Can it save one's life in critical moments? Strength is what truly matters. Previously, he had believed that his family's wealth and power, coupled with his mother's esteemed status, afforded him the latitude to act with impunity. As a result, he had never taken cultivation seriously, relying instead on medicinal pills and rare materials to bolster his abilities. However, this ordeal had transformed his perspective, and no amount of external assistance could compare to possessing true strength. Furthermore, he resolved to stock his spatial ring with provisions, so that should he encounter similar predicaments in the future, he would not suffer from hunger or thirst. Observing his sincere transformation, Xu Wangyue decided not to dwell on past grievances. After all, it was not he who had suffered. Yu refrained from mentioning the incident in which Hong Xiaobao had crippled Xu Wangyue, asserting that capturing her was merely to torment him, and he likely never intended to kill her. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely that the second senior brother would engage in a desperate fight with him. Initially, it had seemed that Xu Wangyue and the Hong family were locked in a deadly struggle, resulting in her being left with shattered legs. Yet now, with the instigator Zhang Wuxi in the mix, she instinctively felt that the second senior brother's tragic fate in his past life was closely tied to that individual. However, the narrative did not elaborate, and those directly involved had not reached that juncture, leaving them in the dark. That on a brighter note, there was no deep-seated enmity between Xu Wangyue and the Hong family, sparing her from confronting Hong Xiaobao's enigmatic mother upon their exit. Upon learning of her son's demise, the matriarch would undoubtedly pursue Xu Wangyue relentlessly, and she would find herself in peril before the sect. It was only thanks to her master, Jiang Wenji, arriving just in time that she was spared, though ultimately, her legs could not be saved. Despite her ignorance of the storyline, it did little to alter her unfavorable view of Zhang Wuxi. Noticing Yu's troubled expression, Hong Xiaobao assumed she was lamenting the loss of their spiritual food and medicinal concoctions. Yu, rest assured, once we are free, I will account for all your contributions in spiritual stones, ensuring you suffer no losses. Yu patted his shoulder. This is your promise. A shortfall of 500,000 is unacceptable. No problem. My life is worth far more than 500,000. Yu's mood brightened. Regarding Hong Xiaobao, as if he were a trove of glimmering spiritual stones, her smile warming by threefold. Rest well, and regain your strength, that I shall tidy up the newly acquired storage bags and spatial rings. Hong Xiaobao could sense the shift in Yu's attitude towards him. Lifting his spirits in tandem, ASU was not heavily involved in combat. She remained relatively unburdened. Over the past month, they had encountered numerous skeletons, and the task of collecting their storage bags and organizing the contents had fallen to her. Her spatial ring was already brimming with hundreds of storage bags and dozens of spatial rings. Each storage bag sold for no less than 10,000 lower-grade spiritual stones, with larger ones fetching upwards of 100,000, while a spatial ring commanded at least 150,000. With these items alone, they had amassed a fortune in lower-grade spiritual stones. Not to mention the various spiritual artifacts and materials contained within the as she counted. Her excitement bubbled over, despite the dangers here. Without any rare materials or the ability to sell the slain beasts, this venture had not been in vain. Especially with Hong Shabao's 500,000, she gathered a spatial ring, sorting the medicinal herbs into one, the spiritual artifacts into another, and organizing the materials she recognized separately from those she did not. As she cleaned the artifacts, she meticulously categorized them as well. Holy artifacts were grouped together, spiritual artifacts were organized. And to her surprise, she uncovered a half-divine artifact. That a half-divine artifact could serve as a treasure for an entire sect, potentially even a sect's guardian artifact in less prestigious sections. This underscored the fact that among those who had entered, there had been individuals of significant standing. Regrettably, they had all met their demise here. Calculating the time, they had been trapped for over 2 months, with no clarity on when they might escape, or if escape was even possible. Currently, the danger level they faced was not particularly high, yet the trials were arduous. The beasts they encountered were on par with their cultivation levels, but as they progressed, the challenges increasingly tested their combat abilities. Hunger and thirst could be managed with adequate supplies, but could it truly be that simple? Gazing at the multitude of storage bags and spatial rings, she found it difficult to contemplate. After resting for a while, they resumed their search, forging ahead in a new direction. Another month slipped by, and their battles escalated from facing 4 or 5 beasts at a time to contending with 6 or 7. They had ceased fighting individually, opting instead to utilize Rongxian's formations to ensnare the beasts, allowing them to dispatch their foes more methodically. Unfortunately, the second senior brother's talismans were depleted, which would have eased their struggles. As exhaustion set in once more, Yu produced her courtyard. Over a month ago, even with a courtyard, the beast would assault its defenses that in the time since. Both Xu Wangyue's and Rongxian's courtyards have been compromised by the beast's relentless attacks. Now, only Yu's courtyard remained intact. Standing before the courtyard, Xu Wangyue's group felt a surge of anxiety. This was the last sanctuary. Should it fall, they would have nowhere to rest when their strength was spent. Rongxian lamented his own lack of foresight compared to his junior sister. Had he brought more array stones to establish additional defensive formations, they could have garnered more opportunities to recuperate. Xu Wangyue reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Focus on your studies. Our ability to escape relies on you. Rongxian acknowledged the weight of his responsibility with a nod. I will do my utmost. This final courtyard could withstand no more than a month at best. He was determined to find a way out before time ran out. They each selected their rooms and had barely settled in for rest when Hong Shabao called out excitedly, "Hey, come quickly and see." Chapter 80. Just when they thought all hope was lost, a twist of fate, Xu Wangyue and her companions had just entered their rooms when they emerged once more. What has happened? Hong Shabao stood before the courtyard wall, standing atop a stool, pointing outside. Come look. The others climbed onto stools to peer out, astonished by the sight before them. The beasts were resting. They were not attacking the junior sister's courtyard. Rongxian exclaimed incredulously, "It's true. Let me see." Yu, being shorter, stood on Rongxian's stool, managing only to glimpse half her head. She observed the beasts, some seated, others lying down, surrounding the courtyard, yet showing no inclination to attack. This is quite peculiar. Why do they not assault Yu's courtyard? Hong Shabao inquired, perplexed. Perhaps it is because this is the courtyard contracted by our junior sister, infused with her essence, Xu Wangyue postulated. Equally uncertain about the situation, Yu, however, began to discern a clue. It might be due to the star power within me. She did not believe her crossing had endowed her with a protagonist's halo. Rather, it was merely the star power that set her apart from them. That as for why the star power exerted such considerable influence, she could not say. Theoretically, it could be, Xu Wangyue responded. And this is all thanks to our junior sister. He regarded Yu, who rested her hands against the wall, her face nestled in her palms, her bright eyes observing the beasts outside with an innocent charm that endeared her further to them. After a while, seeing that the beasts showed no intention of attacking the courtyard, and realizing that their continued existence meant no new beasts would appear, they could finally relax and rest. Yu mused this could be considered a bug exploit, right? With nothing pressing to occupy her, she retrieved a book to read. Recently, during breaks, she had taken to studying talisman making whenever she was not busy preparing meals. Having mastered the basics, she had refrained from trying to sense the natural energies, as they were undetectable here. However, with the beasts abstaining from attacking her dwelling today, she thought it might be an opportune moment to see if she could sense the natural energies around her. She set out a cushion, closed her eyes, and meditated, attempting to perceive any forces in her vicinity. As Xu Wangyue had previously mentioned, there was no spiritual energy to be found. However, she discovered some white specks of star power. Just as her star power was nearly depleted, her body instinctively began to absorb the star energy around her. Perhaps it had been deprived for too long, as the star energy rushed into her body uncontrollably. The speed and intensity startled Yu, distracting her from her attempt to sense the natural energies. She lost track of how long she remained in this state, but eventually, she felt the star power within her dantian begin to coalesce into countless fine threads, spinning and intertwining at an ever-increasing pace, causing her to feel dizzy from the sheer velocity. What was happening? She was taken aback. How could there possibly be so much star power here? She was oblivious to the countless powers of the stars that surged from all directions, vying to penetrate her being and converge at her dantian, joining the swirling dance within. Meanwhile, the beasts lurking outside the courtyard suddenly transformed into mere specks of light and vanished into thin air. Somewhere amidst the ruins, Zhao Yunxian, who was fiercely battling enemies, had just plunged his sword into one of the beasts, intending to kick another approaching beast away, only to find his foot met with empty air. All the surrounding beasts had disappeared, leaving him in a comical pose with his raised foot suspended in midair. You wonder, how could these beasts have vanished so suddenly? I have no idea either, he replied, but perhaps it's a blessing in disguise. We can take a moment to rest. All right, I'll heed your suggestion this time. Just tell me which way to go, and let's see if we can find Hongsha Fortress. Even if we only find corpses, we must bring them back for that madwoman, At first. Yu was quite anxious, fearing what might transpire with the powers of the stars, but as she observed their swirling and intertwining, she realized they showed no signs of escaping her dantian, and her worries dissipated. This must signify an impending breakthrough. Unfortunately, even her master was oblivious to what such a breakthrough entailed, leaving her without a reference point. After roughly half an hour, the swirling powers of the stars began to slow down. Only then could Yu discern that these energies appeared markedly different than before. Initially, she felt they were like a loose gas. Now they seemed to solidify and gradually take on distinct shapes. Ultimately, beside her spiritual root, a small milky white star emerged. She probed the little star with her consciousness, but felt nothing particularly special. Exiting her meditative state, she felt a refreshing sensation wash over her and couldn't help but stretch lazily. How delightful! The fiery feather in her bag also stirred, indicating its own comfort. The earlier abundance of star power had been overwhelming, relentlessly infiltrating Yu's being, with some even overflowing, which the fiery feather eagerly absorbed. She patted the fiery feather, stood up, and began to gather her meditation mat, planning to step outside to check on her fellow disciples. Although she initially intended to sense the presence of earthly energy, the breakthrough in her star power was a splendid gain in itself. Come quickly and see. Just as Yu opened the door, she heard the exclamations from Hongsha Fortress and hurriedly ran over, skillfully tossing a stool aside to climb up and peek outside. Where have all the beasts gone? Did you all go out to slay them? Hongsha Fortress shook his head. I did not. Shu Wangyu and Rong Xian, who had emerged upon hearing the commotion, also stated they had not ventured out. This was indeed peculiar. They had not slain any of the beasts. Yet they had vanished. This was a first. Hongsha Fortress expressed his bewilderment. Yu speculated internally, wondering if it was related to her breakthrough in star power, if the beasts refrained from attacking her and her courtyard due to her possessing star power. It suggested a significant connection between this place and the star energy. Perhaps this realm could sustain itself, largely due to the star power at play. Having just achieved a breakthrough and absorbed a substantial amount of star energy, it would stand to reason that the energy within the formation had diminished, temporarily insufficient to sustain the beast's existence. Point 1 could not help but admire the scholarly prowess. Even the slightest clues could lead her to unravel the truth with remarkable precision. Chapter 81. Ah, finally, someone appears. Shall we venture outside? Xu Wangyu proposed. Rongxian and Hongsha Fortress concurred with the idea. Yu gathered her belongings and, with her companions, chose a direction to proceed. They walked for nearly an entire day without encountering a single beast. Instead, they found numerous bones scattered about, as if a great gathering had taken place here, resulting in a collective demise. Hongsha Fortress gazed enviously at Yu as she collected storage bags and spatial rings, regretting his earlier decision to forego any of the rings to allow them to take him along. Having only a few previously, he felt balanced. Now, with hundreds before him, envy washed over him. Yu skipped joyfully, gathering storage bags like a gleeful child. How could she not be happy? Today alone, she had acquired nearly 100 storage bags and 10 spatial rings. The bounty from this excursion was not only a fortune for their modest Taiyi Sect, but also a considerable windfall for first-rate sects like Taiyi Sect and Taiyi Sect. What a fortuitous trip this had been! Thankfully, she had been clever enough to ensure Hongsha Fortress agreed beforehand that none of the spoils would be shared. Thus, everything belonged to their Taiyi Sect. Ah, finally, someone has appeared, a voice called from behind. Yu, busy sifting through bones, jumped in surprise, reflexively tossing her stick backward. Got a zombie? I say, young lady, upon our first meeting, is it truly necessary to hurl a stick at me? Zhao Yunxian remarked disdainfully, swatting the stick aside with a wave of his hand. Yu, stiffened with surprise, turned to find Zhao Yunxian, her initial shock fading as she realized he was merely a living person. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. He was a fellow human. Zhao Yunxian, noticing her presence, was equally taken aback, recognizing her from their previous encounter during the competition of the 4 great families. Zhao City Lord, what brings you here? She inquired curiously. Zhao Yunxian, shedding his usual aloof demeanor, replied, You have abducted the young master of the Hong family and brought him into this perilous realm. I am here to find him. Yu recalled hearing that the Hong family was backed by the city lord's mansion. Realizing their relationship was indeed quite strong, Tio rescued Hongsha Fortress. He was willing to brave the treacherous depths. Yuri looking for Hongsha Fortress? They are over there. Yu pointed in the direction of Hongsha Fortress, eager for him to locate his companion. She still had several more bones to sift through and had no intention of sharing her findings. Zhao Yunxian made no attempt to claim the storage bags from her, nodding in acknowledgement as he headed toward Hongsha Fortress. However, after taking only a couple of steps, he halted, observing 2 4th-level beasts and 2 2nd-level beasts materialize before him, lunging in his direction. Be careful. Zhao Yunxian retreated 2 steps, grabbing Yu by her collar and leaping out of the attacking beast's range. Yu felt the grip on her collar tighten to the point of discomfort. Rolling her eyes in exasperation. Let go of me, she protested, and only then did Zhao Yunxian release her, opting to grasp her sleeve instead, maneuvering them through the throng of beasts. Yu, feeling dizzy from the abrupt movements, struggled to break free. Stay still. That if you get injured by a beast, I won't take responsibility. Zhao Yunxian's indifferent voice rang out above her. Yu patted his hand. Don't worry about me. The beasts want to attack me. But if you keep swinging me around like this, I might just hurl. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunxian immediately let go of Yu, who took a few steps forward before coming to a halt. Remarkably, the 4 beasts did not attack her at all. Zhao Yunxian was astonished but quickly dismissed any further thoughts, drawing his sword to engage the 2 4th-level beasts and AS for the 2 2nd-level beasts. He dispatched them with a single strike. Concerned for her safety, Yu sprinted a few dozen meters away before pausing to observe him battling the 4th-level beasts. There were no 1st-level beasts present. The lowest level encountered was 2nd level. The Foundation establishment corresponded to 2nd-level beasts, while the Golden Core stage matched the 3rd-level beasts. Zhao Yunxian, facing 4th-level beasts, indicated that he was likely at the nascent soul stage. So, he was a nascent soul cultivator. What business did a nascent soul Daoist have as the city lord of a relatively small city? He had even ventured into this perilous realm to rescue a subordinate family's young master. Had the other nascent soul cultivators who entered before him also been unable to escape? Watching him engage with the two fourth-level beasts, she was certain he was no mere decorative figure, but a genuine swordsman. A nascent soul swordsman possessed combat prowess that was anything but ordinary. Observing him effortlessly dispatch the two fourth-level beasts, a thought struck her. The fourth-level beast he had previously purified still lingered in her spatial ring. If she were to consume it in his presence, he likely wouldn't recognize the meat as belonging to him, would he? After Zhao Yunxian defeated the beasts, he strolled over, scrutinizing her from left to right, yet found nothing particularly remarkable about her. Rather than dwell on his curiosity, he directly inquired, "Why did those beasts refrain from attacking you?" "Perhaps it's because I'm merely at the qi refining stage. Outside their range of attack." Yu blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. That's so?" Zhao Yunxian replied nonchalantly before turning to depart, but he headed toward the direction of Hongsha Fortress, where sounds of battle still echoed. Feeling concerned for Shu Wangyu and the others, Yu gathered all the storage bags and hurried over to find Zhao Yunxian standing beside them, sword in hand, watching as Shu Wangyu and the others fought the beasts. Yu remarked, "Aren't you here to rescue people?" Fortunately, Hongsha Fortress had developed some combat prowess, and the two beasts posed no threat to him. After eliminating the beasts, he joined Zhao Yunxian, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Zhao City Lord, what brings you to this perilous realm?" Zhao Yunxian replied with a calm demeanor, "Your mother sent me to rescue you. Zhao City Lord, you've come to save me. I'm overjoyed." Hongsha Fortress exclaimed, dancing with glee. Yu could tell he was genuinely thrilled. Was this Zhao Yunxian's devoted admirer? Observing the stark contrast in Hongsha Fortress's spirit compared to before, Zhao Yunxian surmised that this journey had inadvertently benefited him, providing an excellent opportunity for growth. His curiosity piqued regarding how they had managed to cope with hunger and thirst upon their sudden arrival in this realm. Upon reflection, Hongsha Fortress was utterly unguarded, directly pushing Yu out. "Thanks to Miss Yu, otherwise I would not have awaited your arrival to rescue me. Without her this time, we would have perished long ago." Yu inwardly cursed, muttering a profane word. Chapter 82. Are you not aware of your own fortune? Zhao Yunxian, indeed, directed his gaze towards Yu. "You carry such an abundance of provisions." "It's merely coincidence," Yu replied with a sheepish smile. "Being in the qi refining stage, my voracious appetite compels me to ensure 3 meals a day, and after having been starved previously, I tend to carry more supplies. That he is indeed fortunate," Zhao Yunxian noted, choosing not to press further, but it was evident he intended to accompany them henceforth. The little junior sister harbored secrets, and both Shu Wangyue and Rong Xian preferred that he not focus his attention on her. Shu Wangyue stepped forward slightly and clasped her hands. "Lord Zhao, do you know how to exit this place?" "I do know the method to unravel the spirit-extinguishing array, but first, we must locate its core," Zhao Yunxian responded. "The spirit-extinguishing array? You mean this is the spirit-extinguishing array?" Rong Xian exclaimed in astonishment. "The legendary spirit-extinguishing array." This time, it was Zhao Yunxian who was taken aback. "You are aware of the spirit-extinguishing array?" "I heard about it from my master before," Rong Xian replied. "Indeed, only the spirit-extinguishing array can suppress spiritual energy, rendering one completely unaware. 6 Senior Brother, Lord Zhao, since you are familiar with this formation, let us hasten to find its core." Hongsha Fortress expressed an eagerness to depart this wretched place, almost pleading with Zhao Yunxian to take action. "Please, let us leave swiftly. This place is unbearably distressing." The battles he had fought here exceeded all he had experienced in his lifetime combined. Although his combat prowess had improved, he was weary of such trials. Zhao Yunxian waved his hand dismissively. "I do not know where it is." Hongsha Fortress was stunned. "Huh. You don't know? The location of the core is random. Does that mean we have no idea how long we must remain here?" Hongsha Fortress felt a wave of darkness wash over him, as if he might collapse on the spot. Yu glanced at the provisions within her spatial ring and felt reassured. Whether they exited sooner or later mattered little. There were likely many storage bags and treasures yet to be discovered here, and lingering a bit longer might yield more finds. "Which direction shall we proceed?" Shu Wangyue inquired. Zhao Yunxian indicated a direction. "I came from that way." The path he had traversed was, naturally, not to be revisited though we came from that direction. Shu Wanghua pointed towards the opposite side, that it turned out they had entered from a different location, explaining why it had taken so long for them to meet. Thus, we have two directions remaining. Shall we head that way? Shu Wanghua asked again. Hongsha Fortress opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by Rong Xian's hand covering his mouth. Do not speak. Why not? Rong Xian glared at him. Are you not aware of your own fortune? Hongsha Fortress's eyes widened. You disdain me. Rong Xian could not be bothered, having noted that whenever Hongsha led, they would often not encounter a single skeleton for ages. Unlike the little junior sister, who, regardless of her choice of direction, would soon stumble upon a heap of bones. Shu Wanghua chuckled. Little junior sister, which way do you suggest we go? Before you could respond, the fiery feather in her satchel stirred, prompting her to pause and point to the right. Let us proceed this way. Very well. We shall go that way. Rong Xian released Hongsha Fortress. Hongsha Fortress pouted, having intended to indicate that direction himself. Zhao Yunxian raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, and the group set off towards the direction Yu had indicated. Similar to before, they had not walked for half an hour when they encountered a pile of bones. Zhao Yunxian then observed Yu and her two companions expertly sifting through the remains. Do you always encounter so many skeletons? He inquired. Indeed, we have come across quite a few, Hongsha Fortress replied, his tone dripping with envy. What? Have you not encountered any? I have stumbled upon a few, Zhao Yunxian admitted. Hongsha Fortress regarded Zhao Yunxian with a hint of sympathy that he too seemed to possess rather poor fortune. Having been here for such a duration, he had only managed to sift through a handful of remains. How pitiful! His gaze shifted back to Yu. Now more fervent than before, he had heard his mother speak of individuals blessed with great fortune, capable of advancing far despite mediocre talent, that if he could associate with such a person, he might just glean a fraction of that fortune. Now, he firmly believed that Yu was such a person, and he must seize the opportunity to cling to her and bask in her good luck. The trio swiftly finished examining the pile of bones, and, pleased to see Zhao Yunxian and Hongsha Fortress merely standing by without vying for treasures, they departed from the site. Selecting a spot to dine, Yu, as per usual, set out chairs and food. Recalling Zhao Yunxian's fourth-level beast meat, she prepared an extra portion. With warmth, she invited, Lord Zhao, would you care to join us for a meal? Initially not intending to share, Zhao Yunxian, drawn by the aroma, silently stowed away his jerky and approached the table to sit. Lord Zhao, what have you been eating since your arrival? Yu queried curiously. They had been here for over 3 months. How much food had he brought to avoid starvation? Zhao Yunxian produced his jerky, dividing a piece for each of them. They are fine, but you cannot partake in this. Upon seeing the third-level beast jerky, Yu exclaimed, Oh, quite the lavish choice. Surely, you have not been subsisting solely on this jerky. Indeed, I had slain a few third-level beasts some time ago and had the meat cured into jerky. I had simply forgotten about it. Fortuitously, you forgot, Yu remarked, giving him a thumbs up, pondering his identity, which allowed him to purify so many third-level beasts. However, considering he had fourth-level beast meat, it was reasonable for him to possess third-level purified meat as well. They did not inquire why he had brought so much water. Everyone had their own secrets that he chose not to disclose his, which indicated a reluctance to share. Having consumed sufficient jerky, Zhao Yunxian decisively exchanged some for the meal. The third-level beast meat was quite robust for Yu, but perfect for her 2 senior brothers. Moreover, the dishes she had prepared were made from first and second-level beast meat, ultimately making it a profitable venture for them. She reserved a few pieces of jerky for herself and divided the remainder into 2 portions. Second senior brother, sixth senior brother, I cannot consume all this jerky. Please take it. Zhao Yunxian cast her a glance, seemingly surprised that she would share the jerky with her 2 senior brothers. Hongsha Fortress felt envious, wondering why she could not be his little junior sister. His gaze was so intense that Yu could not ignore it. She quickly retrieved 2 pieces of jerky from her own stash and handed them to him. Here you go. Hongsha Fortress immediately beamed like a sunflower. Now I have some too. Ha ha. Thank you, Miss UC. Following her has indeed been beneficial. Yu was puzzled as to why 2 pieces of jerky could bring him such joy. Did the Hong family not even provide him with third-level beast meat? Was this young master's situation truly so pitiful? Chapter 83. Yu disappeared 0.4 months into their time here. They finally beheld a charred great hall upon a stretch of blackened earth. This must surely be the core of the array. Rongxian held an array plate in one hand and a tome on formations in the other. Upon seeing the scorched structure, Hongsha Fortress edged closer to Rongxian and whispered, "Brother, are you certain this is the place?" "The likelihood is highest here," Rongxian affirmed. "Yet do you not sense an eerie atmosphere?" Hongsha Fortress remarked, wrapping his arms around himself in a shiver. Yu nodded, acknowledging the sinister aura of the structure, as if a great fire had consumed everything within. Nevertheless, no matter how daunting, they had no choice but to enter. After 4 months, they had encountered numerous ruins and remains. But this was the only structure they had found. Rongxian, unafraid, stated, "Only by entering can we hope to discover a means of escape, that if you do not wish to enter, you may wait outside." "No." Hongsha Fortress vehemently shook his head. He would prefer to enter with them than wait alone outside. Zhao Yunxian remained silent, striding towards the grand door. Xu Wangyue followed closely, with Yu trailing behind him, and Rongxian accompanying her. Hongsha Fortress gritted his teeth and followed along. Before the entrance of the grand hall, Zhao Yunxian donned a pair of silver-threaded gloves before pushing the door. The door swung open with a gentle nudge, revealing an empty hall, charred black just as the exterior. The 5 entered and navigated through the hall towards the back. After traversing several grand halls, they arrived at a particularly grand one that inside this hall was a massive chair, upon which sat a skeleton. The skeleton's owner was clad in a purple robe, left hand resting on his knee, right hand gripping the armrest, head slightly tilted back, hollow eyes gazing towards the entrance, as if awaiting something. "Did I ask that the master of this palace?" Yu inquired. "Did it should be?" Xu Wangyue replied. Rongxian attempted to advance, but was halted by an invisible barrier 5 meters from the chair. "There is a barrier here. We cannot approach," he noted, feeling the unseen shield before him. The core must be located where the skeleton sat, and without proximity, they could not identify its precise location. Xu Wangyue tried as well, finding himself similarly hindered. "I cannot approach either. Lord Zhao, might you give it a try?" Zhao Yunxian took a few steps forward, only to be met with the same obstruction. Hongsha Fortress, unsurprisingly, faced the same fate. Yu yearned to advance but was halted by Xu Wangyue, who cautioned, "There may be unknown perils ahead. Do not approach, junior sister, that I shall investigate from here." Emulating Rongxian and Hong Xiaobao, Yu extended her hand, intent on discerning the nature of the barrier. However, the moment her hand grazed the boundary, a force yanked her forward. The cry escaped Yu's lips, and in an instant, she vanished from the sight of her companions. The once transparent barrier transformed into an opaque milky hue, isolating half the grand hall and obscuring the interior from view. Junior sister. Both Xu Wangyue and Rongxian, witnessing her disappearance, were thrown into a state of alarm and rushed forward, only to be thwarted by the barrier. "This barrier reflects attacks. You must not act recklessly," Zhao Yunxian admonished. "Indeed," echoed Hong Xiaobao, "Yu is surely unharmed." Remain composed that he observed the illusory beast conjured here posed no threat to her, indicating a degree of safety for her presence. Why would she be harmed in such a place? Upon hearing this, Xu Wangyue and Rongxian regained some composure and turned to Zhao Yunxian. "Might we implore you to attempt a rescue?" Zhao Yunxian, aware that their dissatisfaction would persist without action, instructed them to retreat to the hall's entrance, that he then erected a defensive shield around himself and unleashed his spirit energy against the barrier. "It appears that brute force will not suffice to breach this barrier, that we must devise another means," Xu Wangyue remarked. At that moment, beasts began to materialize both within and outside the hall, one after another. They regarded the 4 with curiosity, but did not attack immediately. This development prompted Zhao Yunxian to take heed. Xu Wangyue produced a life-preserving potion that Yu had previously provided. "This was prepared by my junior sister. It may prove invaluable." Hong Xiaobao hastily took it from her. "Is this potion different from the previous one?" "It rivals the efficacy of a 6th-tier elixir," Zhao Yunxian replied, raising an eyebrow in surprise at Yu's unexpected prowess in concocting such a potion. Rongxian produced several array stones and arranged a defensive formation around them, expressing relief. "Fortunately, my junior sister advised me to conserve the array stones, leaving us with a substantial reserve to be cautious. They are advancing," Zhao Yunxian warned as the nearest beast lunged forth. Observing that the fourth-tier beast intended to assault the formation, he took the initiative, leaping onto the creature's back to escape the hall. The fourth-tier beasts, witnessing his flight, pursued him outside. Just as one was about to close in, a faint luminescence emanated from the green hairpin atop his head, enveloping him and rendering him impervious to harm. Meanwhile, Yu was oblivious to the chaos outside. She found herself no longer in the charred grand hall, but rather in a lavishly adorned chamber. Judging by the layout, it seemed to be the pristine version of the hall before its destruction. Numerous figures clad in black cloaks populated the space, their sleeves embroidered with identical patterns. Many lifeless bodies lay scattered across the floor, devoid of vitality. Only one individual remained seated, clutching his chest with a bloodied mouth, a figure dressed in the attire of the recently seen skeleton. Presumably its owner. With a countenance twisted in rage, he glared at the assembly. Ninth Crane, how dare you conspire with outsiders to ruin my Juyo clan? Ninth Moon, this cannot be blamed on me if blame is to be assigned. It should fall upon those ancient ones who insisted on entrusting the Juyo clan to you, when I am their true son. A figure resembling the purple-clad man shot a venomous glance, declaring, since the Juyo clan cannot be mine, it is better to obliterate it entirely. Yu observed as Ninth Crane's expression grew increasingly ferocious, his malice palpable. Listening to his words, she deemed him a lunatic. His psyche disturbed at that moment. A cloaked man gestured, and Ninth Crane immediately suppressed his madness, evidently fearful of the figure. Ninth Moon, you know what we seek. Hand it over, and I may refrain from pursuing your departed kin. Otherwise, today shall mark the annihilation of the Juyo clan. Chapter 84. As the eye of the formation, I summoned the spirit-extinguishing array to obliterate all spirits. Humph, is that so? Ninth Moon produced a milky white orb, and as the onlookers gasped in astonishment, he swallowed it whole, chuckling, since you have arrived, you shall all remain here. Upon uttering this, his form began to emit streams of white light, piercing the hall and ascending towards the heavens. Simultaneously, intricate patterns appeared on the ground outside the hall, harmonizing with the white light, igniting fierce flames wherever the patterns touched. Outside, no living souls remained. The flames consumed countless corpses, reducing them to ashes. Within the hall, the previously composed figures in black were thrown into disarray. They attempted to flee, but were ensnared by the white light. The spirit-extinguishing array, you had it laid out in advance. Ninth Crane shrieked madly, charging at Ninth Moon, only to be halted 2 meters away. You are mistaken. This spirit-extinguishing array was arranged by my master and mistress to counter this very day. Ninth Moon spoke. Blood trickled from his lips. Why? The Star Pearl was never an artifact of the Juyo clan, and we cannot utilize it. Why must we sacrifice our lives for it? The Star Pearl is indeed not of the Juyo clan, yet we are its guardians. We cannot forsake our duty. Who grants us that? Why must the Juyo clan seclude itself for millennia for the sake of those 2 words? Why? Ninth Moon dismissed Ninth Crane's inquiries, shifting his gaze to the panicked, cloaked figures, grinning menacingly. I know not your organization, but if you desire the Star Pearl, you are merely dreaming. Do you think the spirit-extinguishing array can vanquish us? The leader of the cloaked figures maintained his composure, yet the pallor of his masked face betrayed his inner dread. The spirit-extinguishing array may not be able to kill you, but the power of the Star Pearl. Need I elaborate? Ninth Moon gestured, laboriously seated upon a chair. The eye of the formation. I invoke the might of the Star Pearl. The spirit-extinguishing array shall arise, extinguishing all spirits. None present today shall leave. Not a single soul shall escape. The fire erupted from an unknown origin, engulfing the entire hall in flames, consuming all within, save for one individual seated upon a chair, miraculously unscathed. Yet, Yu discerned that with the activation of the array, Ninth Moon's life force waned rapidly. In the end, none could escape this place. Ninth Moon drew his last breath. The inferno transformed into the ruins she had previously observed, and she found herself standing before the remains of Ninth Moon. A solitary tear fell to the ground, and Yu realized she had been weeping profusely without awareness. Elder, was it you who allowed me to witness the past? She murmured softly, unable to articulate her emotions. Perhaps due to his self-sacrificial valor, she felt no fear towards the skeletal remains. reaching out to smooth the creases of his tattered sleeve. Suddenly, a sound startled her, and she braced for a potential resurrection. Instead, she found a milky white orb lying on the ground. Is this the star pearl that was consumed by ninth moon? She approached and picked it up. Her examination interrupted as the fiery feather in her satchel became agitated, bursting forth and darting towards a door at the rear of the hall. Chiwa, Yu gasped, hastily stowing the star pearl in her Kanglan ring before pursuing it. Before departing, she collected ninth moon's remains, watching as the chair disintegrated into dust. In her haste, she failed to notice the subtle shift in the surrounding world at the moment she secured the star pearl. Outside the hall, Zhao Yunxian observed, leaping into the air. Indeed, flight is now possible. Xu Wangyue, witnessing his ascent, tested it herself and found it true. Hong Shabao, having felled a beast with his sword, exclaimed in excitement, "Has the spirit-extinguishing array been dispelled? Then why have we not yet departed from here? The beasts remain." Rong Xian cleaved another beast in two, stating, "It seems my junior sister has performed some feat, partially dismantling the array." Wait, what? The barrier has vanished. And Yu and the skeletal remains are both gone, Hong Shabao exclaimed. Where has my junior sister gone? As Chiwa soared rapidly, Yu struggled to keep pace, relying on her connection to follow its trajectory. She exited the palace and approached a mountainside, discovering a cave within, where Chiwa was vigorously colliding against the air. Chiwa. Yu rushed over to embrace it. Go. Chiwa's voice was filled with urgency. Yu, witnessing Chiwa's unusual anxiety for the first time, soothed it. There must be a barrier here. Wait a moment while I investigate. Yu extended her hand, but felt no obstruction, taking a cautious step forward. She detected no barrier. However, the surroundings appeared markedly different. The walls were no longer charred black, but bore the ordinary hue of stone. Puzzled, she tossed her illuminating orb into the air, guiding it forward as she ventured deeper, finding the same wall color throughout. What lies within here? Surprisingly, she managed to evade the burning flames of the spirit annihilation array. Yes, she murmured softly. The fiery feather in her arms could no longer contain its eagerness and took flight. Chihu slowed down. It's perilous here, she exclaimed. While the outside world lay in ruins, this place remained untouched, leaving her uncertain if a more formidable presence lingered nearby. Embracing it, Yu spoke, since we have arrived here, we must seek out what draws you. However, we must exercise caution, understand? All right, came the reply. Yu donned all her defensive spiritual artifacts, disregarding their mismatched appearance, and feeling a semblance of security, she ventured forward with Chihu. She sensed they were descending deeper, traversing what felt like several hundred meters, until they arrived at a spacious cavern. Here, the illumination from her glowing orbs proved insufficient. Yet, she discovered numerous lamps adorning the surrounding walls and, taking out a fire stick, ignited them. Only then did she grasp the full extent of her surroundings. Below lay a vast pool, encircled by a series of steps, with a small depression in the center containing a crimson liquid. Unable to restrain itself, Chihu dove headfirst into the puddled that moment. A translucent black mist surged towards Yu. In an instant, she felt the chilling breath of death closing in. As the shadowy figure lunged at her, Yu instinctively summoned her fire attribute spiritual energy. Enveloping herself in a thin veil of flames, the dark figure, taken aback by her sudden ignition, recoiled with a shriek, retreating a dozen meters. You dare to wound me. It transformed into a humanoid shape, revealing itself to be the cloaked leader she had seen earlier. It's you. Yu gasped, catching sight of the oil lamp behind him, her astonishment palpable. Spirit, soul entity. The cloaked figure clutched its hand, glaring at Yu with malevolence. How can a mere chi refinement cultivator like you possibly harm me? After a pause, his gaze turned frenzied. The essence of stellar power. The scent of your soul carries the essence of the stars. Absorbing your body will make me stronger. Perhaps I could even escape this place. Yu's heart sank. Had it not been said that the spirit annihilation array would eradicate all? Why then did such a ghostly cultivator persist here? Indeed, the cloaked man was not an ordinary soul any longer, but a ghostly cultivator with considerable power, evidently surpassing Yu's cultivation level. Without further ado, he extended his right hand. Despite the distance, Yu felt as if an invisible grip seized her throat, rendering her breathless. She reached out, desperate to touch something, yet found nothing. Attempting to wield her fire's spiritual energy, she discovered her body was bound, her powers restrained. She tried to contact Chiyu, but after diving into the red water, it fell eerily silent. Just as she believed her end was nigh, another shadow appeared, launching itself at the cloaked man. That he stepped back, breaking his hold on Yuyu. Weak and gasping, she collapsed to the ground. Are you thwarting my plans? The man bellowed. Looking up, Yuyu beheld a figure clad in purple. The garment resembled that of a skeletal being, yet it too was translucent, undoubtedly another soul entity. However, he appeared far more transparent than the cloaked figure, with no discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy. Clearly, he was not a ghostly cultivator, but merely a soul entity. If I absorb her, I can sever the array and escape this place, the cloaked man declared. We have been trapped here for millennia. Do you not wish to leave? I will not allow you to harm her, Diyu asserted, positioning himself protectively in front of Yuyu, showing no sign of yielding. Do you truly think I hesitate to consume you? The man sneered that I refrained from doing so before, because we were intertwined with the array. If I devoured you, it would collapse, but now, I shall kill you first. Then consume her. Even if the array collapses, what do I have to fear once I am free? With that, he lunged at Diyu, lacking strength, was swiftly overpowered. The man seized his head, rendering Diyu's already translucent form even more insubstantial. Senior. Yuyu scrambled to her feet, conjuring a fireball and hurling it at the cloaked figure. Though her fireball was small, it struck him, searing a gaping hole in his translucent form, forcing him to release Diyu. Attempting to pull Diyu back, her hand merely passed through his body. She opened her mouth to speak, only to be met by Diyu's alarmingly wide eyes. Senior, that you possess stellar power. You have come. Finally, Senior. Is the star pearl in your possession? Diyu inquired. Yes, that along with your skeletal remains. Retrieve the star pearl, he urged, his expression complicated. Everything began with it, and it can only end with it. Senior? Yuyu was bewildered by how Diyu managed to bind the cloaked man. He turned to her, saying, my strength pales in comparison to his, and I can only bind him for a brief time. That be brief. Listen closely. Yuyu nodded. Your acquisition of the star pearl indicates you must have seen the visions I left behind. She nodded again. Diyu continued. With the star pearl, even if you cannot cultivate stellar power, you can still harness it. There are even rumors that the star pearl can assist one in absorbing stellar power. Many covet it for this reason, that MYGO clan has secluded itself for millennia to guard the star pearl. Ultimately, word of our guardianship reached others, and our hidden sanctuary was discovered. Due to a traitor, the Geo clan was besieged. In a desperate bid, we could only send a few of our kin away, and at the last moment, activate the spirit annihilation array, leading to our mutual demise. Yuyu had already deduced much from the dialogues in the earlier visions. Once the spirit annihilation array activated, everything should have been incinerated. Yet for reasons unknown, he had managed to preserve this place, merging his soul with the array, since the spirit annihilation array was centered around the star pearl, which continuously absorbed stellar power. It had persisted throughout the years. Centuries ago, upon awakening and realizing his fusion with the array, he sought to open a corner of the formation to connect with the outside world. Many believe there to be opportunities here, entering only to have their flesh and spiritual energy consumed by him. I did not absorb those individuals. Hence his power far exceeds mine, that he refrained from exterminating me, because I am also part of the array. Should he kill me, the array collapses, and he perishes as well. Now, with your arrival, your body harbors stellar power. If he absorbs you, he can control the star pearl and escape the spirit annihilation array. For you and your companions to leave, you must dismantle the array. What must I do? Yuyu asked. Drop blood to acknowledge your master, then infuse it with stellar power, and you will control it. Next, channel your fire's spiritual energy into it and hurl it at him. When he perishes, the array will naturally collapse. Yuyu followed his instructions, acknowledging the bond with the star pearl and infusing it with stellar power, feeling a faint connection. However, as she prepared to inject her fire's spiritual energy, she hesitated. Elder, if I shatter the array, you too shall perish, right? Diyu nodded. I am one with the spirit annihilation array. I ask there no way to save you. Diyu smiled gently, shaking his head that I bind him using my soul power. Once my soul power is exhausted, I too shall cease to exist. That a profound sorrow welled within Yu at his words, that if one day you encounter members of the Jiu clan, he had vowed to protect the Star Pearl, sacrificing himself for the sake of duty. She felt an immense sense of righteousness in his actions. Now, he had expended his last strength to save her. To owe him, she was nothing but a stranger. Yet he had extinguished his own vitality to grant her a chance at survival. Perhaps sensing her turmoil, he offered a warm smile. You need not overthink it. The days spent trapped within the array are devoid of light. To vanish entirely would be a release for me. However, if one day you meet the Jiu clan, I implore you to extend them your protection. Yu felt compelled to express her own limitations as a novice, questioning how she could care for others. Moreover, the fate of the Jiu clan's members remained uncertain. Whether they still lived was unknown, making it improbable for her to encounter them. Yet, seeing his form grow increasingly translucent, she refrained from voicing her doubts, wishing not to burden him further. Very well, I promise you, should they not be nefarious individuals, if there is anything I can do to assist, I shall do my utmost. She left her words open-ended. Should the Jiu clan prove to be malevolent, she had no desire to aid their wrongdoing. Conversely, if they were virtuous, she would honor Diju's memory and his sacrifice for her by extending her goodwill toward them. With Yoyu's assurance, Diju appeared to unburden a weight from his heart, his smile growing more carefree. This place is an isolated space. Without the support of the formation, it would undoubtedly expel you. That he furrowed his brow and said, he is about to break free. Quickly infuse your fire spirit energy into the Star Pearl and throw it towards him. Yu understood that once the man in the black cloak captured her, he would certainly imprison her, making it impossible to deal with him later. She infused her fire spirit energy into the Star Pearl and hurled it towards the man in the black cloak. She glanced at Jiu and saw his figure fading away until he vanished completely. Farewell, Jiu. Just as the man in the black cloak gained his freedom, he noticed a small fireball flying towards him. Although the fireball was merely the size of a longan, upon colliding with his abdomen, it rapidly expanded and ultimately engulfed him entirely. The Star Pearl seemed to possess a spirit of its own. After consuming him, it flew back towards Yu at that moment. Yu felt the earth tremble and thought to herself, this is bad, the place is about to collapse. Spotting Chiyu still in the pool, Yu jumped in to retrieve it and cradled it in her arms, absorbing the water in the pool into the Kanglen ring. Suddenly, she felt a powerful pressure, and after a dizzying spin, she was forcefully thrown to the ground. This time, no one cushioned her fall. She landed hard. Her little bottom felt as if it had split into four dead. Ouch. She opened her eyes to see four figures descending from above. The four newcomers were initially bewildered but quickly regained their composure. Xu Wangyue tugged at Rong Xian, while Zhao Yunxian wrapped a rope around Hongsha Fortress's waist, and the four of them gradually touched down. Roar, so it turns out I fell all alone. Little junior sister, are you all right? Xu Wangyue landed beside Yu and, seeing her dazed expression, worried that she might have been hurt. That I'm fine. Yu placed Yu into her satchel, struggling to get up, and discreetly touched her little bottom. After Hongsha Fortress landed, he rushed towards Yu. Miss Yu, did you break the formation? Yu was uncertain about what the Star Pearl was, but she knew that its allure had nearly led to the annihilation of the Jiu clan, indicating it was no ordinary artifact. Therefore, its existence must remain a secret. Actually, it wasn't me. Yu pondered for a moment and explained. After I entered the barrier, I witnessed a scene where a family was exterminated at the last moment. Their clan leader became the formation's focal point, activating the spirit extermination formation, which killed everyone. However, the villain's leader somehow fused his soul with the formation. The others were momentarily taken aback. A soul fused with a formation? Yes, that was originally an independent space. The villain awakened hundreds of years ago, tearing the space apart and connecting it here, luring people in to drain their essence and spirit energy. That he initially intended to draw me in to absorb mine, but another soul sacrificed itself to save me. Once they all perished, the formation collapsed on its own. What Yu said was largely true, albeit with a slight concealment, so the others did not sense anything amiss. They did not consider the matter of her breaking the formation, as her strength seemed insufficient for such a feat. After all, what could a mere chi-refining novice accomplish? Does this mean that this place will no longer serve as the entrance to the dead end? Yu is also uncertain. It should no longer be. Right? If you're worried, perhaps we could send someone to test it. Sending someone to test it is unwise. What if the entrance still exists? That would only allow them to enter. All right, let us have someone try tomorrow. Just then, a shadow cast down from above, and the group looked up to see a large black rock descending, which soon shrank into a small bird, landing on Yu Yu's outstretched arm. Hey Yue, have you been here all along? Yu Yu stroked Hey Yue's feathers, understanding it was concerned about Chi Yu, and reassured, we're all fine. According to Hey Yue's previous habits, it would typically fly off to the side after receiving the desired answer, seldom speaking. However, today it remained perched on Yu Yu's arm, clearly unsettled by their sudden disappearance. More specifically, Chi Yu's disappearance that I intended to enter to find you, but the entrance has vanished. The entrance has disappeared? Yes, after Zhao City Lord entered. It disappeared that he searched the city thoroughly but saw no sign of them, eventually heading to Wangguan Shi at Wangyue Pavilion. Fortunately, the incident involving the young master of the Hong family, who had been inadvertently led into the dead end by a few individuals, had caused quite a commotion. Upon hearing the descriptions from two of them, he felt they resembled Yu Yu and Rong Xian, and when He Yue inquired, he shared the information. Upon learning that Yu Yu and the others had entered the dead end, He Yue also wished to search for them, but by then, the entrance was already gone. Young master, young master, young master, you have finally come out. Lao Jin flew over with a few others. Hongsha Fortress was astonished. Lao Jin, how did you end up here? Lao Jin instinctively glanced at his young master, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Chapter 87. How could there be so many storage bags? Earlier, the young master had intended to capture Xu Wangyue, but ended up in the dead end due to her and her companions. Now, he was surprisingly saying he wanted to make amends. They couldn't help but wonder what the group had experienced in the dead end. Xu Wangyue looked at Yu Yu, who slightly shook her head, and said, let's forget it. We are used to our freedom, and being in a large family would feel rather constraining, so will you be staying at an inn? Inns are bustling with people. How can one rest well there? Hongsha Fortress remarked that we want to be staying at an inn, that we have a place to settle in the city. We rented it for 6 months and are still within the rental period. Yu Yu replied. She had matters to attend to, and going to the Hong family was too inconvenient, that if you need anything, just come to the city lord's mansion to find me. After Zhao Yunxian finished speaking, he flew away. Upon hearing her words, He Yue took flight as well. The meat soup I prepared for you is made from the purified meat of a 4th-level demon beast, Yu Yu stated, although that meat isn't mine. You use someone else's 4th-level demon beast purified meat. Whose was it? Xu Wangyue asked anxiously, that he naturally understood how precious 4th-level demon beast purified meat was, and was taken aback that the meat soup she casually offered was made from such valuable ingredients. If their master found out, little junior sister would surely face consequences. They needed to think of a way to compensate. Second senior brother, don't be anxious. That demon beast meat can't exactly be said to not belong to me. What do you mean? Xu Wangyue looked at Rong Xian, who smiled and explained, actually, the 4th-level demon beast meat belongs to Zhao City Lord, but he provided 1,000 pounds for little junior sister to purify, promising her 1/3 in return. Therefore, the meat soup we previously consumed can also be considered as little junior sister's share. 6th junior brother, what nonsense are you spouting? How could little junior sister purify demon beast meat, let alone 4th-level demon beast meat? Only purification masters can achieve that. Xu Wangyue found Rong Xian's words difficult to comprehend. That it is true, Rong Xian insisted. Otherwise, do you think we would have so much purified meat? It's all thanks to little junior sister's efforts. Even if little junior sister is a purification master, she has only been in the sect for a year. How could she purify 4th-level demon beast meat? The truth was, one could not view their little junior sister through ordinary lenses. Rong Xian sighed. Our little junior sister is an extraordinary existence, though. Now we can finally rest. Come, let us go to my room, and I'll have a good talk with you about little junior sister. Sounds good. The star pearl seemed to possess the ability to enhance spirit energy. If I were to use it on purifying demon beast meat, would it yield similar results? She planned to give it a try. She took out the star pearl, a bead the size of a longan, which had drawn the ire of an entire clan. She wondered what powers it truly possessed. Sighing, she hoped it could help accelerate her purification speed. Although she had secretly purified quite a bit in the dead end, she still had a long way to go to reach over 600 pounds. She needed to purify at least 200 pounds for the first batch. Over the course of 4 months, Delivering 200 pounds of 4th-level demon beast purified meat would mean averaging 40 pounds per month, which was not insignificant, considering the meat was from a 4th-level demon beast that is well known. The higher the level of demon beast meat, the more difficult it is to purify. Even the previous purification masters could only manage 20 to 30 pounds of 4th-level demon beast meat in a month. Thinking of the star pearl, she recalled the red liquid in Chiyu she had stored. Chiyu had not reacted since entering the water, but she reasoned that it must have known what it was when it chose to dive in. After having interrupted it earlier, now that it had emerged, she fetched a large bucket, placed the red liquid inside, and then added Chiyu. The previously quiet Chiyu clearly seemed pleased, swaying gently before settling down again. She noticed something and immersed her consciousness into the Kanglan ring, where she saw a pit filled with numerous storage bags and spatial rings, leaving her utterly astonished. How could there be so many storage bags in that red liquid? Could it be that the man in the black cloak had collected them? No wonder the bones they encountered earlier lacked storage bags. She examined a few and found that the contents were intact. So she temporarily set them aside, planning to deal with them later. Yu observed Chiyu for a while to ensure it was fine before placing the bucket aside and beginning to experiment with the star pearl. She attempted to infuse a modicum of wood's spiritual energy into the star pearl, then directed the energy within it towards the flesh of a 4th-tier beast. To her astonishment, she observed that as the wood's spiritual energy circled within the star pearl, its speed in devouring the dark spots significantly accelerated upon contact with them. It truly proved effective. Yu was elated. This would allow her purification process to proceed at an even swifter pace. Once she had exhausted all her wood's spiritual energy, she retrieved the broth made from the 4th-tier beast and savored a sip, channeling the spiritual energy within it to replenish her with spirit root before continuing her purification. In an instant, the entire Guangyang city trembled, the desolate realm. No one understood it better than the inhabitants of Guangyang City. When the desolate realm first manifested, many sought to uncover grand fortunes within it. But none who entered ever returned. The memory of this event remained vivid among the populace. Now, with both City Lord Zhao and the young master of the Hong family emerging, curiosity reached a fever pitch. What lay within? Why had those who ventured inside never returned? How had they made their exit? Countless individuals yearned for answers. Although they dared not approach City Lord Zhao, they felt emboldened to seek out Hong Xiaobao. Chapter 88. By the way, let us level up due to the curiosity of others. Hong Xiaobao found himself recounting the events that transpired within time and again. Initially, he felt a tinge of embarrassment in admitting that he had survived thanks to Yu and her companions. However, as he spoke, an unexpected sense of pride washed over him. Look at how formidable Miss Yu and her companions are. How impressive are the disciples of Taiyi Sect. For the first time, the name of Taiyi Sect was shared and disseminated among the masses. As for those individuals, their curiosity about the desolate realm was satiated. It turned out that the dangers within were not as severe as rumored. With adequate preparation and the ability to locate the array's core to unravel the formation, one could indeed emerge unscathed. Yet it was precisely this point of thorough preparation that had led countless souls to perish inside. After all, not everyone could be like Yu, who had an abundance of spiritual vegetables prepared within her spatial ring. Nor did many possess such expansive space to store so many items. The Taiyi Sect truly possessed vast wealth. Why had they never heard of its name before? Wait, perhaps they had, but wasn't it a sect reputed to be lacking in both funds and personnel? Hong Xiaobao refrained from mentioning that Yu and her companions had acquired numerous storage bags within, as those items naturally belonged to them since they had retrieved them. When some inquired if they had encountered any kin while inside, he merely stated that he had seen no one, omitting any mention of the remains. When Hong Xiaobao finally found time to seek out Xu Wangyue and the others, Yu had just delivered the first batch of purified 4th-tier beast meat to Steward Wang. After delivering the initial batch, there was no rush for the subsequent ones. Upon receiving the purified 4th-tier beast meat, Steward Wang promptly visited Zhao Yunxian. Seeing the meat brought by Steward Wang, Zhao Yunxian inquired, "Didn't we agree on a monthly delivery? Why was there no delivery in between?" "What? Can't you say?" Noting the stormy expression on Zhao Yunxian's face, Steward Wang realized that he was not merely the city lord, but that they had indeed failed to adhere to their prior agreement regarding the delivery of purified meat. He feared that Zhao Yunxian might suspect that Wangyue Pavilion was plotting some mischief. He recalled that Yu was merely the intermediary, and sharing this should not pose a problem. It was not that they could not divulge it. Rather, they had no knowledge of the Purification Master's whereabouts. They had always relied on Miss Yu to facilitate their communications. She had been trapped in the desolate realm. Thus, upon hearing the name Miss Yu, Zhao Yunxian's previously indifferent gaze now sparkled with interest. And oh wonder, she possessed such an abundance of first and second-tier beast meat. She was acquainted with a purification master. Observing Zhao Yunxian's demeanor relax, Steward Wang bowed respectfully and took his leave. As for Taiyi Sect, the letter was one that Qin Yuan had asked Steward Wang to safeguard, which he had received that morning when he came to collect the beast meat. However, she had yet to find the time to read it before Hong Xiaobao arrived. It seemed she had truly come to terms with things. The letter had been penned on the first night of the competition among the four great families, while she had already entered the desolate realm. Yet, this news had yet to circulate. Qin Yuan had sought her out at her residence, but found no one, so she could only leave this letter behind. Having spent over 3 months in the San Yuan secret realm, and over 2 months crafting talismans, she found herself trapped in the desolate realm for 4 months. What she had initially thought would be a brief excursion into a minor secret realm had now stretched to nearly 10 months. With 400 pounds remaining, she estimated that with the aid of the Star Pearl, she could resolve it within a month at most. However, she could not deliver all the meat at once, lest it draw too much attention. She planned to deliver it in increments over the next 4 months, 100 pounds per month, which should not be too conspicuous, though the subsequent deliveries were not pressing. She wished to conclude this matter swiftly, prompting her to purchase some fasting pills. After informing Xu Wangyue and the others, she began her closed-door training, depleting her with spiritual energy each time before entering meditation to restore her spiritual energy. She purified the meat directly and meditated with the Star Pearl still in hand. During her meditations, she noticed an increase in the surrounding starry power, and her body absorbed it at a swifter rate than before. Observing for a while, she realized her absorption speed had increased by 1/3 compared to prior. While she had yet to fully comprehend the effects of the starry power, she was certain it could alter her spiritual roots. Her wood spiritual root enabled her to attack, cultivate spiritual vegetables, and purify beast meat. Her fire spiritual root could inflict harm upon spiritual entities, although others could achieve similar feats as described in texts. It typically required the use of special spiritual techniques. Yet her previous experience had solely relied on fire spiritual energy. This indicated that her fire spiritual energy could directly harm spiritual entities. As for her water spiritual root, she had yet to discern any anomalies. Moreover, it was due to the starry power that she could simultaneously absorb various types of spiritual energy. Would her absorption speed increase further with more starry power in the future? Yu felt a surge of anticipation. Each time she depleted her with spiritual root, she would meditate to recover, repeating this cycle. After a month, just before she finished purifying the remaining 400 pounds of beast meat, her wood spiritual root advanced to the 8th level of the Qi refining stage. Yu was overjoyed. Upon purifying the last morsel of beast meat, she emerged from her seclusion. Upon seeing Yu finally emerge, Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Although her period of seclusion had not been lengthy, it still astonished the two that seclusion often proved tedious for a girl of her age. It was typical to emerge after 4 or 5 days. Yet she had remained confined for a full month without stepping outside. This level of determination would undoubtedly carry her far in the future. Sixth senior brother, I've leveled up. I'm now at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage. Yu exclaimed joyfully. Let us celebrate with a feast tonight. Xu Wangyue was taken aback. Weren't you in seclusion to purify 4th-tier beast meat? How did you level up? Indeed, I was purifying beast meat, but once the wood spiritual root was exhausted, I needed to restore my spiritual energy. This back and forth naturally led to an increase in my spiritual energy, Yu explained. Xu Wangyue understood this point. You've been doing this for a month? Yes, I aim to purify all the beast meat as quickly as possible. Yu replied that I felt my cultivation speed was rather slow lately, so I plan to finish purifying the beast meat in the first month and focus solely on cultivation for the next 3 months. Chapter 89. The gratitude of Madame Du. Xu Wangyue thought to suggest that her cultivation speed was already quite commendable and that she need not press herself so tightly, but upon meeting Yu's sparkling eyes, He felt that voicing such a sentiment would be inappropriate, that it was admirable for his junior sister to be so driven. He should not hinder her progress. Rong Xian's reaction was somewhat milder, as he recalled that during his last consolidation of cultivation, she had simultaneously crafted talisman paper and pens while also leveling up. Yet the urgency he felt to strive harder intensified. Both he and Xu Wangyue realized that they must exert greater effort in the future, lest they find themselves outpaced by their junior sister. Unaware that she had spurred on the two, Yu produced a generous amount of spiritual vegetables and beast meat, exclaiming, "What would you like to eat? Today, you can order anything." "Order anything? What shall we order?" "I want to order." Hong Xiaobao's voice echoed from the entrance. The three members of Taiyi Sect had grown accustomed to the frequent visits of the young master of the Hong family. Rong Xian resignedly went to open the door for him. "Miss Yu, you've finally emerged from seclusion," Hong Xiaobao exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Yu. "While you were away, my taste buds have become utterly bland." Yu raised an eyebrow, teasing him. "Oh, the esteemed young master of the Hong family. What do you wish to eat?" "The food at home has become quite unpalatable," Hong Xiaobao replied disdainfully, "that I once thought the dishes at Wangyue Pavilion were decent. But after tasting your cooking, I find even their signature dishes hard to swallow." Yu chuckled. While the dishes at Wangyue Pavilion were indeed mediocre, they were not inedible. "When you mentioned ordering, did you mean anything goes?" Hong Xiaobao's gaze was fixed intently on the spiritual vegetables and meat she had produced. "Order away. Anything can be prepared today. Such generosity today." Hong Xiaobao promptly rattled off 6 dish names. And Yu encouraged Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian to select a few as well. They hesitated to let her tire herself and suggested, "Just choose whatever you think is best." "Very well. I will arrange it myself." Yu headed to the kitchen, and only then did Rong Xian turn to Hong Xiaobao and ask, "What brings you here today?" "I have 2 matters. One is to see if Miss Yu has emerged from seclusion. My mother said to invite you all to our home as guests. The second is to inform you that Zhang Wuxi has arrived in Guangyang City." "What brings him here?" "Does he intend to check if my second senior brother is alive or dead?" Rong Xian scoffed. Hong Xiaobao found himself in a difficult position to speak on Zhang Wuxi's behalf, given that it had been his suggestion to mislead Xu Wangyue initially. Xu Wangyue was notably less agitated than Rong Xian. Recognizing the nature of Zhang Wuxi, he simply excluded him from his circle of friends. "Xu Wangyue, what do you intend to do? Shall we apprehend him?" Hong Xiaobao inquired. He did not consider himself a virtuous individual. Yet he openly embraced his wickedness, holding a particular disdain for those like Zhang Wuxi, who feigned friendliness while secretly plotting against others. However, upon hearing this, Xu Wangyue shook his head, dismissing any notion of capturing him. What would be the purpose of such an action? Unless one intended to kill, other measures seemed futile. Yet, the thought of directly ending Zhang Wuxi's life was something he could not bring himself to do. Given their past camaraderie, should he attempt to harm him again in the future, he would show no mercy. Yu spent an hour preparing 7 or 8 dishes, leaving Hong Xiaobao's belly round and full. After arranging to visit in 3 days, she departed contentedly. During these 3 days, Yu consolidated her recently gained cultivation, refining some elixirs before heading to the Hong family for a visit. Initially, she had thought that if Xu Wangyue and his companions managed to escape the abyssal land, she would not let them off easily. To her surprise, her son had forged a strong friendship with them, relying entirely on their support to survive. Astonishingly, her son, who had always held an air of superiority, had even pleaded on behalf of those 3, indicating a complete transformation in his character. This left her feeling conflicted. Thus, her demeanor towards Xu Wangyue and his companions was somewhat frosty at first. Hong Xiaobao, oblivious to his mother's complex emotions, urged her, "Mother, where are your spirit stones? Why the hurry?" Dunyanzi shot him a glance of reproach and produced a spatial ring. "Here are 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones." As promised at mid-grade spirit stones, Yu was delighted, for this was far superior to holding 5 million low-grade stones. "Thank you, madam," she exclaimed, gratefully accepting them and storing the spirit stones within her Kanglin ring before returning the spatial ring. Yu was somewhat astonished. She was aware of the Tianqing Academy in the central domain, where Yu Shuer had shone brightly after several years of study. The text indicated that entry into Tianqing Academy was no easy feat, and she wondered how Hong Xiaobao's mother had secured an enrollment card. Although she had no immediate plans to venture into the central domain, she recognized the potential future utility of such a card. With both hands, she accepted it, expressing her gratitude once more. The Dunyangzi also presented Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian with tokens of appreciation, some talismans and array stones, which were of considerable quality and aligned with their interests. Very well, Shabao, entertain your own friends. Your mother will take her leave, so you may feel at ease. That Dunyangzi's gaze towards Hong Shabao was filled with fondness. All right, mother, you go ahead and attend to your matters. Hong Shabao replied, eager to see his mother off, that if not for the need to have her bring gifts. Yu Yuhua finally understood why Hong Shabao had previously behaved in such a manner. With a powerful, indulgent mother, it was only natural for him to swagger with confidence. That in the following days, members of the Taiyi Sect began to enter seclusion. 4 months later, Yu Yuhua's with spiritual root ascended to the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage. Her fire attribute reached the 9th level, and her water spiritual root attained the 7th level. Additionally, she made notable progress in alchemy, demonstrating improved control over temperature and medicinal materials. Even with first-tier elixirs she had never crafted before, she could successfully produce them in one attempt, with the lowest quality being mid-grade. Xu Wangyue understood that without Yu Yuhua's encouragement, he would not have been so diligent in his cultivation. Without her unlimited supply of 4th-tier demon beast meat broth, he would have had to wait over a year to advance. Chapter 90. A trip to purchase 4th-tier demon beast meat. Yu Yuhua handed over the last of the purified 4th-tier demon beast meat to Manager Wang, thus concluding this matter. Originally, she could have received over 330 pounds, but during her time in the Abyssal Land, she had consumed nearly 100 pounds. After accounting for her recent consumption, she was left with around 200 pounds. That if only she could purchase a bit more. Yes, she could buy some. Yu Yuhua stood up, excitedly pacing around the courtyard, convinced this idea was indeed feasible. However, with only 10 million spirit stones on hand, she realized she wouldn't be able to buy much. Nonetheless, she possessed many other treasures. She sought out Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian, both of whom were no longer in seclusion. Second senior brother, sixth senior brother, I wish to find City Lord Zhao to purchase some 4th-tier demon beast meat, but my funds are limited. That I intend to see if there are any valuable items in the Abyssal Land. Let us explore together, Yu Yuhua proposed. Hasn't everything been sorted out? Yu Yuhua waved her hand, revealing a mountain of storage bags before the two. That Rong Xian stammered, a little junior sister, how do you have so many storage bags? After I was captured in that cave, I discovered a pool of red liquid, which is what I'm currently using for Chiyu. Before the array collapsed, I stored that liquid, and the storage bags and spatial rings were beneath the pool. When I collected the liquid, I gathered them all together. Goodness, little junior sister, your luck, Rong Xian remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Let us organize everything and see if there are any valuable items we can trade for 4th-tier demon beast meat. We might as well tidy up this place too, agreed. After a day of sorting through nearly 3,000 storage bags and spatial rings, they managed to organize everything, although there were no spirit stones. Most of the other items remained intact, and they indeed found numerous valuable treasures. Yu Yuhua retrieved several superior-grade holy artifacts, intending to trade them. That if we make soup from the 4th-tier demon beast meat, we can directly absorb the spiritual energy within. That if City Lord Zhao lacks weapons, he may not be inclined to trade, Xu Wangyue suggested. Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we won't suffer any loss, Yu Yuhua replied. True. Generally, strong individuals would not consider trading with one another due to the vast disparity in power, as they often disregarded such proposals. However, they had shared hardships with Zhao Yunxian, establishing a certain rapport. If they approached him, even if he declined, he likely would not be angered. The three proceeded to the City Lord's manor and informed the guards of their desire to meet City Lord Zhao. The guards, unfamiliar with them, initially refused entry, mistaking them for troublemakers and attempting to disperse them. Reluctantly, Xu Wangyue sought Hong Shabao as assistance to guide them. Upon learning they wished to purchase 4th-tier demon beast meat from Zhao Yunxian, Hong Shabao eagerly agreed to help, hoping to benefit himself should Yu Yuhua and the others secure a purchase. The guards recognized Hong Shabao, and, upon hearing they sought to meet City Lord Zhao, glanced at Yu Yuhua and the others. Indeed, these three were genuinely here to see the City Lord. One guard entered to report, and upon hearing that Yu Yuhua's group had visited him twice, Zhao Yunxian raised an eyebrow and agreed to meet them. That as they entered, they found Zhao Yunxian amusingly teasing a vine in the garden. The four bowed in greetings, City Lord Zhao. Zhao Yunxian playfully poked the vine, which released his fingers and resumed its inert state among the flower beds. He regarded the four and said, "No need for formalities. What brings you here?" Although Zhao Yunxian had previously sought him out in the abyssal land and had safeguarded his safety, Hong Xiaobao still felt a twinge of fear in Zhao Yunxian's presence. Hesitating to speak loudly, that he glanced at Yu Yuhua, who appeared completely unperturbed. With a smile, she said, "We are here today to inquire if City Lord Zhao could sell us some fourth-tier demon beast meat." Zhao Yunxian seemed taken aback, evidently not anticipating their request for meat. "You wish to purchase fourth-tier demon beast meat. Are you aware of its value?" "Of course." Yu Yuhua replied that it is precisely because it is a valuable item that we seek to buy it from you. "How much do you wish to purchase?" Yu Yuhua held up 2 fingers. 20 pounds. No, not 20 pounds. I meant 2,000 pounds. 2,000 pounds. Hong Xiaobao exclaimed. Zhao Yunxian regarded Yu Yuhua with an amused expression, as if to say, "Look, your companion is startled by your request." Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian also appeared astonished, having assumed Yu Yuhua would ask for a modest 20 pounds at most, perhaps 200. They were genuinely taken aback by her staggering request for 2,000 pounds. Yet, Yu Yuhua did not perceive her request as excessive. Instead, she gazed earnestly at Zhao Yunxian. Zhao Yunxian chuckled lightly and said, "Do you know how much purified meat I have acquired?" "I know, as I facilitated the transactions," Yu Yuhua responded. "Given that you are aware, do you not think it rather bold to request 2,000 pounds when you know I do not possess that much meat?" City Lord Zhao has misunderstood. "I am not seeking the purified meat, but rather the unpurified kind." Yu Yuhua clarified, "From what I observed, the meat you previously provided was only a small portion. That demon beast must weigh at least 7 or 8,000 pounds. For you, 2,000 pounds should not be an overwhelming quantity. You wish to buy the unpurified meat. Indeed, I wonder if City Lord Zhao would be willing to sell some to us. What do you intend to use for payment?" Yu Yuhua produced several superior-grade holy artifacts. "These are our finest items, along with some spirit stones." Zhao Yunxian merely cast a cursory glance at the holy artifacts, showing no interest, and the spirit stones were even less significant to him. "I have no use for these items," he stated. "That I see." Yu Yuhua felt no particular sorrow, as she had merely been testing the waters. However, the inability to purchase more fourth-tier demon beast meat left her somewhat disappointed. "But what?" Yu Yuhua suddenly perked up. "Does City Lord Zhao wish to sell?" "Follow me," Zhao Yunxian replied before leading the way. "Little junior sister." Xu Wangyue reached out to pull her. Yu smiled at him and said it was nothing, then followed Zhao Yunxian to a distant pavilion. The two spoke there, and Xu Wangyue could not hear them. Zhao Yunxian looked at her and said, "You are correct. I probably still have around 6,000 gene of unpurified 4th-level monster meat. It would not be impossible to share 2,000 gene with you." Yu immediately straightened her posture. "What conditions does Lord Zhao have?" Chapter 91. The emergence of Qiyu Zhao Yunxian did not beat around the bush. It's quite simple. According to our previous agreement, 1/3 goes to the purifier, that if you desire it, have the remaining 4,000 gene purified, and the surplus of over 2,000 will be yours. Yu was taken aback. Did he know that she was the one who purified it? She instantly felt tense and nervously clasped her hands, awkwardly laughing. "What are you saying, Lord Zhao? How could I purify monster meat?" Zhao Yunxian lowered his gaze. "I did not say for you to purify it. Why are you so anxious?" I am not anxious at all." Yu endeavored to force a normal smile. "That I know that the purifier has a connection with you, that if you have her purify the 4,000 gene, the remaining 2,000 plus will be yours. That as for how you compensate her, that is not my concern." Zhao Yunxian stated. "So, what do you think? It's not difficult, is it?" Yu's eyes widened. "You want me to take all the monster meat away? Do you trust me so much? I know where Taiyi Sect is, and I have met your master a couple of times. If you truly want to embezzle the monster meat, I certainly have ways to resolve that." Zhao Yunxian replied, "Oh, so you think you can run away with the monk but not the temple?" However, she had no intention of embezzling the monster meat and readily agreed. "All right, then a year later. You can send someone to Taiyi Sect to collect the purified meat." "Good." Zhao Yunxian waved his hand, and over 6,000 gene of 4th-level monster meat appeared before them, which Yu promptly collected entirely. With the acquisition of the monster meat, Yu felt quite pleased, and her smile towards Zhao Yunxian became genuinely sincere. "There is something." Yu was taken aback. What is it? The meals you prepared previously, along with the dried meat, were exceptionally delicious that I would like to ask you to make some for me to keep for later. Would that be possible? Certainly, given the market rate. He had generously given several hundred gene of 4th-level monster meat, and asking her to prepare some dishes was merely a trivial matter. Zhao Yunqian did not take advantage of her either. He would provide the ingredients upon seeing the piles of 2nd and 3rd-level monster meat. Yu Yu's gaze towards him shifted. Lord Zhao, how do you possess so much 3rd-level monster meat? Did you raid a monster den? I encountered a beast tied by chance before, Zhao Yunqian explained. You can turn all of this into meals, and I will reward you with 100 gene of 3rd-level monster meat. No problem. Leave it to me. I will ensure to prepare 80 unique dishes. Yu patted her chest in assurance. Zhao Yunqian looked at her and smiled. Then I shall trouble you. Do you need me to provide a kitchen? No need. I have my own cooking utensils. I prefer using my own, so just find me an open space. Then let us use the garden, Zhao Yunqian suggested. If we linger here too long, your 2 senior brothers might start to think I have done something to you. Yu peeked out and noticed Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian looking this way, waving at them. 4th-level monster meat was hard to come by, but 3rd-level monster meat was also quite good. Generously, after preparing the dishes, she allocated 30 gene to Hongsha Fortress, of course, selling it to him. Unaware that Yu had acquired 4th-level monster meat, Hongsha Fortress felt incredibly grateful when she shared 100 gene of 3rd-level monster meat with them. Upon arriving, she saw that the liquid in the wooden barrel had already vanished, and after months of silence, Yu stirred slightly within. Soon, with a faint crack, the gray egg cracked open a seam. After about a cup of tea's time, the eggshell finally split wide, revealing a tender yellow head peering out. Chirp chirp, did I ask that you, Chiyu? Yes, it's me. The voice of Chiyu echoed in her mind. Chiyu was overjoyed, bumping against the eggshell until it completely broke apart, then crunching down the shell. After finishing the eggshell, it attempted to leap out but failed after several tries. Hurry and get me out. This barrel is too high. Are you not a phoenix? Why can't you fly? Yu reached in to scoop it up, lifting it before her. Why do you look like a chicken? You are the chicken? Chiyu's fluff bristled up, showcasing what it meant to be ruffled. Yu couldn't help but laugh at the fluffy, round Chiyu, poking its head gently. I know you are not a chicken. I was just joking. Chiyu pecked at her palm. I just hatched. And my feathers haven't grown yet. How can I fly? That is true. Yu set it down, and at that moment, a noise came from the entrance, thinking it was her senior brothers. She opened the door only to see Heiyue flying in. Heiyue was thrilled to see the newly hatched Chiyu, so excited that she couldn't speak. Chirp chirp, Chiyu spoke first. This is all I should do. Heiyue responded, then turned to Yu and said, Thank you. Thank me for what? It is also my contracted beast that IT suffered significant injuries at birth, making it quite difficult to hatch. That if it weren't for your continuous nurturing with that power and finding the energy liquid to supplement it, it would not have hatched for another 50 years, Heiyue explained. Yu looked at Heiyue in surprise. You didn't mention this before. Heiyue felt somewhat embarrassed. After it contracted with you, it has rarely been conscious due to its injuries. The energy liquid it absorbed, if given to you, you would absorb it all, and perhaps you could even advance to Yuaning. Yu was astonished, her mouth agape. Then, so much energy, Chiyu suddenly looked downcast. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you. I was just so eager to come out. Feeling its dejection, Yu gently rubbed its head. It's all right. You can tell me anything, and I will use it for you. We are one. Chiyu's eyes brightened, and it flapped its wings, jumping into Yu's embrace. She caught it. However, for any future matters, you must tell me directly, understood? Chirp chirp, Chiyu nodded, seeing that Yu was genuinely not angry after knowing. Heiyue felt relieved. Chirp chirp, Chiyu called out to Heiyue, leaving her momentarily stunned. How can this be? Chapter 92. You are the chicken. Your whole family is chickens. Heiyue was shocked, feeling a bit anxious and even somewhat inferior. Yu could understand Chiyu's words, and she hadn't expected that the first thing Chiyu would do upon hatching was to suggest a contract with Heiyue. However, she was not particularly familiar with the implications of such a bloodline level, so she couldn't fully grasp Heiyue's reaction. Yet she understood Chiyu's sentiments. Heiyue had cared for it for so many years, even falling into the San Yuan secret realm due to an accident. Trapped there for nearly several hundred years, with no progress in cultivation, that if not for Chiyu, Heiyue would have already reached level 4. And with good fortune, even level 5 would not be impossible. Heiyue felt that caring for Qiyu was a duty, while Qiyu remained grateful. Chirp chirp. Qiyu expressed its feelings to Heiyue, convincing her to agree to the contract, prompting Qiyu to insist on forming it immediately. Yu had to interject. Qiyu, don't rush, even if Heiyue agrees. I want to form a contract. I haven't learned how to tame beasts. Chirp chirp. I want to eat. You want to eat? Didn't Qiyu just hatch and already devoured the eggshell? Chirp chirp. I still want to eat. Are you hungry? Chirp chirp. Not hungry, but I want to eat. I heard them say your meals are delicious. Chirp chirp. I also want to drink the spirit wine you brew. Having tasted Yu's cooking for the first time, Qiyu didn't find it extraordinary, perhaps because it was still a little bird. However, the spirit wine was undeniably delightful. It drank an entire jug and still claimed it wasn't enough. Qiyu was full, no, overstuffed, so it decided to stroll around the yard to digest. Rongxian emerged from the room and was taken aback to see Qiyu waddling around. Oh, why is there a chicken in our yard? Where did it come from? Qiyu was infuriated, leaping to peck at Rongxian. Chirp chirp. You are the chicken. Your whole family is chickens. Rongxian caught Qiyu and called out to Yu, little junior sister. We have a chicken in our yard. Should we make chicken soup tonight? Chirp chirp. Go drink your sister's chicken soup. Qiyu flailed its legs in the air, unable to reach him, and shouted in frustration. Hearing the commotion, Yu came out and saw Qiyu flailing its little feet. Chirp chirp. Qiyu looked at her with a pitiful expression. Yu hurriedly picked it up, saying, Senior brother, this is Qiyu. Qiyu. It hatched. Rongxian looked at Qiyu in surprise. But it doesn't look like a dapeng that it originally wasn't a dapeng. Yu stroked Qiyu's back, soothing its agitated emotions. Seeing that Qiyu was upset, Rongxian also apologized. Qiyu, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. Please don't be angry. Qiyu turned its head away. Its master calling it a chicken was one thing, but for others to say so was intolerable. Yu reassured it. In fact, being mistaken for a chicken isn't such a bad thing. Chirp chirp. Why? Though I am unaware of how you arrived at the Sanyuan's secret realm, it seems likely that it is not a fortuitous matter. Should your identity be revealed, it may well invite considerable trouble, Yu explained. Qiyu was momentarily taken aback, visibly deflating. Jiao, do you despise me? Do you think I will bring you trouble? Yu gently poked its little bird head. Why would you think that? Isn't it true? Of course not. At Yu patted it reassuringly. We are one and the same, regardless of your form or past experiences. I could never bring myself to disdain you. Then speak, Jiao. What I mean is your enemies must be formidable. Yet look at me. I am merely at the qi refining stage, and you have just hatched. If a powerful foe were to appear, how would we contend with them? They might simply crush us with a single finger. You are right, Jiao. We are indeed weak. Qiyu recalled the chaos surrounding its birth and the injuries it sustained. Were it not for that calamity, it wouldn't have suffered nor taken hundreds of years to hatch. Had Black Moon not discovered the growth location of the 7-petal color lotus just before its demise, it would have perished long ago. Master is correct. I must remain low-key and ensure no one discovers that I am still alive. Thus, we must develop cautiously and grow in secrecy. Once we have matured, dealing with us will become a daunting challenge for others at that point. You could be as ostentatious as you wish. Qiyu nodded. Jiao, I shall heed your words. Nearby, Rongxian furrowed his brow. Little junior sister. Does Qiyu have an identity issue? A slight one that, however, for now, as long as it remains unrecognized, there is no significant problem, Yu replied. After all, within this realm, the inhabitants cannot leave, while those from other realms may enter and exit freely. Should someone who knows of Qiyu's circumstances come in and inadvertently leak that information, it could spell disaster for both Qiyu and her. Rongxian scrutinized Qiyu closely, and no matter how he looked at it, it appeared to be merely a chicken, lacking any discernible uniqueness. Yet he refrained from pressing further. If his junior sister chose to remain silent, there must be a reason. When Shu Wangyue appeared and spotted Qiyu, his reaction was far more subdued. What is this, second senior brother? This is Qiyu that it is finally hatched, Shu Wangyue remarked with a hint of awe and then fell silent, though he too thought it resembled a chicken. Upon reaching the foot of the Sects mountain, Shu Wangyue felt a wave of nostalgia. Rongxian felt similarly reflective. Previous excursions had been relatively uneventful, but this time, with the little junior sister along, The journey felt quite thrilling to Yu, brimming with excitement, dashed towards Ji Qing's mountain peak. Senior sister, I missed you. Chapter 93. Whoa, I am no longer pure. Ji Qing was practicing her swordplay when Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian flew in with Yu. They were astounded to see their senior sister engaged in such an activity. Typically so concerned about her image and averse to sweating and fighting, Ji Qing was now training vigorously. Yu leapt from their flying artifact and called out to Ji Qing. Senior sister. I missed you so very much. Ji Qing paused, her hair damp with sweat, clinging to her forehead. Instinctively, she caught Yu as she rushed towards her. Be careful. You might fall. Yu chuckled. Senior sister. Did you miss me? Of course, Ji Qing replied, poking her on the head. Did you not say it would only be 3 to 4 months? Why has it taken so long? Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian approached to pay their respects. Senior sister. Xu Wangyue. Rong Xian. Had they really become so insignificant? Ji Qing turned to Rong Xian. Weren't you supposed to take good care of the little junior sister? How did she end up facing so many challenges? As long as you know, Yu chimed in, producing a handkerchief to wipe Ji Qing's sweat. Senior sister, you've sweated so much. You should take a break. Yes, let us go inside and sit down. You must tell me about your experiences outside. Well, I wish to form a contract with a demon beast, but I'm unsure how to proceed, and I would like Master to assist me. It is one I brought out from the Sanyuan secret realm. Do not worry, it will not backfire on me. Yu explained that if its level is too low, it indeed will not. However, you are progressing rapidly. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you will be able to contract with a second-level demon beast. Yet, the first-level beast requires considerable time to advance to the second level. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait a year or two before proceeding with the contract. Ji Qing considered her advice with great care, resembling a concerned mother. Yet Yu found her concern endearing, responding cheerfully. Senior sister, I do not wish to contract a first-level demon beast, but rather a third-level one. A third-level demon beast? Ji Qing was taken aback. You cannot contract a third-level beast. Why? The backlash from a third-level demon beast could harm your consciousness, leaving you in a state of folly. It is exceedingly dangerous. That cannot be. Yu retrieved Chi Yu and Black Moon from her demon beast pouch. This pouch is specifically designed for contracted beasts, resembling a storage pouch, but allowing for breathing, ensuring the beasts do not perish within. It is also incredibly expensive. Yu had managed to procure this one for free from a pile of storage pouches in the Desolation Land. Upon seeing Yu, Chi Yu nestled into her arms, pitifully lamenting. Gio, it is terrible in there. I feel so uncomfortable. Yu embraced Chi Yu. I understand it is uncomfortable, but you cannot withstand the teleportation array. Gio wishes to go to the Kanglan Ring. So do I, but we cannot go there just yet. Now, I need to speak with senior sister. You can let Black Moon take you around the sect to familiarize yourself. All right, let us go. Black Moon nodded at Ji Qing, then transformed, gently placing Chi Yu atop its head as it led the way to explore Taiyi Sect. The Ji Qing watched them depart and inquired, Little junior sister, are you planning to contract that little chicken? Senior sister, that is Chi Yu. It is already my contracted beast. I wish for Master to assist me in forming a contract with Black Moon. The gigantic rock, Yu clarified. She recounted their experiences within the Sanyuan secret realm, revealing Chi Yu and Black Moon's relationship to Ji Qing. Reassured, Ji Qing remarked, with Chi Yu's bloodline suppressing it. You should have no issues contracting Black Moon. What happened next? How did you end up in the Desolation Land? Yu narrated the subsequent events, and upon hearing that Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian had survived solely due to her, Ji Qing's gaze towards the two shifted, losing some of its former warmth. Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian instinctively recoiled, exchanging glances. Rong Xian mused. Did senior sister ever exhibit such a fierce demeanor before? Xu Wangyue replied. I don't believe so. Rong Xian added. Alas. Xu Wangyue echoed, alas. Senior sister had now acquired an air of authority. Yet, with such a well-behaved little junior sister, they too would likely react similarly if placed in Ji Qing's position. The items you obtained from your journey belong to you, Ji Qing reminded them. There is quite a lot, over 2,000 to 3,000 storage pouches and rings, each filled with various items. The undesirable ones have all been sold to Wangyue Pavilion, leaving only those deemed valuable by second senior brother and sixth senior brother. Suddenly, Yu sprang from her seat and dashed outside upon hearing Chi Yu's distressed cries that Ji Qing and the others hurried after her. Witnessing Yu preparing to fly with a paper crane, only to be halted by Ji Qing's hand that do not fret. That is Elder Qing's domain, that he will not harm it. Moreover, we can reach you faster than a paper crane. Ji Qing assured, swiftly escorting Yu along. Before long, they landed atop a nearby mountain. Jiu, you old rascal, let go of me. Jiu, I have been captured by Yu, I am no longer pure. Initially filled with concern. Yu is now. Chapter 94. The legendary Elder Qing. Jiu, you stingy miser, is it really such a big deal just because I ate 2 fruits? You miserly wretch. Ah, let go of me, or I will burn you to ashes. How dare you touch my backside? I swear, I am no longer pure. Yu rubbed her temples as she descended onto the mountaintop with Ji Qing. Finally, she laid eyes upon the legendary Elder Qing, a slightly stout, middle-aged man of modest height, whose small eyes and handlebar mustache made Yu feel as though she were gazing upon a caricature. Elder Qing held Qiyu in one hand while the other kept Black Moon restrained. That Yu was unsure of his strength, but Black Moon was completely immobile under his grip. Elder Qing. The 4 of them greeted. Elder Qing turned his gaze towards them, his eyes settling on Yu, a slight frown forming. Elder Qing, this is my contracted beast. May I ask what transgression they have committed? Oh, it is nothing serious. This little one simply pilfered 2 fire elemental fruits. Elder Qing replied that I had never seen them before and thought they were little thieves from outside. Upon hearing the name of the fire elemental fruit, Yu's heart trembled. Those fruits only ripen once every 50 years. It had actually stolen 2. Most concerning was the immense power contained within. Could such a small creature withstand the burden of consuming 2? Jiu, you are the real thief. Your whole family are thieves. Elder Qing released his grip on Yue and proceeded to poke Chiyu's head, exclaiming, I am the sole survivor of my family, with no one else remaining. Chiyu was momentarily taken aback, his round, bright eyes wide with astonishment. Chirp, chirp, do you understand my words? You do indeed, Elder Qing remarked, noticing Yu's concerned gaze upon him, but he then approached and placed Chiyu into Yu's hands, reassuring her, do not worry. Although it has just been born, its bloodline power is robust enough to withstand more than 2 fruits. However, consuming even 1 more would be ill-advised. Yu paused for a moment, quickly discerning Chiyu's true identity. Thus, when Chiyu had attempted to devour 2 fruits and sought another, she had intervened out of concern for its well-being. Gratefully, she accepted Chiyu and expressed, thank you, Elder Qing. Elder Qing stroked his mustache and inquired, is this magnificent pung also yours? Indeed, she replied. Very well, it can be contracted. Henceforth, it shall serve as your steed, Elder Qing said kindly, casting an amiable glance at her. Yu, is it? How do you find your experiences outside during your trials? Quite marvelous. Although perilous, I have gained significant knowledge. Yu responded with a smile that that moment. Ji Qing interjected, Junior sister, weren't you just asking about how to handle those items? Yu turned her attention to Ji Qing, who smiled and continued. Elder Qing is organizing the sect's possessions. Simply hand those items over to him. You intend to donate what you acquire to the sect. Elder Qing's gaze towards Yu grew even more benevolent. They had certainly discovered a rare gem in this little girl, far surpassing the previous generation of novices. Were they to learn of his sentiments, the 8 senior disciples would undoubtedly protest. Elder Qing, once known for his ferocity, seemed to have selectively forgotten his previous demeanor today. Upon hearing of the quantity of items, he expressed mild surprise. So many. What exactly do you possess? Yes, approximately several thousand items. Mostly spirit tools, sacred artifacts, and some other ores and medicinal materials, though there are no elixirs or spirit stones. Elder Qing was astounded at the number Yu mentioned. Several thousand. Did you 3 raid another sect? Shu Wangyue, witnessing Elder Qing's jest for the first time, couldn't help but chuckle. Elder Qing, you overestimate us. How could 3 of us possibly raid a sect and acquire such a bounty? True, you 3 are but fledglings. It would be a miracle if you weren't robbed by others. Shu Wangyue retorted, am I also a fledgling? He mused. Given the quantity, let us proceed to the treasure pavilion and tally the items for storage. Agreed. Yu placed Chiyu atop Heiyue's head and instructed, watch over it and ensure it does not consume anything else. Understood. Heiyue, having not anticipated Chiyu's rapid consumption of 2 fire essence fruits, vowed to keep a diligent watch. As they made their way to the treasure pavilion, Yu shared with Elder Qing the origins of the acquired items. Even Elder Qing, seasoned by countless experiences, found himself marveling at her tale. Truly, her fortune was unlike that of ordinary individuals. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, Yu first presented over 1,000 high-grade spirit tools and several hundred sacred artifacts. Seeing these spirit tools, Elder Qing's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly squinting in joy. These are all high-grade spirit tools, splendid indeed. As he organized the spirit tools, Yu produced the materials and medicinal herbs, which further elated him to the point of losing his sense of direction. Elder Qing, this is all there is. Are there any contribution points? Rongxian was taken aback. Why have we never had contribution points before? They have always existed. I've simply kept track of them for you. However, since you never utilized them, I refrained from mentioning them. Elder Qing explained that Ji Qing and the others were astonished, having never known of their own contribution points, that if we don't use them, why bother with contribution points? Rongxian muttered. They may not have been useful before, but they will be in the future. Elder Qing replied. What for? With so few of us, we'll be using them until the end of time. Rongxian exclaimed. Elder Qing, do you intend for these items to gather dust in the treasure pavilion? Currently, there are few of you, but that may not always be the case. Elder Qing stated enigmatically before hastily ushering them out. Quickly now, off you go, don't impede my work. Once they exited the treasure pavilion, Rongxian remarked, does Elder Qing imply that we will recruit more members in the future? Has he forgotten that others would rather choose smaller sects than join ours? Chapter 95. 7 Senior Brother. 8 Senior Brother Shu Wanyue stroked her chin. Perhaps we will indeed recruit new members in the future. 2nd Senior Brother. That is also a possibility. Moreover, our previous lack of participation in sect competitions meant that we were always tacitly acknowledged as the last place. Outsiders perceive our sect as lacking in strength and knowledge. Ji Qing continued that if we can achieve a respectable rank in this sect competition, it will naturally attract others. Senior sister, are we participating in this sect competition? Yes, the master has stated that we shall compete this time, Ji Qing affirmed. Thus, we have a year to diligently cultivate, striving for commendable ranks. Yes, senior sister. Have the 7th and 8th senior brothers emerged from seclusion? Indeed, they both exited within the past 2 months. They are eager to meet you now that there is a junior sister. Ji Qing replied with a smile. That Ji Qing's smile radiated warmth and joy. In that case, we shall assist you later. Wonderful. The two arrived at Yuyu's mountain peak. The courtyard appeared unchanged, but the adjacent land had been cleared. The spiritual vegetables you planted before your departure have matured. We harvested them all, but we replanted with new seeds, but found that the yield was nowhere near as good as yours, so we ceased planting new ones, Ji Qing explained. Without comparison, we had no idea your seeds were so superior to those sold outside. Not an issue. I shall plant more once I have time tomorrow. Then you should rest well, that I will notify a few of your senior brothers to come and assist you later. Thank you. Senior sister, safe travels. That as Ji Qing departed, Yu opened the door to her courtyard. Thanks to the formation, the house was dust-free, yet she habitually changed the bed linens and took a bath before lying down to sleep. After an hour, she awakened, even more effective than an alarm. She sensed Qiyu and, noticing that Heiyue had not ventured too far, decided not to worry. First, she began to stew the braised bones for dinner, boiling the claws of the bird and soaking them in the previously made spicy marinade. Although these bird claws were significantly larger than chicken claws on Earth, their texture was quite similar. These dishes were perfect for a night of drinking and chatting. Additionally, she prepared to purify the meat from the demon beasts. All were of 1st or 2nd rank, making purification swift. She also planned to procure some 3rd-rank demon beast meat for barbecuing. So she began cutting and marinating it. Just as Ji Qing arrived, she had just finished purifying the 1st and 2nd-rank demon beast meat. Accompanying Ji Qing were 2 young men. One was plump and fair, yet possessed delicate features, while the other had ruby-red lips and white teeth, seemingly youthful. Junior sister, these are your 7th and 8th senior brothers, Ji Qing introduced. Yu quickly deduced their identities and rose to greet them. Greetings, 7th senior brother and 8th senior brother. The plump 7th senior brother, Jian Yuanshan, grinned as he presented a storage bag. Junior sister, please don't stand on ceremony. This is a gift from your 7th senior brother. The 8th senior brother, Zhang Yi, appeared somewhat bashful as he handed her another storage bag. This is from your 8th senior brother. Yu graciously accepted, saying, "Thank you, 7th senior brother and 8th senior brother." Jin Yuanshan inquired. Junior sister, master sister mentioned that we are here to assist. What tasks may we undertake? There are some demon beast meat and spiritual vegetables that require cutting. Very well, leave it to us, and you may simply prepare to cook. Not yet. However, I've already sent them a message, and they indicated they would directly join us at the competition venue. Yu realized that she had yet to meet the 4th senior brother. What do you wish to fight? I intend to acquire several sets of diving equipment. Diving equipment? Indeed. Yu explained the details of the diving gear, leaving Ji Qing, Jin Yuanshan, and Zhang Yi astonished. Junior sister, we can use spirit power to form protective shields underwater. Isolating the water, Jin Yuanshan stated. But what if our spirit power is depleted? What if we need to stay submerged for an extended period? Yu countered. What if we discover treasures in the water that require significant time to retrieve? Would we be compelled to continually expend spirit power to maintain the protective shield? Ji Qing nodded in agreement. Junior sister makes a valid point. Should we find ourselves out of spirit power while submerged? What would we do then? Having some diving equipment stored in our spatial rings wouldn't hurt. The device is quite straightforward. The 4th senior brother should have no issues with it. However, the oxygen tank mentioned by the junior sister may indeed pose a bit of a challenge. Zhang Yi remarked. Indeed, what exactly is oxygen? Is it akin to spiritual energy? Oxygen is a specific gas found in the atmosphere, and our very existence hinges on its presence. Later, while preparing dinner, Yu enlightened them about the relationship between air and the human body, leaving the group momentarily stunned. They had never pondered the nature of the air they breathed, though they were well aware of the concept of suffocation. Now, they finally understood the reasoning behind it. To contain air within a sealed vessel shouldn't be too difficult, Ji Qing commented. Yu concurred, believing it should also be manageable. She understood the principle of oxygen compression. It was quite simple, merely a matter of whether the 4th senior brother could execute it. If not, they could always consult their master. That should suffice, right? Chapter 96. He has always been both fierce and formidable. As dusk approached, Xu Wangyue and Rong Xian arrived as well. Upon learning that Jin Yuanshan and Zhang Yi had come to assist, they felt somewhat embarrassed. With the 2nd and 6th senior brothers present, dinner would soon be served. Yu welcomed them, her hands continuing to stir the vegetables. Look at this pot. What element does it represent? She asked. Gold came the reply. And the stove? Earth. What does wood produce? Fire. And what about the water I just poured in? Ah, I see. It combines all 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, doesn't it? Exactly. Dishes prepared in this manner will possess enhanced spiritual energy and flavor. Yu explained. Rongxian nodded in realization. And no wonder the junior sister tries to utilize her own stove even outside. There are indeed intricate considerations at play. Such a young age, and yet she possesses such awareness. We truly feel inferior, Zhang Yi lamented, feeling momentarily overshadowed by the junior sister. Previously, they had merely attributed her success to luck, but now they recognized that despite her youth, her understanding was not lacking compared to theirs. By the way, senior sister, have you invited Elder Qing? Yu inquired that I asked Elder Qing, but he is currently busy registering items at the treasure pavilion, and said he has no time to come. Ji Qing responded. Elder Qing has never been one to indulge in culinary pleasures. Spiritual food holds little allure for him, Xu Wangyue added. However, he does enjoy spiritual wine. You could send him some of your brew. Xu Wangyue, Rong Xian, Jin Yuanshan, and Zhang Yi all recoiled slightly. Yi raised an eyebrow, puzzled by their reactions. That Ji Qing chuckled. I will take care of it. Facing Yu's bemused gaze, she explained, these individuals have all undergone rigorous training under Elder Qing. He was both fierce and formidable during training, and they all fear him. Jin Yuanshan interjected quietly. He has always been fierce and formidable, not just during training. Xu Wangyue did not dispute this, and Rongxian nodded in agreement, with Zhang Yi also acquiescing. Yu remarked, Elder Qing is quite amiable. Where is the ferocity in that? She portioned out each dish and handed them along with the jar of wine to Ji Qing. All right. Yu agreed readily that I plan to cultivate the adjacent land tomorrow and then gather fruits to brew wine. Senior brothers and sisters, will you join me in the brewing? We can help you gather the fruits. Rong Xian offered. Yu shook her head. No, we will brew together. You want to teach us how to brew wine? Jin Yuanshan asked. Out of course. How far can I get brewing alone? If we brew together, We can sell whatever we can't finish, Yu explained. However, can we brew well? Zhang Yi expressed doubt about their winemaking skills that if brewing spiritual wine were so simple, it wouldn't be so rare that of course. It's quite simple that we have an abundance of fruits on the back mountain. We can experiment at our leisure. Plus, I will teach you. Yu encouraged that that's true. Brewing wine does not require specific spiritual roots. Since the junior sister suggests we try, we shall, Ji Qing stated decisively, leading the others to concur. Then tomorrow, we will assist the junior sister with planting vegetables. Sounds great. The meal lasted quite a while, especially as they savored the spiritual wine while chatting over roasted bird claws. It was utterly delightful. Upon learning that Yu intended to contract with the Black Moon, Jian Yunshan's eyes sparkled with envy. A third-tier demon beast, senior brother, cannot even contract a third-tier beast. Junior sister, you are truly impressive. Although the seventh senior brother could not contract a third-tier beast, he could still command them. The senior sister said that your ability to command with sound is remarkable. You could even tame second-tier beasts, he added. But how impressive is that? Currently, I can only control 10 first-tier beasts and 3 second-tier beasts at a time, Yu replied. That is still quite impressive. Second-tier beasts are on par with senior brother's cultivation level. Controlling 3 at once means you effectively have 3 additional allies of the same tier. Yu genuinely praised him. The male protagonist could also command beasts. But during the Foundation establishment stage, he could only control 2 of the same tier at a time. Her 7th senior brother was indeed more formidable than the male lead. Jian Yuanshan, recognizing that Yu was genuinely extolling his virtues, beamed with joy. Junior sister, would you like to learn to command beasts as well? That could be worthwhile. I might explore when I have time. Yu mused, genuinely considering the possibility of learning to command beasts. Given Qi Yu's identity, they would likely encounter the demon clan in the future. The methods of commanding beasts would be advantageous in such interactions. Whenever Master is away, if you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Sure, I will. Meanwhile, Ji Qing recalled the time Yu successfully concocted a pill in one attempt. She wondered how long it would take the junior sister, with her extraordinary talent, to learn to command beasts. After a busy night, Yu felt somewhat fatigued and chose to forego cultivation that evening in favor of a restful slumber. The next day, her senior brothers and sisters returned, once again joining her for breakfast. Although they would not feel hunger if they did not eat, why pass up a delicious meal prepared with spiritual ingredients? After breakfast, the senior brothers swiftly assisted in tilling the land and sowing seeds. Yu pondered while propping her chin on her hand. Junior sister, what are you contemplating? Senior sister, look how quickly the senior brothers are. They are indeed quick, but without the mutated with spiritual roots. They cannot cultivate the land, Ji Qing noted. That is true. The most crucial factor still rests with me. Yu's smug expression caused Ji Qing to chuckle. Once the seeds were sown, Yu approached, channeling with spiritual energy into the soil, traversing the entire plot, and then conjured a sphere of water, directing it to the ground. The sphere transformed into fine droplets, evenly saturating the earth. Her display astonished all the senior brothers. Chapter 97. The Little Pitiful is confirmed it was not merely her abundant spiritual energy that impressed them, but her mastery over it, which rivaled that of any Foundation establishment practitioner. The ability to transform spiritual energy into a tangible form is not difficult. The challenge lies in dividing that water into fine threads and distributing it uniformly across the land. Achieving this requires exceptional mental fortitude and a profound command of spiritual energy. Junior sister, how have you attained such mastery over spiritual energy? Jian Yuanshan inquired, voicing the collective curiosity that it's nothing special. I simply followed the instructions in a book and practiced multiple times until I improved my control. Yu replied. You learned from a book? Which one? Yu produced a book and handed it to Jian Yuanshan. Upon seeing it, he was taken aback. Introduction to Spiritual Energy. Isn't this the most basic book? Yes, it is basic. Yu flipped through the pages, pointing out, see, it says here how to control your own spiritual energy. The other senior brothers gathered around, confirming the text that described better methods for mastering spiritual energy. They had all read this book before but had never retained this information. Jian Yuanshan remarked, I recall reading this, but I never delved into it as deeply as you have. Junior sister, did I merely skim through it? Zhang Yi glanced at Yu, admiration evident in his eyes. The fact that she could derive such profound understanding of spiritual energy control from a fundamental text was truly remarkable. Rong Xian and Ji Qing reflected on how it made sense for Yu Yu to excel in pill concoction and crafting talismans, as her grasp of theoretical knowledge was exceptionally strong. Xu Wangwen mused, perhaps I should revisit the books in the library that in the past he had been diligent in his studies, but he had not approached them with the same meticulousness as the junior sister. Now he felt he might have missed out on a wealth of knowledge. Indeed, it is said that books contain treasures and wisdom. They can teach us much, Yu Yu stated. Every book deserves our careful reading and earnest study. Ji Qing nodded in agreement. Therefore, we should all read more and integrate theoretical knowledge with practical application. Given that their master was often absent from the sect, their theoretical learning had been lacking, primarily relying on self-exploration. Previously, they had perceived their progress as satisfactory, but now they recognized it as a significant shortcoming. With the senior sister's directive, the others naturally complied, especially with the junior sister's inspiring presence. Yu Yu performed the watering technique several more times, ensuring the entire plot was adequately hydrated. She proposed, since there's still ample time today, shall we go pick some spirit fruits to brew fruit wine? Absolutely. Jin Yuanshan was the first to echo her enthusiasm. Having had minimal interaction with the junior sister, he was eager to spend more time with her, hoping to absorb some of her scholarly aura. Xu Wangyue's eyes also sparkled. He was, after the elder Qing, the most fond of spirit wine within the sect. However, spirit wine was prohibitively expensive. If they could brew it themselves, it would be splendid. The six of them ventured to the back mountain orchard, the very place where spirit fruits were cultivated. Unlike spirit herbs that required meticulous care, spirit fruits needed little more than regular watering and blossomed and bore fruit at the tree's whim. With their small number, they were content to harvest what they could. Gazing at the vast expanse of spirit fruit orchards stretching across countless hills, Yu Yu couldn't help but marvel, regardless of how many times she visited. So many spirit fruit trees, laden with countless fruits. Taiyi Sect would rather impoverish itself than sell them. Senior sister, what do you think Master is thinking? With so many spirit fruits, why doesn't he allow us to sell them? Does he want people to perceive Taiyi Sect as destitute? Unable to restrain herself, she posed the question, Yu Yu's eyes widened slightly. If we take them to brew spirit wine for sale, do you think Master would object? Not at all. Master mentioned last time that fate has already become a certainty, so we can do as we wish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have permitted us to participate in the sect competition. Ji Qing remarked, casting a deep glance at Yu Yu. She believed that the certainty Master spoke of stemmed from the addition of the junior sister. The junior sister was the variable that transformed Taiyi Sect's fate into a certainty. Yu Yu, oblivious to Ji Qing's gaze, replied, That's great. I was thinking that if we weren't allowed to sell, we could brew for ourselves. That way, we wouldn't need to pick too many. Otherwise, we'd have more than we could drink. So, are we planning to pick them all? Yes, after all, if these spirit fruits are not harvested, they would merely go to waste. By the way, senior sister, how were the spirit fruits handled in the past? Elder Qing always took care of them once they matured. Since we don't come here often, we really haven't paid attention to how Elder Qing manages them. Then I'll go ask Elder Qing. Senior sister, you lead the brothers in picking, Yu said, hopping down from the tree to find Elder Qing in the treasure pavilion. That I've gathered all of them here. Those kids eat so little. And it's a pity to see them rot on the trees, Elder Qing replied. Yu, using her spiritual sense, was taken aback. Goodness, how can there be so many fruits? This could yield an immense quantity of spirit wine. Elder Qing, can I take all these spirit fruits? Of course, take them. I'm not fond of those fruits anyway, but with so many, what do you intend to do with them? I plan to brew spirit wine. Once I brewed it, I'll share some with you. Elder Qing responded with a warm smile. Is that so? Then I shall look forward to it. There are so many spirit fruits here. Those on the trees are not in urgent need. Rong Xian. Last time I wanted to eat red-faced apples, and there weren't any on the trees. When I asked Elder Qing, he gave me a few, saying they were gone and suggested I wait until the next harvest. But look, there are so many red-faced apples here. Senior sister doesn't like them, and Elder Qing doesn't either. It's truly a pity for the little one. The others hadn't experienced such a stark comparison, but they too noticed Elder Qing's fondness for Yu. However, they brushed it aside, for after all, having such a well-behaved junior sister, weren't they also quite fond of her? Chapter 98. An unseen power, Yu first taught them how to brew the spirit wine she had previously made. Some of the fruits were unfamiliar to her, necessitating her own research before proceeding. As the senior brothers and sisters took to the task, they discovered it wasn't as difficult as they had anticipated, though they were initially unaware of the fermentation process. Now that they understood, they felt confident they could manage it too. Remembering her mutated spiritual root and stellar power, Yu took the 20-plus jars of wine she had brewed, selecting a few to infuse with spiritual power. Some with stellar power, and the remainder with both. She was uncertain if there would be any distinction later on. After marking the jars accordingly and placing them in the courtyard, she brewed some ordinary wine, planning to infuse it with stellar and with spiritual power after a few days to observe any effects. Subsequently, she delved into researching how to brew wine from the unfamiliar spirit fruits. A month later, everyone gathered once more. Today marked the day of unveiling their spirit wine. They would soon discover whether they had successfully brewed a satisfactory batch. The Ji-Ching was the first to open her jars. She had brewed 10, and all were deemed satisfactory. Perhaps due to her wood attribute, which afforded her a greater affinity with plants, all 10 of her fruit wines were of superior quality. Next was Xu Wangyue, who initially thought that since he enjoyed drinking, brewing should pose no problem. Surprisingly, only 5 of his 10 jars were satisfactory, while the other 5 had spoiled. Rong Xian and Jian Yuanshan succeeded with 7 jars each. While Zhang Yi managed 8 as for Yu, it went without saying. All her batches were successful. Senior sister is the best, and the brothers did quite well too. Your control over spirit plants isn't on par with senior sisters. So it's only natural that your success rate is lower. With more practice, you'll improve, Yu reassured everyone. Junior sister, how did yours turn out? Can we take a look? Of course, I also want to see the results of my experiment. Experiment? Well, since I have it with spiritual root, after you all left, I infused some with spiritual power to see if there would be any difference. Yu brought over several jars of wine, explaining this one has the infused spiritual power from when I brewed it. This one was infused with spiritual power after a few days, and these jars did not have any with spiritual power added. It was her first attempt, so she was uncertain if any had spoiled. Upon opening several jars, an aroma far richer than theirs wafted through the air, so fragrant. Just by smelling it, I can tell it hasn't spoiled. Everyone sampled the wine from all the jars. The fruit wine that had been infused with spiritual power contained the most spiritual energy. However, since the junior sister's cultivation was still low, the enhancement wasn't particularly pronounced, roughly increasing the spiritual energy by less than double, Ji-Ching observed. Xu Wangyue added, the later added with spiritual power is better than those without, but only slightly. The difference isn't particularly striking. However, the taste is significantly superior to those without with spiritual power. Thus, infusing with spiritual power during the brewing process yields the best results. Moreover, this is a growth type. As junior sister's cultivation improves, the quality of the fruit wine she brews will only get better. With the results of this batch in, Yu sealed everything up and brought over a few more jars. She opened one, poured herself a cup, and took a sip to confirm its quality. This jar not only had a better taste, but was also smoother going down, with spiritual energy several times that of ordinary spirit wine. Xu Wangyue was captivated. Junior sister, this is delightful. May we have some? You may sample a bit first. If you can tolerate it, then you may drink more. With that, she fetched a very small spoon, scooping out a minuscule amount. Though she called it a small spoon, it was truly tiny, just enough for one sip. Xu Wangyue chuckled, isn't this a tad too little? Is this wine rare? It's not about rarity. I added something earlier, and I'm unsure if your bodies can handle it. So, I want you to try first, Yu explained. The senior brothers looked somewhat puzzled. If anyone had the lowest cultivation, it would be her if she could handle it. Why worry about whether they could? Yu genuinely wasn't sure, as most people couldn't withstand stellar power. If someone attempted to forcibly absorb it, they would likely explode. She didn't know if they could drink the spirit wine infused with stellar power. So she could only let them test it first, that if they could tolerate it, then all would be well. If not, a small amount of stellar power could still be expelled from the body. Xu Wangyue took the spoon and downed the small amount of spirit wine in one go, then pursed his lips, closing his eyes to savor it. Yu anxiously watched him. Second brother, how does it feel? Xu Wangyue opened his eyes, a hint of confusion in his gaze. There is indeed a power in this wine that I've never encountered before. Though it's minimal, it's impacting my meridians. Yu gasped, second brother, you must expel it quickly. Junior sister, there is no need to worry. While the power is indeed impacting my meridians, it's not particularly violent. I can still endure it, Shu Wangyue replied. Is it truly all right? Yu asked, still concerned that it's fine. Shu Wangyue sensed again, then said that power is dissipated, but I'm not sure where it went. My body feels perfectly fine. Ji Qing, intrigued, said let me give it a try. Yu provided her with a small spoon, and upon drinking, she felt something similar to Shu Wangyue. They could indeed sense a power that, while attacking their meridians, was gradually absorbed. After checking their meridians, they found no injuries, indicating that such an attack didn't significantly affect them. That I'll try too, Rongxian said. Yu gave him a small spoon, and his reaction was much more pronounced. The power burned through his meridians, causing him noticeable pain. Although it too dissipated in the process, the experience was far more uncomfortable than for Ji Qing and Shu Wangyue. Jin Yuanshan and Zhang Yi, curious as well, decided to try. Their reactions were similar to Rongxian's, both experiencing significant discomfort. That I suspect this might relate to our cultivations. Ji Qing remarked, perhaps both my junior brother and I are at the gold core stage, while the three of you remain at the foundation establishment stage, which could explain the pain you are experiencing. Shu Wangyue concurred that it is highly plausible that if third junior brother were present, we could verify this further. However, if it truly correlates with one's cultivation level, why did our junior sister experience no issues after drinking? Jin Yueshan inquired. All eyes turned to Yu, who blinked and suggested, perhaps it is due to my mutated spiritual root. Chapter 99. Little did they know that what she had achieved was through the power of the stars, nor were they aware of her ability to absorb such celestial energy. They accepted her explanation, believing that her unique wood spiritual root was the reason for the disparity between them. Since Ji Qing and Shu Wangyue could withstand that force, Yu served them a generous bowl of the spiritual wine. The trio, who had already savored this divine elixir, could only gaze enviously as they drank. This spiritual wine was indeed exquisite, the finest they had ever tasted. Unfortunately, they were unable to partake. The Ji Qing and the others, too, could not indulge excessively. Having finished their bowl, they hesitated to drink more, sensing they were nearing their limits. They absorbed the spiritual energy within the wine, causing the unknown force to dissipate, yet they remained oblivious to any changes in their meridians or bodies. At this moment, none of them realized the epoch-making significance of the events that had transpired today. After conducting a test, Yu confirmed that the spiritual wine infused solely with what spiritual energy yielded the least effect, while that containing celestial energy was somewhat better. The combination of both wood and celestial energies produced the most remarkable results. Before departing, Shu Wangyue and Ji Qing requested Yu to provide them with 2 jars of the spiritual wine enriched with celestial energy. They planned to wait a while before sampling it. Yu granted them 2 jars, and the others looked on with renewed envy. By the way, senior brothers and sisters, I have purified meat from 4th-level demon beasts, as promised, to share with you, Yu announced, producing 1,000 pounds of purified demon beast meat. She intended to gift this to her 8 senior brothers and sisters, roughly 200 pounds each. A generous offering indeed. Jin Yueshan and the others were astonished. The sight of so much purified 4th-level demon beast meat was something they had never dared to dream of. They were shocked that their junior sister could purify 4th-level demon beast meat. This revelation was even more astonishing than their master's sudden kindness towards them. Junior sister, this is purified 4th-level demon beast meat, which will be highly beneficial for you. You should keep it for yourself, Zhang Yi suggested. Indeed, if you absorb this demon beast meat, you could likely advance another few levels, Jin Yueshan added. This is meant for my senior brothers. Yu replied, I still have plenty left for myself. But that the spiritual energy contained in this meat is excessive. I can only take a sip of the broth at a time. It takes me quite a while to finish it all, Yu explained. Junior sister, we do not know how to prepare this demon beast meat, that if you give it to us, we can only store it away. They remarked that is true. How about I keep it for now? I'll turn it all into jerky over the next few days, and I'll prepare dishes with the fatty meat for you. You can store it and enjoy it at your leisure, Yu suggested. However, since it is your thoughtful gesture, we shall accept it, Ji Qing interjected, signaling to everyone that there was no need to decline. This is the Bai Yun stone I obtained earlier. It contains with spiritual energy and can be absorbed directly. Ji Qing produced a verdant stone and placed it in Yu's hands. Her seniors also brought forth valuable gifts for her, none of them seeking to take advantage of her. Senior sister. There is no need for such formality. You are gifting us 4th-level demon beast meat and preparing it for us, so it is only right that we offer you something in return. Ji Qing stated. Yu smiled. Then I shall thank all of you, dear senior brothers and sisters. The gifts they presented were indeed of great value. Regarding the Bai Yun stone, though with spiritual energy, it contained would at least allow her to advance a small level. Moreover, the energy within was exceptionally pure, facilitating quicker absorption than consuming demon beast meat, though we have a year until we set off. Focus on your cultivation and strive to establish your foundation as soon as possible. Ji Qing advised that I will concoct foundation establishment pills for you, but if you can manage to establish your foundation independently, that would be even better. It would greatly benefit your future cultivation. Yes, I will. Thank you, senior sister. After bidding farewell to her senior brothers and sisters, Yu began contemplating her advancement. Currently, she had reached the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage, and in order to establish her foundation before the competition, she needed to progress 2 levels within the year. A rather challenging feat, though it seemed she had cultivated for a brief 2 years. Achieving the 10th level of Qi refinement appeared deceptively easy. In truth, the spiritual energy required for earlier ascensions was minimal. As one progressed, the demand for spiritual energy increased significantly. Those with exceptional talent might only take 2 to 3 years to advance from the start of their cultivation to foundation establishment. However, after reaching foundation establishment, the timeline changes drastically. Progressing from beginner to intermediate might take 3 to 4 years, from intermediate to advanced 4 to 5 years, from advanced to perfect foundation establishment another 4 to 5 years. And finally, achieving the gold core stage could consume an additional 4 to 5 years. This is still the time frame for those with single spiritual roots. For those with multiple roots, the time and effort required would be doubled. As for the time needed to advance each level after reaching the gold core stage, it would be even more extensive. Rarely does one achieve the nascent soul stage within 100 years, and even fewer reach it by 150 years. This is only for those with outstanding talent. For those of average talent, managing to form a nascent soul before reaching the end of their 500-year lifespan would be considered commendable. Indeed, the lifespan during the foundation establishment stage is 200 years, while that of the gold core stage extends to 500 years. The nascent soul stage boasts 1,000 years, and the God transformation stage offers a remarkable 2,000 years. As one progresses, the lifespan may extend even further. Perhaps one day, she could truly achieve a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. She mused, thinking too far ahead. Yu slapped her face, reminding herself that she was merely a novice at the Qi refinement stage. Why contemplate such distant matters? With a year remaining, advancing to the foundation establishment stage was not impossible with diligent effort. Thus, she resolved to immerse herself in cultivation. 2 years had passed. She wondered if Yu had managed to establish her foundation. Probably not, she speculated. The book mentioned that a year into her cultivation, the malevolent cultivator had used the original body's blood to enhance her physique, and by the end of 2 years, she had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Before absorbing the original body's essence, Yu could only be regarded as a genius, but thereafter, she was deemed a prodigy. Now that she had crossed over, Yu had not absorbed the original body's essence. Achieving the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage within 2 years would likely prove challenging. Moreover, since she had saved Huang Fuyuan, who remained alive, Yu's master would not have obtained his techniques and treasures from a spatial ring, allowing her to cultivate directly without hindrance. Therefore, Yu concluded that Yu had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage. But it should be feasible for her to advance before the competition. Thinking of her, Yu recalled the time when Yu had attempted to harm her in the Sanyuan secret realm, stirring a desire for revenge within her. However, given the crowd and chaos during the sect competition, it seemed unlikely she would have the opportunity to exact her vengeance. Chapter 100 Were they, this humble sect, becoming a bit too lofty? Although she was eager to cultivate, she did not immediately retreat into seclusion. Instead, she collaborated with her senior brothers and sisters to brew all the spiritual fruits accumulated by Elder Qing into spiritual wine and concocted a substantial number of fasting pills. She then sought out her master. Jiang Wenji appeared somewhat fatigued, and upon noticing her, he raised an eyebrow. "Can you tell?" "Isn't it quite obvious?" he replied with a smile. Those youngsters keep insisting I'm just tired and should rest. Master, are you injured? Yu inquired. Not severely, just a bit troublesome, Jiang Wenji remarked, glancing at her. Perhaps you could assist me. Huh. Yu responded, surprised. You mentioned before that your spiritual energy contains life force and can purify 4th-level demon beast meat. Yu's eyes widened. Are you asking me to use my spiritual energy to heal your injuries? Ordinary injuries one do, but mine might be worth a try, Jiang Wenji replied, rolling up his sleeve. Yu's gaze fell upon a ghastly wound, almost severing his entire forearm, exposing bone, and the flesh on either side was grotesquely turned outward, the vivid crimson flesh appearing terrifyingly gruesome. For a cultivator at the god transformation stage like Jiang Wenji, such an injury was not considered severe. With the aid of pills, or by channeling spiritual energy, he could heal himself. Not to mention, with the quality of healing pills available, this wound would have long since mended. Yet his current injury looked as fresh as if it had just occurred. Master, why does your wound still look so recent? Yu asked. Jiang Wenji glanced at the injury and replied nonchalantly, the wound is tainted with death energy, which consumes spiritual energy, preventing it from healing. How long have you been injured? Over a month. Master, you truly are resilient. Yu teased, realizing that whatever had caused his injury must be formidable, that I'm uncertain if my spiritual energy will be of any use. Should I give it a try? Yes, just do as you did when purifying the demon beast meat, that if it doesn't work, there is no need to feel pressured. All right. Though Yu had never healed anyone before. The moment he mentioned treating it like purifying demon beast meat, she instinctively felt she could do it. The only difference was that she had previously dealt with lifeless flesh, whereas now she was handling the flesh of a living person. She first used her spiritual sense to perceive the surroundings and discovered numerous invisible gray auras swirling around the wound. That it was these gray mists that incessantly devoured his spiritual energy, causing the wound to remain unhealed. Not only that, but those gray mists also attempted to infiltrate his body, only to be thwarted by his spiritual power. A constant struggle ensued between the gray mists and the spiritual energy at his wound. She channeled her spiritual energy to envelop the wound, sensing an invasion of spiritual power, which prompted the gray mist to immediately launch an attack against her energy, that if it were ordinary energy, it would have been consumed in a single encounter. Yet in the face of her energy, the gray mist found it somewhat challenging to devour. The fact that the gray mist could not consume it all at once indicated a glimmer of hope. However, her energy was still of too low a level to effectively contend with the gray mists, and in the tug-of-war between the two forces, she ultimately found herself outmatched. She exhausted her energy, and the gray mist had not been purified to a significant extent. Feeling a sense of defeat, she lamented, if only my cultivation were a bit higher. Yet, Jiang Wenji maintained a positive outlook. You've done remarkably well. After several attempts like this, it will be completely purified. These are the deathly energies of a formidable adversary. Such energies are not easily cleansed by ordinary practitioners. Even purification specialists would struggle. Therefore, she had indeed demonstrated considerable prowess. However, Yu was not satisfied. She recalled reading that such deathly energies not only hindered wound healing, but also doubled the pain experienced. Although Jiang Wenji did not display discomfort, he must surely be feeling it. Master, how about I try using the power of the stars? Can that also purify? Yu was uncertain. The spiritual root mutated because of it, so perhaps it might have some effect. It's worth a try. And it won't cost any spirit stones. Then let us give it a go. Yu placed her hand over his wound, channeling the power of the stars to envelop it as an external force intruded. The deathly energy immediately counterattacked, attempting to consume her power as well. Yet, in that first moment of contact, it was met with a fierce retaliation. The power of the stars could directly purify the deathly energy. Both were taken aback, though it was somewhat expected. The deathly energy was continuously purified while the power of the stars was steadily depleted. When Yu's last vestige of star power was exhausted, the deathly energy on Jiang Wenji's wound had also been nearly eradicated. With only a trace remaining, Jiang Wenji felt it was negligible, but she was not satisfied. Just as her energy had recovered a bit, she used it to eradicate the last remnants of deathly energy. Finally, it was pleasing to the eye. Master, please take the elixir quickly. Jiang Wenji took the elixir and swallowed it, with the deathly energy gone. The elixir began to take effect swiftly. Xiaojiu, thank you. Jiang Wenji expressed his gratitude. Did I heard you plan to contract a third-tier rock? Yes, yes. Did senior brother tell you? Elder Qing mentioned it, that he said it's quite good and can be kept for transportation. Yu was taken aback. A dignified third-tier divine beast rock, and you only regard it as transportation. Is your impoverished sect a bit too presumptuous? Does it require taming? Taming applies to beasts that refuse to submit. Those that willingly contract with you do not need to undergo taming. That's so. The matters concerning the Phoenix clan are somewhat complex. Before your little phoenix possesses sufficient power, do not let others know of its identity. Jiang Wenji's words left Yu astounded. Master, how do you know? Have you seen a newly hatched phoenix before? After all, Qiyu resembles the chickens of this world, so how could Master discern its true nature? No, I have not seen your little phoenix. Elder Qing informed me, Jiang Wenji replied. Yu was even more perplexed, reflecting on his previous restraint in allowing Qiyu to consume more fire essence fruits. Claiming its bloodline could only handle two, did he already recognize Qiyu as a phoenix back then? But Elder Qing was an elder of Taiyi Sect. How could he instantly recognize Qiyu's identity? Chapter 101. Wait until you become strong to protect me. Yu had no doubts about Elder Qing's intentions toward Qiyu. The fire essence fruit, rich in fire attribute spiritual power, aids in cultivation and helps break through bottlenecks, making it highly sought after by fire attribute practitioners. However, fire essence fruit is challenging to cultivate, with a long growth cycle, rendering it extremely scarce across the continent. Even the Taiyi Sect, which boasts many spirit fruit trees, can only harvest 5 fruits every 50 years, such a precious fire essence fruit, and he allowed Qiyu to consume 2 before intervening, and that was only because it could no longer digest them. Therefore, how could it be detrimental? Elder Qing mentioned your little phoenix was injured before its birth. Indeed, its ability to hatch was merely a stroke of fortune. Yu recounted how Qiyu absorbed the red liquid before hatching, and Jiang Wenji responded, what it absorbed was likely fire essence liquid. What is fire essence liquid? Is it related to fire essence fruit? Somewhat similar. However, fire essence liquid is gentle. Absorbing a pool of it poses no issue. In contrast, fire essence fruit is relatively volatile and could injure the weakened phoenix. Qiyu absorbed an entire pool of fire essence liquid to hatch, indicating it had sustained serious injuries. Yes, Heiyu mentioned it had only a slim chance of survival before being nurtured in the San Yuan secret realm. Yu sighed, lamenting that the fire essence liquid was too scarce. By the time it could hatch, it was nearly depleted, yet the bodily injuries remained unhealed. When I saw that pool, it appeared vast. So there should have been plenty inside. Unfortunately, when I arrived, only that last bit remained. Jiang Wenji produced a piece of red crystal. This is what I acquired during my outing, that if you give it to Qiyu, it should fully restore its health. Yu recognized the familiar crystal with surprise. Master, is this a fire crystal? Yes, you already possess a fire spiritual root, so you do not require the fire crystal to stimulate it. However, the fire spiritual energy within is abundant. If you use it for cultivation, it might sustain you until you reach the core formation stage. Of course, this did not imply she would swiftly absorb enough spiritual energy to reach the golden core stage, but rather that if she only absorbed the fire attribute spiritual energy within, it would suffice for her to advance to golden core, though it would take considerable time. Undeniably, this was a significant temptation. Yet, Yu hesitated only briefly before making her decision. There are many rare treasures that could aid in my cultivation, and even without them, I can rely on my training. However, few things can mend Qiyu's hidden injuries. Having encountered this opportunity, I shall use it for Qiyu. Are you truly resolute? Yes, Yu nodded, contemplating the pros and cons. Oh, I have already contracted with Qiyu. We are bound together. The grievance is upon it. Whether I actively consider them or not, I have already passively inherited. If it cannot heal its wounds, it will find it challenging to advance in the future. And I will have to shoulder everything alone. If it recovers, it can grow stronger, and we can support each other. At that point, it will be my ally. Jiang Wenji did not comment on her decision, but simply handed her the fire crystal. Qiyu leaped from Yu's head into Yu's arms, joyfully asking, Master, Master, you mentioned you have something good for me. What is it? Yu, not wishing to tease, directly revealed the fire crystal. Qiyu's eyes lit up instantly, and Yu watched the crystal intently as well. Qiyu extended a wing to touch the fire crystal, but restrained itself from taking it, observing Qiyu's evident desire and willingness to sacrifice for her. Yu felt her previous efforts were not in vain. She had not raised a thankless creature. She reiterated her earlier words to Jiang Wenji. So, take it and use it, when you become strong in the future. Come protect me. That a tear from Qiyu fell onto Yu's hand, and it nuzzled her fingers, saying, Master, rest assured, I will certainly protect you in the future. I will become your strength. Its tears were warm, yet did not scald her. And through their bond, its intentions were crystal clear. Abundant in energy, the fire crystal would not only aid Qiyu's absorption, but also assist in repairing its bodily injuries, a process that would take time. Master, I shall enter seclusion, that I should be able to emerge before you set off, that if I cannot, you must take me with you. I will surely be out before you compete. Master, do not leave me alone. It's just a bird at home. All right, if you Haven T emerge from seclusion, I will carry you along, that I will never leave you behind. With Yu's assurance, Qiyu swallowed the fire crystal and settled down on the small bed she had prepared for it. Entering seclusion to prevent any disturbances, Yu set up a small defensive array to isolate the room, ensuring no sounds would disrupt its retreat. Yu remained silent, yet its gaze upon Yu grew even softer than before. What kind of person is this? Had anyone told it before that humans could be kind, that they would not enslave spirit beasts or treat them as tools, but instead sincerely care for them, it would have dismissed such claims with scorn. Yet now, it had truly encountered such a human. The previous incident with the red liquid could be overlooked, but this time, she understood the rarity of the fire crystal and the assistance it would provide her. Yet she still chose to give it to Qiyu. She genuinely regarded Qiyu as her companion. Yu gazed at Yu, who was intently watching her. With a gentle smile, she spoke, My master said that once both he and I have restored our spiritual energy by tomorrow, we can form a contract. You may still contemplate this. If you are unwilling, you need not enter into a contract, that I am willing. Yu replied that I wish to become your contracted beast, to be your support, and to be your companion. On the following day, Yu brought Yu to the main peak. Jiang Wenji wasted no time. He inscribed a formation for the pair to enter, and then taught Yu the incantation and hand gestures necessary for the contract. Following his instructions, she soon found herself enveloped in a radiant white light that surrounded both her and Yu. Before long, the light diminished, transforming into two droplets the size of raindrops that flew into the center of their brows. Subsequently, she felt a new connection in her sea of consciousness. Thus, the contract was formed. Meanwhile, Yu Shuer, who was cultivating at the Taiyi Sect, suddenly felt unwell. Placing her hand over her heart, that it seemed as if something had vanished from her body. Chapter 102. The Sea Queen and the False Gentleman. Sealing is the best approach. Yu Shuer felt a pang of anxiety. She sensed that something must have occurred to elicit such a feeling. Yet she was unaware of what it might be. Regrettably, the effect was far less potent than even a tenth of the Anhan grass or the Yuing grass. That it could only be said that it was better than nothing. Just as her soul had scarcely begun to recover, Yu Shuer encountered danger. Two foundation-building rogue cultivators attempted to rob her. Unable to fend them off, she was compelled to draw upon Mu Yu's strength, ultimately slaying the two rogues. Having hardly regained her strength, Mu Yu informed her that he would be entering a state of slumber and warned her not to awaken him unless she found a treasure or elixir capable of restoring her soul. Yu Shuer understood that Mu Yu was her trump card, thus she dared not disturb him lightly. How she wished she had obtained the Anhan grass or the Yuing grass earlier. As her cultivation had been interrupted, she did not wish to continue her secluded training, so she emerged from her cave dwelling, intending to explore the marketplace at the foot of the mountain. Indeed, despite her master being the leader of the first peak, she had not been granted her own peak, but rather shared the mountain with others. Having an independent cave dwelling was already a privilege reserved for direct disciples. Generally, inner disciples still resided in communal dormitories. The people of Shay, Yun Peak held Yu Shuer in high regard, in stark contrast to the arrogance exhibited by the other disciples of the Wuenjinren. Yu Shuer was exceedingly amiable. Upon descending from Shui Yun Peak, she finally allowed herself to smile, inwardly lamenting the large crowd at Shui Yun Peak, which had nearly rendered her smile frozen. Junior Sister Yu. As she reached the mountain gate, she heard someone calling from behind. Turning in surprise, she saw Duanmu Haoyan approaching her, and with a sweet smile, she greeted him, Senior Brother Duanmu. Duanmu Haoyin felt as if Yu Shuai, dressed in white beneath the sun, radiated a certain luminescence, providing an exceptionally comforting sight, that he approached her and inquired, "Did you not intend to enter seclusion to cultivate for the upcoming sect competition? I happen to be going to the marketplace as well. Shall we go together?" "Of course." Duanmu Haoyin produced his long sword, infused it with spiritual energy, leaped onto it, and extended his hand toward Yu Shuai. However, she did not take his hand. Instead, she leapt onto the sword herself, carefully grasping his sleeve. "That I heard that junior sister you recently advanced to the 11th level of Qi refinement. Congratulations." "Thank you, senior brother Duanmu. With only a year remaining until the sect competition, you should have no trouble advancing to foundation building before then. You will certainly qualify to participate in the new disciples competition. That I also hope to reach foundation building before that and secure a spot for the competition. I believe you can achieve it." Duanmu Haoyin encouraged her. "By the way, I heard you have some skill in alchemy?" "I dabble a bit. I can concoct a few first-tier elixirs. That I also intend to purchase some herbs at the marketplace. I can also refine elixirs. That if you encounter any issues, feel free to ask me." Yu Shuai felt a bit taken aback, but would it be appropriate to interrupt senior brother Duanmu's cultivation? "Not at all. I do not require seclusion at the moment, and I tend to practice alchemy more frequently. You may come to me whenever I am free to explain things." After pondering for a moment, Yu Shuai queried, "Are you planning to focus on alchemy this year to advance to a 4th-tier alchemist?" "You know," Yu Shuai smiled bashfully, "I heard others mention it while at the sect. Everyone is quite aware of your situation. I did not mean to pry." Duanmu Haoyin gazed in her eyes, which shone like peach blossoms, and remarked, "That was intentional, and I agree." Yu Shuai widened her eyes, staring into his gaze. Did he mean that as for the dynamic between Yu Shuai and Duanmu Haoyin? Yu remained indifferent. One was a sea queen, the other a superficial gentleman. Sealing their fates was for the best. After completing her contract with Yu, she took it to Ji Qing. "Senior sister, I would like to ask for your assistance." "What assistance?" "I wish for you to help me concoct a 4th-tier beast injury elixir." Yu stated. Ji Qing inquired, "Is your contracted beast injured?" "Yes, that it has been injured for quite some time. And ordinary elixirs are ineffective. That if the first-tier elixirs did not have such a minimal effect on Yu, I would have concocted them myself. That I can assist you with that," Ji Qing replied. "This year, I also wish to practice refining 4th-tier elixirs to solidify my skills. However, we lack sufficient herbs in the sect, and will need to purchase them externally. That I have prepared all the necessary herbs," Yu declared, producing a collection of materials. "Senior sister, ordinary elixirs will not suffice for Yu's dark ailment. We must incorporate my mutated spiritual energy. Therefore, may I assist you during the refining process?" "That is acceptable, but your current cultivation cannot support the condensation of 4th-tier elixirs. That I do not require assistance in condensing the elixir. I merely wish to input my spiritual energy during the refinement." "Very well. When do you plan to begin?" "If it is convenient for you, we can start now." "Today will not work. I have never refined the beast injury elixir before and must first consult the library for the formula and familiarize myself with it for 2 days before proceeding." Yu retrieved a formula. "Senior sister, I have the formula here." That Ji Qing took it, and upon inspecting it, frowned slightly. "Junior sister, this beast injury elixir is quite complex. That I have not practiced it before, so it may not succeed on the first attempt." "That is fine. I purchased ample materials. Feel free to experiment," Yu declared grandly, and neatly arranged materials appeared before them. Ji Qing was taken aback by this lavish expenditure. "How did you acquire so many?" "Since I am unsure how many beast injury elixirs you will require for recovery, and it may sustain injuries in the future, I thought it prudent to prepare more," Yu explained. "That must have cost quite a bit," Ji Qing inquired. "That was still with senior sister's help that I—" "Indeed." I shared with her the events of our participation in the auction, and mentioned that because senior sister provided me with the Lioli Dan, Sister Qing was willing to give me so many spirit stones, enabling me to purchase all these herbs. Speaking of which, I spent 3 Lioli Dan. Do you think Master will punish me? Chapter 103. Combined Alchemy, Certainly Not. Ji Qing reassured her. Master and Elder Qing merely dislike trouble, but they are not averse to it. While other junior brothers might face some reprimands, they would not punish you. Master and Elder Qing hold you in high regard. How could they bear to punish you? Ji Qing's assurances soothed Yu. Senior sister, please take these herbs to practice with. Once you can refine the 4th-tier beast injury elixir, I will return, with matters nearly settled. Yu sent messages to her various senior brothers, informing them that she would be in semi-seclusion and requested not to be disturbed. The senior brothers understood her intention to advance to foundation building within the year and assured her they would not intrude. Semi-seclusion essentially meant cultivating at home without venturing out unless necessary, though it was not complete isolation from external affairs. She activated the gathering spirit array that Rongxian had set up for her. Feeling the spiritual energy intensify, and took out the star pearl, placing it close to her heart to begin her cultivation. This cultivation lasted for half a month, during which her water, spiritual root advanced. Just after her advancement, she sent someone outside the courtyard. Upon opening the door, she encountered Ji Qing. "Congratulations on your advancement, junior sister." Ji Qing smiled, extending her felicitations. "Thank you, senior sister. Did you come specifically to see my advancement?" "Not at all." Ji Qing replied that I successfully refined a batch of the beast injury elixir you requested and wanted to know if you would like to come and see it. "Wow, senior sister. You succeeded." "Yes, I used 10 batches of herbs. The first 5 batches failed, but the 6th, 8th, and 10th batches were successful. Here are the elixirs. Take a look." Ji Qing produced 3 jade bottles, each containing 3 elixirs. Yu summoned He Yu and offered it one of the elixirs. After a while, she asked, "How is it? Does it have any effect?" He Yu carefully sensed the elixir and, upon hearing Yu's question, shook its head. "This beast injury elixir is effective for general injuries, but it is not as beneficial for dark injuries as your first-tier elixirs." Yu understood. It seemed that its injury truly required her stellar power. "Senior sister, let us go to your place that I have already prepared this batch of herbs. Shall we begin now?" "Absolutely." Ji Qing directly activated the formation of the courtyard, ensuring that no one could disturb them, and proceeded to concoct elixirs alongside Yu. Though it was said to be a joint effort, the initial extraction of essence from the medicinal materials was solely undertaken by Ji Qing, with Yu observing quietly. Noticing some inconsistencies, Yu refrained from speaking up, sensing Ji Qing's oblivion to the matter. Once Ji Qing had successfully extracted all the essences, she commenced the final amalgamation. At that moment, Yu took action, responding to Ji Qing's cue by channeling her with spiritual power into the mixture, while also introducing a measure of starry energy. That was Ji Qing's first experience of having someone participate in the elixir crafting process. And for a moment, she lost control of her own power. The collision of the two energies resulted in a catastrophic explosion, destroying the batch. "I'm sorry, senior sister." Yu apologized. That Ji Qing consoled her. "It was my failure to manage it properly. Let us try again." However, the second attempt also ended in disaster, followed by the third and fourth, each resulting in failure. Yu understood that the process of elixir crafting was inherently solitary, and controlling the energies within the cauldron was no simple task, thus collisions were to be expected. "Senior sister, why not take a moment to rest? I will conduct some further research, and we can attempt again shortly." The task of refining the essence of the medicinal materials was quite exhausting, and after 4 consecutive failures, Ji Qing felt fatigued. Yu, meanwhile, took out the elixir formula to study quietly. After an hour, Ji Qing opened her eyes. "Senior sister, I have devised a method." "What method?" Ji Qing hesitated. "Is this truly feasible?" The 4th-grade elixir was notoriously difficult to control, and she was only capable of producing 1st-grade elixirs. She was uncertain whether her mental energy could handle such a quantity of materials. "That if I exert my full strength, it should be possible," Yu assured. "Very well, let us give it a try." Ji Qing prepared the medicinal materials once more, beginning the essence extraction. However, this time, Yu refrained from joining in immediately, waiting until the final stages of amalgamation before stepping in. Ji Qing exchanged a glance with Yu, and they executed their roles in the process with a certain degree of inexperience. That Ji Qing's concerns were not unfounded. As Yu fully controlled the cauldron, she felt her mental energy deplete by a third. Yet she continued to output rapidly. Daring not to lose focus, she swiftly infused the wood's spiritual power and starry energy until both were fully integrated, signaling Ji Qing to take over. Once she sensed Ji Qing's mental energy entering the cauldron, she withdrew her own, transferring control to Ji Qing. With unwavering focus, Yu observed Ji Qing and the cauldron. Fortunately, although Ji Qing had a moment of loss of control upon taking over, the elixir remained intact. Yu sighed with relief and then slumped onto a nearby chair, consuming 2 elixirs. "I'm utterly exhausted. Just this brief interval of time has worn me out more than an entire day's labor." The subsequent phase of solidifying the elixir went smoothly, as Ji Qing executed a series of hand seals, channeling her with spiritual power into the cauldron while controlling the solidification process. After a little over a quarter of an hour, she halted, extinguishing the flames beneath the cauldron before lifting its lid, exclaiming joyfully, "Junior sister, we have succeeded in crafting the elixir." Yu shared in her delight, recognizing that their method was indeed effective. Albeit yielding only one elixir. Ji Qing remarked, "However, during our exchanges, we were somewhat unpracticed, and given my limited experience with the demon injury elixir, our yield could certainly improve as we grow more adept." "Indeed, it seems the burden falls on senior sister," Yu replied. "What burden?" "Assisting you in crafting the demon injury elixir is immensely beneficial to me as well," Ji Qing chuckled. Though the demon injury elixir was seldom in demand, its crafting was no simple feat, being more intricate than typical fourth-grade elixirs and requiring considerable effort. The more they crafted the demon injury elixir, the easier it would be to produce other fourth-grade elixirs. "Is that truly so?" "Absolutely," Ji Qing affirmed. "You need not feel burdened, believing that you are hindering my cultivation or elixir crafting." Having lived significantly longer than Yu, it was impossible for Ji Qing not to perceive the glimmer of guilt in her eyes. Yu chuckled softly, linking her arm with Ji Qing's and nuzzling her shoulder. "Senior sister, you are truly wonderful." Ji Qing then produced the elixir, suggesting they let Yu test its efficacy. Chapter 104. Communicating with the power of heaven and earth. Ji Qing believed that this elixir surpassed all previous ones. Although it had yet to reach the standard of a mid-grade elixir, its fragrance was richer, its appearance superior, and its effects were naturally enhanced. However, whether it would be effective against Yu's dark injuries remained uncertain. Yu summoned Yu through their bond, and soon, Yu soared into the courtyard. "Yu, give this elixir a try." Yu offered the elixir, and they awaited the results. Moments later, Yu exclaimed with joy, "Master, this elixir is effective against my dark injuries." "Really? What is the effect?" "It's quite good. I estimate that only 30 to 40 more elixirs are needed to completely heal my dark injuries." Yu responded with a puzzled expression. "Who gave you the audacity to say that 30 to 40 elixirs would suffice? Was it Liang Jingru? If it were merely her own crafting, she could require as many as needed without concern. However, since it was senior sister crafting, they should not speak so boldly." Ji Qing inhaled sharply, not because of the prospect of crafting 30 to 40 elixirs, but rather due to the considerable amount of materials required. She wondered if her junior sister had enough stocked. If not, they would have to send a junior brother to buy more in Yu City. To her surprise, Yu waved her hand, and 100 portions of medicinal materials appeared. Ji Qing was taken aback. "Junior sister, you are quite extravagant." Once Yu had rested, they resumed crafting. This time, however, they faced failure again. Undeterred, they cleaned up the cauldron and continued. As their coordination improved, their success rate increased as well, with the number of completed elixirs rising from 1 to 2, then 3, and the quality advancing from low to mid-grade. Halfway through the production of the elixirs, Yu proposed her suggestions. "Senior sister, when extracting the essence from the ice smoke grass, you could take a breath's time in advance. Additionally, the order of the dongshu grass and sauna grass could be swapped. And you should wait until the sauna grass has fully integrated before adding the dongshu grass." Yu articulated several points, and Ji Qing did not react with anger, nor did she dismiss her junior sister's input due to her lower rank. Instead, she followed Yu's advice and conducted a trial run. Upon completion, Ji Qing exclaimed with delight, "Junior sister, I've discovered that following your suggestions makes the process much easier to manage, thus enhancing the likelihood of success. Senior sister is truly remarkable," Yu praised earnestly. "Yet, you are the one who is truly impressive," Ji Qing replied sincerely. "When did you first notice my shortcomings in crafting?" "I noticed some discrepancies during the first time I observed you crafting. However, I was uncertain, so I did not mention it to you." "You discerned this on the first attempt?" "Yes, because I am somewhat familiar with the elixir formula. I realized that your timing with the ice smoke grass was slightly off, indicating that you were not strictly adhering to the formula." Yu explained. Ji Qing paused, then smiled. "It seems I need to be more meticulous, that I shall familiarize myself with the formula thoroughly before crafting again." Senior sister has already achieved the rank of fourth-grade alchemist at such a young age. That is quite impressive, Yu genuinely commended. Previously, Ji Qing had thought herself quite capable, but now she felt she was still far behind her junior sister. When you reach my age, or attain my level of cultivation, you will surely surpass me, she remarked with a sigh, realizing that she must work harder, lest her junior sister catch up to her swiftly. Yu did not exaggerate. Ji Qing, at over 60 years of age, had already reached the rank of fourth-grade alchemist that if this were known outside, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. After all, how many people lingered around the third-grade level at 60? Those who advanced to fourth grade at 70 or 80 years old were considered geniuses. She recalled that in a book, it was mentioned that Duanmu Haoyin ascended to fourth-grade alchemist at the age of 80, prompting a grand celebration by the Taiyi Sect. During the subsequent sect competition, many from other sects came to offer their congratulations. Thus, for Ji Qing to achieve fourth-grade alchemist status at over 60 was indeed a remarkable feat. Ji Qing was equally certain that her junior sister would not need to reach her age to become a fourth-grade alchemist. The two sisters exchanged compliments for a while, sharing a knowing smile before returning to their task. Once they had successfully crafted the required demon injury elixirs, Ji Qing felt increasingly confident in her abilities to produce fourth-grade elixirs. After consuming the elixirs, Hei Yu's dark injuries were completely healed, and Yu sensed a renewed vigor within it. Now, Yu prepared to enter a period of focused cultivation. This time, she would formally close herself off, activating the protective formation of the courtyard and hanging a sign indicating her need for solitude. She began her training, though it was not merely a matter of sitting in meditation. At times, she practiced elixir crafting. At others, she honed her spiritual techniques or engaged in pure meditation to clear her mind. One day, while meditating, she suddenly perceived that the world was not merely filled with diverse spiritual energies, but also a nebulous force wandering about. It was colorless and formless, yet Yu was certain of its existence. Recognizing it as distinct from both starry energy and spiritual essence, in an excited moment of realization, she abruptly broke free from her meditative state. She felt a twinge of frustration, believing her mindset to be too unstable. Even the slightest excitement overwhelmed her, prompting her to withdraw. However, was that not the power of the heavens and earth she had just experienced? Previously, she had attempted to sense this force using a mantra, but had felt nothing at all. To her surprise, it was during a moment of unintentional vacuity that she managed to perceive that ethereal, yet formidable energy. Taking a moment to compose herself, she endeavored once more to attune her senses. Perhaps due to the initial experience, this time she did not take long before she glimpsed that formless, colorless force drifting all around. She attempted to connect with the power of the heavens and earth using the mantra. But for a long time, there was no response. Feeling fatigued, she reluctantly exited that state. Upon regaining her senses, she realized that her mental energy had been completely depleted. Hastily, she consumed a pill to replenish herself. It was no wonder that the text warned of the dangers in the first attempt to communicate with the forces of nature. A moment's carelessness could utterly exhaust one's spiritual energy. Just as in her previous attempts, she felt that elusive power once again, in her last endeavor. She had sought to directly control that force. This time, however, she altered her approach, attempting to draw forth the celestial energy and then reach out to the power of the heavens and earth. Perhaps it was because the air was already infused with celestial energy that the force of nature did not repel it nor dissipate, but instead gradually began to merge with the celestial energy. Chapter 105. Where did you get that talismans? Although the amalgamated portion was merely the size of a fingernail, it undeniably allowed her to connect with the power of the heavens and earth. The sensation was mysterious and somewhat dreamlike. Though it could not be absorbed by a person, it could indeed be wielded. She tried to extract the celestial energy, relying solely on her mental strength to control the power of the heavens and earth. Initially, only managing to control an amount the size of a grain of rice, it drained all her spiritual energy. After half a month, she was able to control a force the size of a fist. At that moment, she took out talisman paper, a brush, and ink, along with a book, and began to draw. This talisman was called the Wind and Rain Summoning Talisman. It had no practical use, neither for defense nor attack. Once activated, it merely stirred the wind and summoned rain, and its drawing method was relatively simple, thus it did not qualify as a first-tier talisman. During her first attempt, she did not draw upon the power of the heavens and earth, merely sketching an outline with a brush and ink, resulting in form without essence. After several more attempts, She then tried to channel the power of the heavens and earth into the tip of her brush while drawing. On her first attempt, having drawn less than a quarter, the celestial energy at the brush tip dissipated, rendering the talisman useless. Yet, Yu Yu was not disheartened. Instead, she felt a sense of joy at having maintained control for such a duration. This could be considered a first success in channeling the power of the heavens and earth, albeit with poor control. With further practice, she would surely be able to sustain control for longer. She continued to try her second and third drawings. By the 19th attempt, she finally succeeded in creating a wind and rain summoning talisman. As the final stroke fell, Yu Yu could feel the energy coursing through the talisman. This must be a success, she thought. Unable to discern the outcome, she decided to test it. Originally intending to experiment discreetly, she underestimated the talisman's potency. As she infused spiritual energy into it, a fierce wind whipped up on the mountaintop, and thick storm clouds rapidly gathered overhead, even spreading to other peaks. This commotion startled her fellow disciples, who rushed over in alarm, fearing something had gone awry. Seeing Yu Yu standing alone in the howling wind, shivering, they felt a pang of sympathy and hastened to her side. "Little junior sister, are you all right?" they all asked in unison. Observing their anxious expressions warmed Yu Yu's heart, and she shook her head, saying, "I'm fine. I just think my vegetable patch might be in trouble. What is happening? Why are there suddenly such thick clouds?" Yu Yu pointed to the sky, and everyone noticed the talisman floating beneath the storm clouds. The wind and rain summoning talisman? Shu Wangwei recognized it immediately. "Where did you get that talisman, little junior sister?" "I drew it myself," Yu Yu replied. "This is the first talisman I created that I wanted to see what effect it would have. I thought it would just create a gentle breeze and a little rain, but I didn't expect such a commotion." As soon as she finished speaking, torrential rain began to pour down. Fortunately, Yu Yu reacted swiftly, conjuring her spiritual energy to shield herself from the downpour. Otherwise, she would have been soaked to the skin. Looking at her fellow disciples, well, they were all drenched. Indeed, with rain curtains surrounding them, they appeared quite disheveled. "Little junior sister, you mean to say this is your talisman?" Jin Yueshan asked incredulously, echoing the astonishment of everyone present. "Yes, little junior sister, you can draw talismans now. You can sense the power of the heavens and earth?" "Yes, I sensed it about half a month ago," Yu said, glancing at Shu Wang. "I asked the power of this wind and rain summoning talisman really so great?" Shu Wangwei shook his head. "No, typically, as you mentioned, it only creates a light breeze and some rain." "Then why is this? When you draw a talisman, how much power of the heavens and earth can you control?" Shu Wangwei inquired. "Perhaps just a bit larger than my fist." Yu Yu gestured with her hand. "That explains it," Shu Wangwei said. "Generally, a novice talisman master can only control a celestial energy roughly the size of an iron walnut, with limited access to the power of the heavens and earth. The talismans they create will also have limited efficacy." Yu Yu began to comprehend. Shu Wangwei continued, "The celestial energy you control is approximately 3 times that of an average person. Thus, the efficacy of the talismans you create is naturally beyond that of a typical wind and rain summoning talisman. So, if second senior brother were to draw a wind and rain summoning talisman now, would its potency surpass mine?" "Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Second senior brother, you are already a third-tier talisman master. How could you not surpass little junior sister?" Shu Wangwei explained, "The amount of celestial energy a talisman can withstand varies for each person as they draw. Therefore, even talisman masters of the same rank may produce talismans with differing power. My current control over the celestial energy is indeed higher than yours, but the talismans I create may not be able to withstand as much celestial energy as yours. All right, in any case. Little junior sister is quite remarkable," Jian Yueshan remarked. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that none of them possessed the same innate talent as her, being able to sense the power of the heavens and earth. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the praise, Yu Yu watched as the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, indicating that the power of her talisman had been exhausted. She gazed at the drenched mountaintop and the disheveled vegetable patch battered by the wind and rain, laughing with delight. She continued to draw the wind and rain summoning talisman, and although she had experienced one successful attempt, there were still numerous failures ahead. Gradually, her success rate improved from 30 or 40% to 70 or 80%. And after creating 50 wind and rain summoning talismans, she began to switch to drawing a different type. The Radiant Sun Talisman, another non-tiered talisman, served the opposite purpose of the wind and rain summoning talisman. Capable of emitting sunlight even when the sun was absent, this talisman could mimic the warmth and effects of sunlight, making it ideal for regions that seldom saw the sun. After drawing another 50 talismans, her success rate had improved, resulting in fewer wasted talisman papers compared to the wind and rain summoning talisman. Feeling that she had gained a preliminary grasp of talisman drawing, she then turned her attention to researching first-tier talismans. She spent 2 days studying on her own, attempting over a dozen times without success. She felt as though there were some interruptions during the drawing process, making it difficult to maintain continuity. Any pause would naturally result in failure. After contemplating for a while, she decided to visit the main peak to seek advice from Jiang Wenji, only to find that he was absent. Chapter 106. Embracing and Crying with Jiang Wenji Gone. She made her way to Shu Wangyue's mountaintop. Unsure if he was in seclusion, she approached quietly, but to her surprise, as she reached the entrance to his courtyard, the door opened, and Yu stared at Shu Wangyue, momentarily taken aback. Second senior brother, you are not in seclusion. The master is not in the sect, and I was worried you might encounter difficulties with your talisman drawing, so I chose not to enter seclusion. Shu Wangyue replied. Did you come over because you have encountered a problem? Yu felt an indescribable warmth in her heart that in her previous life, she had always been alone, and the people she encountered were often distant. Never had anyone cared for her so deeply, ready to assist her at any moment. She pressed her lips together, suppressing the moisture in her eyes, and smiled brightly. Yes, I've run into a little issue and wanted to consult second senior brother. Shu Wangyue stepped aside to let her in. You are truly remarkable, little junior sister. He praised it's all thanks to second senior brother's guidance. Yu expressed her gratitude that if you lacked talent, even my guidance would have been in vain. Shu Wangyue acknowledged, understanding the pride and joy he felt when he saw her succeed in alchemy. That sense of fulfillment mirrored his current emotions. While you can draw talismans now, do not lose sight of your main focus. You will need to participate in the sect's newcomer competition, and cultivation should be your priority at present that I understand. Second senior brother, I will manage my time well. Shu Wangyue had complete faith in her time management skills. After all, she had managed to purify level 4 demon beast meat while still finding time to advance her own cultivation, an accomplishment not easily achieved. Wait a moment, Shu Wangyue called out, catching her attention. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he coughed lightly. Do you still have any of that wine you brewed before? Yu instantly understood what he meant. Have you finished the wine I gave you, second senior brother? Yes, you drank it all. How did it make you feel? Each time, that force would assault the meridians in the body, and gradually one becomes accustomed to it, hardly noticing any abnormalities within as long as there are no issues. That is sufficient. Yu took out 2 more jars and cautioned, although it appears there are no problems, one must still exercise moderation, as we cannot ascertain the effects on the body. All right, I shall do my utmost to restrain myself. However, Yu remained skeptical of Shu Wangyue's assurance, for he was the most fond of consuming spirit wine among his fellow disciples. By the way, second senior brother, prior to my seclusion, I brewed a kind of strong liquor. Would you care to taste it? Shu Wangyue inquired curiously. Strong liquor? What kind of liquor is that? It is brewed from spirit wheat and possesses a higher alcohol content, infused with spiritual energy, yet it is distinctly different in flavor from ordinary spirit wine or fruit wine. Oh, I must try it then. I buried that liquor underground. It should be ready to drink now. Come with me to my mountain peak. Upon reaching Yu's mountain peak, she led him directly to the spot where she had buried the liquor and unearthed a jar. Allow me, Shu Wangyue said as he took it, brushed off the dirt, and opened the tightly sealed lid. In that instant, a rich aroma of alcohol burst forth. It was an entirely new scent that Shu Wangyue had never encountered, leaving him momentarily unaccustomed. Yu scooped some liquor into a cup and offered it to him. Second senior brother, do give it a try. Shu Wangyue took a sip, feeling a slight irritation in his throat. Yet once it settled in his stomach, an entirely different comfort enveloped him. He found it fascinating. This liquor has a remarkably unique sensation. With that, he took another sip. The spirit wine we usually consume has a low alcohol content, probably no more than 12 degrees at most. Fruit wines are even lower, ranging from 3 to 7 degrees. This grain liquor, however, boasts a high alcohol content, around 45 degrees, which accounts for the difference in taste. Yu explained. Though Xu Wangyue was unfamiliar with alcohol content, he grasped the general idea that he took several more sips, transitioning from initial discomfort to an appreciation for the flavor in a matter of moments. Little junior sister, could you spare me a jar of this strong liquor? Of course, I intended to gift it to you, second senior brother. Yu replied with a smile. However, this strong liquor can easily intoxicate. So please be mindful of your intake. Do not let yourself become overly inebriated. Xu Wangyue had never truly experienced drunkenness, as the previous wines he had consumed were of low alcohol content. He merely felt tipsy after excessive consumption, thus he did not heed Yu's warning. Zhang Yi was in seclusion, while Rong Xian and Jian Yushan had come over. The three brothers treated the strong liquor as if it were ordinary wine, swiftly consuming half a jar. Before long, all three fell into a stupor. When Yu and Ji Qing arrived upon hearing the commotion, they found Xu Wanyue's courtyard in near ruin. Ji Qing's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed them staggering and unleashing their spiritual power recklessly. What has happened to them? Yu, spotting the wine and dishes on the table, could not help but facepalm. They have gotten drunk. Drunk? Ji Qing found it hard to believe, for they had never behaved this way even when intoxicated before. I gave second senior brother a jar of strong liquor today. It differs from ordinary spirit wine in that it has a high alcohol content, making it easier to get drunk. Yu pointed to the jar on the table. I warned second senior brother, but evidently he did not heed my words. This was not something she typically prepared, but fortunately, the antidote was simple to procure. Shortly after, she returned with 3 detoxification pills that Yu's cultivation was low. She dared not approach, leaving Ji Qing to hold down the 3 and administer the pills. After about a quarter of an hour, the trio gradually regained consciousness, without needing much prompting from Ji Qing and Yu. They realized they had indeed gotten drunk. Yet, upon surveying the wreckage of the courtyard, they were all rather dazed. Did we do this? Indeed, Yu nodded. Not only did you engage in brawls, but you also embraced one another and wept. The 3 froze in disbelief. You must be joking. Embraced and wept. No, that is impossible, absolutely impossible. The trio refused to accept the reality, prompting Yu to mischievously produce a recording stone. Second senior brother, 6th senior brother. 7th senior brother. I captured it all. Would you care to see? The 3 widened their eyes in horror. How could little junior sister be so mischievous? Chapter 107. The Return of the 4th Senior Brother. Despite Xu Wangyue and the others' desperate protests, and under Ji Qing's insistence, Yu still infused the recording stone with spiritual energy, causing the events of the courtyard to play out before them. Jian Yushan clung to the rampaging Rong Xian, weeping profusely. Rong Xian paid no mind to the adornments on him and proceeded to wreak havoc upon his own courtyard. Xu Wangyue fared slightly better. Lying on the ground with a talisman brush in hand, scribbling aimlessly in the air, a silly grin plastered across his face. Truly, this is utterly shameful. Little junior sister, erase it, Jian Yushan shouted. Hopping in frustration upon witnessing his disgraceful display, Ji Qing interjected, Erase? No way. This must be preserved to serve as a constant reminder of their folly, to see if they dare to drink recklessly in the future. Her expression was somewhat cold, causing the 3 brothers to retract their necks. This is not our first time drinking strong liquor. How are we to know it would be this intoxicating? Ji Qing scoffed. It is fortunate you are still within the sect. Had this been outside, you would not know what calamity might